Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2114 to Chapter 2168. The Xitigarbha Wonderland was the territory of the Hidden Land realm. Therefore, when they saw the black-robed monks rushing towards Lin Sun, Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others were all watching the fun. When they first met Lin Sun's arrogant behavior made them very uncomfortable. They wanted to see just how capable this arrogant fellow was. Then, they saw the scene of the monks kneeling on the ground. Lin Sun stood still and did not make a move. This strange scene caused the pupils of Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others to constrict. The strongest of those monks is only at the Saint King realm. There is no emperor to be. It's normal that they were suppressed by that guy's words. If it were me, I could do the same. Fei Lang said in a low voice. In their group, the weakest was at the third heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. Fei Lang and Lan Ling were even at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Although they were somewhat surprised by Lin Sun's words of law power, they were not surprised. The white-haired old man looked on indifferently and did not make any comment. The old monk at the emperor realm next to him frowned and said to the skinny middle-aged monk, Xianxia, go and capture that heretic. The skinny middle-aged monk called Xianxia nodded, and then his figure swiftly vanished on the spot. The black-robed monks knelt on the ground, blood dripping from their 7 orifices. They were like a group of trapped insects, unable to move or resist. The scene caused the sacrificers kneeling on the dojo to be startled, who immediately glanced in the direction with astounded expressions. No one could believe that there was someone in the world who dared to make trouble in the territory of the Hidden Land realm. For a moment, Lin Sun, who was alone in the field, suddenly became the focus of attention. At this moment, the skinny middle-aged monk Xianxia appeared out of thin air. Without any nonsense, he rushed towards Lin Sun with the black Buddhist staff in his hand. Boom, the Buddhist staff swept through the air, rolling up endless black Buddha's light and condensing into a solemn shadow of the Buddha. Their power was immeasurable, and they rushed towards Lin Sun together. Lin Sun flicked his fingers. Clang, amidst a deafening explosion, the black staff shattered inch by inch, and the Buddha phantoms that condensed from it dispersed like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water. Xianxia, the successor of the Hidden Land realm, who was a third-tier quasi-emperor, spurted blood from his mouth and nose. He staggered and fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale and his aura was in disorder. For a moment, he was unable to stand up. You're asking for humiliation. Lin Sun sneered. With his current cultivation base, he could easily suppress a first-grade martial emperor like the chaotic Sky Sword Emperor. How could he possibly take a third-grade quasi-emperor seriously? The surroundings were deathly silent. When they witnessed this scene, no matter if it was those sacrificial participants or the distant Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others, all of them were shocked while their expressions changed indeterminately. With a flick of his finger, he shattered the staff and heavily injured Xianxia. Looking at Lin Sun's calm attitude, it formed a sharp contrast and was particularly shocking. You've all seen it, this lad is not someone an ordinary quasi-emperor Ju Hua can compare to. It was also at this time that the white-haired elder spoke, his eyes flashing like lightning. If it were you, would you be able to do the same? Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others looked at each other. If they had gone all out, they might have been able to do it, but Lin Sun's flick of his finger was too casual. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength at all. This made them want to refute, but they could not find a good reason. They were speechless for a moment. You already knew that this person was very strong? The old monk's face was a little gloomy. Lin Sun's strength surprised him, but what made him uncomfortable was that the white-haired elder and the others obviously knew that Lin Sun was very strong, but they did not warn him. Instead, they looked like they were watching the show. The old monk couldn't help but wonder if the white-haired old man and the others were here to watch Lin Sun or the Hidden Land realm. You've misunderstood me. I only saw that he was unusual, but I don't know how strong he is. The white-haired old man explained, and then he smiled and said, of course, if fellow Taoist needs my help, then I will naturally not stand idly by. There's no need. If we cannot suppress a small heretic in the territory of the Hidden Land realm, wouldn't we be a laughingstock? The old monk's expression was indifferent. His eyes flashed with a frightening light as he locked onto Lin Sun in the distance. At the same time, Lin Sun also looked over. His dark eyes were deep and calm. Don't worry. In the future, the Hidden Land realm will not only be a laughingstock, but it will also be removed from this world. His words stunned the white-haired elder and the others. How arrogant! This was the territory of the Hidden Land realm. Everyone knew that the Hidden Land realm was one of the three dark forces. Even on the starry sky ancient path, it was a terrifying existence that many major forces would be afraid of. Who would dare to threaten to remove the Hidden Land realm? Those who overestimate themselves should pay for their crimes with death. The old monk's eyes flashed with a terrible murderous intent. He waved his sleeves. Boom, heaven and earth turned upside down. A domain of the great path condensed and turned into a dark world, covering Lin Sun and the place where he stood. Everyone, please watch how I refine this boy. The old monk's expression was indifferent. With a single thought, the domain world produced unparalleled power. Thunder surged, the wind and clouds changed, and the emperor's path filled the world, evolving all kinds of killing power of the great path. As soon as they saw this, a thought came to the minds of Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others. This sky was finished. The emperor realm was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. It was as supreme as a deity, wielding the power to shake the heavens. As soon as the old monk made his move, there was no doubt about the outcome, but at the same time, boom, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. They saw the domain world controlled by the old monk burst like a bubble. A tall figure swept out from the rain of light. His bearing was out of this world, like an immortal descending to the world. His style was extraordinary. This, Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others gasped in shock. That was the power of the emperor realm. How could it be shaken by a quasi-emperor? This was unbelievable. At this moment, the white-haired old man was also shocked. His originally indifferent expression finally changed to one of shock. As an existence of the emperor realm, he was more aware of the strength of the emperor realm. Just like the attack of the old monk, it seemed ordinary, but the power of the emperor realm was enough to suppress all enemies under the emperor realm. But now, Lin Sun, a peerless quasi-emperor, was able to defeat this attack. This made the white-haired old man somewhat incredulous. His understanding was about to be overturned. This boy must have a powerful trump card in his hands to be able to turn the situation around. The white-haired old man deduced. He did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could surpass the natural moat of the emperor realm. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times, therefore, he subconsciously thought that Lin Sun had borrowed some power that did not belong to him. The old monk was also startled, his mind was shaken. After a long while, he said with a gloomy expression, "What a heretic, no wonder you dare to come and cause trouble. So you have something to rely on. But in my eyes, no matter how you struggle, you are still an ant." Before his voice died away, he had already attacked again. Buzz, a seal condensed from black Buddhist light appeared out of thin air. The seal was like a blooming lotus, the petals of which were entwined with the obscure power of the law of emperor. As this seal was slapped out, the entire Xianxia temple shook. Countless Tao markings and formations appeared to resist and dissolve this fluctuation. Otherwise, everything in the temple would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Boom, the seal was dazzling, whistling through the air. It had the power to blot out the sun. Its power was unfathomable, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun did not retreat but advanced. Or rather, at the moment the old monk attacked, he had already made his move. His figure moved through the air, he stretched out his right arm, and punched out. Heaven-shaking punch. However, this punch was completely different from before. The fist force was like a cauldron that shone in the sky, like a great abyss that swallowed the sky, and it surged with peerless laws of the Great Way. It revealed a great spirit that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sounded. The fist force and the seal collided. It was like two volcanoes that had been silent for thousands of years had erupted at this moment, releasing an unparalleled torrent of power that swept out. Suddenly, the Tao markings and formations that covered the Xianxia temple could not hold on any longer and were directly crushed into pieces. The huge Taoist field, the towering Buddhist shrines, were all annihilated. Those sacrificers and the white-haired old man's group had long since seen that the situation was bad and fled. When they saw the Xianxia temple being wiped from the ground, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and tremble. Boom, the power released by this blow even spread to the entire Yunhua city, causing the entire city and the buildings in the city to tremble and shake violently. Many cultivators scattered throughout the city could not help but be horrified. Their hair stood on end, and they fled in panic like a herd of frightened beasts. My God, someone dares to wantonly destroy the territory of the Hidden Land realm? Run! This power. I'm afraid it's a figure in the Emperor realm. Run, run out of the city. This city is doomed to fall. Panicked and noisy shouts resounded in different areas of the city. For the cultivators who had been in the dark world all year round, they were all too familiar with this kind of turmoil and chaos. Almost at the first moment, with their rich survival experience, they all fled out of the city. The white-haired old man and his people were no exception. The battle between Lin Sun and the old monk was like a destructive storm. In the blink of an eye, the entire Yunhua city was in ruins. Countless buildings collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sky and earth were filled with smoke and dust. It was as if an unprecedented earthquake had taken place. Many people fled out of the city, and when they saw this scene, they all broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like they had just survived a disaster. There were also many who did not manage to escape and lost their lives in the city. Looking at this scene from afar, the expressions of Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others changed. Boundless coldness surged in their hearts. That guy, how could he be so powerful? The white-haired old man's eyes flickered with divine light. At this moment, he could not remain calm. A city was destroyed in an instant. Heretic, do you dare to come up and fight? Suddenly, a cold and majestic roar resounded through the sky, shaking the clouds in all directions. Buddhist Emperor Du Ping. People recognized at a glance that the old monk was a famous Emperor realm figure in the Hidden Land realm. He had been guarding the Yunhua domain, and his power was as great as the sky. It really is a battle between emperors. Countless people were shocked. Even Buddhist Emperor Du Ping had made a move. How powerful was his opponent? In this extremely somber and oppressive atmosphere, Lin Sun's tall figure stepped into the air like a divine rainbow, illuminating the sky and also reflected in people's vision. A quasi-emperor? How is it possible? Someone cried out involuntarily. Since when does a quasi-emperor dare to challenge an emperor realm figure? Countless people were dumbfounded. This was too unexpected. Old thing, I'll take your head now. Lin Sun let out a long roar. His figure was bright and dazzling as he charged into the sky. Hearing his words, people were stunned again. They didn't dare to believe their ears. That was Buddhist Emperor Du Ping. How could a quasi-emperor defeat him? However, what happened next caused everyone who was paying attention to the battle to be dumbfounded, and their minds went blank. This battle broke out. Buddhist Emperor Du Ping attacked, but he couldn't kill the young man with the cultivation of a peak quasi-emperor at the first moment. This completely subverted people's understanding. It was as if they were witnessing an unprecedented miracle. Under the sky, the divine light was vast and mighty, and the light of the way was rumbling. Lin Sun and Buddhist Emperor Du Ping fought fiercely. The two figures intertwined, and in a flash, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Heaven and earth were in turmoil, and the sun and moon were dim. Die. Buddhist Emperor Du Ping held a demon-subduing pestle in his hand, and he killed like a god. His whole body was steaming with the Black Emperor Law, and it evolved into a green lamp, a pagoda, a Buddhist scripture, a futon, a wooden fish, a bronze bell, and so on. From afar, he was like the legendary Bodhisattva, solemn and majestic, and his power shook the 9 heavens. Rumble, under his killing, the void was chaotic like a tide, and the sound of Taoism spread like thunder, boundlessly domineering. This was the Emperor realm. Every move he made had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the face of this terrifying killing, Lin Sun's performance was not inferior. His body was shining, and his body reflected the image of the abyss. He performed the furnace method, and he had the power to push the 9 heavens. He didn't give an inch, and he looked disdainfully like a demon. Kill. Lin Sun's black hair flew in the air, and his eyes were as cold as lightning. The chaotic Void Sword Emperor who was suppressed in the Great Tao without End Pagoda was no longer a match for him. Therefore, when he faced the Buddhist Emperor who was also at the first level of the Emperor realm, he was incomparably confident and had the aura of invincibility. In a flash, Buddha the Archdu Ping's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Ever since he stepped into the Emperor realm, he didn't take anyone below the Emperor realm seriously. Killing them was as easy as harvesting grass. But now, a quasi-emperor Zhu Hua had disregarded the natural chasm of the martial emperor realm, crossed a major realm, and was evenly matched with him. In the countless years since the ancient times until now, such an incident that seemed to break the rules and overturn everyone's knowledge had never occurred. What made Buddha Emperor Du Ping most incredulous was that the quasi-emperor law that Lin Sun had mastered was almost perfect and flawless. It was no different from the real emperor law. This also allowed him to unleash power that far surpassed what a peak quasi-emperor could unleash in battle, appearing extremely heaven-defying. How could this man be so strong? Who was he? Buddha Emperor Du Ping became more and more frightened as the battle went on. He had already used the real power of the emperor realm and did not hold back at all. But until now, he had not gained the upper hand. This was even somewhat unacceptable to him. A dignified emperor realm was evenly matched with a quasi-emperor Zhu Hua. If this was spread out, it would only prove that he was very weak and would become the laughingstock of the world. Kill. Buddha the Arch Du Ping no longer hesitated as he used his trump card ability. His figure suddenly became extremely imposing and tall. He held the demon-subduing pestle in one hand and the golden pagoda in the other. The power of the two emperor weapons covered the sky and earth, causing the world to tremble, all things to turn into powder, and the earth to collapse into a huge ravine. Old thing, you can't do it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun's abyss-like black eyes were burning with a fierce fighting spirit. Without hesitation, he used the lawless blade. Swish, the snow-white blade tore the sky and traversed the void. The dazzling blade chi was thousands of feet long. It directly ignored the secret technique that Buddha Emperor Du Ping activated and slashed at him. In an instant, Buddha Emperor Du Ping let out a muffled groan. A horrifying blade wound was torn in front of his body. His skin and flesh were torn open, and blood was dripping. You are. When he saw the lawless blade, Buddha Emperor Du Ping immediately recognized Lin Sun's identity. Because after the end of the game of chess, everyone knew that the lawless blade, which originally belonged to the far ancient imperial clan Shang clan, was obtained by Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Fengsuan. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Sun had already attacked. The blade chi was like waves, layer upon layer, covering everything. It was so dazzling that the heaven and earth dimmed, and it was so sharp that even the sun and moon trembled. Buddha the Arch Du Ping blocked and dodged repeatedly, but he was beaten to a point where he seemed to be inferior in comparison. He was battered and exhausted, and he fell into a situation where he could only passively take a beating. Not long after, he was injured again and again. It was not that he was incompetent, but the lawless blade was too overbearing and ignored all the techniques in the world. If he did not use the demon-subduing pestle and the golden pagoda to block, he would have been cut into thousands of pieces by the boundless blade chi. Open! Buddha Emperor Du Ping was bathed in blood, and his eyes were about to pop out. He let out a roar and began to fight with all his might. His entire body seemed to be burning, and the power belonging to the first level of the Emperor realm was activated to the extreme, causing the heaven and earth to fall into great terror. In this regard, Lin Sun was not afraid. Instead, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. His chi and blood were surging, and his fighting spirit was burning. He performed his Tao and techniques to the extreme. This was the second Emperor realm figure he had fought since he started cultivating. Without borrowing the power of Yi, Wu Kei, and the broken blade spirit, he suppressed the opponent with his own Tao. The battle became more and more intense. Looking from afar, the heaven and earth were covered by the aura of destruction, and the two figures could not be seen anymore. In reality, powerhouses below the Emperor realm could not watch a battle of this level, and they did not dare to watch with their divine sense. Otherwise, they would be affected. But even so, people were still shocked. What did they see? A peak quasi-emperor was engaged in a heaven-defying slaughter battle with an Emperor realm expert. Just this alone was enough to make the heavens tremble and startle the ages. Poof! In the battlefield, Buddha Emperor Du Ping, who was fighting desperately, was defeated again and suffered heavy injuries. His right arm was chopped off by the saber, and the terrifying saber chi swept across his body, almost splitting him in half. At this moment, the anger, doubt, and disbelief in Buddha Emperor Du Ping's heart were all replaced by an indescribable fear. To be able to cross a great realm and surpass the natural chasm of the Emperor Realm to fight with an Emperor Realm was already a magnificent feat that had never been seen before, and it could be called a miracle. But now, not only did Lin Sun achieve this, but he also completely suppressed an Emperor Realm figure in a head-on confrontation, making him suffer heavy setbacks again and again. If this was spread out, who would dare to believe it? Even the Emperor Realm figures in the heavens would be horrified. "Fellow Taoist, let me help you." Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded, and the white-haired elder appeared out of thin air. His beard and hair were fluttering, and his body was surging with the aura of the Emperor Realm. "Fellow Taoist, be careful. This person is heaven-defying and cannot be judged by common sense. If I am not wrong, he is." Buddha Emperor Du Ping heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but warn. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I understand." A Taoist sword had already appeared in the white-haired elder's palm, and his aura rushed to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, fierce and murderous. He attacked without hesitation. Buddha Emperor Du Ping was anxious. "What do you understand?" "That guy is Lin Sun, the evil survivor of Mount Fongsuan who once killed Great Emperor Baki." But just when he was about to warn again, there was a sudden change in the field. Around Lin Sun, 5 figures suddenly appeared, and each of them was exactly the same as Lin Sun. Although the charm and aura they exuded were different, their aura was as strong as Lin Sun's. 5 Tao doppelgangers. This was also the first time Lin Sun used them in a battle. Greenwood Taoist body controlled the Tower of Ceaseless, Red Fire Taoist body controlled the Boundless Flag, Yellow Earth Taoist body controlled the Lifeless Seal, Black Water Taoist body controlled the Infinite Bottle, Platinum Taoist body controlled the Broken Blade. In an instant, the aura around them resonated with Lin Sun's body, and the power produced was so strong that it directly covered the whole world. Buddha Emperor Du Ping and the white-haired elder's eyeballs almost fell out, and they felt a chill in their hearts. One was already so heaven-defying, and now there were 5 more. How could they fight? "Old guy, I have no grievances with you, but you came to die. How stupid are you?" A soft sigh sounded from the lips of Lin Sun and the 5 doppelgangers at the same time. Then, they moved together. Boom! Greenwood Taoist body was covered with green light, and he took out the Tower of Endless. Red Fire Taoist body was flowing with divine fire, and he waved the Wufang flag. Yellow Taoist body was as tall as a mountain, and he activated the Lifeless Seal. Black Water Taoist body. All of a sudden, the world there seemed to be broken. All the Emperor weapons of Kunlun cooperated with Lin Sun's doppelgangers, and they rushed out like a tide. That scene was enough to make people desperate. In an instant, the figures of Buddha Emperor Du Ping and the white-haired elder were submerged, and they fell into endless danger. Then, shrill screams and angry and panicked roars rang out. "No, little bastard, do you know who I am?" The sound shook the world and spread far away. But soon, even the sound stopped abruptly, and only the horrible light of Tao and treasure was flowing in that world. The figures of the 2 emperors, like duckweed involved in the violent turbulence, were torn to pieces, and turned into endless blood rain. Boom! The world trembled, and the world was filled with the breath of destruction, as if it was about to be blown up. The onlookers had already fled far away. They could see nothing, and they could not feel anything. Only the fear and horror in their hearts were getting stronger and stronger. Everyone had the same thought in their minds, the 2 emperors, it can't be that he's in trouble, right? When the smoke and dust dispersed, the turbulent and violent torrent of battle receded between heaven and earth. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the shattered world was like a crumbled painting. It was a ghastly sight. When everyone's vision cleared up, they finally saw that Buddha Emperor Du Ping and the white-haired elder had long disappeared from the sky. There was only a tall figure that was like a perfectly straight spear that stood in the air. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his elegant demeanor was matchless. Countless people were shocked out of their wits, and their minds went blank. Dead. 2 martial emperors had died in the hands of a quasi-emperor Juing. This was simply earth-shattering. For cultivators below the martial emperor realm, the martial emperor realm was like a natural chasm that no one had ever been able to surpass. But today, such an unprecedented miracle had happened. Many people couldn't help but recall that a few months ago, in the distant domain of Cold Sky, Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Fongsuan who had transformed into the Sword Demon Abyss, had defeated 10 region lords in one fell swoop and suppressed Great Emperor Baki. At that time, this incident had caused a sensation in the entire dark world, shocking countless people. But today, two martial emperors had also fallen, defeated by a quasi-emperor Zhu. For countless years, the dark world had been turbulent and bloody, but things like the fall of martial emperors had rarely happened. The reason was that the martial emperor realm was like the sky, enough to suppress a region, as if they were supreme and unshakable. But now, in less than half a year, martial emperors had fallen one after another. How could people not be shocked? The most incredible thing was that the person who had killed the martial emperors was not a martial emperor, but a quasi-emperor Zhu. That guy can't be Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Fengsuan, right? Suddenly, someone asked in a trembling voice. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing a sensation. It must be him. In the entire starry ancient path, only Lin Sun can kill a martial emperor before becoming a martial emperor. So it's him. This guy is wanted by the entire world, but he doesn't seem to be afraid. Now, he's even fighting in the territory of the Hidden Land realm. He's too bold. If you had the power to kill a martial emperor like him, you could also be so fearless. Countless voices of discussion rang out, mixed with shock, realization, shock, awe, and emotion. The countenances of Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others were ghastly pale while their bodies went cold, and they seemed as if they'd lost their souls. Now they finally realized why the white-haired old man stopped them from making trouble for Lin Sun and let him go when they met for the first time. The unwillingness in their hearts had long since vanished and was replaced by deep fear. So, it's this remnant, after a long time, Fei Lang said bitterly. They came from the Panwu Taoist court of the primordial world, so how could they not know Lin Sun? Back in the ancient immortal Forbidden Zone, countless Panwu Dao court's core successors had been killed by Lin Sun. Even Mi Wuya had been defeated. However, no one had expected that in less than a year, this remnant of Mount Fengsuan, who was being hunted by the entire world, had grown to such a heaven-defying level. Senior Uncle Su Wuheng is dead. What should we do? Lan Ling could not help but ask. Su Wuheng was the white-haired old man, an emperor of the Panwu Dao court. His death was incomparably unfortunate. This was originally a battle that didn't have much to do with him, but because of his interference, he lost his life. It was as if he was delivering his own head. Let's go to the Million-Star City. Fei Lang gritted his teeth and made a decision. The wonderful Lotus Feast would be held in the Million-Star City, which was also in the Cloud Flower domain. It was not too far from the destroyed Cloud Flower City. It could be foreseen that when the news of Lin Sun's appearance in the Cloud Flower City spread, it would definitely attract the attention of many magnates. Moreover, the Cloud Flower domain was originally the territory of the Hidden Land realm. Now that Lin Sun had appeared here and killed the Buddha Emperor Du Ping, how could the Hidden Land realm let it go when they heard the news? The world was silent. Lin Sun, who was standing in the void, did not feel any joy or excitement at the moment. Long ago, he could easily defeat the Sword Emperor of Chaos without using the Emperor weapon and the 5 doppelgangers, let alone now. Defeating the Buddha Emperor Du Ping and Su Wuheng was within his control. The only thing that made Lin Sun sigh was that the Emperor realm was really not easy to kill. Just like before, he had used all kinds of methods to destroy the bodies of the Buddha Emperor Du Ping and the Buddha Emperor Du Ping, and even shredded their souls. However, the two Emperor realm cultivators were not completely dead. Their remaining bloodstains and broken primordial spirits all revealed the supreme will of the Emperor realm. It was not that easy to completely erase them. This was the Emperor realm. Perhaps it was possible to defeat them, but to kill them was very difficult. The reason why Yi, Wu Kei, and the spirit of the broken blade could completely kill the Emperor realm was because they had the absolute power to crush them. However, Lin Sun was different. The power that he possessed was ultimately not the true power of the Emperor realm. Previously, if he had not seen the opportunity in time and collected their remnant blood and soul with the Great Way Endless Tower, they would definitely have had the hope of recovering in the future. In an extremely distant place, there was an uproar of discussion. This made Lin Sun stop his thoughts and immediately realized that his identity had been exposed. However, he did not panic. After leaving this place, he could change his appearance again. Swoosh, in the next moment, Lin Sun's figure flashed and disappeared in the vast world. On this day, the successor of the Mountain of Mind and Heart, Lin Sun, appeared in the Cloud Flower domain. The news of him killing the Buddha Emperor Du Ping and Su Wuheng spread like a hurricane throughout the dark world, causing a great sensation. Thousand Star City. Recently, the Thousand Star City was like a sacred place in the dark world. It was orderly, and the atmosphere was lively and peaceful. Because of the Wonder Lotus Grand Meet, even the villains, madmen, and ferocious people scattered in the city had been driven away. Inside and outside the city, the successors of the two great forces, the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, were everywhere. They acted as guards and welcomed the cultivators from other worlds in the starry sky. Martial Uncle, the team sent by the 6 great Tao courts and the 10 great war clans have all been arranged to stay in the city. In addition, some of the teams sent by the far ancient imperial clans have also been arranged. It is foreseeable that when the Wonder Lotus Grand Meet begins, it will definitely be an unprecedented grand event. It will be enough to make the Hidden Land Realm famous in the heavens. In Xianxia temple in the city, an old monk who was as thin as a withered tree sat in the lotus position. In front of him, a black-robed monk bowed and reported the recent situation. His expression was filled with respect and awe. The old monk who was as thin as a withered tree was a supreme elder of the Hidden Land Realm. His Taoist name was Du Ming, and he was in existence in the 9th level of the Emperor Realm. Du Ming opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "The people from Copper Sparrow Tower haven't shown up yet?" The black-robed monk shook his head. "I haven't seen any movement from Copper Sparrow Tower until now." "That's good. In my opinion, when Xianxia returns from the ultimate, the 3 dark giants will probably become the 2 dark giants." Du Ming's expression was indifferent, and his sunken eyes were filled with coldness. During the Wonder Lotus Grand Meet, all the great forces of the starry sky had come one after another. It could be said to be an unprecedented grand event. It was to discuss some secret matters related to nirvana of freedom. The Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect had joined forces to act as the host. Only Copper Sparrow Tower had not made a move, and it seemed that they had no intention of participating. Moreover, Du Ming had already learned that the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect had sent Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor to hunt down Lin Sun, the heir of Mount Fengsuan, had been obstructed by the Heavenly Destruction Sky Martial Emperor of Copper Sparrow Tower. The Tiandi Buddhist Emperor sent by the Hidden Land Realm had been chased by the big yellow dog of Copper Sparrow Tower, and he had been forced to flee all over the world. This made Du Ming suspect that Copper Sparrow Tower was doing this to protect the heir of Mount Fengsuan and resist the decree from Xianxia. If they dare to resist Xianxia, Copper Sparrow Tower will definitely collapse and be removed from the world. The black-robed monk showed a hint of anticipation. Du Ming grunted and was about to say something when a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Then, a middle-aged monk walked over and said with a solemn expression, "Martial Uncle, the heir of Mount Fengsuan, Lin Sun, has appeared in Cloud City." He told him the news he had just received. When he learned that Buddha Emperor Du Ping had been killed, Du Ming's eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. What a rampant heretic! How dare he come to the Hidden Land Realm and behave atrociously? His voice was full of undisguised killing intent. The middle-aged monk said worriedly, "Martial Uncle, this boy has the means of the slayer. If he comes to the wonderful Lotus Festival to make trouble." Du Ming frowned and said, "Now that the forces of all the major forces in the heavens have gathered here, unless this boy is tired of living, he will not dare to appear in the Million-Star City." After thinking for a while, he issued an order, "Mobilize all the forces and go all out to hunt down this boy." The middle-aged monk's expression changed. "Martial Uncle, ordinary people are no match for this boy at all. Even people like Great Emperor Baki have been in trouble." He was reminding that the current Lin Sun was not someone who could be easily hunted down. Du Ming said expressionlessly, "Don't worry, as long as I can find the trace of this boy, I will go and kill him." So that was it. The middle-aged monk secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately left to carry out the order. At the same time, the experts of all the major forces in the heavens gathered in the Million-Star City also heard about the news of Lin Sun killing Buddha Emperor Du Ping. For a time, it caused a lot of sensation. Forces like Chankuan, Panwu, Untainted Land, Demons, and Mysterious Yellow were all in a complicated mood. They were shocked and resentful. They hated Lin Sun to the bone. Some of Lin Sun's old rivals, such as Mi Wuya, Ling Hongzhuang, and Hua Xingli, also came to the Million-Star City this time. When they heard the news, they all fell silent. It had been less than a year since the end of the forbidden ancient immortal realm. The guy who was once invincible in the peerless Saint King realm now had the power of the Slayer Emperor. In contrast, these geniuses who were of the same generation as Lin Sun in the past seemed even more unbearable. They could not help but feel that they were far behind him. They knew very well that the current Lin Sun was no longer the same as them. He was far inferior to them. The Hidden Land realm acted very quickly. In just one day, the descendants of the Hidden Land realm in every city in the vast territory of the Yunhua domain had taken action. Their goal was to arrest Lin Sun, the descendant of Minuscule Mountain. For a moment, the storm was brewing, attracting the attention of countless people. It should be known that the wonderful Lotus Feast would begin in 10 days. Many ancient orthodoxies from all over the starry sky had gathered in the Yunhua domain. For example, the 6 major Tao courts, the 10 war clans, the far ancient imperial clans. At such a critical juncture, Lin Sun, the descendant of Minuscule Mountain, had also appeared in the Yunhua domain. This naturally made people wonder. Did this young man come to participate in the wonderful Lotus Feast? What did he want to do? But everyone was sure that Lin Sun's appearance could not be a good thing. A young man who was wanted by all the heavens and could be said to be the enemy of the whole world. Wherever he went, there would definitely be bloodshed. The Hidden Land realm's actions were vigorous, and the entire Yunhua domain was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Everyone was paying attention. Unfortunately, everyone guessed wrong. The reason why Lin Sun appeared in the Yunhua domain was really that he was just passing by. Moreover, he was not interested in the wonderful Lotus Feast at all. He was not arrogant enough to ignore a group of mighty cultivators in the Emperor realm. In the following time, as Lin Sun walked in the Yunhua domain, he also learned that the Hidden Land realm had mobilized forces to search for him. Right now, the thing that could easily expose his identity was the bronze sword box on his back. This treasure could not be put away, so he could only carry it on his back, which was extremely eye-catching. But Lin Sun was not afraid of anything. No matter how powerful the Hidden Land realm was, the number of strong cultivators in the Emperor realm was bound to be limited. It was impossible for a large group of them to appear randomly. This also meant that even if his identity was exposed, ordinary enemies would not be able to stop him at all. Buzz, on this day, Lin Sun came to a deserted mountain range. He raised his hand, and a black lotus throne appeared. This black lotus platform gathered the power of the great Tao like a river. It was originally given to the white-haired old man, Su Wuheng, by the Buddha Emperor of Salvation. Now, it had become Lin Sun's trophy. Gazing at it carefully for a moment, Lin suddenly remembered something recorded in the Tranquility Scripture of the Great Treasury. The supreme inheritance of the Hidden Land realm was the Earth Scripture. It was a supreme Taoist scripture created by the Xianxia Emperor, the founder of the sect. It was rumored that at the beginning of the primordial era, after Xianxia Bodhisattva created this Tao scripture, he left the starry ancient path and headed to the other side of the starry sky in search of a higher Tao. However, according to the Tranquility Sutra, the Xianxia Emperor did not leave. Instead, he chose to rest in a forbidden place in the Hidden Land realm. This silence was like a form of self-sealing. It was said that it was for the sake of cultivating a supreme secret technique that allowed one to break through the Emperor realm. On the other hand, if he wanted to awaken the Xianxia Bodhisattva from his slumber for countless years, then he needed to use the wish energy of the Grand Tao as the source to carry out a sacrifice. In the past, Lin Sun just took it as a secret and didn't take it seriously. But now, after seeing what happened in the Xianxia temple in the Cloud City, Lin Sun suddenly realized that the Hidden Land realm had been collecting the wish energy of the Grand Tao with a secret technique all these years. The cultivators who protected their territories were like a steady stream of sacrifices. When they knelt down and worshipped, their power of the great paths was silently extracted from them. Eventually, it all fell into the hands of the Hidden Land realm. For example, the Black Lotus throne in Lin Sun's hand was a strange treasure called the Lotus Throne of Will. It was a treasure that accumulated and sealed the wish energy of the Grand Tao. After a brief identification, Lin Sun found that there were at least tens of thousands of kinds of wish energy of the Grand Tao stored in the Lotus Throne of Will, each of which belonged to different practitioners. Think about it, the territory controlled by the Hidden Land realm covered an unknown number of cities, and every single city would carry out a sacrifice every 7 days. In this way, how shocking would the willpower of the Great Path gathered be? If it's really to wake up the sleeping Xidigarbha Emperor, then the plot of the Hidden Land realm is too terrible. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. The Xidigarbha Emperor was a supreme figure at the beginning of primitive times. The cultivation he possessed was absolutely unimaginably horrible. If such an existence, which could be called the Dark Supreme Lord, were to wake up after being silent for thousands of years, it would definitely be a thing that could shake the world. At that time, the whole dark world would be dominated by the Hidden Land realm. Until now, there has been no movement from the Hidden Land realm. It seems that if they really want to use the wish energy of the Grand Tao to wake up the sleeping Xidigarbha Emperor, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Lin Sun looked at the black lotus throne in his hand and fell into thought. The wish energy of the Grand Tao was an incomparably wonderful power. It was as elusive as fate and as illusory as time. Now that Lin Sun had all kinds of supreme scriptures, he naturally knew that the wish energy of the Grand Tao also played an irreplaceable key role in the cultivation of the Emperor realm. For example, the Buddha Emperor Du Ping gave this lotus throne of will to the white-haired old man, Su Wuheng. He must also know that the wish energy of the Grand Tao and the lotus throne of will could play a magical role in the cultivation of the Emperor realm. It was a pity that Lin Sun had not yet set foot in the Emperor realm. Although he knew some magical effects of the wish energy of the Grand Tao, he didn't know the specific effects. But Lin Sun was sure that the Hidden Land realm must have a big plan to collect the wish energy of the Grand Tao so crazily. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Before leaving Yunhua domain, I'll play with you. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and cold. A long time ago, he had been assassinated by the Hidden Land realm. After arriving in the Dark World, the Hidden Land realm was like a loyal dog of Shurtiendi and launched a wanted order for him. Even now, because of his appearance in Yunhua domain, the Hidden Land realm had set off a vigorous hunt to kill him. In the past, Lin Sun would have left this troublesome place as soon as possible. But now, he was fearless since a long time ago, so how could he possibly leave just like he had in the past, Green Cliff City? There was a large city in Yunhua domain. The Xidigarbha temple in the city was grand and majestic, solemn and sacred. Outside the city gate, a group of descendants of the Hidden Land realm acted as guards. They carried out a strict inspection on every strong man who entered and left the city before they were allowed to go in and out. The tall city tower was covered with wanted news and portraits related to Lin Sun, as if they were afraid that people didn't know that Lin Sun was the most wanted man in the starry sky. It was a pity that no matter how strict the inspection was, it couldn't stop people like Lin Sun from entering. In fact, when Lin Sun entered Green Cliff City, he didn't attract any attention from beginning to end. Soon, he came to the Xidigarbha temple. A familiar scene was playing in the temple. A group of strong men who were sheltered in the city were kneeling on the huge Taoist field and worshipping devoutly. In the censer in front of them, the burning incense was silently extracting the wish energy of the Grand Tao from each of them, but they didn't notice it at all. Do they really want to wake you up from your slumber? Lin Sun looked at the huge Buddhist shrine standing in the Taoist field. In the Buddhist shrine, there was a divine beast of 9 odd beasts, overlooking all living beings like a god sitting in the darkness. Who are you? How dare you look directly at the statue of the ancestor of our sect so rudely? A monk in black came over and scolded Lin Sun. Are you collecting the wish energy of the Grand Tao to wake it up? Lin Sun pointed at the 9 odd beasts in the Buddhist shrine in the distance. The monk in black was stunned. His face suddenly changed, and he said angrily, "How dare you? Come on, take this man down." Clatter, a group of monks in black rushed out. Lin Sun stood still, but countless bright sword chi whizzed out of his body like crisscrossing divine light, spreading out. Puff, 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 before the monks in black rushed to him, their heads were cut off by the sword chi. For a moment, the void was full of heads flying, and blood splashed out like countless springs. Who on earth are you? How dare you come to our Hidden Land realm to make trouble? The monk in black who had scolded Lin Sun before shouted. His face was livid, and his eyes were about to pop out. Aren't you looking for me? Lin Sun looked indifferent. The monk in black suddenly understood as if he was struck by lightning. But the next moment, his head was also cut off, and he died violently on the spot. When Lin Sun walked out of the Xidigarbha temple, all the descendants of Xidigarbha died violently. The lotus throne of will used to collect the wish energy of the Grand Tao was taken away by Lin Sun. When Lin Sun left Green Cliff City, the strictly controlled city fell into great panic and chaos. He came as if he was in an uninhabited place, and left after he was done. The news spread out as soon as possible. But when a group of big shots from the local hidden land arrived at Green Cliff City, Lin Sun had long disappeared. They were so angry that they felt stuffy in their chests. They had nowhere to vent their anger and were about to vomit blood. No one had expected that Lin Sun would dare to be so bold when he was being hunted down. He was completely unscrupulous, and in the following period of time, Lin Sun's figure appeared in different cities one after another. Wherever he appeared, the Xianxia temple would be destroyed and the lotus throne of Will would be taken away. From the beginning to the end, no one could stop him, and he swept through everything in his path. The news could not be hidden at all. Lin Sun's unstoppable killing was like a single spark setting the prairie ablaze. It caused the entire cloud flower domain to be in turmoil and caused a monstrous storm. Countless uproars, exclamations, and shocked voices rang out. The entire dark world was alarmed, and no one dared to believe it. When the news reached the million-star city, all the major forces from the starry sky gasped and were shocked. This was indeed incredible. Lin Sun was already the enemy of the whole world and was wanted by the whole world, but he seemed not to be afraid at all. With his own strength, he set off a bloody storm that affected many cities in the Hidden Land realm. When the old monk Duzhao learned all this, he was so angry that he almost went berserk. This man deserves to be cut into pieces. Monk Duzhao was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He was in the 9th level of the Emperor realm and had a strong mind. But now he felt so annoyed that he wanted to cough up blood. There were only 2 days left before the Magic Lotus Festival began. But now, not only did they fail to capture Lin Sun, the heir of Mount Fengxuan, but he alone set off a storm of blood and chaos in the Yunhua domain. This was a slap in the face to the Hidden Land realm. Cultivators from all forces gathered in the city of 10,000 stars. What would they think of the Hidden Land realm when they learned of this? Uncle Master, the headmaster, and a group of higher-ups have been dispatched. Someone came to report. Monk Duzhao was stunned, and his expression was uncertain. Our sect has to dispatch so many important people just to capture and kill a little thing. How shameful. He let out a long sigh. In fact, it was just as old monk Duzhao had predicted. When they found out about the great commotion Lin Sun had caused, the 6 great Dao courts, the 10 great battle clans, and the other primordial imperial clans could not help but gloat. The Hidden Land realm was known as one of the 3 dark giants. It was so powerful that all the worlds on the starry sky ancient path were afraid of it. But now, in the territory of the Hidden Land realm, they could not even do anything to an heir of Mount Fengxuan. Naturally, it was too shameful. A series of facts have proved that even if Lin Sun is the enemy of the whole world, the destructive power he controls alone is enough to give any ancient orthodoxy a headache. Someone sighed. This man is growing too fast. It has only been less than a year since the end of the trip to the forbidden ancient immortal realm, and he already has the power to overturn the heavens and kill emperors. How terrifying is that? Someone sighed. If this man doesn't die, he will become a great threat. Don't worry. On this starry sky ancient path, as long as Emperor Shi is here, Lin Sun is destined to not be able to jump around for too long. Alas, what worries me is that if this man proves his way and becomes an emperor, at that time, who in the whole world can do anything to him? While the dark world was shocked by Lin Sun's magnificent feat, the headmaster of the Hidden Land realm and a group of high-level figures came together and arrived at the Yunhua domain. The lineup was so powerful that it was as if the core power of the Hidden Land realm had been fully mobilized. Unfortunately, when they set out, Lin Sun had already left the Yunhua domain. This made everyone in the Hidden Land realm feel depressed. Lin Sun had stirred up a storm and caused them to be disgraced. Then, he disappeared without a trace. This was naturally maddening. No matter what, amidst this turbulent, chaotic, and clamorous atmosphere, the curtains to the Wonder Lotus Grand Meeting that the entire world paid attention to was drawn as scheduled. It was said that the highest elder of the Hidden Land realm, Monk Dumang, who presided over the event, had a gloomy look on his face. From beginning to end, he did not smile at all. It was said that most of the ancient forces from different parts of the world were discussing how to capture Lin Sun, the successor of Mountain Heart and Mind. but in the end they couldn't come up with a clear and effective solution. The reason was very simple. Lin Sun, who had the power of the Slayer, was no longer a pushover. Ordinary emperors couldn't deal with him at all. The most troublesome thing was that his whereabouts were erratic. He was good at hiding and disguising himself. Even if they chased after him, they couldn't find too many clues. It was said that in the Wonder Lotus Grand Meeting, the great forces from all over the world had a secret talk and finally speculated some secrets related to the immortal Supreme Road. All this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. After making a scene in the Yunhua domain, he left directly and rushed to the Dark Land along the established route according to the map in the guiding copper mirror. Half a month later, on the border of the Western Horizontal Territory, there was a surging blood-red ocean called the Indefinite Blood Sea. Lin Sun stood on the top of a lonely mountain on the side of the sea. Looking at the boundless blood-red sea, he couldn't help frowning. The map hidden in the guiding copper mirror ended here. However, it was clear that this was not the Hidden Land. The Dark Land is called the primordial ancestral land of the Mist Hidden House. Since ancient times, no one knows where it is hidden without a guide. Lin Sun was lost in thought. The Western Horizontal Territory was one of the 33 territories of the Dark World, controlled by the Bronze Sparrow Tower, one of the 3 dark giants. The indefinite sea of blood before them was called a place of death by the locals. Since the ancient times until now, so long as it was an expert that entered the sea, then practically all of them would be unable to return, and they would die without a doubt. According to rumor, there were extremely terrifying primeval ferocious souls lying dormant in the depths of the indefinite sea of blood. Supposedly, they were monsters formed from the resentment of fallen emperor realm figures, and after experiencing countless years of transformation, all of these primeval ferocious souls had become terrifying to the extreme. Of course, this was just a rumor, but it could also be seen that the indefinite blood sea must be a place of great danger. At this time, the only thing Lin Sun was uncertain about was whether the Dark Land of the Mist Hidden House was hidden in the indefinite blood sea. The sea was turbulent, with layers of blood-red waves. The sky was dyed like blood, which looked strange and creepy. The piercingly cold sea breeze blew over, and it was mixed with strands of fiendish qi. Lin Sun suddenly noticed that there was a boat on the sea, braving the wind and waves. On the boat stood a man with disheveled hair with a flagon hanging on his waist. His eyes were blurred, his nose was red, and he was holding a wooden sword in his arms. He stood there lazily, squinting his eyes as if he was asleep. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. The man, who looked like a drunkard, came on a boat on the sea. He didn't seem to be intimidating at all, but he gave Lin Sun a deadly sense of danger. Just looking at him, Lin Sun got goosebumps all over his body and felt a chill in his heart. There was no doubt that this must be a horrible existence, but before Lin Sun could react, a big yellow dog suddenly rushed out from the side of the man. It stood on its legs, held its head high, and looked at Lin Sun with a pair of bell-like eyes with incomparable pride. Ow! The big yellow dog didn't bark like a dog, but more like a wolf howl. Lin Sun was stunned. It was just a dog, but he felt that it was so proud, conceited, and insufferably arrogant, with a posture of "I'm the only dog in the world." "Boy, what are you doing? Come here quickly." The big yellow dog made a sound, with impatience written on its face. Lin Sun looked at the man who looked like a drunkard, but he saw that the man held a wine gourd and gulped it down. After a loud belch, he said with a smile, "Is it strange?" Lin Sun nodded. This scene was indeed too strange and abnormal. On the dangerous and unpredictable blood sea, a man and a dog appeared on a boat. It was hard not to find it strange. The drunkard said, "You come here to go to the Hidden Land, right?" Lin Sun was shocked and said, "You are from the Mist Hidden House?" "Kind of." The drunkard hung the wine gourd on his waist again, raised his hand to wipe the wine stains on his lips, and said, "Come on, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Sun frowned and hesitated. Whoosh! Suddenly, the big yellow dog appeared in front of him and said with a faint look in his eyes, "Boy, do you know that I almost killed my way into the Hidden Land realm for you? Of course, you are still too young to understand this, and you don't need to understand it. As long as you understand it, you can come here safely all the way." It stretched out a dog paw, pointed to itself, and said word by word, "You have made great contributions." There was incomparable conceit in its voice, which was a posture of looking down on Lin Sun. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. This dog was too arrogant. Whether it was its actions, words, or even its breath, it could be described as insufferably arrogant and domineering, which made people want to kill it and eat it. Let's go. Before Lin Sun could respond, the big yellow dog stretched out its paw, grabbed Lin Sun, and rushed to the boat. Lin Sun was in a cold sweat. He had no time to react or resist a dog's sneak attack. For a moment, he looked at the big yellow dog in a different way. The drunkard laughed. Boy, in the dark world, all the emperors have a secret understanding. Do you know what it is? As he spoke, he didn't move, but the boat under his feet swept toward the depths of the unstable Blood Sea, as fast as lightning. Lin Sun had calmed down a little at this moment. He had noticed that although the man and the dog were unfathomably powerful, they seemed to have no malice towards him. What? Lin Sun asked casually. The drunkard smiled and said, I'd rather offend the king of hell than offend Big Yellow. Big Yellow? Lin Sun looked at the dog squatting on the bow of the boat with its head held up proudly. He was suspicious. Could this dog really make the emperors of the dark world so afraid of it? I hate your suspicious eyes the most in my life. The big yellow dog turned his head and glared at Lin Sun. If you're not. Forget it, I don't want to argue with a little boy like you. If it were other emperors, I would have killed them many times for such suspicious eyes. Lin Sun's lips twitched. He had never seen such an arrogant big yellow dog. No, it was so arrogant that it didn't even put emperors in its eyes. Lin Sun decided to ignore this annoying big yellow dog. He looked at the drunkard beside him and asked with his fists cupped, May I ask who you are, senior? I don't dare to call you senior. The drunkard waved his hand. You can call me. Well. Drunkard. Drunkard? Lin Sun became more and more suspicious. Such a man, who made him feel extremely dangerous at first sight and couldn't see through him, was not as simple as a drunkard. What about it? Lin Sun couldn't help looking at the big yellow dog. Such an insufferably arrogant dog shouldn't have a very old-fashioned name. The big yellow dog raised its head high and was about to speak, but the drunkard said first, Big Yellow. Big Yellow howled and bared his sharp white teeth. He rushed up and bit the drunkard's thigh. The drunkard gasped but didn't dare to move. He bared his teeth and said to Lin Sun, Now you know how powerful Big Yellow is? He was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even Lin Sun felt his heart ache. Big Yellow was obviously a different kind of dog. He was very arrogant and very cruel. A boat carrying 2 people and a dog quickly disappeared into the depths of the indefinite Blood Sea. By the sea. The Sword Emperor of Heaven Convergence and Buddhist Emperor of Heaven Convergence appeared out of thin air. Looking at the depths of the sea, their expressions turned gloomy. That son of AB** TCH is simply too much. Buddhist Emperor of Heaven Convergence gritted his teeth, his heart full of anger. He had been chased by Big Yellow for a period of time. His body was full of bite wounds. He only managed to get rid of Big Yellow when he fled to the hidden land. Realm. Bronze Sparrow Tower took the remnants of Fengsuan Mountain away. Do you think the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower is really planning to go against Xianxia? Asked the Sword Emperor of Heaven Convergence. Buddhist Emperor of Heaven Convergence said coldly, Go against? I really can't see how the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower has the confidence to go against Xianxia. If he's really crazy enough to do this, Bronze Sparrow Tower will be removed from the 3 dark forces. The Sword Emperor of Heaven Convergence was silent for a moment. Let's not talk about this. I heard that the primordial ancestral ground of Fog Hidden House is in the depths of the indefinite Blood Sea. Why did the polearm of divine destruction and that dog bring this kid there? Very few people knew that the Misty House was the core power of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Its power was spread all over the starry ancient path. I only know that back in the ancient times, the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower proved his way in the primordial ancestral ground of Fog Hidden House and set foot on the Emperor's Road. Buddhist Emperor of Heaven Convergence said in a low voice. The Sword Emperor of Heaven Convergence frowned. You suspect that the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower wants to give this kid a chance to prove his way and become emperor? Who knows? The world only knows that the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower is the proudest person since ancient times. But in my opinion, his shrewdness is also unparalleled. Buddha Emperor Tiandu said, over the countless years, no one knows where he came from, and no one knows how he managed to spread the power of the hidden mist house to every world in the ancient path heavens. Furthermore, no one knows what he's plotting. But now, I vaguely understand. Speaking of this, Buddha Emperor of Tiandu's eyes flashed with a strange light. Do you still remember that Lin Sun, who seemed to be an insignificant chess piece, played a vital role in the process of the Dozhan Emperor defeating the nameless Supreme Emperor in the All-Heaven game? Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor seemed to have understood and said in astonishment, "You're saying that Bronze Sparrow Tower Master also wants to use this child as a chess piece and imitate Dozhan Emperor's actions to compete with Heavenly Emperor Shirtian?" If this was true, just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. Buddha monarch Tiandu took a deep breath and said, "Whether it is true or not, we will be able to find out when Heavenly Monarch Shur returns from the ruins of returning. Shur Tiandi is not the previous nameless sovereign. If Copper Sparrow Tower Master really dares to do this, he will definitely be digging his own grave." Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor said resolutely. The two chatted for a while and then turned to leave. The uncertain Blood Sea was the core of the hidden mist house. It was not a place they dared to break into without permission. On the same day, Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor and Buddha Emperor of Tiandu released the news to the outside world together that Lin Sun, the future leader of Mountain of Mind and Heart, who was wanted by the whole world, had obtained the protection of Bronze Sparrow Tower, one of the three dark giants. All of a sudden, the dark world was stirred. This news was simply earth-shattering and pushed Bronze Sparrow Tower to the teeth of the storm. Is Bronze Sparrow Tower crazy? Aren't they afraid of being regarded as an enemy by the whole world? Everyone felt incredulous. Mountain of Mind and Heart was wanted by Heavenly Emperor Shirtian himself, but Bronze Sparrow Tower dared to protect Lin Sun. This was clearly against Heavenly Emperor Shirtian. Some time ago, when Heavenly Emperor Shirtian came to the Dark World, only Bronze Sparrow Tower Master refused to pay a visit. He had already offended Heavenly Emperor Shirtian. Now Bronze Sparrow Tower under his command still dares to protect Lin Sun. This indeed shows that Bronze Sparrow Tower Master really intends to break off relations with Heavenly Emperor Shirtian. Why on earth does Bronze Sparrow Tower Master do this? How could a person like him do such a stupid thing? There must be some secrets hidden in this. Countless people were discussing and speculating. They were all shocked. Bronze Sparrow Tower was one of the three giants of the Dark World. It had a huge influence and a strong foundation. Different from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm, Bronze Sparrow Tower always adhered to the word justice when doing things, and it had an extremely high reputation in the hearts of the people. No one had expected that Bronze Sparrow Tower would protect Lin Sun, the successor of Mountain of Mind and Heart, at this critical juncture. Such an action was no different from courting death. At the wondrous Lotus gathering that was being held, all the ancient orthodoxies and forces from all over the world were also shocked by this news, and they were discussing it incessantly. If the heavens want him dead, he will be driven mad. Bronze Sparrow Tower Master is too arrogant. If he wants to use Lin Sun as a chess piece and imitate the actions of the Dozhan Emperor, then he is gravely mistaken. Just wait, Bronze Sparrow Tower is not far from destruction. The great figures of those ancient forces all made similar inferences. No one thought that Bronze Sparrow Tower Master had any foundation that could go against Heavenly Emperor Shirtian. And when Heavenly Emperor Shirtian returned, it was destined to be the day of Bronze Sparrow Tower's destruction. It's impossible for Heavenly Emperor Shirtian to escape from the ultimate before the third calamity of oblivion arrives. In that secret realm, Bronze Sparrow Tower Master's eyes were filled with indifference. He had long since understood the reactions of the outside world, but he did not care at all. Everyone said that he had gone mad, and those great forces said that he was courting death, but only he himself knew what he was doing. "Why are you so sure?" She, who sat opposite him, said in a cold voice. Bronze Sparrow Tower Master's bearing was casual, and his voice was also very casual. He said indifferently, "Because I grew up in the ultimate, and I know better than Heavenly Emperor Shirtian what will happen once someone like him enters." At this point, Bronze Sparrow Tower Master seemed to have thought of something and said, "A long time ago, there was a fellow from the other side of the starry sky who entered the ultimate. That person called himself Luo Tong Tian, and whether it was his foundation or his spirit, they could be said to be boundlessly terrifying." He did not know that when he talked about Luo Tong Tian, a layer of waves arose in Shi's heart, Luo Tongtian, of course, it was the master of the heaven-accessing mystic realm, one of the ancestors of Lin Sun's mother, Luo Qingxuan. She did not expect to hear the second successor of Mount Fengsuan mention this name at this time. At that time I had just entered the sect, and I was still a youth. But Luo Tongtian was already a supreme figure that even my master regarded him with respect. At that time, he should have already broken through the boundaries of the progenitor realm and stepped onto an even more supreme path of cultivation. At this point, Bronze Sparrow Tower Master stared at she and said, "But do you know what he encountered after entering the ultimate?" She said indifferently, "Do you think I'll be very curious?" Bronze Sparrow Tower Master smiled slightly, appearing extremely conceited. "Why don't you guess?" A strange look suffused She's eyes. "What if I guess correctly?" Bronze Sparrow Tower Master laughed again and said, "If I guess correctly, I'll answer the question you want to know the most." She said without hesitation, "He was scared off by the master of Mount Fengsuan." Bronze Sparrow Tower Master, he fell silent with a blank expression. He, who was originally extremely conceited, revealed a rare look of disbelief. This appearance made she feel an indescribable sense of comfort. The man in front of him was arrogant to the bone, to the point where he considered everyone beneath him. But now, he had finally suffered a setback. This feeling was truly delightful. "I understand. You already knew about this long ago." After a while, Bronze Sparrow Tower Master sighed emotionally. She said directly, "Now, it's time for you to answer me. Lin Sun is your junior brother. What exactly do you want to do?" The master of Copper Sparrow Pavilion didn't seem to be surprised, and he thought for a moment before he said, "Mount Innerheart has been destroyed. No matter if it's my eldest senior brother or the other junior brothers and sisters, perhaps they'll be able to hold their own, but the path they seek towards the Tao was deduced by my master a long time ago when they joined the sect. It's the same for me, Xianxia. However, junior brother is different. There are 50 great Taos and 49 heavenly evolutions. His path of Tao is different from us successors of Mount Fengsuan from the very beginning. It's also full of variables. In the very beginning of the primordial era, Master once deduced the source of order of the heavenly Tao. He paid a heavy price and had no choice but to leave in the end. Before leaving, Master left behind a Tao hymn. You know this Tao hymn? It's related to the eternal sovereign path. Over the countless years, I presided over the world of darkness for the sake of waiting for the lone lotus that Master spoke of. Upon hearing this, she could not help but ask, "You're saying that Lin Sun is this lotus?" Bronze Sparrow Tower Master shook his head. "It's hard to say. The eternal sovereign path has yet to appear, so I can't be certain. Don't forget that my master also paid a huge price to deduce this. However, in the end, he only left behind a Tao hymn." After a pause, he said seriously, "However, I'll give it a try and take a look." There was a trace of determination in his eyes. "What if it's proven that he isn't?" she asked. Bronze Sparrow Tower Master fell silent for a long time before saying, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." She did not ask any more questions. She could already tell that the proud and conceited second successor of Mount Innerheart had a knot in his heart over the countless years. It was that lone lotus that would bloom on the path of an undying paragon. She did not speak, but Bronze Sparrow Tower Master took the initiative to say, "Don't you want to know why Heavenly Emperor sure rushed to the sinkhole?" She casually said, "If you want to say it, you will naturally say it. If you don't want to say it, given your pride and arrogance, who can force you to say it?" "Then I won't say it," Bronze Sparrow Tower Master said without hesitation. She was stunned, clearly caught off guard. He frowned and said, "Is there any meaning in playing this kind of child's play?" "I just want to see if there will be a time when you can't guess it," Bronze Sparrow Tower Master said solemnly. Copper Sparrow Tower Master spoke solemnly, but as he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Only then did she understand that Bronze Sparrow Tower Master was taking revenge on him for making him suffer a setback. "Childish." 2 words came out of her mouth. Bronze Sparrow Tower Master laughed even more happily. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth, completely losing his bearing. It had been a very, very long time since he had laughed so loudly. After a while, the Copper Sparrow Tower Master finally stopped smiling and said, "In these years, I have rarely joked with others. There are not many people in this world who are worth me joking with. There was pride in his voice, but there was also a trace of disappointment. It was lonely at the top, and there were only a few people who could speak with him. She only looked at him coldly and did not say anything. In the end, Copper Sparrow Tower Master decided to take a step back and said, "The answer is very simple. I had my subordinates spread the news and told Celestial Emperor Shi that Luo Tongtian had gone to the ruins of End. Then, he immediately rushed over." She was stunned. "Why?" Tower Master Bronze Sparrow said casually, "Just like the previous venerable sovereign, Shi Tiandi came from the other side of the starry sky. He came to the ancient path of the starry sky to regain control of the forbidden power of order and to search for a treasure called the heaven-accessing secret realm. And this heaven-accessing secret land is related to Luo Tongtian." Shi's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as she said, "How did you know?" The Copper Sparrow Tower Master said, "In ancient times, there was a fellow who was known as the Uncrowned Emperor. He used the lifeless killing formation, which was ranked 9th in the heavens, to stir up a storm of blood in the Tao battles of the emperors. He was also the only person who had never stepped into the martial emperor realm and was able to kill a martial emperor as a quasi-emperor. People called him the Deer Formation Emperor. But no one knew that Array Emperor Deer also came from the other side of the galaxy." When the Copper Sparrow Pavilion Master said that, he revealed a meaningful expression, as if he was waiting for Shi to take the initiative to ask him. However, she looked indifferent and answered without asking, "His name is Lu Boya. Of course, he knows best about the heaven-accessing place and Luo Tongtian. Strictly speaking, he raised your junior brother Lin Sun." Pavilion Master Bronze Sparrow, the silent atmosphere was slightly awkward. After a while, Copper Sparrow Tower Master shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's too boring." "Boring?" Shi's lips curled up into an undetectable smile. "It should be very disappointing." Pavilion Master Bronze Sparrow, however, she said leisurely, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. I just happen to know some things." Copper Sparrow Tower Master suddenly felt that this conversation really couldn't continue. Indefinite blood sea. The waves of the blood-colored sea rose and fell, seemingly boundless. After traveling for an unknown period of time, Big Yellow, which was crouching at the bow, let out a howl that sounded like a wolf. Hell. Wind and thunder raged on the surface of the blood-colored sea, forming a huge blood-colored whirlpool. The drunkard steered the skiff and instantly charged into it. When Lin's field of vision became clear, he noticed that he'd already arrived in a secret realm. The heavens and the earth were vast, and auspicious clouds curled up in the air. Moreover, numerous mountains that were suffused with divine radiance and auspicious rays stood towering on the ground. On the peak of the mountain, there were rows of ancient buildings. "Sir Lin, we finally meet again." A voice that was pleasing to the ear with a unique magnetism resounded, and it was misty like smoke. A rain of light appeared in the sky, and it formed the outline of a graceful figure. A blood-red umbrella, a green dress, and black hair that fluttered in the wind. Her entire body emanated a bewitching and breathtaking charm. It was Qing Ying. When Lin Sun first arrived at the Hongmeng world, he had met her in an underground world controlled by the misty hidden house. Later, Qing Ying gave the bronze mirror to Lin Sun and told him that if he could meet him in a secret place in the future, he would tell him a thing that would bring him no harm. At that time, Lin Sun didn't take it seriously and just thought it was normal. But now, all the way to the secret place, Lin Sun found that Qing Ying's identity was not simple, and the misty hidden house behind her was even more mysterious. Lin Sun turned his head, only to find that the drunkard and the big yellow dog who came with him had already disappeared without a trace. "Don't worry, Sir Lin. Please come with me." Qing Ying's voice was soft. She held the blood umbrella and turned to walk forward. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Even if they were very close, people couldn't see her face clearly. But her every move gave people a soul-stirring bewitching aura. Lin Sun thought about it and followed her. This secret realm was extremely spacious and quiet. Lin Sun didn't see anyone along the way. It seemed that there were only him and Qing Ying leading the way in the world. When they came to a palace on the mountainside and invited Lin Sun to take a seat, Qing Ying put away the blood umbrella which was as red as rouge in her hand. She was dressed in a cyan dress. Her skin was white and dazzling like mutton fat jade. Her soft black hair was loose, revealing a beautiful oval face. Her eyelashes were fine, and her eyes were big and deep like a clear spring. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful, and her whole body exuded a kind of extreme bewitching beauty. She was like a peerless demon who could bring disaster to a country and people, so beautiful that it made people's heart tremble. This was the first time that Lin Sun saw Qingying's real face. He couldn't help being stunned by her beauty, which was particularly unique. "Do you know that Qingying has been waiting for you for a long time?" Qingying stretched out her white and slender hand and poured a cup of tea for Lin Sun with the cyan jade pot. Then she said softly, "Fortunately, you're not late." The tea fragrance was faint and misty, revealing a refreshing taste. The woman in front of him was as stunning as a painting, and her voice was as sweet as the sounds of nature. In the hall, there were only two of them. The atmosphere was so quiet, which made people unconsciously relaxed. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Sun asked. "To clear up your doubts." Qingying's lips curled up into a smile. His pair of clear eyes shined with intelligence. Lin Sun couldn't help smiling and said seriously, "I do have many doubts in my heart." Qingying stared at Lin Sun and said, "Before we talk about business, let me introduce myself. My name is Qingying, the young master of Hidden Mist House. I grew up here since I was a child. Over the years, I have only done one thing, that is to collect and understand all the news about you." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, "Me?" "Yes." Qingying nodded and said, "I also know a little about the things you want to know." Lin Sun smiled and said, "Then I really have to ask for your advice. From arriving at the unstable Blood Sea to meeting the drunkard and the big yellow dog, there were too many doubts in his heart." "Where is this place?" he asked directly. Qingying was not surprised and said softly, "The Misty Hidden House's origin ancestral land is also called the Land of Darkness. The Misty Hidden House is the core power of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Very few people in this world know that the Misty Hidden House's power has already spread across the entire ancient path of the starry sky." Lin Sun was suddenly enlightened, but he couldn't help being shocked. Who could believe that Bronze Sparrow Tower, one of the three dark giants, had already spread its tentacles all over the starry sky? Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "What about you? Why do you collect and pay attention to my news?" Qingying's eyes were full of brilliance. "You should have some guesses in your heart, right? Entrusted by someone?" "Yes." "Who?" "Head of Bronze Sparrow Tower." "Him?" Lin Sun was shocked, and his black eyes were full of brilliance. "Could he be?" Qingying nodded again. "Young master's guess is correct. The one who entrusted me with this is the second successor of Mount Heart, named Xianxia, who is also young master's senior brother." Lin Sun couldn't help sighing, "So that's how it is. I finally understand." Head of Bronze Sparrow Tower was regarded as the proudest person in all the heavens. Not long ago, he had refused to pay a visit to Shurchendi, which caused a sensation in the dark world. At that time, Lin Sun admired him greatly and thought that head of Bronze Sparrow Tower was unparalleled in courage. But now that he thought about it, this was a matter of course. How could the second successor of Mount Heart bow to Shurchendi? Moreover, when he came to the unstable Blood Sea this time, the drunkard and the big yellow dog he saw both had unimaginably terrifying combat power. It was impossible for a Qingying to order these two people to play the role of guide, and only head of Bronze Sparrow Tower could order this man and dog to do things. Lin Sun thought of third sister Ruosu's words and sighed with emotion. Third sister was right. When he arrived in the dark world, there was no need to look for second brother at all. Why? Because he was head of Bronze Sparrow Tower, and his forces had already spread all over the heavens. After a while, Lin Sun asked, "Why didn't you tell me this when we first met?" "Back then, young master arrived in the primordial world with the identity of Yuxian, and the order I received was only to hand over the bronze mirror to young master. I didn't dare to make decisions on other matters." Qingying said, "Later, I learned that when young master went to the primordial world, you already had an important task to complete, some tasks assigned by the seniors of Mount Heart, such as participating in the Tao Discussion Conference, entering the forbidden area of ancient immortals, and fighting for the Chaos Treasure. At such a time, head of Bronze Sparrow Tower naturally wouldn't interfere." Lin Sun only then understood. Back then, senior brother Li Xianwei, senior brother Pu Zhen, and senior brother Jun Huan had all protected him all the way, so that he could arrive at the primordial world smoothly. In fact, this was already equivalent to a plan. In order to be able to seize the chaos treasure in that game of chess, and help eldest brother defeat the nameless Supreme Emperor, head of Bronze Sparrow Tower was his second senior brother, so it was impossible for him not to know these things. Perhaps because of this, head of Bronze Sparrow Tower only asked Qing Ying to give Lin Sun a bronze mirror, and didn't talk about other things, so as not to destroy Li Xuanwei's plan. After figuring this out, another doubt came to Lin Sun's mind, and he asked, "So, I can see. Second senior brother now?" Qing Ying shook his head, "It's not the right time. In other words, young master hasn't been recognized yet." "Recognized?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Qing Ying said, "Head of Bronze Sparrow Tower once asked me to pass a message to you. 1 year later, when the Nirvana heaven appears, he wants to see your performance." Lin Sun was quite surprised and said in a daze, "Is it because I haven't been recognized by him that he doesn't want to meet me?" Compared with other senior brothers and sisters of Mount Heart, his second senior brother was really arrogant. "It's not that I don't want to, but the time is not right." Then, Qing Ying told Lin one thing. A few months ago, after Lin killed Emperor Baki, the Divine Sunshine sect sent Tian Tsong Sword Emperor and the Hidden Land Realm sent Tiandu Buddha Lord to kill Lin. Both of them were horrible existences in the three masters of assassination. Each of them was more powerful than Emperor Baki, and they were good at assassination. But on the way, both of them were stopped. It was Martial Emperor Divine Destruction and Big Yellow who were under the command of the Copper Sparrow Tower. Knowing this, Lin Sun felt a chill down his spine. Only then did he realize that his second senior brother had already helped him resolve a killing disaster in the dark. It was also at this time that Lin Sun knew the identity of the drunkard and the big yellow dog who had received him on the unstable Blood Sea. He also understood his second senior brother's intentions. It was not that he didn't want to see them, but he just wanted to see how capable he was, and the Nirvana-free heaven that would appear in a year was a test. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun asked, "You once said that if I came to meet you, you should tell me something that would bring me no harm. What is it?" Qing Ying smiled and said, "Young master's second senior brother, Senior Xianxia, proved his Tao and became an emperor in this hidden place, embarking on the ultimate emperor's path. Now that young master is a peak third heaven quasi-emperor, you must be making preparations to prove your Tao and become an emperor. This good news is related to this." Even though Lin Sun was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by these words. It had something to do with proving his Tao and becoming an emperor. This was a good thing that he had never thought of. "Is this also arranged by my second senior brother?" Lin Sun asked. Qing Ying nodded and said, "It does have something to do with Senior Xianxia, but it also has something to do with someone you didn't expect." Lin Sun was stunned. "Please enlighten me." "Formation Emperor Lu." Qing Ying gently spat out these 3 words, his starry eyes full of respect. Lin Sun's hand, which had just picked up the teacup, suddenly froze and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Qing Ying said seriously, "Formation Emperor Lu, that is, Master Lu who raised you." Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil, and his eyes flickered. How could the secret place of the Misty House be related to Master Lu, a good thing related to Taoism and becoming an emperor? At this moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. Over the years, Lin Sun was sure that Master Lu, who had been hunted by the Star Destroyer, was not dead. But he had no idea where Master Lu had gone. Not a single clue was left behind. The Qing Ying's magnetic and unique voice sounded, "Array Emperor Lu, also known as the Crownless Emperor by all the experts in the world." Very few people know that Array Emperor Lu has another identity, the Hidden Mist House Master. If it weren't for him, the Hidden Fog House wouldn't have been able to spread its power across the entire Starry Sky ancient path. Even Senior Xianxia thinks that if it weren't for the limitation of cultivation, Array Emperor Lu's achievements in the Great Tao wouldn't be any lower than his. After all, in the Tao War of Emperors in ancient times, Array Emperor Lu was able to set up the lifeless killing formation, which was ranked 9th in the world. He killed 5 emperors and seriously injured 8 emperors, which made the whole Starry Sky tremble. It's conceivable that if Array Emperor Lu really became an emperor, how powerful he would be. In the end, Qing Ying's voice couldn't help but have a trace of leisurely fascination, without concealing his inner reverence and admiration. Lin Sun listened in a daze. What came to his mind was the grumpy and surly old man in the mine prison when he was a child. Master Lu, who was extremely demanding on his cultivation of spiritual tattoos, it turned out that he was not only the teacher of Zhao Yuanji of Zhou Empire, but also the founder of Green Deer School and the inheritance of 9 changes of Robbing Dragon in the commune of spiritual tattooists. He was also the uncrowned emperor whose name once shook the starry sky, the master of the Dark World's hidden mist house. Lin Sun asked, "What about you? What's your relationship with Master Lu?" "Me?" Qingying thought for a while and then said, "Since I was sensible, I helped him take care of various affairs of the hidden mist house. I once wanted to worship him as my teacher, but he never agreed. However, he didn't interfere with me reading some classics related to spiritual tattoos written by him." There was a trace of sadness in her starry eyes. "In my heart, I have always regarded him as my father or my teacher, but it seems that he has always regarded me as a maid." Lin Sun was silent. For this kind of thing, he couldn't say anything. Later, after the Tao War of Emperors in ancient times, he disappeared. Senior Xianxia once went to look for him, but he didn't find him. It was only in recent years that I learned that he went to a place called Zhou Empire. Speaking of this, Qingying looked at Lin Sun. "Child, you should understand now that after the Tao War of Emperors, Array Emperor Lu went to the place where you came from when you were young." Lin Sun couldn't help sighing. How could he not understand? These are the classics written by Array Emperor Lu, all related to spiritual tattoos. They have been kept by me all these years, and now it's time to return them to their original owners. Qingying took out a piece of jade made of animal bones and handed it to Lin Sun. It records the lifeless killing formation ranked 9th in all heavens, and also the incomplete formation deduced by Array Emperor Lu, called Falling Dao and Dying Heaven. Although it's only an incomplete formation that hasn't been completely perfected, its power is far above that of the lifeless killing formation. Lin Sun held the jade slip in his hand and sensed it with his spiritual awareness. Lines of dense Taoist patterns and textual annotations were reflected in his mind. Whether it was the tracks of those Taoist patterns or the handwriting, they all brought a long-lost sense of familiarity to Lin Sun. He didn't need to judge at all to know that it was written by Master Lu. "Thank you very much." Lin Sun took a deep breath, put away the jade slip and thanked him. Qingying smiled and said, "Don't mention it. My duty is to work for Array Emperor Lu." The two chatted while drinking tea. Lin Sun soon learned that she had been rescued by second senior brother Xianxia, and was now recuperating in a safe place. Star Yen was lucky to survive, but her whereabouts were unknown. According to Qingying, the forces of Bronze Sparrow Tower were searching for her everywhere, and as long as they found her, they would kill her at once. However, Qingying also said that second senior brother Xianxia suspected that this woman had left to seek help from Shitiandi with the help of the Forbidden Order. In any case, after knowing that she was fine, Lin Sun finally felt relieved, and he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. At the same time, Lin Sun also learned some secrets related to the third tribulation of oblivion. When the tribulation came, Nirvana Heaven would appear. It was a world related to the immortal road of Supreme Venerable, and it was derived from the original order of the Starry Sky Ancient Path. This also meant that the Forbidden Order controlled by Shitiandi couldn't interfere. Different from other secret realms, Nirvana Heaven was very likely to have the law of samsara of time. The test faced by the strong who entered it would also become extremely dangerous. Once one entered samsara, there were only 2 outcomes. One was to sink into it and lose oneself. The other was to undergo an extreme transformation and attain grand rebirth in one's cultivation, allowing one to escape from it. Besides the test of samsara, Nirvana Heaven was filled with extremely terrifying killing tribulations. There would be the invasion of heavenly demons and the ambush of terrifying figures from the starry sky. All of this was because the immortal road of Supreme Venerable was too terrifying. Once one became the lone lotus that bloomed on this path, one would possess the terrifying ability of being eternal and supreme in the immortal emperor realm. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked when he found out about these secrets. Earlier, he'd already found out about some information related to the third tribulation of oblivion. But most of it wasn't detailed, and no one was able to explain it. For example, the core objective of the Wonder Lotus banquet that was being held in Mirastar City right now was to discuss some secrets and matters related to Nirvana Heaven. It was absolutely impossible for such insider information to be spread to the outside world. At this moment, everything that Qingying told him was undoubtedly insider information, and it was something that Lin Sun was utterly unaware of in the past. When he thought about how the immortal road of Supreme Venerable was actually related to the samsara laws of time and would even draw the ambush of heavenly demons and the starry sky from the starry sky, Lin Sun's heart roiled. Merely the words eternal and supreme were too heaven-defying indeed, and it was too maddening and covetous. However, all of this is merely speculation before the arrival of the third tribulation of oblivion. Because Nirvana heaven has utterly never appeared in the past, and no one dares to determine exactly what will happen within it. Xianxia said, "The only thing we know is that if one wants to possess the qualification and opportunity to enter Nirvana heaven when it descends, then one must satisfy two conditions." "Which two conditions?" asked Lin Sun. "The first is for experts that have stepped onto the path of oblivion. Regardless of their cultivation, even cultivators of the lower 5 realms have the qualification to enter. The second is for figures that have stepped foot into the immortal Emperor realm. So long as one's strength is within the scope of the 9th level of the immortal Emperor realm, then one can enter." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Lin Sun's heart sank. Great Emperor Baki was in existence at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, and his strength was already terrifying to the extreme. Lin Sun had exerted all his ability before barely defeating Great Emperor Baki. If a formidable expert at the 9th level of the Emperor realm participated in the competition for Nirvana heaven, then who could be a match for them, on the ancient starry sky path? Perhaps there were extremely few old freaks at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. But when the Nirvana of freedom appeared, how could these old monsters resist the temptation of becoming immortal, invincible, and supreme? Even if other experts participated in it, how could they compete? It was no different than courting death. Xianxia seemed to have discerned the worry in Lin Sun's heart, and he said in a light voice, "Young master, you don't have to worry about this. The stronger one's strength is, the more terrifying the dangers one suffers. If ordinary experts are like fireflies, then these old freaks are like bright lamps that draw the most terrifying dangers onto them." P.S. There will be 5 updates this weekend, and there will be another major update at the end of the month. There will be updates from time to time during this month. Lin Sun's expression flickered. Nirvana, the path of immortality, the test of time and samsara, this was a great creation from the power of order of the starry sky ancient path, but it was also an unpredictable disaster. Even the old antiques within the 9th level of the Emperor realm would participate in it. One could imagine how cruel and terrifying the competition would be. Who would be able to become the Lone Lotus? "Child, is there anything else you want to ask?" Xianxia poured another cup of tea for Lin Sun. Her every move was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Sun woke up from his contemplation and said, "When I came here, someone said that someone in the dark world is waiting for me to solve the problem. Do you know what that means?" Xianxia was stunned and shook her head. "I really don't know." Although Lin Sun was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. What did the young man mean, who in the dark world needed him to solve the problem? "Are you done?" Big Yellow's wolf-like howl sounded outside the hall. Lin Sun immediately woke up from his contemplation. "Child, in the period before the third tribulation of oblivion, Senior Polearm and the others will take you to the purgatory of darkness for training. This is also an opportunity that Senior Xianxia has prepared for you." As Xianxia spoke, he stood up and opened the scarlet-red umbrella. Back then, Senior Xianxia also proved his Tao there. Purgatory of darkness? Lin Sun followed Xianxia out of the hall while thinking. Outside the hall, the drunkard and Big Yellow were already waiting. "Kid, although you are Master's junior brother in name, I won't take you seriously before getting Master's approval." Big Yellow held his head high, his face full of pride. "Oh, don't worry, I definitely won't take you seriously either." Lin Sun laughed. He really wanted to kill this arrogant Big Yellow. It was too arrogant and gave off an aura that deserved a beating. "Young fella, are you out of your mind? How dare you talk to me like that?" Big Yellow's eyes were fierce, and it was fierce. Lin Sun was still smiling. "You're not a human. If I take you seriously, isn't it the same as calling you a dog?" Puff, the drunkard immediately burst into laughter. Acting like a dog? What an image. Xianxia next to him was obviously trying to hold back her laughter. She didn't expect that Lin Sun was so bold. But it made sense. Xianxia was his senior brother. No matter how arrogant this dog was, how dare he offend Xianxia? Hell. Big Yellow bit the drunkard's thigh, causing the latter to gasp in pain. He said in exasperation, "Big Yellow, what has it got to do with me? Why are you biting me?" Big Yellow responded fiercely, "Based on my identity, how can I bully a weak junior? So what if I bite you when you smile?" The drunkard's face darkened. Lin Sun was a little embarrassed. "Big Yellow, it's not right to bite people." Big Yellow bit the drunkard hard again and said, "I'm biting people for no reason. You're not convinced? Bite me." The drunkard looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. The man and the dog were at each other's throats, but he was the unlucky one who was stuck in the middle. Seeing that Lin Sun was about to say something, he hurriedly said, "Young friend, let's go." He was really worried that Lin Sun would say something to stimulate Big Yellow to bite him again. "Okay," Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. Big Yellow said arrogantly, "Boy, don't be complacent. Don't cry and beg me to save you when we enter the purgatory of darkness." Lin Sun directly retorted, "A good dog doesn't stand in the way. Lead the way." Big Yellow was so angry that he bared his teeth and pounced on the drunkard with a howl. The drunkard had already sensed the danger and rushed to the distance. The thick blood color pervaded the sea. A huge whirlpool slowly rotated, like a tunnel leading to the depths of the sea, suspended there. Howl bursts of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the depths of the whirlpool, making people shudder. This was the entrance to the purgatory of darkness. At the beginning of the primeval times, after the first tribulation of oblivion erupted, it caused the world of darkness to fall into great destruction, and numerous terrifying existences that were taken to be like gods were buried beneath this tribulation. From then on, the world of darkness was taken to be the place where the gods were buried. The drunkard stood on the side of the whirlpool and explained to Lin Sun. This purgatory of darkness is a primeval ruin left behind after the first tribulation of oblivion, and numerous ferocious spirits are buried beneath it. All of them possessed terrifying cultivations above the Emperor realm when they were alive, and they were formidable like gods. After countless years of changes, these evil spirits suppressed here have also undergone many transformations. Some evil spirits have become stronger than when they were alive. However, you don't have to worry. This purgatory of darkness is divided into 18 layers, and the evil spirits distributed in each layer are different. For you, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the upper 9 layers. Back then, His Honor entered the 9th layer alone, proved his way there, and set foot on the Emperor Road. You are now at the 3rd heaven of Quasi-Emperor realm. According to His Honor, the strength you possess should be above his at that time. You still have a great chance to enter the 9th layer. Hearing this, Lin Sun roughly understood. However, just as he was about to ask some more questions, Big Yellow next to him lifted his leg and put him into the whirlpool. He was completely defenseless. "Wait till I come back, I'll definitely stew a dog like you." In the depths of the whirlpool, Lin Sun's exasperated voice sounded. "Kid, you'd better think about how not to be tortured to death." Big Yellow looked up to the sky and laughed, his dog face was filled with complacency and arrogance. "Is this really okay?" The drunkard let out a long sigh, somewhat worried. The deeper you go in the purgatory of darkness, the more terrifying it is. If something happens to that kid. Haha, I'm sure that His Honor will definitely stew you. Big Yellow's body stiffened, his dog face was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he said, "Don't worry, I know Master's nature the best. Since he dared to let this kid come, it proves that this kid already has the ability to survive in the 9th layer of the purgatory of darkness. What's more, didn't I also survive in the purgatory of darkness?" The drunkard's expression became strange. He remembered something from the past. A long time ago, this Big Yellow was brought here by His Honor. No matter what, Big Yellow refused to enter the purgatory of darkness. He hugged His Honor's thigh and cried. But in the end, he still went in. He was kicked into the purgatory of darkness by His Honor. Later, when Big Yellow returned, he looked miserable. He was all skin and bones, his body was covered with scars, and his dog leg was broken. It took him a whole year to recover his spirit. From then on, whenever Big Yellow heard the words purgatory of darkness, his tail would uncontrollably clamp between his legs. Thinking of this, the drunkard couldn't help but glance at Big Yellow's tail. The latter suddenly jumped up as if it was stimulated, howling and pouncing towards the drunkard. "Where are you looking?" where are you looking? Aren't you afraid of being blind? Facing the crazy big yellow, the drunkard fled in a sorry state, only Qingying was left in the field. She thought for a moment, raised her hand to form a sign, and then said, "Now, how many people of our hidden fog house are training in this purgatory of darkness?" Soon, an old voice sounded in the void. "Miss, in the past 10,000 years, 237 quasi-emperors have left, and 154 quasi-emperors have entered. These years, 19 quasi-emperors have entered, that's good." Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were people in the purgatory of darkness, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about not being able to find out something related to the purgatory of darkness when he entered. As the primordial ancestral land of the hidden fog house, every once in a while, there would be extremely outstanding experts of the hidden fog house selected to enter the purgatory of darkness for training. As long as the experts came out of the purgatory of darkness alive, their strength would change by leaps and bounds. However, these experts all held a life-saving jade talisman in their hands, and could only practice in the first 3 levels of the purgatory of darkness. If they encountered a fatal danger, they would be transported out by the life-saving jade talisman. But Lin Sun was different, he didn't have a life-saving jade talisman. This was the order from the master of the Bronze Sparrow Tower, which meant that Lin Sun had to survive in the purgatory of darkness by his own strength. This itself seemed extremely cruel. For countless years, among the Bronze Sparrow Tower and the Hidden Fog House, only the master of the Bronze Sparrow Tower had entered the purgatory of darkness without a life-saving jade talisman. He was also the only one who reached the 9th level. Most of the other experts stopped in the first 3 levels, and there were some who entered the 3rd level, but the number was extremely small. For example, Goldie had reached the 7th level. Now, Lin Sun also entered the purgatory of darkness without a life-saving jade talisman. Could he prove his Tao in the purgatory of darkness? Qingying didn't know. The only thing she was worried about was whether Lin Sun would have an accident, the first level of the purgatory of darkness. The world was turbid, and the void was filled with a dark red light. The fierce and bloody aura was whistling between the heaven and the earth like a wanton gale. This place was extremely vast, just like a real purgatory world. Swish, as soon as Lin Sun's figure appeared, he immediately felt a majestic oppressive force, which made his body slightly stagnate, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. If it was an ordinary person here, his body would have been crushed by the omnipresent pressure, and his body and soul would have been obliterated. This kind of power is enough to make it difficult for a Saint King to move an inch. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and as the power ran around his body, the majestic pressure was immediately offset and resolved. Rumble. Before Lin Sun could continue sizing up the first level of the purgatory of darkness, the ground shook, and a wave of violent rumbling came from afar. It seemed like a powerful army was charging over with a shocking impetus. At the same time, a strong, brutal, and ferocious aura surged over, and it seemed material as it covered the heavens and the earth. Moreover, a wave of extremely ear-piercing screams could be faintly heard. In Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, nearly 100 ferocious souls were rushing towards him from afar. These ferocious souls were shrouded in blood-red light, riding on clouds and mist. They looked like a demon or a monster. When they roared and galloped, they were like a horrible army from hell. The whole world was shaking, and the horrible bloody murderous spirit soared into the sky. Their aura is no different from that of an expert in the 3rd step of the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Sun made a judgment in an instant. He couldn't help but be surprised. This was only the 1st level of the purgatory of darkness, but the ferocious souls here were already so powerful. If that was the case, then how terrifying would the vastness of the 9th layer be? Newcomer? Hide if you don't want to be eliminated. Suddenly, an explosive shout that was like a thunderclap resounded, and it surged through the surroundings. Lin Sun noticed that there was a strong aura lurking in the nearby area. It was a thin man in a black robe. He was vigorous and fierce, and his eyes were frightening. Lin Sun was not surprised, but happy. At least he could further explore the purgatory of darkness. What are you waiting for? Hide! The black-robed man shouted. He had been practicing in the 1st level for decades, so he knew the situation here best. Usually, there would not be such a large group of ferocious souls. Once surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. It should be known that there were hundreds of ferocious souls with the combat strength of the 3rd step of the quasi-emperor realm. In the past decades, the black-robed man had only seen such a large group of ferocious souls 3 times, and no one dared to fight against them. "Don't worry, my friend. I just came to the purgatory of darkness and want to test the ability of these ferocious souls," Lin Sun said. Casually. As he spoke, the group of ferocious souls appeared in his field of vision with a monstrous bloody aura. The black-robed man was stunned and almost laughed out of anger. He had never seen such a bold guy. Lin Sun had just arrived, but he was clamoring to fight against a group of ferocious souls. He was too ignorant. When the black-robed man was about to say something, Lin Sun had already made his move. He put his fingers into a sword and slashed in the void, and a burst of sword chi burst out. Swish! This sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, deducing infinite mystery. It crossed the sky and chopped down. Looking from a distance, it was like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven. Pu, before the thousands of ferocious spirits with strength equivalent to 3rd-layer quasi-emperors could attack, they were enveloped by the sword chi and their bodies exploded like paper, turning into a rain of blood that rained down from the sky. It was completely annihilated. The black-cloaked man was dumbfounded, his eyes staring blankly. A single sword strike annihilated an army of vile spirits. After a while, he looked at Lin Sun and said, "My friend, are you also from Misty House?" His voice carried a wisp of respect. All those that were able to enter the purgatory of darkness to temper themselves were extraordinary figures that were selected from the Hidden Mist House and Copper Sparrow Pavilion. How could the black-clothed man not understand that this fellow that had just arrived was an extraordinary figure? Sort of. Lin Sun answered casually. He stepped forward and took the initiative to talk to the black-robed man. Soon, he found out that the black-robed man was called Bo Chuan and he was a 1st-layer quasi-emperor. He was the core successor of the Hidden Fog House and he had been training in the 1st level of the Purgatory of Darkness for 39 years. 39 years ago, Bo Chuan was a perfect Saint King. Now, he was already at the 1st stage of the quasi-emperor realm. This could be said to be shocking. After all, not everyone could become a quasi-emperor as they wished. When Lin Sun learned from Bo Chuan that the experts who came to the Purgatory of Darkness would wear a life-saving jade talisman, his face darkened. He thought of the dog that kicked him into the whirlpool and gnashed his teeth with hatred. Naturally, he blamed this on Big Yellow. And when Bo Chuan learned that the purpose of Lin Sun's trip was to kill his way to the 9th level, he was stunned. The 9th level, since ancient times, only the master of Bronze Sparrow Pavilion had reached the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. It was there that the master of Bronze Sparrow Pavilion became an emperor. Bo Chuan took a deep breath and asked, "Brother Lin, when you came here, no one told you how dangerous the Purgatory of Darkness is?" Lin Sun shook his head. Bo Chuan revealed a knowing look and said, "Brother Lin, it's not that I want to discourage you, but you still don't understand the Purgatory of Darkness." As he spoke, he told Lin Sun some of the information he knew. In other words, even if you have a life-saving jade talisman, you can only use it in the first 3 levels? Lin Sun finally understood. Bo Chuan said, "Yes, from the 4th level down, the evil spirits distributed are extremely powerful. An expert like you, who is a 3rd-layer quasi-emperor, would not dare to enter easily. In the last 10,000 years, only a few dozen ruthless people have ventured below the 4th level. As for the 9th level, it is said that even emperors will meet with misfortune if they enter. It is definitely a place of great danger." Lin Sun suddenly understood, "I see." After that, he asked a few more key questions, and Bo Chuan answered all of them. In the Purgatory of Darkness, the spiritual chi was exhausted and the law of great ways did not exist. To restore one's physical strength, one had to carry a large number of cultivation resources, and the other had to rely on hunting evil spirits to collect great way source crystals. According to Bo Chuan, those evil spirits were formed from the remnant souls, wills, and blood chi of the terrifying people who died here in primitive times. And the Great Way Source crystals were the essence of the Great Ways condensed from the cultivation of those terrifying people who died here. When they were alive, emperors possessed supreme cultivation and controlled terrifying Tao, but after they died, the power of the Great Ways they controlled would dissipate along with them. However, it was different in the Purgatory of Darkness. All those terrifying figures that were buried here had transformed into a part of this expanse of the heavens and the earth after they perished, and as time passed, they gradually condensed into grand Tao quintessence crystals. The quality of the great way source crystals also differed. The lower one went in the purgatory of darkness, the more astonishing the quality of the great way source crystals. Some rare great way source crystals even had fragments of the Law of Emperor sealed inside, and could be said to be rare treasures in the outside world. However, Bochuan had not seen such a great way source crystal before, because he had been training in the first level all these years, and had no chance to come into contact with such treasures. After understanding this, Lin Sun felt a lot more at ease. When he intended to make a move, Bochuan said abruptly, "Brother Lin, I'm about to break through to the peak of the second level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, and I intend to head to the second level to temper myself. You've just arrived here, yet your strength is extremely extraordinary, and it far surpasses mine. Why don't we make a move together?" Lin Sun thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "However, my objective is to kill my way into the 9th level, so I'm afraid it's impossible for me to always be by your side." Bochuan was astounded. He'd already told Lin Sun about the dangers of the purgatory of darkness, yet Lin Sun still seemed to hold an unrealistic thought. Is it because the skilled are bold, or is it because the ignorant are fearless? Bochuan didn't ridicule or attack Lin Sun, and he just said, "Brother Lin, I believe that once you truly witness how terrifying the purgatory of darkness is, you'll surely change your mind." Obviously, he didn't believe Lin Sun at all. Lin Sun didn't explain anything. In next to no time, the two of them flashed towards the distance. The purgatory of darkness was an extremely mysterious and dangerous place, and it was a place where the gods were buried after the first calamity of oblivion came to an end. Simply speaking, it was like a world of tombs. However, there were no tombs here, and there were only countless ferocious spirits. The purgatory of darkness was divided into 18 levels. Every level had a blood-colored passageway that was shaped like a vortex, and it led to the next level. According to Bochuan, there was no restriction on entering the next level from the previous level, and it could be entered at any time. But if one wanted to return to the previous level from the next level, then there were only two ways. One was to wait for an opportunity, and an opportunity to freely enter and exit the blood-colored passageway would appear every once in a while. The second was to rely on one's own strength to kill one's way out forcefully, and this method was the most difficult. Lin Sun committed all of this to memory, yet he didn't care too much about it. With Bochuan leading the way, it allowed Lin Sun to save a great deal of time in finding the way. As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. All along the way, the two of them encountered some ferocious spirits. All of them had ferocious and savage auras, and their entire bodies were suffused with blood-colored fluctuations. They moved out in groups of 2 or 3, or moved out in groups of 3 or 5. These naturally weren't obstructions to Lin Sun, and he casually wiped them out as easily as pinching a fly to death. Bochuan noticed all of this, and he had no choice but to admit in his heart that this fellow that had just arrived here really did possess extremely shocking ability. If it was him who fought these ferocious spirits, then he might not necessarily be able to do it so easily. On the other hand, Lin Sun had collected some great Tao origin crystals all along the way. These treasures came in various shapes, large and small, and all of them were translucent and crystalline. They were suffused with pure and thick energy of the Grand Tao, and a thumb-sized one was comparable to the energy possessed by 10,000 Tao crystals. It was extremely shocking. Lin Sun tried to refine and absorb one, and he instantly noticed that great Tao origin crystals weren't just capable of replenishing the energy he consumed, they were greatly beneficial to the energy of the Grand Tao he possessed as well. He couldn't help but feel slight anticipation because of this. Exactly what sort of shocking profundities would be contained within those great Tao origin crystals that contain Emperor Tao Law's fragments? Swoosh! After the time for an incense stick to burn, a strand of dazzling divine radiance suddenly shot into the sky and tore through the distant space, and it seemed to be extremely dazzling in this gray and hazy world. Another treasure has appeared. Bochuan was already shouting loudly with excitement. "Brother Lin, our luck isn't bad, and we've encountered a fortune. Come, quickly go take it. Otherwise, it would truly be a pity if it was seized by others." Swoosh! As he spoke, he'd already teleported and charged over with all his might. A treasure? Lin Sun's black eyes were deep. He'd noticed as well that the strand of dazzling divine radiance was rather extraordinary, and he was faintly able to discern clearly that it was a palm-sized azure cauldron. As it flowed with a gorgeous rain of the Grand Tao that was resplendent and multicolored, and it was a shocking scene. As he pondered, Lin Sun charged over as well. Withdraw. Bo Chuan withdrew a golden and dazzling whip and swung it out from afar, and it instantly coiled around the azure cauldron. But before Bo Chuan could feel happy, the azure cauldron emitted a shocking fluctuation, and then it droned as it easily struggled free from the golden whip before fleeing towards the extreme distance. It seemed to be extremely intelligent. The green cauldron glowed brilliantly. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was full of spirituality. With a light flash, it was about to escape. Bo Chuan was anxious. This was definitely a rare treasure. If he missed it, he might not be able to see it again. In the 39 years of training on the first level, Bo Chuan had only seen the birth of a treasure 4 times. Unfortunately, he had only seen it and had no chance to fight for it. But now, it was different. As he was about to make a move, he saw a rope emitting dazzling golden light sweep across the sky. It twirled lightly in the void and entangled the green cauldron. They were like prey that had been tied up, unable to move at all. Whoosh, the next moment, the green cauldron fell into Lin Sun's palm along with the golden rope. The golden rope was the golden rope of treasure binding, a trophy Lin Sun had obtained from Huangfu Xiaonong in the ancient immortal forbidden area. It was the most precious treasure of the Qianquan Taoist court. Like the legendary copper coin of Treasure Fall, it was said to be able to bind many emperor treasures in the world. Back then, the golden rope of treasure binding had even bound the lifeless seal for a moment. Lin Sun had to use the Endless Way Pagoda to suppress it. Lin Sun put away the golden rope of treasure binding and looked at the green cauldron. It was the size of a palm and was green like glass. There was a layer of natural Taoist patterns on the cauldron. Unfortunately, the cauldron was missing a leg and there was a crack at the mouth, greatly destroying the perfect charm it should have had. What a treasure! Bo Chuan walked over, his eyes glued to the green cauldron. His face was full of uncontrollable envy. In an instant, the treasure was taken. No matter how envious he was, he didn't dare to compete with Lin Sun for it. Here you go. Lin Sun threw the small green cauldron to Bo Chuan. The latter caught it in a hurry and was stunned. You gave it to me? His face was full of disbelief. I don't need it. Lin Sun said casually. The small green cauldron was indeed magical. Although it was incomplete, it was not comparable to ordinary emperor treasures. However, for Lin Sun, even if he accepted the cauldron, it would soon become food for Wu Kei and the Broken Blade spirit. Since that was the case, he might as well give it to Bo Chuan to thank him for his guidance. Bo Chuan's entire body began to tremble. He was too excited. He couldn't help but say, Brother Lin, the treasures left behind in this hidden purgatory of darkness aren't ordinary. Almost all of them were left behind during the primordial era. If it's an ordinary treasure, then it would have lost all its intelligence a long time ago and vanished from the world after suffering the corrosion of countless years. On the other hand, treasures that are able to be preserved until now and still possess intelligence aren't ordinary imperial artifacts. You really want to give it to me? He was still in disbelief. Lin Sun said with a smile, just take it. Don't talk nonsense. Only then was Bo Chuan certain that all of this was real. However, right when he was about to put the treasure away, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from afar. Bo Chuan, I've been eyeing that treasure for a long time. However, I still have to thank you for subduing it. Now, hand it over. In the distance, several figures turned into divine rainbows and came from the void. There were 3 men and 2 women. All of them had strong auras and extremely fierce momentum. Only those who had been fighting all year round could have such momentum. The one who spoke was a man in a purple robe. He was standing on a blood-red saber. His figure was strong and his eyes were full of indifference. As soon as they arrived, they all fixed their eyes on the green cauldron in Bo Chuan's hand. They couldn't help showing a trace of eagerness. Lu Xiao, what do you mean by the treasure you've set your eyes on is yours? Bo Chuan's face was gloomy. Although he and Lu Xiao all came from Bronze Sparrow Tower, the relationship between them wasn't very good. Especially in this hidden purgatory of darkness, there was still competition between them. Things like fighting for treasures like this often happened. As long as no one killed anyone, Bronze Sparrow Tower wouldn't care about these trivial matters. Lu Zhao's expression was indifferent as he said, Bo Chuan, I know that you're unwilling. How about this, I won't make you work for nothing. Take these 10 great Dao origin crystals as a reward for helping me subdue the treasure. As he spoke, he flicked his finger and a row of dazzling great Dao origin crystals shot out. There were exactly 10 of them and they rolled on the ground in front of Bo Chuan. You want to exchange 10 great Dao origin crystals for a miraculous treasure? Bo Chuan's face was livid and he was seething with anger. What if I don't agree? Lu Xiao laughed. The 2 men and 1 woman beside him also laughed. Their smiles were filled with playfulness, pity, and disdain. They were all quasi-emperors who were used to seeing the dangers of the world. Who wouldn't know what would happen next? Bo Chuan's current behavior was nothing more than unwillingness. Lin Sun also saw this. He was very clear that this kind of thing was far too common. On the entire ancient path of the starry sky, one could almost see such cases of greed and fighting over treasures. But the point was that this green cauldron was given to Bo Chuan after he had subdued it. At this time, Bo Chuan also looked at Lin Sun with a helpless, annoyed, and unwilling look. What? Are you going to fight with your friend to see if you can keep this treasure? A woman with an enchanting figure, snow-white skin, and fiery red lips spoke, her watery eyes charming and alluring. Another thin man said, Friend, you look very unfamiliar. Have you just arrived? I advise you to stay away from Bo Chuan. This guy offended someone he shouldn't have offended a few years ago. Now in this purgatory of darkness, no one dares to act with him. You, Bo Chuan's eyes flashed with anger, blue veins bulging on his forehead. Obviously, the thin man's words had poked the scar in his heart. The thin man said sarcastically, What, did I say something wrong? 9 years ago, which fool offended senior brother Meng Xingzi for a woman? Enough. Bo Chuan hissed, his eyes turning red. But the thin man laughed and said to himself, Look, you're flustered and exasperated. He looked at Lin Sun and said, Friend, I've made it very clear. You're new here and know nothing. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't hang out with Bo Chuan. Otherwise, if you're seen by senior brother Meng Xingzi, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Sun didn't know who Meng Xingzi was, and he didn't care who Meng Xingzi was. At this time, he didn't even know who these robbers were. But it didn't matter. For Lin Sun, he didn't care who these robbers were. Besides, he had lost his patience at this moment. This treasure was subdued by me, and I promised to act with Bo Chuan. Now I just want to ask you one question. Are you sure you want to block here? Lin Sun looked indifferent and his tone was very casual. But as soon as this sentence came out, Lu Xiao, the thin man, and others were all stunned. It seemed that they didn't expect that this newcomer would be so tough. Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows and said with a cold and unhappy look, Friend, you, before he finished his words. An unparalleled and terrible power spread from Lin Sun, oppressing Lu Xiao like an avalanche. The latter breathed hard, and with a bang, he was knocked out and fell on the ground dozens of feet away, coughing up blood. There was a dead silence, and everyone looked shocked. Lin Sun said indifferently, I just asked you whether you want to block the way, and I don't intend to listen to your nonsense. Also, you don't deserve to be my friend. Bo Chuan, let's go. As he said, he lifted his foot and walked forward. Do you know what you are doing? The thin man was fierce in appearance, and he had already noticed that something was wrong. Bang, the next moment, he was also shaken away like a kite with a broken string, with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. He had no strength to struggle and resist. The enchanting woman and the other person were horrified, as if falling into an ice cave. They realized that they had kicked an iron plate this time, and their faces changed. Lu Xiao and the thin man were both at the second level of the quasi-emperor realm, and they already had the foundation and power to enter the second level. But at this time, they looked so weak that they couldn't even resist the opponent's pressure. This was terrible. For a moment, they looked at Lin Sun with fear and horror in their eyes. They couldn't imagine how powerful he was. Lin Sun didn't look at all this, and walked away with Bo Chuan. Someone like Lu Xiao could perhaps already be considered a top figure amongst his peers. He even possessed a foundation that was sufficient for any great faction to think highly of him. But in Lin Sun's eyes, if it were in the outside world, he would have killed such people many times. Clang, with a sharp sound of a saber, a ray of dazzling saber chi swept up like a thunderbolt and chopped towards Lin Sun from behind. The saber chi was dense and dazzling. Lin Sun didn't look back. An abyss-like power emerged from his body and easily crushed the saber chi. The attacker was Lu Xiao. When he saw this scene, his face changed completely, and he did not hesitate to escape to the far distance. What was even faster than him was a streak of dazzling and resplendent sword chi. It flashed through the air and pierced a bloody hole in his chest, causing him to cry out in pain. At this moment, he almost suspected that he was dead. The sword chi was completely invincible, so sharp that it made him desperate. If you want to die, you can continue, Lin Sun said indifferently in the distance. Lu Xiao trembled all over, and his expression was uncertain. The others were horrified to the extreme as well, and they went silent like cicadas in winter. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared from their sight, they didn't dare to move again, for they were really frightened by the scene just now. Let's go. After a long time, Lu Xiao got up and said with a livid face. Where to? Asked the enchanting woman. To find senior brother Meng Xingzi. Lu Xiao gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were full of resentment. At the same time, Bo Chuan, who followed Lin Sun, opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Sun. I'm not helping you. It's their fault for blocking the way. Bo Chuan's expression was complicated, but he still said, Brother Lin, what they said before is right. If you act with me, you will be regarded as an enemy. Let's go separately. I, Bo Chuan, will try my best to repay the kindness of helping me and giving me treasures this time. Saying this, he turned around and was about to leave. Lin Sun sighed softly and pressed Bo Chuan's shoulder, saying, If you leave, who will lead the way for me? Bo Chuan said anxiously, Brother Lin, you just came to the purgatory of darkness, so you don't know that Meng Xingzi has already ordered that anyone who dares to act with me will be his enemy. If I act with you, I will be harming you. As he spoke, he told Lin Sun the origin of Meng Xingzi. But who would have thought that after listening, Lin Sun didn't take it seriously and didn't even bother to talk about this topic, saying, Are you going or not? Bo Chuan was stunned. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Go. Lin Sun laughed, That's right. A quarter of an hour later. Two figures appeared in front of a bloody vortex tunnel, which was the way to the second floor. Whoosh whoosh, soon, the two figures disappeared in it. The second floor of the purgatory of darkness. The world here was still dark, scarlet, and oppressive. The world was filled with a brutal and destructive atmosphere, which made it difficult to breathe. When he appeared in this world, Bo Chuan staggered and almost fell down. The reason was that the oppressive force in the second floor was more and more terrible. Walking in it was like carrying a mountain, and you would be oppressed from all directions. Glancing at Bo Chuan, Lin Sun had probably judged that Bo Chuan could only practice in the second floor at most. If he went any further, he would be in danger. A bloody shadow as thick as a thumb sprang out of the void, like a bolt of lightning, and silently stabbed at the back of Lin Sun's head. Lin Sun didn't look back, but directly caught the bloody figure with a casual grasp. This was a fierce soul, full of blood and chi, with twisted and ferocious facial features, and a pair of mung bean-like eyes full of violence and scarlet. Its power was no less than that of Jushi in the first level of Quasi-Emperor. But now, it was imprisoned by Lin Sun like an earthworm, without any room to struggle. Its fangs were densely covered with a sharp hiss. The resentment is not small. Lin Sun looked at it for a while, and then he used his palm and fingers to incinerate the evil soul. There was an almond-sized source crystal in his palm, which was obviously better than the source crystal obtained on the first floor. Bo Chuan felt dizzy watching Lin Sun kill such a vile soul so easily. If it were him, he would have to experience a fierce battle. Let's go and check out the mysteries of this floor. Lin Sun led the way. It was the first time for Bo Chuan to enter the second floor, so it was meaningless to count on him to lead the way. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Along the way, Lin Sun and the others encountered 19 attacks. The strongest of the ferocious spirits that appeared were as strong as a peak second-layer Quasi-Emperor, while the weakest was as strong as a third-layer Quasi-Emperor. To Bo Chuan, the second level was simply too dangerous. If it wasn't for Lin Sun leading the way, he would have long since fled who knows how many times. But it was not enough for Lin Sun. He was like a hot knife through butter. Bochuan was so shocked along the way that he was a little numb to the killing stance. He was unable to imagine when such a heaven-defying and ruthless person had appeared in the Copper Sparrow Tower. One day later. I'm going to go to the 3rd floor. Lin Sun made up his mind. In this day, he had already figured out the situation of the 2nd floor of the Purgatory of Darkness. He only had one feeling: boredom. His only gain was that he had collected hundreds of precious Great Way Source crystals of different sizes from the vile souls he had killed along the way. As for relic treasures like the Green Cauldron, he had not seen a single one. Clearly, as Bochuan had said, the appearance of relic treasures also depended on luck. It was a fortuitous encounter that could not be sought. Brother Lin, do you really plan to go to the 9th floor? Bochuan could not help but ask. At first, he did not believe Lin Sun's words at all, thinking that Lin Sun was a newcomer and did not understand the horrors of the Purgatory of Darkness. But now, after following Lin Sun for so long, he had long recognized the terror of Lin Sun's combat strength. Instead, he was somewhat skeptical. Lin Sun grunted and gave a portion of the Great Way Source crystals he had collected these days to Bochuan. Then, he planned to take his leave. Bochuan was very reluctant to part with Lin Sun, but he knew that if he kept following Lin Sun, there would be no chance for Lin Sun to fight at all, and it was bound to be impossible for him to temper his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Bochuan cupped his hands and said, Brother Lin, take care. I'm looking forward to you being able to reproduce the demeanor of the Copper Sparrow Tower Master and kill your way to the 9th floor. Lin Sun smiled and was just about to say something when he suddenly frowned, and his black eyes looked into the distance like lightning. Whoosh! The space in the distance roiled as numerous figures appeared. The one in the lead was an extraordinarily handsome young man who wore crimson armor, had long hair that fluttered in the wind, and a broadsword hung from his waist. Beside this young man was a group of men and women, including Lu Xiao, the enchanting woman, and the others. When he saw the handsome young man in the lead, Bochuan's expression changed instantly, and he said without hesitation, Brother Lin, leave quickly. His voice revealed anxiety, panic, and uneasiness. Lin Sun patted Bochuan on the shoulder and said, I'll definitely leave, but before I leave, there's no harm in helping you solve some problems. Bochuan was stunned. At the same time, Lu Xiao in the distance pointed to Lin Sun and said in a cold voice, Senior Brother Xianxia, it's that guy who disobeyed your order and insisted on going against us. The handsome young man in red armor nodded, stared at Lin Sun expressionlessly, and said, What else do you want to explain? There was a sense of superiority in his voice. He was Xianxia. Bochuan had explained to Lin Sun before that this man entered the Purgatory of Darkness 193 years ago and was regarded as one of the 7 peerless in the quasi-emperor realm of the Copper Sparrow Tower. With fierce combat power and strong foundation, he was like a leading figure among his peers. At a glance, Lin Sun found that the man's breath was steady and his power was indeed extraordinary. He could be regarded as a peerless figure among the top quasi-emperors. But that was all. A long time ago, Lin Sun had looked down on his peers. Even ordinary emperors could not make him feel any fear. Under such circumstances, how could he take Xianxia seriously? Senior Brother Meng, Brother Lin is a newcomer and doesn't know anything. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to punish him, I'll bear it alone. Bochuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward bravely. Obviously, he was really worried that he would implicate Lin Sun and intended to shoulder all the responsibilities. This made Lin Sun feel helpless and emotional. This guy was very kind-hearted, but his eyesight was a little poor. You think it has nothing to do with you? Lu Xiao's face was full of hatred. Let me tell you, Bochuan, today not only that guy, but also you can't escape. Bochuan, if you two know what's good for you, kneel down quickly. The enchanting woman shouted. They were all fearless, as if they could be lawless and fearless as long as Xianxia was here. Bochuan's eyes were bloodshot and red. He clenched his fists and said in a hoarse voice, If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will pay you back tenfold in the future. His voice was powerful and resonant, filled with incomparable determination. The atmosphere in the field was silent for a moment. No one dared to kill a fellow disciple in the Purgatory of Darkness. This was an iron law. Even if Lu Xiao and others dared to trample and torture Bochuan, they did not dare to kill him. But it was obvious that Buchuan hated them completely. If they didn't kill him this time, he would definitely retaliate against them in the future. Retaliate? Tenfold in the future? Buchuan, how dare you? Meng Xingzi's voice was cold, and his eyes were surging with terrible coldness. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I can let bygones be bygones. I don't even mind letting you two go this time. Otherwise, you should know how serious the consequences of offending me are. As he said this, Buchuan's face flushed red with anger. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly took a step forward and said, Buchuan, I don't care what kind of grievances you have with these people, and I don't care who is right and who is wrong. But since it happened and I'm involved in it, I can't just stand by. Lu Xiao and others' faces changed slightly. Even if they were full of confidence, they still couldn't help but feel terrified and incomparable fear in front of Lin Sun. Meng Xingzi frowned and said, It seems that you are not convinced? Or should I say, this is the explanation you are giving me? His voice was cold. Lin Sun ignored him and said to Buchuan, Besides, your eyesight is really poor. You have to see clearly who is standing and who is kneeling. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward in the void. You're courting death. Meng Xingzi's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he suddenly waved his palm. Boom, the palm force was like a knife, emitting dazzling fire law and tearing the sky. But this blow failed. Lin Sun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Xiao. The latter was so scared that he was stiff all over. Before he could react, Lin Sun's palm pressed on his shoulder. Kneel down. When the indifferent voice sounded, Lu Xiao's body, like a piece of wood, fell from the air and knelt on the ground. The earth trembled and the smoke and dust dispersed. The nearby enchanting woman and the thin man all changed their faces and dodged without hesitation. At the same time, they screamed and asked Meng Xingzi for help. In fact, Meng Xingzi had already rushed to Lin Sun with a huge broadsword in his hand. But Lin Sun didn't even look at him. His figure flashed, and Meng Xingzi's attack failed again. Kneel down. At the same time, Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded. Without his movement, the enchanting woman, the thin man and others knelt down like dumplings in a pot. Even those strong practitioners who came with Meng Xingzi were not spared. They were suppressed by the terrible pressure and knelt down one by one. They were imprisoned on the ground and couldn't move. When Meng Xingzi was about to attack for the third time, he looked around and found that there was no one standing around except him. All this happened almost in an instant. It was incredibly fast. Meng Xingzi's face changed completely, and an uncontrollable chill surged in his heart. How could this guy be so powerful? Who on earth was he? Goldfish would write an analysis post on Master of the Heart on the public account tomorrow. Buchuan's eyes widened and he forgot to breathe. There was no earth-shattering battle, no deafening sound of fighting, and no dazzling Taoist light sweeping across, but as Lin Sun went out, strong people knelt down one after another, seeming to be so casual and composed. But Buchuan knew that this was a kind of absolutely crushing attitude, a kind of unparalleled style of invincibility. Is it true that my eyesight is too poor? Until now, I haven't found that Brother Lin beside me is actually a nature-defying existence that can't be measured by common sense? Buchuan was in a trance. He suddenly felt that the anger, anxiety, and worry he had before seemed very unnecessary. There was a dead silence in the field. Meng Xingzi, who was about to attack for the third time, stopped there with a gloomy look. He stared at Lin Sun in front of him, as if he knew Lin Sun again. Seeing this scene, Buchuan felt an indescribable sense of absurdity in his heart. Was this one of the 7 great peaks that he feared and feared? Was this Meng Xingzi, who could make all the peers in Bronze Sparrow Tower bow their heads with a single order? Right now, he seemed to be frightened as well. Who on earth are you? Why haven't I heard of such a figure in Bronze Sparrow Tower before? Meng Xingzi said in a low voice. His previous aloof posture had disappeared, and his face was full of solemnity and surprise. Lin Sun ignored him and walked forward in the air. His tall figure was indifferent and extraordinary, with an unparalleled style. Kneel down. His voice sounded like a thunder, hitting Meng Xingzi's heart. He almost couldn't believe that Lin Sun dared to ask him to kneel down. An indescribable feeling of shame, anger, and humiliation stimulated Meng Xingzi's face to look ferocious. He roared and attacked with all his strength. Get lost. The horrible law of fire spread from Xianxia like a volcanic eruption. He took out half of a gray broken spear and swept it out. Boom! Chaotic chi was released from the spear like a landslide and a tsunami. The unparalleled murderous spirit disturbed the world. For a time, there was a terrible scene of the sky falling, the earth cracking, the sun and the moon breaking. This severely damaged spear was clearly not an ordinary spear. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a strange light. What a familiar power! The remaining half of the spear seemed to be. Boom! When the spear arrived, its unparalleled sharpness easily tore apart Lin's attack. The bone-piercing killing intent forced Lin to use his real strength to resolve it. Kill! Xianxia's imposing aura was like a madman after he succeeded with a single strike. The damaged half of the spear carried surging chaotic chi, and when it slashed down, it seemed as if it could pierce through the sky and crush the starry sky, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. Lin Sun dodged, with a touch of joy in his black eyes. He was finally sure that the remaining half of the spear should also be a Kunlun Emperor weapon. Why are you hiding? Aren't you very strong? Xianxia shouted loudly in high spirits as he brandished his spear, and he was like a god that fought the heavens and the earth. Boom! The spear broke through the air and came to Lin Sun in a flash, with unparalleled sharpness. But at this moment, suddenly, a piece of black copper appeared in Lin Sun's palm and blocked the spear. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. The spear in his hand seemed to be firmly stuck by a magnet. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back for a while. Lin Sun smiled slightly and shook his wrist. The broken half of the spear flew out of Xianxia's hand and fell into Lin Sun's palm together with the black copper. No! Give me back my treasure, give me back my treasure! Xianxia turned pale with fright, and his eyes turned red. He rushed forward violently as if he was desperate. Obviously, this half of the spear was also extremely important to him. Unfortunately, he, who had lost this half of the spear, was no longer a threat to Lin Sun. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom! Xianxia was smashed down from the air and knelt on the ground. His body was imprisoned by an unparalleled force, and he couldn't stand up at all. He raised his head, stared at Lin Sun who was standing in the air with his eyes wide open, and roared, "Give me back my treasure. Give it back to me." Lin Sun ignored him. The black copper was the fragment left by the Kunlun source furnace of treasure refining, which contained the original aura of the source furnace. Because of this, the half of the spear could be easily subdued. At this time, looking at the broken spear, Lin Sun found that although it was seriously damaged, it still exuded a chilling murderous spirit. It was like a peerless murderous weapon, which could pierce the sky and penetrate the void of eternity. Just looking at it, Lin Sun's eyes hurt and his mind trembled. A name came to Lin Sun's mind involuntarily: the Great Wei Empyrean Spear, one of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. Where did you get this treasure? Lin Sun looked at Xianxia, and he couldn't help feeling surprised. He didn't expect that he would encounter another emperor weapon of Kunlun in this purgatory of darkness. Xianxia shouted like a madman, "This treasure belongs to senior brother Xianxia. If he knows that you robbed this treasure, he will kill you without hesitation. Come on, give it back to me, give it back to me." Xianxia. In the distance, Buichuan's face changed greatly, and he said quickly, "Brother Lin, Xianxia is the head of the 7 great masters of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. He came to this purgatory of darkness 3,000 years ago to practice. It is said that he has already killed his way to the 6th floor. If there is no accident, I am afraid that he has already become an emperor. Now you understand that if you dare to take this treasure for yourself, you will definitely die." Xianxia shouted, "Xianxia doesn't care about the rules, and he doesn't care about the rules when he kills people." Lin Sun put away the half of the spear calmly, and then said, "From now on, this treasure is mine. Whether you or Xianxia, if you want to take it back, just come to me." Xianxia lost his wits as if he was struck by lightning. Lin Sun said to himself, "Also, from today on, in this purgatory of darkness, anyone who dares to bully Buichuan is my enemy, and there is only one end for those who are my enemy: death." The word death resounded in the field like a thunder, making Xianxia, Lu Xiao, and others tremble in their hearts and change their expressions. This was an undisguised threat, but for Buichuan, Lin Sun's words were like an unexpected warm current, which suddenly surged all over his body. He was caught unprepared and had the impulse to cry. In the past 39 years, since he offended Xianxia, he struggled to survive on the first floor alone. No one dared to contact him, and everyone who saw him rejected and isolated him as if he was a snake or a scorpion. He had known Lin Sun for less than 2 days, but Lin Sun protected him all the way, regarded him as a friend, and even offended Xianxia and others. How could Buchuan not be moved by this? At this point, Lin Sun had planned to leave and go to the next floor. But at this moment, Xianxia begged in a sad voice, "Brother Lin, this treasure is extremely important. If I lose it, it is very likely to kill some people of my sect. Please be merciful." Xianxia looked gloomy. "You don't know that a big disaster has happened on the 4th floor of the Purgatory of Darkness." He told the whole story one by one. It turned out that a fierce soul overlord with wisdom and consciousness appeared on the 4th floor of the Purgatory of Darkness and suppressed the 4 overmatches of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. The fierce soul overlord bluntly said that only by handing over the broken spear could he save the 4 overmatches. "So, this treasure has nothing to do with Xianxia at all, and it belongs to you?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said. Xianxia's expression was bitter. "That's right. I'm using Xianxia's name to intimidate you and make you back off. Moreover, if this treasure really belongs to Xianxia, why would he lend it to me?" Lin Sun thought for a while and asked, "Why does the fierce soul overlord know about the spear?" "Because this treasure was originally a relic from the 4th floor of the Purgatory of Darkness. When this treasure appeared, not only my companions and I, but also the fierce soul overlord targeted it." At this time, Xianxia no longer concealed and said, "Although I was lucky to get this treasure in the end, my companions were suppressed by the fierce soul overlord. I alone am no match for the overlord of the vile spirits. The reason why I've returned from the 4th floor is to find some helpers. If there's really no other way, I can only hand over this treasure in exchange for the lives of my companions." Speaking of this, Xianxia begged, "Brother Lin, you should understand now that if I lose this treasure, my companions will all die." Lin Sun was a little surprised that Xianxia was so loyal. At this time, Buchuan suddenly transmitted his voice to Lin, "Brother Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is not as righteous as he said. There must be a trap." Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes slightly and thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, "You come with me." Xianxia was stunned. "Brother Lin, what do you mean? Don't you want to save people?" "I can help you," Lin Sun said casually. Xianxia's face changed slightly. "Brother Lin, the fierce soul overlord is extremely powerful. He controls all the fierce souls in the 4th floor. In that world, he is like a dominator." Before he finished, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "Are you going or not?" Xianxia's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go." Lin Sun looked at Buchuan and said with a smile, "Buchuan, have a good experience. See you later." As he said, he waved his sleeve and rolled up Xianxia, who was imprisoned on the ground, and moved away. "Brother Lin, take care of yourself," Buchuan murmured in his heart. On the ground in the distance, Lu Xiao and others had already climbed up from the ground, and they were all listless like frosted eggplants. They looked at Buchuan with resentment and undisguised coldness in their eyes, but no one dared to go forward to deal with Buchuan. Lin Sun's previous words were like an invisible deterrent. As long as Lin Sun was alive, they dared not act rashly. Swish. The 3rd level of the Purgatory of Darkness. In the murky and dark bloody world, Lin Sun moved and flew, not hiding his aura at all. He was like a bright rainbow. Compared with the 2nd level, the oppressive force in the 3rd level was much stronger, and the brutal and bloody aura raged like a hurricane. Just this kind of dangerous and harsh environment was enough to make a 2nd-stage quasi-emperor unable to move an inch. Boom. Before long, a group of ferocious souls rushed out with boiling blood, stirring up the universe, and rushed to kill Lin Sun. Every single fierce spirit possessed the strength of a peak 2nd-stage realm and above, and their auras were ferocious. If it was someone like Buchuan who came here, he would definitely be in danger. But for Lin Sun, it was still not enough. His figure did not stop, whistling forward, and wherever he passed, the ferocious souls in front of him exploded and shattered. Xianxia, who was held in Lin Sun's hand like a chicken, was dumbfounded. Although he now had the combat strength of the 3rd-stage quasi-emperor, he did not dare to be so rampant in the 3rd level. If he was entangled by those ferocious souls, it would take a lot of effort to kill them. But compared with Lin Sun, it was a world of difference. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Sun had come to the whirlpool passage to the 4th level. Brother Lin, after entering the 4th level, the life-saving jade talisman will lose its effect. Once you encounter an accident, you will never come out, Xianxia couldn't help saying. Lin Sun said, "You don't seem to want me to help?" Xianxia shook his head quickly. "I'm just worried that Brother Lin is new here and doesn't know the situation. If there is any danger, it will be disadvantageous to Brother Lin." Lin Sun glanced at him, ignored him, and rushed straight into the whirlpool passage. The heavens and the earth were dark and gloomy, and unlike the first 3 levels, the sky of the 4th level was covered in terrifying blood-colored lightning that surged like thunderclouds. Dazzling bolts of lightning would pour down from the sky from time to time, and they were suffused with a terrifying aura of destruction. As soon as he arrived, Lin Sun noticed that the thunder and lightning in the sky were transformed by a brutal and fierce evil spirit. This was amazing. The surroundings were boundless, the sky was muddy, and a violent aura that oppressed one's heart raged. Merely standing here was like standing in a bloody and cruel purgatory. A scarlet-red river of blood flowed mightily in the distance. The river water was dark red and muddy, and the roiling waves revealed numerous scenes of death. The sound of ghosts wailing and gods howling faintly resounded in the world, and it caused one to shudder with fear. Few after arriving here, Lin Sun had to run his cultivation to offset the oppressive evil chi from all directions. He asked, "Where is the vile soul overlord you mentioned?" "Brother Lin, this place is really too dangerous. Do you know that more than half of the experts that came here in the last 10,000 years have suffered misfortune?" Xianxia's expression was filled with anxiety. An ordinary ferocious spirit is enough to kill a 3rd-layer quasi-emperor, and the overlord of the ferocious spirit is almost comparable to a true martial emperor. As he spoke, he begged, "Brother Lin, we'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, once we are discovered by the overlord of the ferocious spirit, there is absolutely no chance for us to escape alive." Lin Sun said expressionlessly, "Didn't you say you want to save your companions? Why do you suddenly regret it now? Or is there something else that you were hiding from me?" Xianxia's expression changed, and he shook his head repeatedly, "How dare I? I just..." Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red thunderbolt fell from the distant sky, and then turned into a figure covered with dazzling blood-red lightning. It was a ferocious spirit, and its aura was boundlessly ferocious. "Die!" The ferocious spirit let out a sharp roar, and his figure turned into a blood-red waterfall, shuttling through the void and whistling over. Boom! He raised his hand and waved, and boundless blood rushed over like a tide. The blood was thick, and it exuded a disgusting rancid and evil aura. Just this blow alone was no weaker than a peak 3rd-layer quasi-emperor. Crash! Lin Sun stood still, but there was a bright and blazing sword chi around his body, and it turned into a dense sword formation that crushed and annihilated the rolling blood torrent. An earth-shattering sound of collision resounded, and the sword formation operated. Unparalleled sword chi shot out, and the surging blood torrent was completely minced and annihilated. Before the ferocious spirit could get close, its body was cut into pieces, and it fell to the ground. Ding! A pebble-like source crystal of the Great Way fell, and it was bright, translucent, and flawless. Lin Sun caught it in his hand, and he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise when he looked at it for a moment. This source crystal of the Great Way was of extraordinary quality, and the essence of the Great Way it contained was like a mist, and it was magnificent and colorful. It was far from comparable to the source crystals of the Great Way he had collected before. At this time, Xianxia was already in a daze. He had come to the 4th layer for a trial, and he had to fight with all his strength to deal with the ferocious spirit just now. But under Lin Sun's attack, it was still vulnerable, and this almost subverted his understanding. After all, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the quasi-emperor realm, but it was completely insufficient when compared to Lin Sun. Right at this moment, Lin Sun spoke once more. "I'll ask you one more time, where is the overlord of the ferocious spirits?" Xianxia's entire body trembled, and he pointed into the distance. "Fly in that direction for around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and you'll see a blood-red mountain. The overlord of the ferocious spirits resides at the peak of that blood-red mountain." Swoosh! In the next moment, Lin Sun led Xianxia into action. The heavens and the earth were boundless, and lightning surged in the sky, and it was suffused with an aura of destruction. All along the way, Lin Sun still didn't conceal his aura, and he flew like a bolt of lightning, and he flickered ceaselessly in the sky like a wisp of flowing light. Occasionally, groups of ferocious spirits would appear, and all of them had surging vital energy and terrifying auras, and they seemed like evil spirits that had charged out from hell. Some had transformed into enormous beasts, and some had transformed into evil spirits. Compared to true cultivators, the only difference was that they didn't have intelligence. However, their battle strength was extremely ferocious. It was no exaggeration to say that if a figure like Xianxia, who was one of the 7 great peaks of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, wanted to train here, he would have to risk his life. Unfortunately, Lin Sun wasn't an ordinary Ju Hui quasi-emperor. Along the way, no matter what ferocious spirits appeared, no matter how ferocious and terrifying they looked, they were all crushed by Lin Sun's advancing footsteps. It was unstoppable. On the other hand, Lin Sun's gains were numerous great Dao source crystals of extraordinary quality. If he wasn't in a hurry, he really wanted to stay and thoroughly sweep through the 4th level of the Hell of Darkness to see how many great Wei source crystals he could obtain in the end. Brother Lin, that's where the overlord of the ferocious spirits resides. Because Lin Sun's attacking speed was too fast, Xianxia saw that blood-red mountain in the distance in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. It stood between heaven and earth, majestic, and its entire body was blood-red, as if there were countless blood-red rivers flowing down from the peak of the mountain. Lin Sun couldn't help but frown as he looked from afar. The blood-red mountain was actually piled up by countless bones, and it gave off an extremely horrifying bloody aura of death. At the top of the mountain, an altar was built, and it was madly absorbing the power of the blood-red thunder from the sky. It seems that the intelligent overlord of the ferocious spirits is not simple. While Lin Sun was thinking, a feminine voice leisurely resounded between heaven and earth. It's a pleasure to have a friend come from afar. I wonder what advice you have for visiting my humble abode. The voice alone made Xianxia tremble all over, and his face turned pale. At the same time, Lin Sun saw that on the top of the blood-red mountain, a figure emerged out of thin air. He was wearing a green robe, and he had a handsome face and a smile on his lips. Standing on the top of the mountain with a scroll in his hand, he was like a scholar full of knowledge, completely different from what Lin Sun had imagined. No one would believe that this young man in green robe was the overlord of the 4th level of the Purgatory of Darkness, a dominating existence in this world if he didn't see it with his own eyes. But as Lin Sun ran the clairvoyant eye, he immediately found that the scholarly young man was actually a skeleton. The skeleton was snow-white and translucent, as if it was made of divine iron, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. Between the eyebrows of the skeleton, there was an extremely powerful soul, like a coiled blood python, with its fangs exposed, strange and ferocious. Well, I didn't expect that you still have the courage to come here, you selfish guy. The man in green robe saw Xianxia, and his eyes showed undisguised contempt. Shut up! Xianxia shouted with a ferocious look, evil creature, you still don't know that you are about to die. This time I come here to kill you. The man in green robe smiled and said, it turns out that you, a heartless guy, have found a helper. No wonder you dare to come back. As he said, he looked at Lin Sun with a thoughtful look and said, my fellow practitioner, I can feel that you are very powerful, far more powerful than ordinary people. If I say that I don't want to be your enemy, can you show mercy? His voice was clear and calm. It was not like the momentum of a fierce soul. Are you afraid? Do you want to live? Impossible. Xianxia shouted with undisguised killing intent, Brother Lin, it is he who killed our fellow disciples of Bronze Sparrow Tower. Lin Sun's eyes flickered, didn't you say those people were suppressed? As long as you hand over that treasure, you can save their lives? Xianxia's face suddenly became unnatural, and he said, Brother Lin, how can you believe the words of that fierce soul? He must have already killed them. The green-cloaked man looked up to the sky and laughed. So that's how it is. I finally understand. So you're making a false accusation and pushing all the blame onto me. You're quite insidious. Brother Lin, do it. Xianxia shouted anxiously, as if he was afraid that the man in green robe would say more. But Lin Sun was indifferent. His dark eyes were deep, and he said expressionlessly, Xianxia, at this time, I only have one question. What on earth are you hiding? His voice was piercingly cold. P.S. The analysis of the Master of Heart's combat power has been posted on the WeChat public account of Goldfish. Goldfish will continue to publish an article about Xianxia's appearance tomorrow. The man in cyan laughed first. It seems that you are not a fool. Meng Xingzi's face darkened. He glared at the man in cyan and then said to Lin Sun, Brother Lin, the fierce soul is as cunning as a ghost. He is deliberately provoking, Lin Sun interrupted, last chance. There was a frightening chill in his voice. Meng Xingzi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked flustered and said, Brother Lin, what are you suspecting? Don't be fooled by that evil creature. The man in cyan on the top of the mountain in the distance said, Let me tell you. A month ago, this person came here with a group of companions. They happened to see a primordial treasure, so they fought for it together. Unfortunately, I was also there at that time, and I found the treasure earlier than them. Meng Xingzi looked livid and shouted, Shut up. Brother Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. Don't panic. It's okay to listen to his nonsense. Lin Sun raised his hand and patted Meng Xingzi's shoulder. The latter was immediately imprisoned and couldn't speak. He was so anxious that he was in a cold sweat. The azure-robed man smiled and continued, Fellow Taoist, you should know that I am formed from a vicious soul. In your eyes, I am an anomaly that everyone should kill. However, I have awakened my intelligence after all, and I have my own nature and pride. When I fought for the treasure, I defeated Meng Xingzi's companions one by one, but I didn't kill them. I only asked Meng Xingzi to hand over the treasure in exchange for the lives of his companions. But who would have thought, ho ho. The man in cyan showed a touch of sarcasm. Who would have thought that Meng Xingzi ran away with the treasure alone? At this moment, Meng Xingzi, who was imprisoned there, was extremely shocked and angry. He struggled repeatedly as if he wanted to explain something, but it didn't help at all. Ran away? Lin Sun frowned and looked at Meng Xingzi. He took back the imprisonment power, is it true? Meng Xingzi gasped and said anxiously, It's fake. It's all fake. How can I abandon my companions for a treasure? This evil creature is obviously slandering and sowing discord. Slandering? Then look who these people are. The green-robed man smiled and waved his hand. A group of figures floated up into appearance. There were men and women amongst them, and all of them were dispirited and on the verge of death. When they saw Meng Xingzi, all of them revealed expressions of rage and hatred, and some even started cursing loudly. Meng Xingzi. We've known each other for hundreds of years, and I've taken you as a brother. Yet, you've abandoned all of us for the sake of a treasure. You are truly ruthless. I listened to your orders and risked my life to help you seize the treasure. But what about you? After obtaining the treasure, you ran away by yourself. All of them seemed to be extremely excited, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to skin Meng Xingzi alive. When he looked at Meng Xingzi again, his face was ghastly pale a long time ago. His entire body was shivering, and he had a panicked expression as he cried out loudly with a hoarse voice, You. How are you still alive? No, all of you must have been controlled by that evil creature. When we were fighting for the treasure, I clearly saw all of you suffer. He looked at Lin Sun and pleaded, Brother Lin, don't be deceived by that evil creature. I did lie before. After getting the treasure and leaving the 4th floor, I didn't intend to come back at all, because I knew that my companions had died. The reason why I deceived you was that I wanted to get the treasure back from you. But I dare to swear to God that I never abandoned my companions and ran away with the treasure alone when fighting for the treasure. Absolutely not. Like a drowning man, he used all his strength to defend himself. In the distance, the green-robed man sighed and said, All the evidence is in front of you, but you're still stubborn. It's really pathetic. He looked at Lin Sun and said, Do you believe me now, Taoism peer? Brother Lin. Meng Xingzi collapsed to the ground and screamed anxiously, as if he couldn't explain himself. I don't believe you. Lin Sun finally opened his mouth. He looked at the green-robed man on the top of the mountain in the distance with his black eyes like lightning. Just 3 words stunned the green-robed man. You don't believe me? The green-robed man frowned and said, Aren't these enough to prove it? Lin Sun said indifferently, Let me ask you, the treasure has been taken away. Why do you keep Meng Xingzi's companions alive? Don't tell me that you've expected today's thing to happen, so you prepared these witnesses in advance. Yes, yes. That's right. Meng Xingzi shouted excitedly as if he had come back to his senses. The green-robed man sighed softly, my fellow practitioner, I've already said that I have spiritual wisdom, and I have my own nature and pride. When I fought for the treasure, I didn't kill them at all. Even if the treasure was taken away, how could I vent my anger on these people? Bullshit. Meng Xingzi gritted his teeth and roared, you're an evil creature transformed by a ferocious soul. How can you have a merciful heart? Ridiculous. Why do ferocious souls have to do evil? The green-robed man asked back. He was like a well-read Confucian scholar, showing his displeasure. Remember, I have spiritual wisdom, and I'm different from those bastards without spiritual wisdom. What's more, if you don't believe me, you should believe these people, right? The green-robed man pointed to the men and women around him. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he said something inexplicable, they are not themselves anymore, and their words are doomed to be untrustworthy. Meng Xingzi was confused and didn't understand. But the green-robed man seemed to understand. He couldn't help but be stunned, and a strange luster appeared in his eyes. You have already seen through it? He seemed to know Lin Sun again, and he seemed to be very surprised. Lin Sun sighed softly, if you didn't summon these people, maybe I would have believed you. But you overreached yourself. Under his heaven's eye, he'd clearly noticed that Meng Xingzi's companions seemed to be no different than an ordinary person, yet their soul cores had been sealed by countless dense and strange blood-colored talismans a long time ago. In short, these people were no different from puppets without souls. When they spoke before, they were also controlled by the green-robed man. In fact, it was because he saw through this that Lin Sun suddenly realized it. He was also shocked, because as he said, he almost believed the green-robed man's words just now. Brother Lin, you finally believe me. Meng Xingzi almost cried out. He was so depressed and panicked just now that he almost went crazy. It was no exaggeration to say that he just suspected that he would die with grievances. If you hadn't lied several times before, how could such a thing have happened? Lin Sun glanced at him, and he really couldn't feel any pity for him. It was because Meng Xingzi had lied that he was almost fooled by the green-robed man. Meng Xingzi looked embarrassed, ashamed and self-reproached. He didn't dare to look at Lin Sun's eyes. In the final analysis, he cared too much about that treasure. It seems that I underestimated you. The smile on the green-robed man's lips disappeared. He stared at Lin Sun with a strange light in his eyes. Then tell me, why did I spend so much effort to deceive you just to wrongly accuse Meng Xingzi? He doesn't deserve it. His voice was full of disdain. Lin Sun said indifferently, because you don't have the confidence to kill me, so you can only take it slowly. If I am really fooled, you will take further action. What action? The green-robed man raised his eyebrows. Lin Sun said, for example, leading me into the mountain where you are, and using the power of the forbidden formation covering the mountain to deal with me? The green-robed man was stunned for a moment. Suddenly he clapped his hands and praised, great. You are really insightful. It's hard for me not to admire you. After a pause, he said with a smile, however, you guessed wrong. The reason why I deceived you is not that I don't have the confidence to kill you. I just want to have some fun. His eyes were suffused with sadness. I awakened my intelligence a long time ago, but I've been trapped in this damned place that you call the purgatory of darkness for countless years. I want to leave as well. But it just so happens that no matter what I do, I'm unable to struggle free from the energy of this place. After a long time I will feel very bored, lonely, and tormented. The green-robed man sighed. Lin Sun looked indifferent, without any fluctuation in his mood. The green-robed man seemed to be a scholar full of knowledge, with an open and magnanimous manner. But in fact, he had a glib tongue and was as cunning as a ghost. It was difficult to distinguish whether what he said was true or false. Lin Sun didn't want to distinguish it at all. He turned over his palm, and the broken half of the spear appeared. He said directly, with your wisdom, it should not be difficult to guess that I am here for this treasure. The green-robed man was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Sun was not interested in what he said at all. After a while, he nodded and said, "Yes, anyone who gets such a half of the treasure will definitely want to know where the other half of the treasure is. It's easy to guess. Do you know where the other half is?" Lin Sun asked directly. The green-robed man couldn't help laughing. "Why should I tell you?" "Why?" Lin Sun also laughed. He stepped forward with his clothes fluttering in the wind. An incomparably terrible power spread out, making him seem to become another person in an instant, looking down at the green-robed man like a god. The green-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, and then sighed, "It's really boring." The disputes since ancient times inevitably have to be solved by fighting in the end. With a sigh, he waved his sleeves. Boom, the blood-red thunderbolts covering the sky suddenly rolled fiercely, and blood-red figures rushed out of the thunderbolts, like fiends rushing out of hell. Countless evil spirits had appeared, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. "Taoism pure, if you can survive this tribulation, I will tell you where the other half of the heavenless sphere is." Boom, the world was in chaos and thunder surged. Hundreds of bloody evil souls rushed out like a tide. Each of them had the power of a quasi-emperor, and the strongest one was even comparable to the third level of a quasi-emperor. Seeing this scene, Meng Xingzi was so scared that his face turned green and his hair stood on end. He had never thought that in the blink of an eye, a killing tribulation had come. "Now, do you understand that I'm not afraid, but very bored?" The laughter of the man in cyan echoed between heaven and earth. "To be honest, I'm also very bored. Let's take this opportunity to play." Lin Sun also laughed. As he spoke, his sleeves fluttered and his palms formed an incantation. Up. He stood on the stellar dough and pointed to the northeast. With a deafening roar, countless dense Taoist symbols emerged in the northeast area, colorful and blazing, like a gorgeous rainbow rising to the sky. Kill. A group of bloody evil souls rushed over, ferocious and terrifying. Lin Sun didn't fight with them. His figure flashed and disappeared in place, appearing in another direction. Up. He formed an incantation with his hands and stepped on the ground. With a bang, tide-like Taoist patterns emerged, circling and dancing, shining brilliantly. On the top of the bloody mountain in the distance, the man in cyan gradually frowned. He couldn't understand what Lin Sun was doing. He neither attacked nor dodged. Instead, he seemed to be setting up a formation. But the point was that how could the forbidden formation of Taoist patterns in the world be set up casually? In addition to formation flags, formation plates, formation bases, formation stones, he also needed a source of power to maintain the operation of the formation. The man in cyan really couldn't understand what was the difference between setting up a formation at this time and seeking death. Although he couldn't understand the mystery, he still decided to attack and destroy it. He conveyed a horrible and strange thought, which swept the whole area like a storm: attack with all your strength and interrupt all his actions. The bloody evil souls, like a tide, all rushed towards Lin Sun like crazy, as if they had received the decree of God. Rumble, the world was in chaos, and it was filled with countless bloody figures. The destructive force swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and it almost drowned Lin Sun's figure. This scene was too terrifying. Just think about it, if hundreds and thousands of quasi-emperors were to attack at the same time, how terrifying would that lineup and power be? And all these attacks were directed at Lin Sun. Meng Xingzi had already fled far away before the battle broke out. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. Originally, he thought that Lin Sun would choose to retreat like him, but who would have thought that Lin Sun had no intention of dodging at all? When Meng Xingzi looked at the field, Lin Sun's figure had already been submerged. The world was shaking, and the bloody light was rolling. It was impossible to see clearly. This made Meng Xingzi's heart turn cold, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Leave or stay. The indistinct ferocious souls were like raging waves as they charged forward, and they covered the heavens and the earth while peerless chaotic flows of energy swept out and crushed space into pieces. The power of the restriction array that covered the entire blood-colored mountain was activated, and it was barely able to neutralize the destructive power. The man in cyan standing on the top of the mountain was a little relieved. With his hands behind his back, his pupils flashing a strange luster, he stared at the battlefield in the distance. His cyan robe fluttered in the wind, like a ruler overlooking his own territory. "He's not dead yet. This guy is far more powerful than I expected," he murmured softly. He saw that Lin Sun was still struggling. Even if he was besieged, there was no sign of him dying for a while. But he didn't panic. Rise. 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 Lin Sun's figure flickered, like a flickering light among countless bloody shadows, drifting erratically. Although he was besieged and almost impenetrable, as he operated his cultivation, he could easily crush the opponent's resistance. There were indeed too many enemies, densely packed and seemingly endless, but when it came to combat strength, none of them could enter Lin Sun's eyes. In addition, these ferocious souls were only fighting by instinct, without intelligence and consciousness. This alone made them incomparable to the real quasi-emperors. Rise. After pinching out the last incantation, Lin Sun's figure flashed, broke through the siege, and came under the sky. He took a deep breath, and his black eyes couldn't help showing a hint of expectation. Then, he waved his sleeve, tut. A thunderous and obscure tune of the Tao resounded through the surroundings. This is, the man in cyan on the top of the bloody mountain in the distance frowned, looking at Lin Sun standing proudly under the sky, and suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment, he was stunned, and his pupils dilated sharply. Numerous swaying and graceful azure-colored lotus flowers suddenly surged into appearance on the battlefield. There were over 1,000 of them, and they covered the heavens and the earth, causing the world to be tainted in a layer of jade green. It was just like the infinite cyan lotus leaves. If one looked carefully, every single azure-colored lotus was large like a millstone, and they swayed in the sky. Every single lotus leaf was formed from countless dense markings of the Tao, and they flowed with a myriad of misty and gorgeous rain of light. And the blooming lotus between the lotus leaves, each had 36 petals, and the stamens were as brilliant as cyan jade. Vaguely, there seemed to be a phantom of a god sitting in it, chanting sutras and resounding through the sky. In a flash, the bloody and gloomy chaotic battlefield seemed to have turned into a sacred world of gods, a country of peace and tranquility. Sitting on a big lotus, the man in cyan was stunned, his mind trembling, and an uncontrollable chill surged in his heart. Just looking at it from a distance, he already felt a fatal danger. The formation transforms into the will of the gods, and the Tao has no power. Lin Sun's indifferent voice resounded, like the sonorous voice of the Great Way. Then, among the thousands of green lotuses, the phantoms of gods emerged, and unparalleled divine brilliance shot out. The world seemed to be burning, everything turned into ashes, and the void was incinerated. There were also endless roars of Taoist sounds, sweeping across the sky and earth. The blood-red ferocious souls that surged out like tidewater were like paper, and their figures transformed into ash and vanished amidst the boundless light and sound of the Tao. In an instant, the heavens and the earth seemed to have been cleansed, and not a single ferocious soul remained. All of them seemed as if they'd been wiped out and vanished into thin air. Only the green lotuses were like a world, the gods were like illusions, and peerless divine green radiance flowed and illuminated the world. Bang! The layer upon layer of Tao markings and restrictions that covered the blood-red mountain in the distance rumbled and collapsed like an avalanche, and the entire mountain shook violently before collapsing with a rumble. The azure-clothed man that stood on the peak of the mountain was affected as well, and his figure seemed as if it was swept by a gale as he was blasted flying fiercely, and he was in an extremely sorry state. What a formidable grand formation! What a formidable ability! He coughed up blood repeatedly, and his handsome face was covered in shock and astonishment. Those countless ferocious souls were his subordinates, and every single one of them possessed the might of a peak quasi-emperor. However, they were completely annihilated before such a grand formation. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. This caused the azure-clothed man's mind to suffer an unprecedented blow, and he trembled because of it. All his confidence and pride seemed to have collapsed at this moment. Under the sky, Lin Sun's heart was also filled with unspeakable shock. This formation was called Lifeless Killing Formation, ranked 9th in all heavens, and was created by Master Lu. It had once shone brilliantly in the Taoism War of Ancient Emperors, killing 5 emperors and seriously injuring 8 emperors. It was with this formation that Master Lu, who was only at the quasi-emperor realm, gained the reputation of Formation Emperor Lu. However, what Lin Sun had set up now was just a crude lifeless killing formation, and its changes and power were also limited. It was far from being comparable with the real lifeless killing formation. Even so, when the formation was in operation, it still killed and cleansed all the ferocious souls in the field. If I can set up a complete lifeless killing formation, how powerful will it be? Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to it. Qingying gave him the jade slip left by Master Lu, which was full of Taoist classics related to spiritual tattoos written by Master Lu. It not only recorded the lifeless killing formation, but also many other mysteries related to spiritual tattoos. It could be said to be as vast as the sea. With his current attainments in spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun could not help but be deeply inspired and often felt enlightened. For example, the lifeless killing formation displayed before was some of the mysteries that Lin Sun had comprehended in just a few days. Although he only grasped a little bit of it, its power could not be underestimated. Clatter soon, the green lotuses all over the sky turned into light rain and disappeared. Lin Sun looked at the man in green in the distance and said, "Do you still feel bored now?" The man in green took a deep breath, wiped off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth, and sighed, "Your means are superb. It can be said that you can summon clouds and rain with a turn of your hand. How dare I make trouble again?" Saying this, he still asked with some unwillingness, "I'm very curious whether you can break out of the encirclement without the power of the formation just now." Lin Sun said indifferently, "As I said before, I just want to try the power of the formation out of boredom. If I really take action, you will be the first to suffer." The man in green was stunned and couldn't help but sneer, "In your eyes, am I so unbearable?" Swoosh, Lin Sun took a step forward and came in front of the man in green, casually pressing out with his palm. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes. He had been waiting for this opportunity, however, when he really faced Lin Sun's palm, he suddenly found that he was like in a cage, sealed and shrouded in all directions. There was nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. He could only face it head-on, almost out of a kind of fighting instinct. The man in green exhausted all his strength and released it to the extreme. He did not believe that in a head-on confrontation, a character in the third stage of the Quasi-Emperor would be his opponent. Boom, the blood and chi around his body rumbled like 100,000 volcanoes erupting. Incomparably violent laws gushed out, all gathered into a palm print, and blasted out. This was the first time since he self-consciously awakened his spiritual consciousness that he had gone all out. Just a single palm print gathered all his life's cultivation, the void was chaotic, divine splendor splashed, and accompanied by a burst of explosion, the man in green's palm print exploded with a loud bang, seeming so vulnerable. And his whole body was directly slapped away, smashing hard on the ground hundreds of feet away, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky. P.S. Big guy, don't rush me. The day after tomorrow, the goldfish will break out 5 times. The green-robed man coughed up blood, and his skin cracked like porcelain. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Sun in the distance in disbelief. The power of one palm was enough to heavily injure him, who had gone all out. "Now, are you convinced?" Lin Sun looked at him calmly. The green-robed man gasped for breath for a moment. Finally, he sighed and lowered his head. "Even if I don't want to accept it." "I can't. Where is the other half of the Great Way Empyrean spear?" Lin Sun asked. The azure-clothed man was silent for a moment before he said, "I'll die after I tell you, right?" Lin Sun didn't deny it. "At least you can die more quickly." The corners of the azure-robed man's lips twitched as he said, "Actually, I've already guessed that this day would come, but I've been hiding a trace of hope in my heart." "Forget it, there's no harm in telling you. If my memories before I awakened my intelligence are correct, the other half of the Great Tao Empyrean spear should be in the hands of the 7th floor Silver Bat Ghost Emperor." With that, he lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and said, "Give me a quick death." He suddenly remembered something from a long time ago. At that time, he had just awakened his spiritual wisdom. He had transformed from a cruel and ruthless evil spirit into a spirit that could think, recognize the world, and cultivate on his own. At that time, he felt incomparably frustrated. Even though he possessed intelligence, he was born with original sin. What flowed through his body was a mixture of remnant thoughts, resentment, and filthy blood energy. However, he was not willing to become an intelligent evil spirit. Just like what he said to Meng Xingzi before, did he have to do evil just because he was born as an evil spirit? He had been thinking about this problem for countless years. This was the gloom purgatory, and it was like a cage that he was unable to escape from. He could only accompany those ferocious spirits here, and he wanted to distinguish between good and evil, black and white, right and wrong. It was almost impossible, but now, he was about to die. The azure-robed man suddenly felt a sense of relief. Good and evil, black and white, right and wrong, all of these were no longer important. He only felt lucky. At least, he had truly lived. They were not like those evil spirits who did not know why they were born, nor did they know why they died. They were muddle-headed and did not know who they were. After waiting for a long time, the green-robed man suddenly froze. Why wasn't he dead yet? He couldn't help but open his eyes. The world was boundless and the scenery was still the same. He raised his head with difficulty and looked around, only to find that the young man's figure had long since disappeared. Only a jade slip was quietly placed beside him. He was silent for a moment before he picked up the jade slip. Recorded within it was an inherited Tao scripture called the Great Scripture of Solitude. The azure-clothed man felt as if his heart had been struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot, and his body started to slightly tremble from an indescribable surge of emotions. After a long while, the green-robed man got up and respectfully knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times and 9 times towards the distance. From that day on, the purgatory of darkness lost a vicious soul overlord and gained a scholar who spent his days meditating on the Zen. His green robes were upright and his mind was clear. Countless years later, he chanted a supreme scripture and purified all the evil spirits in the purgatory of darkness. He shook the heavens, and the people of the world called him the Confucian Buddhist emperor, a drink and a peck, all predetermined. A long time ago, the 1,000-feather flower sword, which had just gained sentience, was saved by Xianxia, the successor of Mount Fengsuan, on a stormy night. Xianxia gave it the snow-listening bamboo sword. Later, the 1,000-feather flower sword stood up for Lin Sun in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass to repay his kindness. A long time ago, a little fisherman who grew up by the sea was favored by Li Xianwei, the successor of Mount Fengsuan. The little fisherman later became the founder of Xuanji Taoist sect, Boyazi. A long time ago, to cultivators, a good karma that they inadvertently planted might grow into a towering tree in the years to come. Karma was wonderful beyond words. Brother Lin, I've let you down in the past. I've told some lies and done some stupid things. Meng Xingzi's face was full of shame. When Lin Sun was fighting before, he didn't escape and was even ready to support Lin Sun. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Sun alone swept away all the evil spirits and easily suppressed the vicious soul overlord. Hurry up, the 4th floor is too dangerous. Lin Sun waved his hand. Brother Lin, Meng Xingzi still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Sun. I have no prejudice against you, so you don't have to blame yourself too much. I hope you won't repeat the same mistakes in the future. After that, Lin Sun floated away. For him, it was not a big deal whether he spared the life of the man in Xi'an or let go of Meng Xingzi who had deceived him. It was nothing more than a coincidence and taking advantage of the situation. What Lin Sun really cared about was where the other half of the Great Law Empyrean spear was. Meng Xingzi stood alone for a long time, and finally sighed, turned around and left. He knew that the root of this disaster was nothing more than one word: greed. If he didn't want to control the Great Law Empyrean spear, he would never have lied to Lin Sun. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Sun had only himself to blame for killing him at that time, the 5th floor of the Purgatory of Darkness. Lin Sun walked alone in surprise. The rolling evil spirit rushed at his face, producing an oppressive force that was enough to make ordinary quasi-emperors unable to move. But these oppressive forces were easily resolved before they could approach Lin Sun. Qi, a figure in a tattered Taoist robe with green pupils, wielded a rusty broken halberd and charged at him. When the halberd was waved, a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. This was a fierce spirit that was almost as strong as the man in Xi'an. It was so strong that even a third-step quasi-emperor would find it extremely difficult to resist it. But as Lin Sun struck out with his palm, the figure in tattered Taoist robe exploded and fell into pieces. With a clang, a dazzling Great Way Source crystal fell into Lin Sun's hand. Upon closer inspection, this Great Way Source crystal contained an almost imperceptible fragment of the laws of Emperor Realm. It seems that Buchuan was right. The lower I go, the better the quality of the Great Way Source crystal. Lin Sun put away this Great Way Source crystal and continued forward. The 5th floor was undoubtedly even more dangerous. The weakest of the ferocious spirits was comparable to a 3rd-grade quasi-emperor. Some of the ferocious spirits even carried a faint martial emperor aura, which was extremely frightening. Unfortunately, they were not true Emperor Realm experts and were destined to be no match for Lin Sun. 30 minutes later. Lin Sun traveled 30,000 kilometers and killed 59 fierce spirits along the way. He collected 43 Great Way Source crystals, 6 of which contained fragments of the laws of Emperor Realm. In addition, after killing these fierce spirits, Lin Sun also collected many broken treasures, all of which were controlled by the fierce spirits and were all primordial Emperor Realm treasures. Unfortunately, all of them lacked spirituality and were far from being comparable to real Emperor Realm weapons. Lin Sun threw them to Wu Kei and the spirit of the broken blade as food. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that there was a fierce battle taking place in a place far away. It was an extremely tall black-robed woman with an extremely fierce aura. She held a pair of fiery red scimitars in her hands, and when she moved, she was like a swift red lightning. Her opponent was a fierce spirit clad in broken bronze armor. Its body was more than 10 feet tall and blood chi surged all over its body, evolving into countless blood-colored Dao lights. This fierce spirit was extraordinarily powerful and clearly possessed spiritual intelligence. When it fought, it was no different from a true third-stage quasi-emperor expert. However, the black-robed woman was even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, she brandished her scimitars and the fierce spirit screamed in pain. Before long, it was defeated and its body was chopped into countless blood-colored fragments. At the same time, a colorful Great Way Source crystal fell. Clang, the black-robed woman whistled and neatly put away her scimitars and the Great Way Source crystal. After a brief examination, a satisfied smile appeared on her wild and beautiful face. However, she suddenly turned her head and looked into the distance. Yo, after so many years, someone has finally come to the 5th level. As she spoke, she waved her hand. My name is Hulan. I entered the Purgatory of Darkness 357 years ago and only entered the 5th level 3 years ago. What about you, brother? She was valiant and heroic and her whole body exuded a sharp and capable aura. Her hair was tied behind her head and her beautiful, wheat-colored face was angular and beautiful. Lin Sun, I just came here 2 days ago. Lin Sun came from afar. After a brief examination, he found that this woman named Hulan had an extremely vigorous aura, far beyond that of ordinary people in the same realm. It made sense. How could a character who had been fighting in the dark purgatory for more than 300 years be ordinary? 2 days ago? Hulan was stunned. She looked Lin Sun up and down with a pair of phoenix eyes as bright as a blade and asked suspiciously, really? It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. I'll leave first. As Lin Sun said, he rushed forward. The 5th level was still not suitable for him to practice. Wait a minute. Hulan shouted, further ahead, there is a fierce spirit transformed from a primitive giant crocodile. It has long possessed wisdom and is extremely fierce. Hey, I'm talking to you. Thank you for reminding me. Lin Sun's voice came from afar without looking back. Hulan frowned. This arrogant guy didn't even listen to her warning. Was he so eager to die? After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and chased after him. During these years, she had been fighting alone in this world. It was not easy for her to meet a living person. How could she watch him die? At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that Hulan had caught up with him. He couldn't help being stunned, but he immediately stopped thinking about it and continued to move forward. Hey, wait for me. You are most likely to encounter an accident if you keep running around like this. Hulan's voice came from behind with a trace of anger. It seemed that she was blaming Lin Sun for not knowing what was good for him. Don't worry, Mississippi. I know what I'm doing. Lin Sun's voice sounded, and he still didn't mean to stop. This annoyed Hulan. Her starry eyes were burning with anger. Arrogant, too arrogant, she had reminded him again and again, but he didn't appreciate it. She couldn't wait for the fierce spirit transformed from the primitive giant crocodile to come out and teach this guy a painful lesson. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she heard an earth-shaking roar in the distance, which made the void tremble and sand and stones fly. Following that, an earth-shattering baleful aura spread out from afar. Lin Sun stopped. He noticed the horrible aura earlier than Hulan did. Boom. Boom. Boom, the world trembled and the void tumbled violently. In the far distance, a vicious soul as large as a mountain appeared. It looked like a giant crocodile, with 4 limbs like pillars supporting the sky, a head the size of a house, and scarlet scales covering its entire body. Fiendish chi surged like lava, flowing down from its body. Its eyes were as big as a millstone, scarlet and cold, exuding a cruel and ferocious aura. This evil spirit was transformed from a giant crocodile. When it walked, it was like a floating land. In front of it, people looked very small. Roar. It roared to the sky, and the sound waves were like rolling thunder, sweeping across the world. The terrible evil spirit could make people collapse directly. Hualan, who had thought that the ferocious soul could kill Lin Sun's arrogance after it appeared, changed her expression and shouted, "Lin, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Her voice was full of fear and anxiety. She had been wandering in the 5th layer for many years and had fought with this giant crocodile several times. Every time, she could only flee, not daring to fight it head-on. However, Lin Sun said calmly, "Don't panic, Mississippi. It's just a beast with spiritual intelligence. If it dares to block the way, I will kill it." Hualan almost couldn't believe her ears. This guy was not only arrogant, but also insufferably arrogant. She couldn't help but scold, "Do you really want to die? This evil spirit has the power of a half-emperor. Although it's not as strong as a real emperor, it's not something a quasi-emperor can compete with." As she said, she rushed forward to grab Lin Sun and take him away, so that he wouldn't die. Lin Sun dodged her attack and said, "Miss, why don't you watch the battle?" In fact, he was quite touched in his heart. They just met by chance, but Hualan repeatedly reminded him. Even if he was looked down upon, he couldn't be angry at her. "Watch the battle. Watch you die." Hualan gnashed her teeth in anger. She had never seen such an insensible guy. "Don't quarrel. Isn't it better for you to die together?" In the distance, the giant crocodile's rumbling voice was full of playfulness and cruelty. Boom, a bloody chain as thick as a python swept out from the body of the ancient giant crocodile and swept towards Lin at an incredible speed. The space around them was thrown into disorder. The blood-colored chains were formed from the laws of the Grand Tao, and they contained a strange and unfathomable fiendish aura that was extremely formidable. Clang! Clang! Hualan's expression changed abruptly, and she unsheathed her 2 scarlet scimitars without hesitation to block this attack. But Lin Sun had already rushed out with his bare hands. He grabbed the blood-colored chain and shook it gently. The blood-colored chain imprinted with the aura of an Emperor Realm expert exploded like a dead snake. Lin Sun, on the other hand, had already rushed forward. With a clang, the bright invincible saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Whoosh, a snow-white saber aura suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire world in a vast expanse of white. The peerlessly swift and fierce saber chi disregarded all obstructions, and it had a domineering aura that struck directly at the heart. It seemed to be able to destroy the shackles of the ages and cut through all restraints. Hualan only felt a stinging pain in front of her eyes, and then she heard a muffled sound, followed by the earth-shattering roar of the ancient giant crocodile. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the sky was dyed with blood. A bloody wound was left on the mountain-like giant crocodile's body, and it was screaming. Lin Sun's tall figure was like a ray of courageous light, holding a saber in his hand, rushing up to the crocodile. Compared with the giant crocodile, his figure was obviously very small, but Hualan felt a kind of domineering and invincible demeanor, a kind of demonic momentum that made her heart tremble. Whoosh! 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 The snow-white saber aura swept across, dancing wildly between heaven and earth, tearing the sky, and completely suppressing the ancient giant crocodile. No matter how it fought back and resisted, it was in vain. Pieces of flesh were cut off and fell down. Soon, the mountain-like giant crocodile was bleeding profusely, and it was as miserable as a bag of bones. Hualan was completely dumbfounded. Was this still the horrible evil spirit that made her run away in embarrassment many times? Why was it like an animal waiting to be slaughtered? Its flesh was constantly cut off, and its bones were exposed. Boom! With a bang, the huge skeleton of the ancient giant crocodile, which had been cut by the saber aura, let out a shrill and unwilling roar, and then fell to the ground with a loud crash. This also made Hualan sober up from the shock. For a moment, her beautiful face changed, and an uncontrollable trance surged in her heart. An evil spirit with the power of a junior emperor was, cut to death in just a few blinks of an eye. It was as unreal as a dream. "Girl, do you believe me now?" A clear voice that carried a hint of laughter resounded by her ear. Hualan raised her head instinctively, and she saw the fellow that she thought was insufferably arrogant had suddenly appeared before her, and he was grinning at her. There was a hint of ridicule in his words. Hualan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and snorted, "Show off." She turned around and left. "Are you angry?" Lin Sun was stunned. Hualan waved her hand without looking back, and said impatiently, "You are so arrogant that I don't need to worry about you." "Why should I stay? To be laughed at by you?" Lin Sun touched his nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect this valiant and wild woman to be so hot-tempered. "Hey!" Lin Sun shouted. "What else do you want?" Hualan still didn't look back. "Thank you for reminding me just now. When I come back from the 9th floor, I'll make it up to you." As soon as Lin Sun finished his words, Hualan felt dizzy, and then a bright source crystal of the size of an alms bowl fell into her hand. It was heavy and diffused with the pure breath of the Great Way. Hualan suddenly turned her head and said angrily, "I'm not that stingy. Why should I compensate you with this thing?" Lin Sun waved his hand with a smile, "We fought side by side, so you should have half of the spoils. This is my rule. You have to take it if you don't want it. See you." As he spoke, he smiled and turned to leave, as if he was afraid that Hualan would return the source crystal. "Humph." Hualan glared at his back and then looked at the source crystal in her hand. She muttered, "It's such a good treasure. It would be a waste if I don't take it." Then, she realized something and her eyes narrowed. What did that guy just say? He wanted to go to the 9th floor. Wasn't he courting death? "Hey!" Hualan opened her mouth to warn him, but she found that Lin Sun had disappeared in the vast world. Only her voice echoed between heaven and earth. Her beautiful face kept changing. After a while, she stamped her foot and said, "I'd like to see if you will come back to apologize to me. I'll be waiting." The 6th floor of the Purgatory of Darkness. Lin Sun finally felt the long-lost threatening and oppressive aura. The world here was scarlet, broken, desolate, and shrouded in a thick and gloomy aura. As he walked, Lin Sun had to use his true strength to resist the omnipresent oppressive power. This led him to make a judgment: an ordinary third-stage quasi-emperor would be courting death by coming here. In other words, the 6th floor of the Purgatory of Darkness was a place where only martial emperors could come to train. This is only the 6th floor, but it's already so terrifying. Back then, second senior brother was able to fight his way to the 9th floor when he was only a peak quasi-emperor. Lin Sun finally understood how ferocious second senior brother Xianxia was back then. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun began to move forward. Along the way, the oppressive power of heaven and earth was like a tidal wave, forcing Lin Sun to use his cultivation at all times to move forward. Interesting. This is the first time in countless years that I've seen a little quasi-emperor come here to die. Didn't his elders tell him that the 6th floor is not a place that an ant below the martial emperor realm can enter? Suddenly, an erratic and sneaky voice rang out. However, when one tried to identify it, they couldn't find the source of the voice. No, this is the second time. In ancient times, there was also a fellow at the quasi-emperor realm who came here. His combat strength was even more terrifying than an ordinary martial emperor. Oh, really? Then how do you think this little thing compares with that person? Haha, let's see if he can leave alive. Everyone, don't fight over this little prey. This little prey is mine. I like his youthful physique. Even his blood is filled with an alluring smell. Old thing, you're no longer a human being. The noisy voices were like the conversations of evil spirits in the ghost realm. They were whispering to each other, full of a horrifying smell. The sound drifted between heaven and earth, as if there were countless evil spirits hiding in the dark and would rush out at any time. Lin Sun looked calm and turned a deaf ear to them. His tall figure walked alone between heaven and earth, and the sword case on his back glowed with a dull light. Suddenly, a big pale hand broke out of the ground and grabbed at Lin Sun. Its sharp fingertips were surrounded by scarlet light. This sudden scene was enough to frighten everyone. But Lin Sun seemed to have expected it. Or, at the moment when the big pale hand appeared, he didn't hesitate to take action. Swish, the lawless saber rolled up the bright saber chi, like a reverse Milky Way pouring down, and the unparalleled Taoist light illuminated the world. Puff, the big pale hand was cut down, and a huge ravine was cut out on the ground. The earth rolled and shook constantly. In the depths of the ravine, a muffled cry of pain rang out, full of surprise and anger. The sounds of whispers that resounded ceaselessly in the heavens and the earth seemed to have been deterred at this moment, and a short period of silence appeared. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. But Lin Sun still seemed to be unaware of it. He glanced at the depths of the ravine and continued to move forward. His figure stood out from the crowd. His indifferent and composed attitude of disregard was like a silent provocation and contempt, and it caused all the ferocious beings that were hiding in the shadows to become restless. The horrible killing intent began to spread between heaven and earth, like the gloom after the coming of the everlasting night. Rumble, the killing intent was like a tide, changing the color of heaven and earth, and the void was in disorder. The originally oppressive and suffocating atmosphere became extremely dignified at this moment. Lin Sun frowned, and there was a faint tingling sensation on his skin. Years of fighting made him realize in an instant that the killing tribulation was coming. But in this situation, the long silent fighting intent in his heart finally showed signs of being ignited, and the chi and blood flowing around him began to boil faintly. Since he entered the purgatory of darkness, this was the first time that he felt pressure and the long-lost impulse to fight. Having cultivated to such a level, it couldn't be said that he was as lonely as snow, but ordinary people were indeed unable to arouse any of his interest. For example, Xianxia, the man in cyan, and the ancient giant crocodile. They were not weak, but for Lin Sun, they were really not worth mentioning. But now, it was finally different. He came to the purgatory of darkness to temper himself and seek an opportunity to prove the Tao and set foot on the Emperor's way. If there was no oppression and threat, it would be too boring. On the road behind Lin Sun, a drop of scarlet blood quietly condensed in the void. The blood wriggled, and a green pupil opened quietly, looking at Lin Sun's back. Whoosh, a beam of grayish-white light shot out from his pupils, and wherever it passed, the void was silently corroded and a straight black mark was left in its wake. It was as if he had been burnt to ashes. The speed was so fast that it came to Lin Sun in an instant. Puff, with a muffled sound, Lin Sun was hit. The green pupil in the blood bead showed a hint of joy. This gray-white beam was called light of flies, which could corrode everything and pollute vitality. No one under the Emperor realm could resist it, because the light of flies was a vicious power that could only be controlled by the Emperor realm. But the next moment, the joy in the green pupil froze. Lin Sun's figure dissipated like a bubble. Not good, the drop of blood realized that it was not good and was about to dodge. But a big seal with bronze luster had already smashed at it. Great way lifeless seal, bang, the blood bead, along with the green pupil within, was instantly blasted into blood-colored powder. In the darkness far away, a sharp cry of pain that tore through the sky sounded out, but it quickly stopped. Lin Sun appeared out of nowhere and put away the lifeless seal. As his battle prowess increased, he was able to unleash the true might of the Kunlun Emperor weapons. He could wield them with ease as if they were his own arms. This also made Lin Sun more deeply understand the power of Kunlun's Emperor weapons. Each kind of treasure had different magical effects, and its power was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary Emperor weapons. For example, if the lifeless seal was controlled by a true Emperor realm law, then its might could even shatter a river of stars and collapse the sky, and it possessed boundless destructive might. The lawless saber, for example, could ignore all laws in the universe, including Emperor realm Daos. This kind of disregard was not blocking, nor was it dispelling. Instead, it was treating the myriad of techniques as if they were nothing, and not even a single leaf could touch him. With Lin Sun's current strength, he could easily control the Kunlun Emperor weapons, but it was impossible for him to release the full power of these Emperor weapons. Unless he could prove his Tao and become a true Emperor, without thinking too much, Lin Sun continued to move forward. The world was dark and gloomy, and undercurrents were surging. The boundless blood and evil spirits were like a sweeping storm, howling and whistling in the void, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The faintly discernible whispers rang out once more. This guy is tricky. In my original memory, the treasure in his hand seems very familiar. Just looking at it from a distance, it makes my heart tremble with fear. This guy is nothing to worry about, but the treasure in his hand is full of threat. Oh, threat? I think it's an opportunity. Whoever can get the treasure in his hand, maybe, can be the best in this world? These conversations were not concealed. Lin Sun heard them and instantly made a judgment in his heart. In the 6th level of Purgatory of Darkness, there were many evil spirits with spiritual intelligence, and they should have the power of Emperor Realm. Otherwise, they would never dare to underestimate and despise a peak 3rd stage quasi-emperor like him, and this kind of evil spirit with wisdom, who knew how to analyze the pros and cons and make plans, was undoubtedly the most terrible and the most difficult to deal with. If it were those evil spirits without spiritual intelligence, they would have already swarmed to kill him when they saw him. Buzz, suddenly, the space in the distance surged as a figure condensed into form, and it transformed into an old man with a hunched back and a violet bamboo cane in his hand. His hair was sparse, and his skin was branded with scars that looked like fish scales. His eyes flowed with a strange red light, and he was like an old ghost that had crawled out of hell. He looked horrifying. Hand over the treasure in your hand, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, the 39 companions here will tear you apart and eat you. The old man said in a hoarse voice, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, which made people's scalp numb. Lin Sun glanced at the purple bamboo stick in the old man's hand and said, "Leave this thing, and I'll let you die quickly." This purple bamboo stick was 7 feet long, as thick as a child's arm, and crystal clear. There were wisps of obscure chaotic aura on it. It should be a primordial treasure, and its quality was almost perfect. It was extremely precious and rare. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect that a young man like Lin Sun would be tougher and more domineering than him. The evil spirits who were watching all this in secret couldn't help whispering. They were all very surprised and didn't know where Lin Sun's confidence came from. "I've given you a chance." The old man's eyes glowed with a strange light, and the purple bamboo stick in his hand gently tapped on the ground. Boom, a dense and violent purple thunderbolt poured down from the void, like thousands of snakes dancing wildly, and filled with the fierce aura of Emperor Realm Law, and rushed towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't dodge, but rushed up to meet it. His body was bright, and a deep abyss was developed. Endless light flowed in it, and his power suddenly rose to the extreme. Boom, the lifeless seal roared out, blooming with a bronze light. It was as heavy as a mountain moving horizontally, and it crushed the void into powder, caused the world to tremble, and crushed the rolling purple thunderbolt. Lin Sun had already swung his fist to kill the old man. His fist strength was like an abyss, devouring the heaven and earth, and seizing all creation. The old man snorted coldly and fought against it. But in just a moment, he was suppressed by Lin Sun's fist strength to the point that he couldn't raise his head. The blood in his body rolled, and his face changed. Even if he waved the purple bamboo stick, it was still severely suppressed by the lifeless seal. The purple bamboo stick buzzed and wailed, and it was almost out of control and flew out of his hand. "Die." In an indifferent voice, a Taoist furnace was condensed in front of Lin Sun. It flowed with hundreds of millions of mysterious lights, and it seemed to have the power to suppress the past, the present, and the future. "Open!" the old man roared. His eyes were scarlet and bleeding, his muscles were bulging, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. The terrifying bloody light rushed out from his body like a landslide and a tsunami, and it rushed towards the Taoist furnace. But in the blink of an eye, all his resistance was destroyed by the Taoist furnace. His head, neck, and body were all shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Looking from afar, the old man's entire body had actually been crushed alive. This was a fierce spirit that had condensed spiritual intelligence, and it was no weaker than the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, it possessed a primordial treasure, but it was completely suppressed by Lin Sun, a mere quasi-emperor. Boom, blood splattered everywhere, and the unparalleled turbulence swept out. The old man's soul was completely destroyed. Old bamboo monster died just like that? How could he be so nature-defying? A surprised voice sounded in the dark, and it floated between heaven and earth. The fierce spirits were obviously shocked. Lin Sun didn't care about all this. He put away the purple bamboo stick, and after a brief examination, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a primeval treasure indeed, and it was called the Violet Solitude Lightning Bamboo. Its appearance was miraculous, and it contained a strand of terrifying quintessence laws of the Tao of lightning. Lin Sun didn't hesitate to put it away. Even if he couldn't use it, he could give it to Wu Kei and the spirit of the broken blade. After the old man died, he left behind a great Tao source crystal that looked like a flying sword. It sprinkled a faint purple rain of light, and although it was only the size of an egg, its quality was extremely shocking. Lin Sun held it in his hand and examined it. He found that there was a fragment of the law of thunder within the great Tao source crystal, and it was pure and dazzling. Good treasure. Lin Sun put it away. There was no need to comprehend a treasure like this. As long as he refined it, the law of thunder would become a part of his cultivation. After putting it away, Lin Sun took out a great Tao source crystal of average quality. As he continued forward, he absorbed energy to replenish his exhausted strength. Although he hadn't used up much of his strength, the road ahead was destined to be filled with killing. He probably wouldn't have much time to replenish his strength. And when they saw this scene, the spirits of the monsters in the dark were shaken. This kid is replenishing his strength. Did this mean that although his combat strength was nature-defying, he wouldn't be able to last for too long? For a moment, the world was filled with killing intent, and it seemed like it was ready to make a move. Lin Sun saw all of this, but his expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. At this moment, he seemed to be using himself as a bait to attract the enemy to jump out from the dark. This was undoubtedly very dangerous, but it was also the most energy-conserving method. Otherwise, if he took the initiative to chase and search, he might fall into the enemy's trap instead. After all, he was just an outsider. Those fierce spirits were the masters of the 6th level of the Purgatory of Darkness, and they were undoubtedly the most familiar with the environment here. They had an absolute geographical advantage. Whoosh, suddenly, in the void ahead, an ancient tree made of bronze appeared. Its branches towered into the sky, and they were as sharp as swords. A pair of cold eyes opened on the trunk. As the ancient bronze tree swayed, the dense branches emitted a bloody light that shot into the sky, startling the world and causing all living things to tremble. Before Lin Sun could react, a fierce beast that looked like a Kylin walked out from another direction. It had antlers, and its pupils were surging like whirlpools. When it walked, unparalleled killing intent spread like a tide. I didn't expect the old bronze tree to attack together with the Kylin Demon Emperor. Looks like the death of old bamboo monster made these two ferocious fellows become more cautious. The old copper tree had already awakened its spiritual wisdom in the ancient times. Its origin is the root of the Kunwa divine tree. Over the years, it has devoured and absorbed countless remnant souls and willpower of the martial monarch realm. It has become extremely powerful. An ordinary first-level martial monarch is no match for it. A cold voice said, the Qilin Emperor is not simple either. His original body is the remnant soul of the fire Qilin. Over the years, the number of people who have died in his hands is not small. The voice drifted in the gloomy and oppressive world. It was like an undisguised threat, not afraid of being heard by Lin Sun. Lin Sun's expression changed. However, it was not fear or dread, but surprise. He'd never imagined that the ancient tree whose branches towered into the sky and seemed to be constructed from bronze branches and leaves was actually formed from a root of the Kunwa divine tree. Now, he already had the origin of the Fusang tree and a divine wood that was suspected to be the builder wood. He only lacked the Kunwa divine wood and the dark parasol divine wood. If he could gather these 4 kinds of primordial divine wood born in the origin of chaos, then nourish them with the chaotic life soil, the 5-colored wondrous soil, the pure turbid star soul sand, the primordial water, and other divine materials, he could give birth to a chaotic origin tree sapling. At that time, the sapling would be immeasurably beneficial to the cultivation of emperors. Whoever could control a chaotic origin tree would have the foundation to comprehend the law of chaos and control the power of chaos. Over the years, Lin Sun had collected intermittently and only obtained a part of the origin of the Fusang tree's soul, a divine material that was suspected to be the builder wood, a handful of 5-colored wondrous soil, and a piece of chaotic life soil. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to collect all these divine woods and divine materials. It was something that could only be found by chance. Boom, in the distance, the old bronze tree charged over. Thousands of branches were dancing like divine chains of order, with a scarlet and dazzling radiance of the law, shrouding the sky. The world was in chaos and the void was shattered. On the other side, a fierce beast that looked like a Qilin rushed over, moving through the void with incredible speed. When a giant claw slapped out, it set off a monstrous divine light of the law of Emperor. The two fierce souls with the power of emperors launched a thunderous attack as soon as they attacked. It was swift and fierce enough to make ghosts and gods tremble. At the same time, Lin Sun made his move as well. His silhouette seemed to be traversing the abyss of heaven and earth as he manipulated the lawless blade to fight against the two monarch realm souls. His long hair fluttered in the wind as his black pupils erupted with lightning. His cultivation was displayed to the extreme, and his murderous might shook the heavens and earth. This expanse of the heavens and the earth fell into turmoil while all sorts of terrifying phenomena appeared. The ferocious creature that was watching everything in the dark was stunned. The old bronze tree and the Qilin demon the arch attacked together, but they were only evenly matched with the young man at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. This almost caused them to be stupefied. It was difficult to imagine how there was someone in this world who could surmount the heavenly chasm of the emperor realm. He was simply a monster. Thinking back to the ancient times, the extremely arrogant and conceited person only managed to survive by relying on various secret treasures. But the young man in front of him was obviously different. Rumble, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The surroundings were in chaos. Lin Sun killed heartily and wantonly. His figure was like an abyss swallowing all 10 directions. There was a faint sign of suppressing the old bronze tree and the monster Emperor Qi, in particular. When he waved his saber, he cut off the branches of the old bronze tree that were dancing wildly like divine whips. It was incomparably fierce and indestructible. This enraged the old bronze tree. He roared again, and his ferocious might became more and more terrifying. The monster Emperor Qi didn't have it easy either. Although he was fast and violent like lightning, every time he collided with Lin Sun, his blood and Qi were shaken and he couldn't get close to Lin Sun. This made him both surprised and incredulous. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He galloped on the battlefield like a demon, invincible and invincible. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and his momentum rose steadily. Bang! Not long after, the lifeless seal roared and the monster Emperor Qi was directly smashed away. His fur was stained with blood, and his tendons and bones collapsed. Obviously, even if he and the old bronze tree attacked together, they were no match for the monster Emperor Qi. However, just as Lin Sun was about to follow up and kill the monster Emperor Qi, a sudden change occurred. A giant white-boned bird with broken wings and a body burning with ghostly fire rushed out and pounced on Lin Sun. Its sharp claws were like divine weapons, revealing incomparable sharpness. This was another monster Emperor realm evil soul. Lin Sun's expression didn't change, and he was as calm as before. Only his eyes were burning with a desire to fight fiercely. In the blink of an eye, he was fighting against the 3 Emperor Realm vile souls alone. His invincible killing aura was firmly restrained. But even so, Lin Sun was still fighting calmly despite being besieged. Every move he made was far beyond the ordinary and unparalleled power. This made people's hearts tremble, and the evil souls who were watching secretly were even more shocked. If they weren't so sure of Lin Sun's cultivation, they would have suspected that he was a monster emperor who deliberately concealed his cultivation. It was incredible. Although these evil souls had been trapped in this world for a long time, they had already condensed spiritual wisdom and retained a lot of instinctive knowledge in their memories. This made them very clear how incredible it was to surpass the natural chasm of the monster emperor realm and fight against a monster emperor across a great realm. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Sun was fighting 1 against 3, boom, suddenly, a black cloud swept over from afar and turned into a woman with a snake's head and a human's body. She had a graceful body and a huge snake tail. She held the giant bone axe in her hand and rushed over with great force, shaking the world. This was the 4th monster Emperor Realm evil soul to attack Lin Sun together and kill him in the field. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure flashed. Whoosh! 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 Greenwood, scarlet fire, yellow earth, greenwood, black water, and platinum tau rushed out together, each holding a different monster emperor weapon and rushed to different opponents. This sudden change shocked the old copper tree, Qilin demon emperor, the giant bone bird, and the snake-headed woman. Their faces changed abruptly. One of them was already difficult to deal with, but now there were 5 more. This was simply despairing. I'm not afraid of one-on-one. But what about a group fight? In the indifferent voice, Lin Sun himself and the 5 doppelgangers of the Great Path rushed to different opponents. Like a group of demons attacking, they emitted different kinds of power and momentum. Boom, the old bronze tree was the first one who couldn't bear it. It was attacked by Lin Sun and Greenwood Taoist body together. Its branches were broken in the violent torrent of power. Its trunk was severely damaged, with numerous cracks. Why don't you help him? If he survives, you will also suffer. The old copper tree let out a shrill cry. The next moment, the old copper tree's voice stopped abruptly. It was completely suppressed by Lin Sun's Tower of Endless Tao and put into the tower. Without hesitation, Lin Sun and Greenwood Tao body rushed to other enemies. Boom, the world was in chaos. 6 Lin Sun went to battle together, seemingly invincible. Those monster Emperor Realm evil souls were defeated, and soon they were all injured. This made them tremble in fear, and they finally felt fear. But at this time, figures rushed out from the dark one after another. There was a headless man completely covered in dense armor, holding a long spear, cold and murderous. There was a pale-skinned monk with sinful and evil aura, holding a string of prayer beads made of white bones in his hands. There was a blurred figure riding the black torrent. With a wave of his hand, countless ferocious blood shadows rushed out from the void. There was, in just a moment, 7 or 8 more monster Emperor Realm evil souls appeared in the field. Facing this scene, even a true Emperor Realm expert would be shocked and feel despair. And in such a dangerous situation, Lin Sun finally felt great pressure and threat. Instead of being shocked, he smiled and said, "It should have been like this long ago." His original body and the 5 clones of the Great Path all had their auras rumbling. At this moment, they released and performed the extreme of their cultivation. Dharma Scripture of Solitude, Infinite Devouring Scripture, Taishan Sword Scripture, No Return, Green Lotus Cave Method, 9 Cauldrons World Suppression Scripture, Great Quietus Thunder Scripture, all kinds of supreme Taoist scriptures were performed by different Tao doppelgangers. For a moment, the power reflected each other, dyeing the world into a magnificent color. And Lin Sun's Tao body operated the chaotic domain to the extreme, sometimes turning into a deep abyss, sometimes evolving into a chaotic furnace. The lawless saber, lifeless seal, directionless flag, broken blade and other monster emperor weapons also swept across the battlefield, bursting with different powers and mysteries. Boom, the 6th level of Purgatory of Darkness was completely shaken, lightning flashed, thunder roared, Taoist light fell like rain, and divine brilliance was like the sea. This could be called a battle of monster emperors. If it happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a sensation in the heavens, and countless people would be shocked. And it was destined that no one could imagine that Lin Sun alone could fight against so many monster Emperor Realm evil souls. Kill. 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 On the battlefield, Lin Sun's killing was boiling, and he fought like a madman. His whole body seemed to be burning, and his Taoist karma was revealed to the world. No one knew that this was also the first time Lin Sun went all out in a battle since he reached the consummation of the 3rd step of Quasi-Emperor Realm. The monster Emperor Realm evil souls were all shocked and almost went crazy. More than a dozen of them gathered together to attack, but they could not do anything to a Quasi-Emperor Jufu. How could they believe this? No matter what, we must kill this man. His Taoist skills are heaven-defying, and he must have mastered some unknown Taoist scriptures. If we kill him, we may be able to obtain some unexpected good fortune. Those treasures are also very impressive. The monster Emperor Realm evil souls also went all out, and each of them was full of vigor as they fought desperately to kill Lin Sun, and then divide the treasures and Taoist scriptures on him. But how could Lin Sun let them get what they wanted? Tut. Suddenly, his Tao body let out a Taoist sound, wanting to kill the already injured monster Emperor Qi. At the same time, in other directions, the 5 doppelgangers that were fighting with the other monster Emperor Realm evil souls all withdrew at the same time, and attacked the monster Emperor Qi from all directions. This kind of joint attack almost made the monster Emperor Qi's soul come out of his body, and he chose to dodge and escape without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was a step too late. Boom, in the earth-shattering explosion, the monster Emperor Qi's body directly exploded, and was drowned by the endless blazing Taoist light turbulence. His soul was destroyed, clatter, blood splashed. The death of the Kailan demon emperor made all the emperor realm evil spirits tremble. They couldn't believe that under such a siege, a Juhui quasi-emperor not only could not be suppressed, but also had the ability to kill, and from this moment on, Lin Sun launched a counterattack. The 5 doppelgangers followed the main body and attacked together, no longer fighting separately as before. In this way, the power generated was even stronger. The void exploded, and a string of prayer beads made of white skeletons whizzed over, emitting a strange grayish-white Buddha light that enveloped the world. This was a terrible treasure that targeted the spirit. The grayish-white Buddha light produced a devouring power that could corrode people's spirit and turn them into ashes. Boom! Lin Sun's scarlet fire Taoist body performed the eyes of burning ashes. Flames swept across the sky and hit the string of prayer beads away. The white skeletons were burned and wailed. At the same time, Lin Sun attacked with a punch, collapsing the chest of the monk who was rolling with sinful and evil aura and sending him flying backward. Puff, on the other side, the platinum Taoist body was already ready, and without hesitation, he used the thorn of sharpness to penetrate the monk's head. A series of actions happened almost instantaneously. When all this was over, the emperor evil spirit that looked like a monk had been completely destroyed. At the same time, Lin Sun, together with the 3 Taoist bodies of black water, yellow earth, and greenwood, had set their eyes on another opponent. Unlike other strong people who fought side by side, Lin Sun and the 5 Taoist bodies were one, and their minds were connected. When they cooperated with each other, it could be said to be seamless and invulnerable. This was also the reason why Lin Sun's killing power was boundlessly terrifying when he was fighting. Clang! Before long, the lifeless seal collided with a huge white bone axe, producing a deafening roar. The one controlling the huge white bone axe was the graceful woman with the head of a snake and the body of a human. While her treasure was restrained, she was also trapped by the 2 Taoist bodies of black water and greenwood. "Help me!" she screamed, unable to hold on any longer. In fact, other Emperor Realm fierce souls nearby were trying their best to attack Lin Sun, but they were all resisted and resolved by Lin Sun and other Tao bodies. Soon, the snake-headed woman let out a shrill and unwilling hiss, and was killed on the spot by the directionless flag wielded by the greenwood Taoist physique. As for the woman's death, it had only been a moment since the monk's death. The sight of death was driving the great Emperor Realm souls crazy. When Lin Sun and his doppelganger gathered together, they were almost invincible. They were good at both offense and defense, and they controlled all kinds of Kunlun Emperor weapons. The Taoism they displayed was also the supreme Taoist scriptures in the world. Under such circumstances, fighting him was simply like going against a lofty and towering mountain, and no matter how they charged forward, it was impossible to shake him. Soon, the headless man covered in armor was split open by Lin Sun's saber. Almost at the same time, the yellow Taoist body rushed forward and condensed the seal of all living beings to kill him. Boom! The headless man's body exploded, and blood spurted high into the air. Since the beginning of the battle, this was the 5th Emperor Realm fierce soul to be killed. After Old Bamboo, the Kailan demon emperor, the monk, and the snake-headed woman, the old copper tree was suppressed in the Tower of Endless Tao. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed. In this short time, Lin Sun was not even injured, not to mention being suppressed. How is this possible? Someone shouted in shock and anger. Kill! Whoever doesn't use all his strength will die. Someone roared. More people looked solemn and gloomy. They didn't say a word, but their hearts were full of shock and uneasiness. If the opponent was an Emperor Realm strong, they could reluctantly accept it. But the point was that the opponent was just a quasi-emperor, which was the most difficult thing for them to accept. After all, such a thing had never happened since ancient times. Boom, the battle became more and more fierce. The world was turbulent and chaotic, and the smell of blood continued to spread. Endless Taoist light and fierce chi swept across, causing the 6th level of purgatory of darkness to be in complete turmoil. A quarter of an hour later. 4 more Emperor Realm fierce souls died in different ways, but without exception, they all died miserably. At this time, there were only 7 Emperor Realm fierce souls that besieged Lin Sun. Looking at Lin Sun again, whether it was himself or his 5 doppelgangers, they were all unscathed. Their momentum was like a rainbow, and they fought like a madman, wantonly attacking as if they were invincible. This was already comparable to sweeping through his opponents and sweeping away everything in his path. Whoosh, just as Lin Sun was about to deal with the giant white-boned bird with broken wings and burning flames, the latter suddenly flapped its wings, tore the sky, and teleported away. It escaped. This was also the first Emperor Realm Fierce Soul to flee in fear since the beginning of the battle. Lin Sun didn't chase after it, but changed his target to other fierce souls. But in the following time, the fighting spirit of these fierce souls seemed to be shaken. As long as they were targeted by Lin Sun, they would choose to escape without hesitation when he intended to kill them. Some of them succeeded and were lucky enough to keep their lives. Some of them couldn't even escape and were killed on the spot. Let's go. This man is no match for us. Run. It didn't take long for the remaining Emperor Realm Vile Souls to lose their will to fight, and they began to flee in all directions while crying for help. No one dared to fight Lin Sun head-on anymore. Or in other words, Lin Sun's fighting strength had already made them feel fear and despair. Lin Sun's fighting spirit was burning, and he was full of killing intent. How could he stop now? He took a deep breath, and the doppelgangers that gathered around him flew in different directions to kill the fleeing enemies. His original body fixed its eyes on a man in a black robe that seemed to be made of smoke, and began to chase with all its might. From this moment on, Lin Sun completely grasped the initiative, and launched a counterattack in the 6th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. A quarter of an hour later. Near a barren canyon, Greenwood Taoist body looked around and waved the Wufeng flag in his hand. Boom, innumerable sharp divine lights whistled out like divine rainbows descending from the sky, and they enveloped the canyon in the distance. The canyon was directly destroyed, and the ground caved in. Many enormous and densely packed holes of unfathomable depth appeared. A great Emperor Vile Soul rushed out from one of the holes. His face was covered in dust and dirt, his body bloody and mangled. It was a pitiful sight. It was about to escape when Greenwood Taoist body blocked its way. Can you escape? Greenwood Taoist body waved the Wufeng flag, and the fierce soul was drowned in the next moment by the sharp divine light. Southwest. The Platinum Taoist body wore a white robe and wielded a broken blade. He was fighting fiercely with an Emperor Fierce Soul that looked like an elephant. This was the opponent he had caught up to. Moreover, the opponent couldn't hold on much longer. But at this moment, an ethereal shadow suddenly shot out of the darkness, controlling a white-bone flying sword. It attacked the Platinum Taoist body from behind with Xianxia. From beginning to end, it didn't make a sound, and didn't even emit a trace of energy. It was extremely strange. The Emperor Fierce Soul that looked like an elephant saw this, and a trace of wild joy flashed through its scarlet eyes. But in the blink of an eye, this wild joy was replaced by shock and terror. Then, Lin Sun's scarlet flame Taoist body suddenly teleported over. He waved the broken Empyrean Tao spear and stabbed it at the ethereal shadow. Boom, the shadow was caught off guard, and it staggered and flew backward, groaning in pain. Almost at the same time, the Platinum Taoist physique raised his blade and slashed down, killing the Emperor-level Vile Soul that looked like a giant elephant. Pfft, its head flew into the air, and blood dyed the sky red. The Platinum Taoist body turned around and walked toward the opponent that was fighting the Scarlet Flame Taoist body. Northeast, southeast, similar scenes were playing out. Their opponents fled, and they were all alone. But at the same time, Lin Sun's main body and clone split up to pursue them, and a bloody massacre ensued. In the process, some Emperor Fierce Souls that had been hiding in the dark couldn't help but attack when they saw Lin Sun's main body and clone split up. For a time, the 6th level of the Purgatory of Darkness was filled with a chaotic scene of fighting and turmoil. After half an hour, the number of Emperor Fierce Souls that died in the hands of Lin Sun and his 5 clones had reached an astonishing 21. At the same time, although Lin Sun was not injured, he felt a burst of exhaustion. After all, he was only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Although the power of the Taoism and the imperial weapons that he used with his 5 clones were extremely powerful, it also consumed a lot of physical strength. If it weren't for his strong cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for half an hour. Although there are many Emperor Fierce Souls here, most of them are comparable to the 1st level of Emperor Realm. They can't really pose a fatal threat to me. However, it's good to practice here for a period of time. While Lin Sun was thinking, He planned to call back his 5 clones, stop for a while, and take a rest. But at this moment, a blood-stained broken sword tore through the sky and slashed down. The incomparably ferocious sword caused the heavens and earth to dim. It was extremely terrifying. Clang, the bright saber steamed and blocked the attack of the broken sword. Then, an incredible scene occurred. The broken sword flashed lightly in the void and turned into a completely black, cold-looking, crimson-haired youth. He was only 2 feet tall, and his entire body was shrouded in crimson light. His resentment soared to the heavens. Obviously, this was a sword spirit with spiritual intelligence. The soul of the broken sword with curse and resentment has appeared again, hidden in the shadows. One of the emperor-level vile souls noticed this, and his heart trembled in disbelief. It had been a very, very long time since the soul of the broken sword had appeared. The 2-foot-tall red-haired boy stared at Lin Sun with cold eyes and said, "Leave the sword case on your back, and I promise that no one will dare to stop you from leaving." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. This sword spirit should also be a fierce soul, and it had condensed spiritual intelligence and recognized the extraordinary bronze sword case on his back. The sword spirit was 2 feet tall, like a red-haired teenager. Its aura was far more frightening than the Emperor Realm vile souls. Lin Sun felt a piercing sense of danger from it. "Do you know the origin of this sword case?" Lin Sun didn't rush to attack. The red-haired teenager said coldly, "I saw this sword case when the first Oblivion tribulation broke out. Its owner was Taishan, the first sword emperor in primitive times." Hearing this, Lin Sun was shocked. Taishan sword emperor. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of a majestic, dazzling, godlike figure, with hundreds of millions of auspicious lights behind him, standing there like the ruler of all ages, with the momentum to control the whole world. Lin Sun had obtained the Taishan sword scripture left by Taishan sword emperor in the perilous domain. Until now, Lin Sun still remembered what the Taishan sword emperor had said: "Throughout the ages, we shoulder the great Tao with our iron shoulders. The domain of the apex is only the starting point for all of you. I hope that in the future, all of you will be able to ascend to the pinnacle of the holy path and soar upwards. You will establish your hearts for the heavens and earth, establish your lives for all living beings, inherit the lost arts for the sages, and establish peace for all ages." Lin Sun was still impressed by that kind of bearing and broad-mindedness. Later, Lin Sun learned that Taishan Sword Emperor and Battle Emperor Wuyang were both figures of primitive times, like immortal legends, but Lin Sun still didn't expect that the sword case obtained from Taoist Crocodile's treasure house in Cold Sky Domain was a treasure left by Taishan Sword Emperor. Taishan Sword Emperor once walked in the dark world? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. The red-haired teenager frowned, as if he didn't expect Lin Sun to ask so many questions. But in the end, he still said stiffly, "In primitive times, Taishan Sword Emperor and a group of people came here. Because they were worried that the step of oblivion would destroy the origin of this world, they took away the origin of natural way that originally belonged to this world." After a pause, the red-haired teenager stared at the sword case on Lin Sun's back and said, "But I didn't expect that Taishan Sword Emperor's rebirth sword case would be left here." Hearing this, Lin Sun finally knew the name of the sword case on his back. Rebirth, it was a name that was full of mystery. "What about you? Who are you? Why do you recognize the sword case?" Lin Sun asked. The crimson-haired youth had a ruthless look in his eyes. "You ask too many questions. I only want that sword box. As long as you hand it over, I can leave immediately." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. "What if I don't give it to you?" "Die." The crimson-haired youth spat out a single word. He made his move without hesitation. His 2-foot-long figure turned into a broken sword stained with blood. The sword was covered with a strange curse and resentment. Whoosh, the broken sword slashed out, and the world was dyed scarlet. The fierce and tyrannical sword intent shot into the 9 heavens. The power of this sword was obviously completely different from before. As soon as Lin Sun thought of it, countless bright Taishan sword chi emerged from the acupoints all over his body like tides and swept across the sky. The sword energy filled the world, filled the mountains and rivers, and filled the void. It was everywhere. Therefore, there was nothing he couldn't do. Vaguely, the countless sword energies turned into layers of sword formations, covering the sky and deducing the endless and all-encompassing mysteries of swordsmanship. This was the first time that Lin Sun had deduced the mysteries of swordsmanship in Taishan sword scripture he had mastered in a complete and extreme form. The blood-red broken sword suddenly trembled and stopped in the air. At the same time, the voice of the crimson-haired youth sounded. Starting from one and ending in infinity, all things are born from swords, all spirits are transformed into swords, and the swordsmanship is infinite and random. The true meaning of performing swordsmanship is as numerous as the sands of the universe. His voice was in a trance, like a murmur. This swordsmanship can kill ghosts and gods, break yin and yang, destroy the 5 elements, open the sky, and cross the ages. This swordsmanship is called Taishan. Lin Sun's eyes were filled with surprise. This was originally his test. Now it seemed that the spirit of the broken sword had an unusual relationship with Taishan Sword Emperor. I remember now, the blood-red broken sword turned back into the crimson-haired youth. The violence in his eyes had disappeared. He stared at the sword sheath on Lin Sun's back and seemed extremely excited. He shouted almost hysterically, "It's mine." His voice shook the world. Lin Sun was stunned. This crimson-haired youth was originally the sword spirit of the reincarnation sword sheath, so, wasn't he the sword spirit of Taishan Sword Emperor? At this moment, the crimson-haired youth suddenly held his head and screamed. His face was distorted, and a layer of dense curse and resentment emerged on his skin. It was as dark as ink and extremely strange. "Quick, let me go back." "Go back." The crimson-haired youth stared at Lin Sun, and his voice was filled with pain and anxiety. It seemed that his reason would be destroyed in the next moment, and he would completely fall into a state of boundless violence. Lin Sun took a deep breath, took down the reincarnation sword sheath, and opened it gently. Swish, almost immediately, the crimson-haired youth turned into a light and swept into the sword sheath. "Thank you." After a long time, the crimson-haired youth's weak voice sounded from the depths of the sword sheath, and then fell into silence. "Yi?" Lin Sun couldn't help but call out with his divine sense. There was a sword world within the sword sheath, and only artifact spirits could enter it. Presently, Yi was recuperating within it. "Lin Sun, I saw him. A grand Tao law related to curses has been planted in his body, and it's extremely strange and terrifying." Ye's calm and soothing voice resounded. "But don't worry, the sword world can suppress the strength in his body." Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief and said, "His master has passed on the Tao to me, so I'll trouble you to help me look after him this time." "All right." Yi agreed readily. Only now did Lin Sun close the sword sheath and carry it on his back once more. As he gazed at this gloomy and bloody world, a question couldn't help but surge into his heart. During the primeval times, exactly how many of those great figures that suffered misfortune during the first tribulation of oblivion were buried in this purgatory of darkness? The Taishan Sword Emperor possessed the title of the #1 Sword Emperor in the primeval times, and he was extremely supreme and supreme. Yet his sword sheath was lost in the world of darkness during the first tribulation of oblivion, and his sword spirit was buried beneath this purgatory of darkness as well. It was obvious from this how terrifying the first tribulation of oblivion was. Besides that, the ancient copper tree formed from the root of the Kunwa divine tree and the incomplete heavenless spear of the great Tao were suppressed within this purgatory of darkness as well. Every single one of them had extremely shocking origins, and the more one thought about it in detail, the more one deeply realized how extraordinary the first tribulation of oblivion was. Perhaps second senior brother knows the answer to all of this? Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. The purgatory of darkness was situated in the ancestral grounds of the Misty House, whereas the Misty House belonged to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion that was controlled by second senior brother Xianxia. Moreover, second senior brother had once entered the purgatory of darkness and fought his way to the 9th level of the purgatory of darkness a very long time ago, so he surely knew a great deal of the truth related to the first tribulation of oblivion. Lin Sun decided that if he met second senior brother in the future, then he would surely ask him about all of this. Not for anything else but for the sake of the artifact spirit and sword chest left behind by the profound Sword Emperor. That spirit of the broken sword that's coiled with a curse and resentment, has actually sided with that fellow? The eyeballs of an Emperor realm vile soul that noticed this scene in the shadows almost fell out of their sockets. In the eyes of these vile souls that resided in the 6th level of the purgatory of darkness, the spirit of the broken sword was completely like an overlord, and it was boundlessly formidable and terrifying. In the countless years of the past, practically all those that offended the spirit of the broken sword were annihilated without the slightest chance of survival. If it wasn't for the spirit of the broken sword not taking the initiative to cause trouble, then all the vile souls in the 6th level would have probably been annihilated a long time ago, yet now, such a terrifying existence had actually taken the initiative to side with Lin Sun, and this was undoubtedly too inconceivable. Have you seen enough? Lin Sun's figure flashed and appeared by the side of the vile soul that was hiding in the shadows. The vile soul's expression turned grim, and it was just about to flee when its path of retreat was cut off by a peerless strand of saber chi. The lawless saber, in just a few breaths, the vile soul was killed. Then, Lin Sun called back his 5 doppelgangers and flew into the distance. He planned to find a place to recover his strength. 10 minutes later, in a newly excavated underground cave, Lin Sun's original body sat cross-legged and cultivated, holding a piece of great way source crystal in each hand. Greenwood Taoist body was counting the spoils of war. In this battle, a total of 26 vile souls had been killed by Lin Sun, allowing him to collect a total of 34 primordial treasures. The quality of these treasures was extraordinary, not inferior to the quiet purple thunder bamboo staff that he had obtained from old bamboo, and some of them were even better. Unfortunately, these primordial treasures were far superior to ordinary emperor weapons, and were ultimately inferior to Kunlun's emperor weapons, so Lin Sun wasn't too interested in them. In the end, he decided to leave these treasures for Wu Kei and the spirit of the broken blade as food. In addition to these spoils of war, Lin Sun also obtained 26 pieces of great way source crystal, all of which were of excellent quality and contained different fragments of Emperor Dao laws. As long as he refined them, Lin Sun would immediately be able to control them. After sorting out the spoils of war, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist body took out the Great Way without ending tower and released the old copper tree that had been suppressed within it. The old copper tree was already on the verge of death, and Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony, and directly began to ask about things related to Kunwa Divine Wood. The old copper tree didn't cooperate at first, but it couldn't withstand Lin Sun's torture. It didn't take long before it couldn't bear Lin Sun's torture and told him a secret pattern. After the first oblivion calamity of the primordial world descended, Kunwa Divine Wood, which was originally born in the origin of chaos of the dark world, also suffered the same calamity. Its body was smashed, and its roots were broken. Even the soul origin root, which gathered its Tao origin, suffered great damage and was left in the depths of the dark purgatory. The old copper tree was transformed from a section of the Kunwa Divine Wood's root, and after countless years of changes, it finally condensed some spiritual wisdom. Strictly speaking, the old copper tree could only be regarded as transformed from a wisp of the Kunwa Divine Wood's origin power, and was far from being comparable to the real Kunwa Divine Wood. He also only knew that the soul origin root left by Kunwa Divine Wood was in one of the layers under the dark purgatory. As for which layer it was, the old copper tree couldn't say why. But for Lin Sun, it was enough to confirm that the soul origin root of Kunwa Divine Wood was in this dark purgatory. P.S. The 4th update is here, the 5th update is before 11:30 p.m. After getting the answer he wanted, Lin Sun's Wood Taoist body suppressed the old copper tree into the Tower of Endless Tao again. When looking for the spiritual root of Kunwa Divine Wood, the old copper tree could still play some role, so it was not the time to kill it. Not far away, Lin Sun was meditating quietly. The battle and slaughter he'd released to his limits earlier had allowed his cultivation in the martial Tao to obtain a rare form of tempering, and even his grasp of the laws of the Grand Tao had become even more refined and skilled. Lin Sun had a hunch that if he could fight all the way to the 9th level of Purgatory of Darkness, his martial cultivation and the power of the Great Way were likely to reach the extreme. At that time, perhaps it was time to prepare for the Emperor Realm. One day later, Lin Sun got up from meditation and left the underground cave. The bloody world was still as gloomy and oppressive as before, and the wind was howling. Lin Sun walked alone between heaven and earth and soon found his opponent. A skinny old man in a bloody robe, with a broken body, was hiding under a mountain, devouring and absorbing the power of a group of fierce souls. Boom! Lin Sun stepped into the void and the mountain collapsed with a gentle step. The eyes of the skinny old man, who was practicing under the mountain, flashed with terrible violence. Who? The skinny old man rushed out with anger. However, when he saw Lin Sun in the distance, he was stunned and almost scared out of his soul. Without hesitation, he began to run for his life. Lin Sun was stunned. When did the fierce soul with the power of the Emperor realm become so timid? While thinking, he had already caught up with him. Little thing, with your combat power, you can go to the 7th level. Why do you stay on the 6th level? Seeing Lin Sun catch up, the skinny old man suddenly became anxious and roared. This made Lin Sun more and more surprised. When did the fierce soul become so kind that it began to remind him that it was time to leave? When Lin Sun was about to say something, he saw that the lean old man ran faster and faster as if he was desperate. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun thought about it and finally gave up the idea of continuing to chase. The old guy was obviously scared out of his wits. Even if he caught up, he couldn't bring too many surprises in the battle. Next, Lin Sun set out on a journey to find his opponent again. But to his surprise, when he found a target in the following time, the latter ran away like a frightened rabbit, leaving no chance for Lin to make a move at all. This wasn't the only case. No matter how ferocious the auras of the opponents he encountered were, they would all flee for their lives the moment they encountered him. Run! That ferocious guy is coming out again. Damn it! Is he planning to kill all of us? Sob sob sob, it wasn't easy for me to condense my spiritual consciousness. I didn't expect to encounter such a ruthless fellow. How unfair the heavens are, we evil spirits have lost all face. Run! Run! Similar panicked roars and shouts resounded in the 6th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. Wherever Lin Sun went, he was like a god of plague, scaring the vile souls to flee in panic. Finally, Lin Sun caught an Emperor realm vile soul that failed to escape. But before he could rejoice, the fierce spirit that looked like a lion or tiger collapsed immediately. It knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Lin Sun's high fighting spirit was suddenly destroyed. He came to the Purgatory of Darkness to gain experience. But now, even the Emperor realm vile souls on the 6th level had knelt down. How could he gain experience? It seems that it's time to go, Lin Sun sighed. He roughly understood that after the bloody battle yesterday, the vile souls on the 6th level of the Purgatory of Darkness were all scared out of their wits. None of them dared to fight him head-on. Get up! Lin Sun turned around and left. The vile soul that knelt on the ground was stunned for a while, then cried tears of joy. This ferocious guy actually spared me, he really spared me. On this day, Lin Sun left the 6th level of the Purgatory of Darkness for the 7th level. It was also on this day that the Emperor realm vile souls distributed on the 6th level were all relieved. They smiled and celebrated with joy. It felt like sending away a god of plague. If such a scene was seen by those practitioners, they would be stunned. After all, vile souls were the most ferocious creatures in the world, and the Emperor realm vile souls were even more terrifying. But now, the Emperor realm vile souls on the 6th level were all scared by Lin Sun. Until countless years later, the Emperor realm vile souls on the 6th level couldn't forget the young man who brought them endless fear and trembling. The 7th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. It was dark between heaven and earth. The air was full of terrible pressure, which was enough to crush any practitioner below the Emperor realm in an instant. But obviously, Lin Sun was an accident. After arriving here, he had to run his cultivation to the fullest every time he took a step. If he wanted to move forward quickly, he even had to blast away the omnipresent pressure. Lin Sun was not surprised but delighted. For him, the more dangerous a place was, the more immeasurable it was for refining his cultivation. I don't know where the Silverback Ghost Emperor is, Lin Sun thought as he moved forward. In the 4th level of the Purgatory of Darkness, the cyan-clothed man once told him that the other half of the heavenless spear was in the hands of a vile soul called the Silverback Ghost Emperor in the 7th level. Lin Sun would not miss it. Time passed little by little. Unconsciously, 4 hours had passed. To Lin Sun's surprise, although he had slowed down a lot in these 4 hours, he had walked nearly 10,000 miles. Along the way, he didn't meet any ordinary vile souls, let alone Emperor realm vile souls. It seemed that he was the only one left in this vast world. It was silent and desolate, depressing and depressing. Lin Sun didn't give up and kept moving forward. Half a day later, Lin Sun consumed nearly 1/3 of his strength just to resist the pressure of heaven and earth. But he still didn't find any trace of vile souls. What was going on? Just as Lin Sun was puzzled, he suddenly felt that the heavenless spear in his hand trembled slightly. as if it had a wonderful connection with a place far away. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. He took out the heavenless spear without hesitation and calmed down to feel it. After a while, he turned around and looked at a place in the distance. Was the other half of the heavenless spear there? Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun suppressed his inner impulse and didn't act immediately. He stood still, looked around for a while, and then began to work. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 5 doppelgangers of Tao appeared together, each took out some divine materials, and began to refine formation flags together. Some refined divine materials, and some carved Taoist patterns. Everything was done in an orderly manner and extremely fast. Soon, formation flags were refined one after another and inserted into different areas by Lin Sun himself. After a while, the nearby area had been covered by 99 formation flags. The flags were swaying, and the complex Taoist patterns inscribed on them were shining with a strange and obscure luster. Then, Lin Sun took out hundreds of millions of Taoist crystals and piled them up into several Taoist crystal mountains, suppressing the position of the formation eye. These Taoist crystals would serve as the source of the formation. After doing all this, Lin Sun had consumed most of his physical strength, and there were some beads of sweat on his forehead. The key was that refining those formation flags consumed a lot of energy. Without delay, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, took out 2 excellent source crystals of Tao, and began to replenish his physical strength. When Lin Sun recovered 80% of his physical strength, a sound wave like the sound of nature suddenly sounded in the distant sky. It was like the Sanskrit chanting and the sonorous sound of the Tao. The whole world became sacred. There were vague visions of heavenly flowers falling, golden lotuses emerging from the ground, dragons soaring, and golden chariots singing. There were sages chanting sutras, gods talking about metaphysics with a smile, green deer walking with a ganoderma in its mouth, and spiritual monkeys jumping with peaches in their hands. There were towering ancient trees, green bamboos, gurgling streams, and auspicious lights fluttering dreamily. In a trance, it seemed that this place was no longer the depressing dark and bloody purgatory, but a pure land of bliss, like the dwelling place of gods. When Lin Sun, who was meditating, opened his eyes and saw such a scene, he couldn't help being stunned. What was this? As soon as a thought came to Lin Sun's mind, a kind voice that went straight to the heart sounded in this sacred world. This is the place where you become an emperor, my young friend. Become an emperor? Lin Sun whispered and glanced around. It was like being in a fairyland, peaceful and peaceful. Yes, what you see now is the sign of the coming opportunity. It seems to be an illusion, but it is actually an auspicious sign. The voice sounded again. Who are you? Lin Sun asked. I am your voice. The voice was ethereal. The voice can't be seen and can only be heard by yourself. What you hear is the most primitive obsession in your mind. Hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know how long you will have to wait for the next one. Maybe it will be thousands of years, or tens of thousands of years, or it will be hard to see it again in this life. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. His dark eyes were deep and mysterious. With the power of the third eye, everything in front of him was illusory, like the moon in the water. The world was still the dark and bloody world. However, because of that voice, this illusion that could be directly reflected in one's mind and divine soul was created. What surprised Lin Sun most was that if he didn't use the third eye, it was difficult for him to find that his mind and soul had already been affected by the voice. Undoubtedly, the owner of the voice was not simple. The voice. I think you should be called Ghost Emperor Silverbat. As Lin Sun said, he stood up from the ground. His black eyes were like lightning, tearing all the illusions and locking on the place under the bloody sky in the distance. There was an inconspicuous silver bat there. The silver bat was the size of a palm, with silver wings and a pair of claws as sharp as hooks hanging upside down. It was extremely inconspicuous in the dark and bloody void. When Lin Sun's eyes swept over the bat, it seemed to be surprised. Then its figure flashed and turned into a handsome boy in a silver robe. I was born with the ancestral blood of the primordial silver bat. I was born to be proficient in the art of music. Over the years, at least hundreds of people have died because of this art. You are the second one who is not afraid of this art. The handsome boy in a silver robe walked over, his pupils glowing with a strange red light. He looked indescribably leisurely as if he was taking a stroll. But Lin Sun's pupils showed a rare dignified expression. The aura of the Silver Bat Emperor was at least at the third level of the Emperor realm. Who's the first one? Lin Sun asked casually. The boy in a silver robe stopped 3 kilometers away from Lin Sun and said with a smile. You want to know? I'll tell you if you defeat me. Lin Sun also smiled. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The silver-robed youth said thoughtfully, with your level of cultivation, to be able to kill your way to the 7th floor, you're definitely not an ordinary person. You should have some trump cards that can fight against Emperor Realm figures. But the gap between us is too wide. Even if you have trump cards, I'm afraid there's not much hope to kill me. Why don't I try? Lin Sun said. The boy in a silver robe stared at Lin Sun for a moment and said, Aren't you curious why there are no other evil spirits on the 7th floor except for me? You'll know after I defeat you, Lin Sun said. The boy in a silver robe laughed. Well, as long as you hand over the other half of the heavenless spear, I'll let you leave immediately. Whether you go to the 8th floor or return to the 6th floor, I promise I won't stop you. Talking so much nonsense just proves that you have no confidence in winning, Lin Sun said indifferently. In that case, I might as well speak frankly. Hand over the other half of the heavenless spear and I'll spare your life. The boy in a silver robe was stunned and pointed to his nose. You really think I'm easy to talk to? He was very surprised and even incredulous. Even if a quasi-emperor had some means to fight against the Emperor realm, he shouldn't be so arrogant. I can only see that you think I'm easy to bully. Lin Sun sighed softly. The silver-robed young man took a deep breath before he flipped his palm, and the incomplete body of a spear floated up into appearance, and it emanated an obscure fluctuation. Suddenly, the other half of the spear in Lin Sun's hand became hot and resonated. The silver-robed youth revealed a bewitching smile and waved his hand. Baby, come here. Boom, of Lin Lin of the spear of. Of water. Of the of the king of the of. The smile on the silver-robed youngster's face froze and his eyes narrowed. His heart was somewhat unsettled. Not to mention Quasi-Emperor Juing, even martial emperor experts would not be able to withstand the power of this grab if they were caught off guard. As of the down as of the emperor. Looks like this treasure doesn't listen to you at all, Lin Sun laughed mockingly. A ruthless light flashed in the eyes of the silver-robed youth. He took a deep breath and grabbed at the air again. This time, he used his true power. Rumble, even space itself distorted and collapsed, and ear-piercing explosions rang out. It was obvious how shocking the suction force was. But the embarrassing scene happened again. The half of the heavenless spear in Lin Sun's hand was still motionless. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing more heartily. With a teasing look in his eyes, he didn't speak. However, that gaze was like a blade that pierced into the heart of the silver-robed youth, and it caused his face to darken while ruthless killing intent couldn't help but surge out from his eyes. At this time, Lin Sun also waved his hand. Come here. A pitch-black piece of copper was in his palm, overflowing with the original aura of the Mother Cauldron. Instantly, the silver-robed youth felt his wrist shake violently, and the half of the spear in his hand simply seemed like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and it produced an unprecedented strength to struggle free. Whoosh, the silver-robed youth was caught off guard and let half of the spear fly out of his hand. Damn it! The silver-robed youth suddenly became furious. He turned into a silver lightning and rushed up to grab at it. Up! At the same time, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom, a myriad of azure-colored lotus flowers suddenly surged into appearance in the heavens and the earth, and they swayed as if they covered the heavens and the earth and filled the heavens and the earth. The crystal-green lotus flowers were all surging with mysterious and complicated Taoist patterns. The light was flowing, and the divine light was rising, illuminating the sky. In an instant, the silver-robed youth's face suddenly changed. When he was about to stop and dodge, it was too late. He was like a little tadpole that strayed into the depths of lotus flowers. When he looked at the surroundings, it was a boundless expanse of boundless green lotus leaves that reached the heavens. Every single green lotus had the image of a god residing within it, and they were chanting scriptures while emanating a world-crushing aura of slaughter. Kill! 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 Bursts of roars resounded like the roar of the angry gods. The ears of the silver-robed youth were buzzing, and he saw stars in front of his eyes. His whole body was tense. He felt a great sense of danger. That damn little thing, he has already set up a big formation. The silver-robed youth's face was livid, and his eyes were full of monstrous anger. His body was flowing with the terrible silver divine flame, and he exerted a secret method and hit out with his palm. The palm power easily smashed and incinerated a large green lotus nearby, but in a flash, another one grew from the same place. The silver-robed youth's face was ugly. He glanced around and began to break through the encirclement with all his strength. He didn't rush around randomly, but rushed in a fixed direction. Boom! The silver divine flame spread from his body, producing the power to burn the sky and destroy the earth. His lips made a roar, and the rolling sound waves turned into thousands of sharp blades, chopping forward. Each blade was branded with the law of the Emperor Realm, and its power was unimaginably terrible. In just a moment, the silver-robed youth plowed a straight path between the heaven and earth covered by green lotuses, which could be said to be irresistible. But soon, the silver-robed youth found something wrong. This world of green lotuses seemed to be endless. Even if he rushed forward in a straight line, he couldn't kill his way out. As for his stamina, he had already lost 20% of his stamina in this battle. My little friend, the other half of the heavenless spear has fallen into your hands. Well, I admit defeat and will no longer be your enemy. Can you stop now? The silver-robed youth said in a deep voice, and his voice surged in all directions like ripples. He was trying to judge Lin Sun's position. As long as Lin Sun dared to speak, he would be locked by his sound waves at once, but Lin Sun didn't speak. What answered him was a monstrous killing tribulation that came from within the formation. Boom! In this world of green lotuses, countless godlike phantoms jumped out. Their figures were majestic, like the ancient gods on an expedition. The unparalleled divine light, as sharp as a sword and as overbearing as a war knife, swept and galloped. In an instant, the silver-robed youth's face changed greatly. Open! Without hesitation, he used all his power, sacrificed his treasures, and fought hard like a trapped beast. The power he showed was earth-shattering. Standing outside the formation, Lin Sun watched all this closely. Just now, when he noticed the strange movement of the heavenless spear, he immediately judged that the Ghost Emperor's silver bat was on the 7th floor. The reason why he didn't choose to take the initiative to attack but stayed in place to set up the formation was that he knew that the Ghost Emperor's silver bat, who also controlled the other half of the heavenless spear, must have noticed his arrival. Then, there was the situation of waiting for the rabbit. At this time, the lifeless killing formation, ranked 9th in all heavens, trapped the Ghost Emperor's silver bat. Different from the last time, this time Lin Sun set up the formation with formation flags in advance and used Taoist crystals as the source of the formation. Its power was more than twice as strong as the last time. Boom! The lifeless killing formation was activated, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The unparalleled killing intent made the 7th floor of the dark purgatory turbulent. The power of this formation was enough to kill an emperor, which was confirmed by Array Emperor Deer as early as ancient times. Although the lifeless killing formation Lin Sun set up was still incomplete, it had about 70% of its power. It was not difficult to trap and kill ordinary emperors. But it was obvious that the Ghost Emperor's silver bat was not an ordinary emperor. Although he was trapped in the formation, he was still fighting fiercely, showing his incomparable strength. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep and calm. While controlling the formation, he paid attention to the consumption of the Taoist crystals as the source of the formation. Almost every moment, the operation of the lifeless killing formation would consume 100,000 Taoist crystals. Until now, only a moment, the Taoist crystals piled up near the source of the formation had consumed 30 million, and they were still being consumed. Such a scene alone was enough to make any practitioner feel distressed and bleed. But Lin Sun didn't care at all. He had hundreds of millions of Taoist crystals. The only thing that made him frown was that although the power of the lifeless killing formation he had set up was incomparable, it was not enough to kill the Ghost Emperor's silver bat, who was at least at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Boom! After 10 minutes, the lifeless killing formation shook violently, and a huge crack appeared. The silver-robed young man rushed out of it like a flame. But his hair was disheveled, and he was wounded all over. His silver robe was torn like a rag, and his exposed body was full of shocking bloodstains. His pupils were scarlet, and his aura was fierce and tyrannical. He looked up to the sky and screamed, "Little bastard, come out and die." He was so angry that he was repeatedly injured by the suppression of the formation. If he didn't have secret treasures and use forbidden means to fight desperately, he would have been trapped in it. Even so, when he killed his way out of the formation, his vitality was greatly damaged, as if he had been peeled off a layer of skin. "Old bastard, what are you shouting for?" In the distance, Lin Sun and his 5 doppelgangers, each holding a different emperor weapon, came together. Their momentum was so strong that it shook the earth. Why did it become 6 people? The silver-robed young man was stunned and almost thought that he was hallucinating. While the silver-robed youngster was still in a daze, Lin Sun and his doppelgangers had already rushed to him. Boom, as soon as they attacked, they launched a thunderous attack. All kinds of emperor weapons released different powers, causing the whole world to be in turmoil. Lin Sun, on the other hand, ran his body to the extreme. Whether it was fist force, palm print, finger force, or other secret methods, they were all like the abyss, the furnace, but not the furnace, like the chaos, revealing infinite power. For a moment, the silver-robed youngster was a little flustered and tired to deal with the attacks. But he was a fierce soul at the 3rd level of Emperor Realm after all. In order to improve his strength over the years, he had already devoured and refined all the fierce souls in the 7th floor. Even if he was seriously injured at this time, he was still extraordinary. Soon, he stabilized the situation and launched a counterattack. Boom, his body was flowing with silver divine flame, intertwined with the law, and the whistling sound was even more shocking to the soul. His attacks were fierce, swift, and overbearing. Even the emperor weapons of Kunlun couldn't suppress him. "Little bastard, even I have to admit that you can kill a character at the 1st level of Emperor Realm with your foundation. You're a one-of-a-kind person. Unfortunately, I'm not at the 1st level of Emperor Realm." The silver-robed youngster let out a vicious and ferocious roar. His scarlet eyes were full of violence. His attacks were violent. Every single move he made emanated a peerlessly terrifying Emperor's Dao aura, and it repeatedly defeated Lin Sun's attacks. It shook Lin Sun and his clones to the point their vital blood roiled while their countenances turned pale. If it weren't for the emperor weapons of Kunlun, Lin Sun would have been defeated long ago. Boom, the silver-robed youngster waved his fist, and the bloody light flowed. He easily blew Lin Sun away. As he stepped forward, the attacks of the 5 doppelgangers were also shattered by the power around him. At this moment, he was as ferocious as a god. His bearing was ostentatious as he threw his head back and laughed. "If I'm not wrong, these are Kunlun monarch weapons. Kid, you're really lucky. Even I'm jealous of you. From today onwards, everything you own will be mine." In the roar, the silver-robed youngster suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed. Crack! The right arm of Greenwood Taoist physique was torn off, and blood spilled. Lin Sun groaned in pain. His doppelgangers were seriously injured, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But his expression was the same as before, and his fighting spirit was rising. Since it was training, how could he not be injured? The torture of blood and fire, the ordeal of danger and destruction. Only then could one temper and transform to the extreme. Kill. He attacked with all his might. His consciousness was unprecedentedly focused and calm. All the Daoan techniques that he controlled poured out like the tide. During this process, his main body and 5 clones were ceaselessly injured, and they were suppressed to the point they were almost unable to raise their heads. But even then, he still stood firm and didn't compromise. Little by little, he fought like a madman and fell into an extreme state of battle. He forgot the heavens, the earth, the people, and all the Daoan techniques he possessed. There was only one thought in his mind. Fight. When looked at from afar, his main body and clones seemed as if they were burning. Even if they were covered in injuries and had their bodies dyed red with blood, they still possessed an arrogant and unyielding bearing, and the aura of battle shook the heavens. Fight. Lin Sun's spirit, chi, and spirit were completely boiling inside and outside his body, showing an unprecedented release. His figure moved horizontally and vertically with the momentum of hitting the sky and breaking the clouds. In a trance, it was as if the Emperor of War had reappeared in the world, dominating the heavens, The reason was that Lin Sun's fighting momentum at the moment was stimulated by the Battle Saint technique, which completely awakened his cultivation and foundation. This also made Lin Sun, at this moment, far more powerful than in the past. It should be known that the Battle Saint technique was the embodiment of the Emperor of War's cultivation. It was a supreme scripture that specialized in the way of fighting. The Battle Emperor had been invincible throughout his life. Even the previous venerable Emperor Nameless was defeated by him. How supreme was his power, the inheritance he left behind was naturally no small matter. In the past, Lin Sun's comprehension and control of the Battle Saint technique was only limited to fighting and killing, and each time he had a different understanding. Until now, his cultivation had reached the consummation of the third realm of Quasi-Emperor, and his understanding of the Battle Saint technique had become more profound. Every time he used it, he was amazed. The core of this technique was the word fighting. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against the gods and Buddhas, fighting against all enemies since ancient and modern times, killing without stopping, fighting without losing. This was a technique that integrated all of one's strength into the battle, and one's will, state of mind, and courage could all be turned into the momentum of fighting. With only the will to fight in the heart, who would dare to claim to be invincible in front of the world? Even if he died, he would die in battle. Boom, heaven and earth were in chaos, and Dao sounds roared. The silver-robed youngster's expression finally changed, feeling astonished and even trembling. His opponent was clearly riddled with injuries, his body was stained with blood, and he was suppressed to the point where he could not lift his head, but every time he miraculously survived, he failed to kill as he wished. The most frightening thing was that his opponent was seriously injured, but his momentum was like oil being added to a raging fire, growing stronger and more ostentatious. That pure and unrestrained fighting will was hard for him to imagine that this was what a Zhu Quasi-Emperor could possess. Kill! The silver-robed youngster let out a long roar, his killing intent blazing. If he let a Zhu Quasi-Emperor escape alive, it would be an irrevocable shame for him. After a moment. Boom, Lin Sun was injured again, his body was broken, and blood poured out like a waterfall. His face was pale and transparent, but the fighting fire in his pupils was burning more and more. His fearless and unbridled gaze made the silver-robed youth feel uncomfortable. Things had already come to this point, and this little thing still didn't feel fear and dread. Was there really a person like him who was not afraid of death in this world? Little thing, in the face of absolute power, all your struggles are just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an egg hitting a stone. It's not worth mentioning. The silver-haired youngster looked ferocious and cruel, and his attacks became more and more fierce. But at this moment, a low voice came from Lin Sun's lips, "Evil creature, it's time to end it." Boom, in his chest, the spiritual vein glowed with a strange luster, releasing the power of forbidden death. In an instant, the world seemed to be still, and all things were fixed. The silver-haired youngster who rushed over was like a bug on a still canvas, and Lin Sun had already attacked at this moment. The immeasurable bottle, as white as mutton-fat jade, emerged from his palm, and the mouth of the bottle spouted an extremely bright sword qi. There was no return, this sword was condensed from Battle Emperor Wu Yang's lifetime of cultivation. Puff, the silver-haired youngster's head was chopped off, and the unparalleled sword qi raged, destroying his body and crushing it in the void, turning it into a rain of blood that dyed the sky red. This sword, supplemented by the power of forbidden death and the power of the immeasurable bottle, killed the silver bat ghost emperor of the third level of the emperor realm. If other cultivators were to see this scene, they would be shocked and cause a great uproar. Even martial emperors would be horrified. After all, it was terrifying enough that Quasi-Emperor Zhu Yang could kill a first-level martial emperor, but now he could even kill a third-level martial emperor. This was simply earth-shattering. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the smell of blood was thick. Lin Sun's figure floated to the ground, breathing heavily, his face pale and translucent, like a lamp at the end of its oil. This time, his injuries were indeed very serious, but his eyes were full of gratification and excitement. This battle could be said to be the most dangerous and difficult battle he had encountered since entering the purgatory of darkness. He did not rely on the power of Yi, Wu Kei, or the spirit of the broken blade, but relied on his own cultivation and treasures to kill a third-level martial emperor. At the same time, it also brought him an unexpected tempering and enlightenment. After calming his emotions, Lin Sun began to clean up the spoils of war. What he did not expect was that the silver bat ghost emperor's wealth was incomparably rich, and there were 13 ancient treasures alone. Every one of them was almost completely intact. There was a Dao sword, a flying knife, a bronze bell, a jade pagoda, an alms bowl, a horsetail whisk, and so on. In addition, there was also a fist-sized great Dao origin crystal that was steaming with chaotic qi. What was sealed within it was a complete law of Emperor Dao, and not a fragment. This was too shocking. Lin Sun had also collected many great Dao origin crystals from the 1st level to the 7th level, but this was the first time he had obtained a great Dao origin crystal of such quality. After putting away all the spoils of war, Lin Sun looked at the vast and silent world and muttered to himself, "Previously, you asked me why you are the only vile spirit on the 7th level. The answer is too easy to guess. The other vile spirits must have been killed by you. And you said that there are only 2 people who are not afraid of your power of rhythm, and the first is naturally my second senior brother." Lin Sun took a deep breath and turned to leave. He needed to rest for a period of time, and he also needed to thoroughly absorb and refine the insights he had gained from the battle. In the land of darkness. 5 days had passed since Lin Sun entered the purgatory of darkness. What? It's only been 5 days, and that kid has already killed his way to the 7th level? Big Yellow, who was drinking wine, was so shocked that its dog ears stood up. It was originally very arrogant, squatting in front of the table and drinking alone. His posture was as if he was aloof from the world, but now he had a dumbfounded look on his face. Only 5 days, and he had already killed his way to the 7th level. Even its master, Tower Master Bronze Sparrow, was not this fierce. Really? After a while, Big Yellow turned his head and looked at the drunkard who had just brought back the news. His face was full of suspicion. The drunkard looked complicated and said with emotion, "The news from Qingying can't be false." He was also quite disturbed. He clearly remembered that it took his master 10 days to kill his way to the 7th level from the 1st level. But this little junior brother of his master was obviously more fierce. In a sense, he had directly broken a record set by the Lord in the past. "Let's go and have a look together. I don't believe that there is a man in this world who is more arrogant, no, more powerful than my master." Big Yellow got up, wagged his tail, and trotted all the way out of the hall. The drunkard thought for a while, took out a communication jade slip, recorded the news he had just received in it, and then threw it to a servant stationed outside the hall. "Go, send the jade slip to my master. P.S. From today on, the update time is fixed between 6 and 7 o'clock every night, and strive to update twice in a row." In the secret land. Xianxia was reading some news that had just arrived. The magical lotus feast of the city of 10,000 stars has come to an end. The 6 Tao courts and the 10 war clans have decided to stay in the dark world and wait for the nirvana of freedom to come. Buddhist Emperor Fan Ku, the headmaster of the Hidden Land realm, and Yukuan Zi, the headmaster of the Xingzhou ancient sect, announced on the same day that they would sever all relations with the Bronze Sparrow Tower. The corners of Zhong Qiu's lips curled into an undisguised sneer when he read the news. This situation was within his expectations. Everyone has his own ambition. Some people are willing to be dogs. Who can stop them? Zhong Qiu continued to read. After a while, Zhong Qiu was lost in thought after reading all the news. The magical lotus feast of the city of 10,000 stars had come to an end. What was discussed in this feast was all about the nirvana of freedom, which was unknown to outsiders. But for Zhong Qiu, it was easy for him to inquire about some information. Unfortunately, the so-called inside information was far less than what Zhong Qiu knew. That's right. The information about the nirvana of freedom was deduced by my master at a great cost. Who else in this world can know more than me? While Zhong Qiu was thinking, the latest news came back. "My lord, there's news from the Dark Land." A respectful voice sounded. Then, a jade slip fell into Zhong Qiu's hand. After looking at it for a while, Zhong Qiu was stunned. A trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he immediately recovered his composure. The jade slip recorded some of Lin Sun's performance after entering the purgatory of darkness. Zhong Qiu made a judgment in his heart. His performance in the first 5 levels is average and not worth mentioning. His performance in the 6th level is remarkable, the Ghost Emperor Silver Bat has the power of the third level of the Emperor Realm? This surprised Xianxia. A long time ago, when he entered the 7th level, he also saw the Ghost Emperor Silver Bat, who was only at the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. But now, Lin Sun could kill the Ghost Emperor Silver Bat, who had transformed into the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm, which surprised Xianxia. In the end, Xianxia nodded imperceptibly, to surpass the heavenly chasm of the Emperor Realm and overturn the knowledge of the ages. Not bad. It wasn't that his requirements were too high, and it was instead, as far as he was concerned, as long as this little junior brother of his was the escaped one of Mount Innerheart, and he possessed numerous supreme inheritances and numerous Kunlun imperial weapons. So, this little junior brother of his naturally ought to possess a combat strength that was different from the world, among the peak quasi-emperors. If he couldn't even compare to those senior brothers and sisters of Mount Fonsuan, then that would truly be disappointing. This was Xianxia's opinion. It was reasonable for Lin Sun to surpass the achievements made by his senior brothers and sisters in this realm in the past. Who is guarding the 8th level of the Purgatory of Darkness? Xianxia suddenly asked. A respectful voice sounded, "My lord, the 8th level has been guarded by Battle Emperor Lingwu for the past 8,000 years. Lingwu? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Send a message to me. Don't let Lingwu obstruct this kid's action, and don't give him any help. Go." Yes. After doing all of this, Xianxia stood up and strode towards the distance. Recently, whenever he had free time, he would chat with she. In his opinion, she was the same kind of person as him, proud, strong, confident, and unyielding. However, when he was halfway there, Xianxia stopped again and frowned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been too proactive recently. This was not his style at all. After a long silence, Xianxia made a decision. Well, I'll just go and chat with him about the little junior brother. Well, I believe he must be anxious to hear something about the little junior brother. If Lin Sun knew that his little junior brother had become an excuse for his second senior brother to chat with she, how would he feel? Perhaps this was called the more arrogant a person was, the more hypocritical he was, at the entrance of the Purgatory of Darkness. When Qingying saw the drunkard and Goldie coming together, he was not surprised at all. Anyone who heard that someone had reached the 7th level of the Purgatory of Darkness in just 5 days would not be able to sit still. Including Qingying himself, when he learned of Lin Sun's amazing performance in the Purgatory of Darkness, his beautiful clear eyes couldn't help widening and drifting. This was indeed too unbelievable. Qingying, did that kid really make it to the 7th level in 5 days? Big Yellow asked anxiously as soon as he arrived. Yes. Qingying nodded and added, moreover, he has killed the Silver Bat Ghost Emperor in the 7th level, so he can enter the 8th level smoothly. Big Yellow widened its eyes again and thought, he can already enter the 8th level? The 8th level, the drunkard's eyes were dazed as well. That's a Dao forbidden area. I remember that it was Battle Emperor Lingwu who oversaw it that suppressed some of the tyrannical and ferocious energy and condensed it into a soul. This boy will definitely stop at the 8th level. Suddenly, Goldie said fiercely, although there are no fierce souls in that damn place, there are Tao forbidden fields. Even those in the Emperor Realm will be suppressed to death if they enter. I remember that it took Master nearly a year to get out of the Tao forbidden fields when he tried to break through the 8th level. During that period, he almost couldn't hold on for many times. The drunkard said, according to Master, entering the Tao forbidden fields is not a test of one's realm, but one's will and state of mind. Master is Master. How can that boy be compared with him? Goldie said with a contemptuous look. At this moment, Qingying said indifferently, but just now, when Child Lin reached the 7th level, he has broken the record of Tower Master Bronze Sparrow. Goldie widened his eyes and wanted to refute, but he had nothing to say for a while. Facts speak louder than words. Then I'd like to see whether he will stop at the 8th level. Goldie groaned. I'm looking forward to it too. The drunkard showed a look of expectation. Time flew. 7 days later. On the 7th level of Purgatory of Darkness, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. At this moment, a terrifying and boundless pressure spread from his body, causing the world to wail and the void to tremble. This kind of pressure was no different from the real Emperor's power, and could even make the 1st level of Emperor Realm tremble. in just 7 days, Lin Sun integrated all the fighting experience from the 6th level to the 7th level into his own body, so that his combat strength had another transformation. But in terms of cultivation, Lin Sun was still at the consummation of quasi-emperor. The reason was that his perception of the Great Way and his understanding of martial arts had improved to a higher level, and there were signs of extreme consummation. Although his cultivation had not broken through, the control of the Great Way and the improvement of his attainments in martial arts could also improve his combat strength. If I encounter an opponent like the Silver Bat Ghost Emperor again, I might still lose if I don't use the passing forbidden divine ability. However, I should be able to resist for a while, and it shouldn't be difficult for me to escape. Lin Sun calmly felt the changes in his own strength. His Tao and Dharma were smelted in the chaotic realm, and what he sought was the way of containing all the Tao in the world and developing all the Dharma in the world. It was destined that if he wanted to become an emperor, the danger and killing he would face would be far greater than that of others in the same realm. Like now, what Lin Sun was doing was smelting all the Tao he had mastered and refining all the Tao and Dharma into his own. In this way, his cultivation could reach the unprecedented peak. That was the real consummation. It's time to go to the 8th level. Lin Sun got up and floated away. The 8th level of Purgatory of Darkness. Rumble. As soon as he entered this world, the pressure rose sharply, and a violent repulsive force collided with Lin Sun's body, causing a series of roars. If there was only the pressure of one holy mountain on the 7th level before, now there were 10 or even 100 holy mountains oppressing him at the same time. I'm afraid that ordinary Emperor realm figures will find it difficult to move here. Lin Sun turned his hand, and a Taoist sword flew across the sky. With a casual slash, the horrible pressure in front of him was directly cut open. Fortunately, it's easy to resist force with force. As Lin Sun moved forward, he slashed the invisible pressure with his sword. This kind of horrible pressure was transformed by the order of this world. It was like a substantial wave, oppressing Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be moving forward in furious waves. Rumble. Looking from afar, wherever Lin Sun passed, there were streaks of sword chi crisscrossing, tearing cracks in the void between heaven and earth and dispersing the horrible pressure. After walking for a long time, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Lin Sun could clearly feel that as the pressure became stronger, his physical strength began to be consumed faster and faster. He had to use all his strength to resolve the omnipresent pressure. The only thing that made Lin Sun feel at ease was that he had not seen any evil soul along the way, so he only needed to concentrate on resolving the pressure he suffered along the way. Otherwise, once an evil soul came, he not only had to resist the pressure, but also had to fight, which was bound to be extremely dangerous. Later, while resisting the pressure with his own cultivation, Lin Sun also began to deliberately attract some of the pressure to bombard himself. In other words, he was trying to temper himself with that kind of pressure. However, the pressure on the 8th floor was so terrible that ordinary Emperor realm could hardly move forward. Lin Sun could only resist and resolve part of the pressure first, and then temper himself. Otherwise, when the pressure swarmed up, his whole body might explode. Even if he could be reborn from a drop of blood, he would be squeezed to death again. If this cycle continued, he would definitely die. Rumble. In the following time, the sword chi whistled between heaven and earth, strangling and tearing the horrible pressure. The remaining pressure was drawn by Lin Sun to temper and bombard himself constantly, making bursts of roaring sound. Interesting, under the pressure of the power of the world, not only the body but also the spirit is tempered. Gradually, Lin Sun could clearly feel some changes in his body after being constantly bombarded by the pressure. 2 hours later. Under this constantly rising pressure, Lin Sun had to stop and rest. He had to recover his physical strength because it was consumed too fast. Clatter. Lin Sun waved his sleeves to set up a large formation to resist the pressure of this world. He sat cross-legged in the formation, seizing the time to restore his strength. After 30 minutes, Lin Sun used up 3 good source crystals of Tao to restore his physical strength, while the operation of the large formation consumed nearly 3 million source crystals, but Lin Sun didn't care about the pain. If he didn't restore his strength, he might not be able to get out of the 8th floor at all. He continued to move forward. In this way, he stopped to recover from time to time and moved forward from time to time. 3 days later. After such a long time, Lin Sun had to stop to rest and recuperate every time he moved forward 1,000 miles. Hundreds of millions of source crystals were consumed like running water. However, Lin Sun could still feel that his body and soul had changed a lot after being bombarded and tempered by the pressure in the past 3 days. There were many subtle and imperceptible transformations. This kind of harvest made Lin Sun quite excited. With his current cultivation, he had already far surpassed any strong man in the same realm. It was extremely difficult for him to make further progress at the extreme point of this realm. But now, it was amazing that he had made such a subtle transformation in just a few days. 7 days later. As Lin Sun moved forward again, his whole body relaxed as if he had unloaded a huge mountain on his body. The sudden feeling of lightness stunned Lin Sun for a while, as if he was going to ascend to heaven and become an immortal in the next moment. But immediately, Lin Sun frowned. This was still the 8th floor. How could the omnipresent pressure disappear? He even suddenly remembered that he hadn't met a single ferocious soul all the way so far. What was going on? Who? At this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded in Lin Sun's ear. Lin Sun was shocked and spread out his spiritual awareness. In front of a canyon thousands of meters away, a man in a gray robe sat cross-legged in front of the canyon entrance. The man in a gray robe looked cold and his eyes were closed. He was thin, with Taoist light flowing all over his body, exuding the terrible power belonging to the Emperor realm. With a single look, Lin Sun could tell that this gray-robed man was no ferocious soul. Instead, he was a true Motherf * King Human Emperor. At the same time, the gray-robed man also noticed Lin Sun, and his eyes burst out a terrifying light. Little boy, I see that you're only at the consummate quasi-emperor realm, but you're actually able to reach the 8th level of the purgatory of darkness and even withstand the pressure of the order gravity to reach here. Don't tell me that your strength is already no weaker than an emperor realm expert? When he spoke up to this point, the gray-robed man revealed a wisp of surprise, and he seemed to be extremely shocked. I'm Lin Sun. Nice to meet you. Lin Sun cupped his hands. Only now did he realize that the place he passed through earlier was actually a gravitational restricted area formed from the order of the heavens and the earth. Moreover, he'd already discerned that the gray-robed man's strength was extremely terrifying, and he was much stronger than the Silver Bat Ghost Emperor. However, he was utterly unable to discern exactly how high his cultivation was. You are also a successor of Copper Sparrow Tower? The gray-robed man was even more surprised. But why have I never heard of a character like you? Lin Sun said, Senior, you misunderstood me. I'm not a successor of Copper Sparrow Tower. I just got the opportunity to come here by chance. I see. But the fact that you can come here proves that you have a deep relationship with Copper Sparrow Tower. The gray-robed man revealed a look of understanding, and then immediately became serious. He said, My little friend, you'd better leave quickly. The Tao Forbidden Area is in front of us. It's too dangerous. Not to mention you, even an Emperor Realm expert can't cross it. The Tao Forbidden Area, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, May I ask what kind of danger is hidden in this so-called Tao Forbidden Area? Look over there. Although the gray-robed man looked cold, his attitude was very good. He pointed to the distance. The world there was completely covered by the scarlet color of blood. Shocking bolts of lightning flowed within it, and there were even terrifying phantoms faintly appearing within it. They seemed like humans, but they weren't, and they seemed like demons, but they weren't. Just looking at it from a distance, Lin Sun's pupils shrank. That's the Tao restriction area, and a mass of fragmented will energy is suppressed within it. Those will energies were left behind by the great figures that were buried here at the very beginning of the primeval times, and they haven't dissipated throughout the ages. Once one enters it, one's will and cultivation realm will suffer unimaginable suppression. The gray-robed man said, For 8,000 years, I've been guarding here because I'm worried that those willpower will rush out. If that happens, it will absolutely be an unimaginable disaster for anyone who enters the purgatory of darkness. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. Only then did he realize that the real danger of the 8th floor was not the evil spirits, but the broken willpower left by the powerful figures in primitive times. Senior, as far as I know, there have been people who have broken through this place in the past countless years. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun said, like the master of Copper Sparrow Tower, wasn't he also at the peak of Quasi-Emperor Realm? When it came to the master of Copper Sparrow Tower, the gray-robed man looked serious and said, "Little friend, you don't know that the master entered the 8th floor in primitive times." At that time, the forbidden area had just been formed, and the willpower distributed in it was far less terrible than it is now. Lin Sun was stunned and said, "But I still want to have a try." The gray-robed man frowned, "Little friend, God is jealous of heroes. You have amazing aptitude and strength, but you'd better be careful. Don't act blindly." Lin Sun was speechless and cupped his hands. "Senior, you're right, but I won't give up like this. I hope you can help me." The gray-robed man glared and seemed a little annoyed. But right at this moment, with a command in his heart, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at space, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. After a quick check, the gray-robed man was stunned. The jade slip recorded an order from the master of Copper Sparrow Tower: "If you see Lin Sun, don't obstruct or help him, and let him practice alone." "What did you say your name just now?" The gray-robed man couldn't help asking, as if he wanted to reconfirm. "Lin Sun," said Lin Sun. The gray-robed man's eyes were full of surprise. He really didn't expect that such a young man could let his master give such an order in person. After thinking about it, he said, "Well, you can go, but remember that if you encounter danger, I won't help you." Lin Sun smiled and said, "Thank you for your help." With that, he had already rushed to the distance. "Little friend." The gray-robed man couldn't help saying, "Remember, the real danger of the forbidden field is the confrontation between willpower and state of mind. If you can't hold on, withdraw quickly. Don't try to be brave." Lin Sun turned around, cupped his hands, and rushed to the distance again. Between heaven and earth, blood was rolling like a tide, steaming like mist, and lightning and thunder were flashing in it, with heart-palpitating waves of destruction. Numerous illusory figures faintly appeared in the blood-red heavens and earth, and every single one of them possessed a different aura. Like a group of gods, they were extremely terrifying. This was the Forbidden Field. At the beginning of the primitive times, in the first tribulation of destruction, the incomplete willpower left by many powerful people who were buried turned into such a unique and dangerous field. The incomplete willpower in it had been eroded for thousands of years, so it could be imagined how powerful it was. Standing in the distance and staring at this scene for a long time, Lin Sun suddenly asked, "Senior, if you want to enter the 9th floor, do you have to pass through here?" In the distance, the gray-robed man was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Yes." He didn't expect that Lin Sun didn't care about how dangerous the forbidden field was, but was thinking about entering the 9th floor. The gray-robed man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Sun was too arrogant, but he could kill his way to the 8th floor, so his strength was absolutely against the natural order. But if he wasn't arrogant, he insisted on taking risks. If he couldn't break through the place covered by the forbidden field, he would really die. Boom! As soon as he entered the forbidden field, an illusory figure rushed towards Lin Sun. It was an extremely thin man with a crown on his head. His figure was vague, but his every move was like an emperor patrolling the world. As he slapped, Lin Sun was blown away before he could resist. His blood and chi were rolling all over his body. He was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. But he noticed at the first time that there was no trace of injury on his body after such a heavy blow. Instead, his soul and state of mind felt extremely uncomfortable, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. The man with a crown on his head attacked again. His body was like a towering mountain, which made people feel particularly small, like an ant looking up at the sky. Lin Sun didn't hesitate to use the broken sword to kill him. But a strange scene appeared. The broken sword didn't hurt the man with a crown at all, as if it was cut in the air. On the contrary, Lin Sun was slapped away again. His eyes darkened, his soul was shaken, and his state of mind showed signs of instability. It seems that the senior is right. The willpower in this forbidden field only targets the soul, will and state of mind. Lin Sun realized that this would be an extremely different kind of battle. It was not a competition of cultivation or fighting power. It was a competition of willpower and state of mind. In such a battle, all external objects such as the broken sword and Kunlun Emperor weapon were useless. Lin Sun could only rely on his own state of mind and soul to fight against it. Thinking of this, Lin Sun completely let go of all distractions and launched an attack. Both state of mind and soul were extremely mysterious and obscure powers. The most direct embodiment was the power and fighting spirit that appeared in the battle. Boom, the next moment, Lin Sun had already fought with the man with a crown. The light of Tao roared, and the divine light was steaming. Boom, boom. Boom, soon, Lin Sun was suppressed and constantly shaken back. The shadow with a crown on his head looked extremely powerful and terrible. Although it was a broken willpower, its every move had the power to suppress the sky. It was not a real cultivation, but a pure suppression of willpower, which was completely different from the general battle. Although Lin Sun was shaken back several times, he was not injured. Only his mind and soul suffered frequent impacts and bombardment. If it was any other person that suffered such a blow, that person's mental state and will would have probably been crushed a long time ago, and their cultivation would have vanished along with it. But Lin Sun was different. Up to now, his state of mind and willpower had been tempered many times. They had long been as tough as a rock and would never change. Every thought was sparkling and translucent, like a blade or sword. Just like when he was young in the soul-refining tower and white jade capital of ancient desolation, Lin Sun already had a strong state of mind. My heart is like a knife, and I can cut the sun, moon, ghosts, and gods. In these past few years, along with the improvement of his cultivation, his path towards the Tao was practically constantly accompanied by storms of blood and boundless battles. The tempering of blood and fire and the beating of life and death had long made his will indestructible. Kill. Every time he was shaken back, Lin Sun would rush up without being discouraged. The more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. His state of mind and willpower had never been shaken. Gradually, as time went by, the number of times Lin Sun was forced back began to decrease. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun was already able to fight against the man with the crown. This kind of confrontation was purely a confrontation of state of mind and willpower. After 30 minutes, Lin Sun waved his fist. This punch condensed all his willpower, and his state of mind was unprecedentedly calm and concentrated, so that this punch produced a kind of invincible momentum. Boom, the figure of the man with a crown suddenly exploded. Lin Sun was not defeated in the battle of martial arts, but by the willpower and mental power imprinted in this punch. The light rain fell all over the sky. After the figure of the man with a crown collapsed, it turned into a pure light rain of willpower, which was swallowed up by Lin Sun's body. In an instant, Lin Sun's soul was clear and his mind was smooth, as if he had absorbed a great tonic. His soul and state of mind produced a wonderful and obvious transformation. It turns out that I can get such benefits by defeating the willpower left by a powerful figure in ancient times. Lin Sun's pupils brightened. Far away, the gray-robed man saw all this and couldn't help but be stunned. He had been in charge of this place for 8,000 years and had long seen the horror of the forbidden field. He could even clearly recognize that the willpower of the man with a crown was comparable to that of a person at the second level of the Emperor realm. But now, in the contest of willpower and state of mind, he lost to a quasi-emperor Jufu. No wonder his lord didn't let him stop or help. This boy is really a monster. The gray-robed man sighed with emotion. But even so, the gray-robed man was still not optimistic about Lin Sun. This was just the beginning. There were as many as 36 willpower in the forbidden field, among which there were some terrifying and ruthless ones. The gray-robed man clearly remembered that there was a fragment of willpower in the shape of a big cauldron, which vaguely had the supreme power to suppress the universe and suppress the ages. The willpower of the big cauldron was also the most terrifying willpower. At the same time, Lin Sun finally had the opportunity to observe the forbidden field where he was. This was a blood-red world filled with boundless blood mist. It was impossible to tell the direction when one looked around, as if one had been banished into a world of fog. Vaguely, one could see the power of order shrouding the world, turning into a mysterious force that completely shrouded the world. Soon, Lin Sun also saw some figures, all like illusions, looming in the blood-red mist in the distance. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun did not force his way in. He stopped and began to restore his physical strength while waiting. One's state of mind and will would also be affected by physical strength. When one's physical strength was weak, one's state of mind and will would be shaken and all kinds of distracting thoughts would arise. It was just like when a person was sick, his state of mind and spirit would be dispirited. For Lin Sun, replenishing his physical strength at this moment was equivalent to preparing for the next battle. The purpose was to ensure that his state of mind and willpower would not be affected by his physical strength. Not long after, a shadow swept out from the blood-red mist. It was a beautiful blue figure with a graceful figure. She must have been extremely beautiful when she was alive and had a peerless elegance. But at this moment, it was only a wisp of willpower, appearing illusory, and it was impossible to see her face clearly. Swish, as soon as she appeared, she waved her hand and slashed out a sword chi. Lin Sun fought against it and was sent flying in the blink of an eye. His body was not injured, but his state of mind and spirit had a feeling of being torn apart by a flying sword. This woman is stronger than the man with the crown. Lin Sun took a deep breath. His mind was clear and ethereal, and his willpower was as firm as a mountain. The previous battle had made him adapt to this different kind of fighting. Boom, in the blood-red world, Taoist light flowed and roared constantly. During the battle, Lin Sun's state of mind and willpower were like an unparalleled Taoist sword, fighting with the blue figure with all his strength. This kind of fighting. It was like refining a sword, but this sword was made of one's own willpower and mind. If one couldn't hold on, the sword would be broken and the person would die. If one held on, it would be the scene of the sword being sharpened. After a long time, Lin Sun, whose mind and willpower had suffered many devastating bombardments, finally defeated his opponent with a pale face. Boom, the blue figure turned into a rain of pure willpower. Lin Sun, who was physically and mentally exhausted, was bathed in the rain of light. His mind and willpower seemed to be bathed in the warm spring rain, getting an unprecedented nourishment and transformation. That taste caused him to have a feeling of being intoxicated by it, and every single pore on his body emitted a feeling of extreme pleasure. The second one, in the distance, the eyes of the man in gray flickered. In this case, this boy's state of mind and willpower are comparable to those at the peak of the second level of the Emperor realm. I don't know where his lord found such a freak. The man in gray had been guarding this place for 8,000 years, which was equivalent to being isolated from the world. He had no idea that Lin Sun's name had long been like the sun in the sky, whether in the dark world or other worlds of the starry ancient path. However, even if he didn't know this, with his many years of cultivation experience, he could still judge that such a heaven-defying genius was absolutely rare in the world. Thinking of this, the man in gray couldn't help but cherish the talent, and couldn't help reminding, "My young friend, you have proved your strength. If you persist, there will be no turning back. At that time, there will only be two results: either you break through the forbidden field, or die. There is no turning back when climbing the Great Way. Senior, don't worry. I don't care about life and death." Lin Sun's voice came out. He was seizing the time to restore his strength. Alas. The man in gray sighed, knowing that it was futile to persuade him again. After half an hour, the third figure of willpower appeared. It was a majestic figure bathed in silver thunderbolts, like a god in charge of heaven's thunder punishment, full of supreme destructive momentum. Lin Sun fought with it for a full day before he defeated it. At this time, Lin Sun's mind and willpower were on the verge of collapse. It couldn't be described as mental and physical exhaustion. His whole body was in a state of muddle-headedness and vague consciousness. Although his body was intact, because of the great physical consumption, every inch of his skin was sore and swollen, as if filled with lead. He sat silently with his legs crossed. After the silver thunderbolt willpower was defeated, the pure willpower derived from it was absorbed by his body crazily and greedily, which made his state of mind and willpower produce an extremely subtle change. But Lin Sun had no time to enjoy all this. He needed to restore his strength as soon as possible before the next opponent appeared. If Lin Sun guessed right, the fourth opponent would appear after half an hour like the previous ones. This also meant that the time left for him to recover was only half an hour. Sure enough, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the fourth opponent appeared. Tai Chi diagram divided yin and yang, clear and turbid, black and white were distinct. With the appearance of the Taoist-robed man, the Tai Chi diagram rotated, showing a kind of perfect and immortal charm. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. This opponent was obviously much stronger than the previous ones, but Lin Sun didn't flinch. At this moment, as long as he showed the slightest intention of retreat in his mind, he would be targeted by the opponent like a huge flaw. Because this sort of unconventional battle was a competition of the strength of one's state of mind and willpower. Kill. Lin Sun took the initiative to attack. Boom, like a black and white millstone, the Tai Chi diagram crushed Lin Sun and crushed all his attacks. There was no resistance at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun felt as if his mind and soul had been restrained, and they were being fiercely crushed by the black and white millstone formed from the Taiji Dao diagram. The endless pain made Lin Sun's whole body tense and twisted. This kind of pain came from the soul, from the depths of the heart, and couldn't be suppressed at all. For a moment, Lin Sun felt that his every thought seemed to be suffering from endless destruction and torture. In the previous battles, every time he killed an opponent, the willpower he absorbed made Lin Sun's state of mind and willpower of his soul stronger. Up to now, he had defeated 3 opponents, and his mind and willpower had been improved 3 times, but even so, when fighting against the 4th opponent, he still seemed extremely weak. As time went by, Lin Sun's mind and soul were shaking violently. His willpower was like a mountain, but there were signs of collapse. Can't hold on any longer? The gray-robed man in the distance was nervous. He had been paying attention to Lin Sun's movements. When he saw this scene, his face couldn't help but change slightly. Boom, the battle was still going on. In other words, Lin Sun was suppressed by a Tai Chi diagram, constantly struggling and resisting. However, in the face of the Tai Chi diagram that was as stable as a boulder, all resistance seemed so powerless. As time went by, Lin Sun's resistance began to weaken. Lin Sun's resistance became weaker. If he didn't resist every once in a while, the gray-robed man would suspect that his state of mind and willpower had been crushed long ago. If this kid dies just like that, then it would be too much of a pity. The gray-robed man's heart burned with anxiety, and he couldn't help but want to lend a hand. But when he thought of the Lord's order, he didn't dare to act on his own. This made him extremely conflicted, and his expression became uncertain. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden change in the forbidden field. Lin Sun, who had been firmly suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram and was constantly being crushed and bombarded, suddenly burst out a terrifying power as sharp as a sword. Boom, in the next moment, the Tai Chi symbol that was suppressing him was blasted apart by the punch, and it transformed into a rain of light that filled the sky. Kill. Looking at Lin Sun again, he suddenly came to the man in Taoist robe and raised his fist to kill him. From afar, it looked like a heavenly saber was slashing down furiously. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist-robed man's body was blasted apart. Lin Sun stood where he was, panting. His face was pale, but his eyes were full of surging fighting intent. That was an indomitable will to fight. At this moment, his body was numb, and his mind and willpower were like porcelain that was about to be broken. But a new enlightenment came to his heart. It turned out that the real meaning of fighting Saint method was the use of the mind and willpower. With the root of fighting in the heart, the willpower would be invincible. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun sat cross-legged, devouring the willpower all over the sky, and restoring his seriously consumed physical strength. He didn't notice that in the distance, the gray-robed man was in a trance, and there was an uncontrollable shock spreading quietly between his eyebrows. Several days passed in a hurry. In these days, Lin Sun was like a copper pea that could not be steamed, boiled, hammered, flattened or fried. Every time he fought, he almost exhausted all his potential. His state of mind and willpower were destroyed to the point of collapse. But at the end of each fight, he could always reverse the situation and defeat his opponent. His tenacity and indomitable posture was like an immortal mountain from ancient times to the present, and after each fight, his mind and willpower would get a kind of extreme sublimation and transformation. Nirvana in destruction, transformation in life and death. Half a month later, Lin Sun defeated the 10th opponent. His body was like a soft mud, and his mind was vague and muddled. 1 month later, Lin Sun defeated the 18th opponent. So far, half of the willpower in the forbidden field had been killed. The gray-robed man looked at this scene in a daze, and his mind was a little numb. Over the past month, he had witnessed almost every fight of Lin Sun. Every time, it was like a life-and-death fight, thrilling. Every time, when the gray-robed man thought Lin Sun was about to fall, Lin Sun's performance broke his expectation and strongly reversed the inevitable defeat. Shock, doubt, trance, disbelief. Over the past month, the gray-robed man's mind had also undergone unprecedented turbulence and changes. Until now, he was really a little numb. Taking a deep breath, the gray-robed man took out a jade slip, recorded the news here one by one, and sent it out. Every 10 days, he would do this. Because outside the purgatory of darkness, there were also people nervously watching what was happening here. In the Forbidden Field, there are 36 willpower left by the Ancient Mighty. In half a month, Child Lin has defeated 10 willpower. Outside the purgatory of darkness, Qingying said, now, it has been a month since he entered the Forbidden Field. I don't know how he is now. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned. Big Yellow said without thinking. That ghastly place, how could it be possible for just anyone to pass through? Big Yellow still remembered that he had broken into it a long time ago, but he was tortured to death. He cried for his father and mother, but there was no response. Later, when he felt that he was going to die, he was fished out by Tower Master Bronze Sparrow. From then on, whenever the words Purgatory of Darkness were mentioned, Big Yellow would subconsciously tighten his tail. Whenever the Tao Forbidden Field was mentioned, Big Yellow would recall its unbearable and tragic experience. Here comes the news. The drunkard next to him suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed a jade slip, which was the news about Lin Sun's fight in the Forbidden Field from the gray-robed man. Have a look. Qingying and Big Yellow paid close attention to it. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Qingying's fair face under the blood umbrella couldn't help showing a look of relief. It was the best news that Lin Sun didn't die. As for the battle record, it was not important. But Big Yellow was very concerned. When he saw that Lin Sun had killed half of the willpower, his eyes almost fell out. Once again, he vividly interpreted the essence of dumbfounded. In just a month, he defeated half of his opponents. Back then, when Master entered this Forbidden Field, it took him nearly a year to come out. The drunkard murmured, doesn't this mean that if he can really stick to the end, he is very likely to break Master's record? Qingying next to him was also excited. Like Lin Sun, she was brought up by Master Lu. Although there was a big age gap between them, for Qingying, Lin Sun was like a younger brother. It was because she admired Master Lu too much and regarded him as a father that she had a special feeling for Lin Sun. Now, she couldn't help but feel proud of Lin Sun's outstanding performance. Wait, it's just half of the battle. Big Yellow held back for a long time before he uttered such a sentence. It was the first time that he, as arrogant as he was, felt that his dignity was hit. Because when he entered the Forbidden Field, not only was his battle record far less than Lin Sun's, but he was also ravaged so much that he almost doubted his life. 2 months later, Lin Sun defeated the 28th opponent. From this day on, Lin Sun, who had been tempered for a long time, burst out unprecedented power like a well-tempered sword. It should be known that when Lin Sun defeated 28 opponents before, he also devoured and absorbed the power of 28 willpower, which changed his state of mind and willpower 28 times. Now, his mind and willpower had long been immersed in an extreme and pure fighting instinct, without any thoughts or distractions. In addition to fighting, he was recovering his physical strength. Like a puppet whose soul had left its body, he had forgotten everything around him. What's more, he didn't even notice what kind of amazing change was taking place in the power he exerted. It was also this amazing change that changed the previous battle situation. Like a sharp blade, he defeated his opponents with irresistible force. 3 months later, Lin Sun defeated the 35th opponent. His state of mind and willpower changed for the 35th time at this moment. His whole figure faintly showed a kind of momentum of my heart is immortal even if the world collapses, and my will is eternal even if the world collapses. The gray-robed man in the distance, as early as many days ago, could no longer sit still. He stood up like a clay statue. No words could describe his mood at this moment. From the initial worry, doubt, and puzzlement, he gradually felt surprised, until he became numb because of the shock and became in a trance because of disbelief. At this time, the gray-robed man's mind had been completely attracted by Lin Sun's every move. He never thought that a Jiushi quasi-emperor could persist in the Forbidden Field for so long. What's more, he didn't expect that such a young man could break through the Forbidden Field with only one last pass. At this moment, all the emotions and thoughts in his heart turned into an unprecedented tension and expectation. This last opponent was as terrifying as a big cauldron, and also the strongest willpower in this Forbidden Field. Lin Sun, could he pass this pass? P.S. Recently, there have been a lot of reactions that they couldn't find the public account of Goldfish. The detailed steps were as follows: open WeChat, select the option of public account in the search, and then enter Xiaojinyu 233, which will appear, and then add the follower. 3 months, the willpower left by Lin Sun defeated 35 ancient mighty figures. When they got the news, Qing Ying, the drunkard, and Goldie, who had been waiting outside the purgatory of darkness, were all stunned. This isn't a dream, right? Or is Lingwu deceiving us? Goldie shouted. He couldn't wait to rush into the purgatory of darkness to have a look. In the past 3 months, the grey-robed man, Lingwu Battle Emperor, would spread the news of Lin Sun breaking through the forbidden field every 10 days. Every time, Big Yellow would shudder with fear and be dumbfounded. Until now, when he heard that Lin Sun was only 1 step away from breaking through the forbidden field, he was so impatient that he wanted to know the truth as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. Lingwu dare not lie about such things. Don't forget that these news are to be submitted to his lord. How dare he falsify it? The drunkard took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Anyway, it is foreseeable that Lin Sun will succeed or fail in this one move." Qing Ying was inexplicably nervous. She had read many ancient records and learned that in the forbidden field, a willpower evolved into a big cauldron was the most terrible existence. The Tower Master of Bronze Sparrow Tower had also been suppressed by this big cauldron, but he finally succeeded in walking out of the forbidden field by some unknown method. Of course, Qing Ying also hoped that Lin Sun could pass through smoothly like his second senior brother, but he was still not at ease. Then we can only wait here. Goldie lamented. Big Yellow sighed. It really wanted to take a look, but unfortunately, it could not enter the first 9 levels based on its abilities at the moment. In that secret realm, Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the latest news. 3 months, at this instant, a wisp of surprise surged into his heart because this had completely exceeded his expectations. In other words, he didn't expect that Lin Sun's performance could be better than what he had imagined. Things are different now. The new generation replaces the old. If it were you in the past, I'm afraid you wouldn't be proud in front of Lin Sun at all. She sat on one side and said indifferently. Her graceful figure was surrounded by mysterious light rain, ethereal and holy like a dream. Her words were undoubtedly a warning to Xianxia. However, Xianxia smiled disapprovingly and said, "If he behaves like me in the past, how could he be qualified to become the last successor of Mount Fengxuan?" He paused for a moment and continued. "Besides that, the more outstanding his performance is, the more I should be proud of him. After all, in name, I'm his second senior brother." His voice was calm, but it was filled with pride. She glanced at him and said, "Does this mean that you have already acknowledged him?" Xianxia avoided the topic and only said, "Back then, in order to deal with the giant cauldrons will in the Dao Forbidden Field, I paid an extremely heavy price. In the end, I only managed to gain its approval and was allowed to leave. I hope that he can defeat that giant cauldron's will. Help you wash away your shame?" She's words were very sharp. Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. "This is just a test." She smiled faintly. "He will definitely be able to make you feel proud." "What do you mean by making me proud?" Xianxia felt that his pride had been challenged. This is what he should do as a junior brother. She couldn't help but laugh. This prideful fellow was really stubborn. In the Dao Forbidden Field, Lin Sun, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he saw his final opponent, a giant cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and a bronze radiance flowed around it. The mouth of the cauldron spewed chaotic qi as it floated there, giving off a might that could sweep across the heavens and suppress the ages. Lin Sun felt suffocated in that instant. Just how terrifying was the willpower left behind by an ancient powerhouse? It was so terrifying that just one look at it would cause one's mind to be shaken, and one's willpower to feel despair. "I can give you time to recover to your peak state," an emotionless voice came from the giant cauldron's will. This was the first willpower that Lin Sun had encountered that seemed to possess intelligence. Furthermore, it was in the shape of a cauldron. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun stood up from the ground and said, "There's no need. After defeating you, I still have to head to the 9th floor." The giant cauldron floated in the air, flowing with a misty light. It was like the supreme heavenly Tao, and its might was unimaginably strong. "For countless years, no one has been able to defeat me," it spoke in a calm voice, as if it was narrating an extremely normal fact. But this is only the 8th floor. As far as I know, there are 18 floors in the purgatory of darkness. Lin Sun's expression was calm, neither sad nor happy. As long as one has the cultivation of the Emperor realm, one can directly enter the lower 9 floors. For countless years, as long as one wants to pass through this floor, no one is my opponent. The giant cauldron's will did not seem to be in a hurry. Its voice was calm, as if it was chatting. This was undoubtedly an absolutely conceited attitude. Wasn't there one in the ancient times? Lin Sun asked casually. He was referring to the second senior brother, Xianxia. The giant cauldron's will said, that person only obtained my approval, but he couldn't defeat me. Lin Sun fell into a rare silence. So, even the second senior brother couldn't defeat this cauldron? Then, Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and revealed a faint smile. I'll be the first person to defeat you since the ancient times. What do you think? These words made the giant cauldron's will silent for a moment, and then it said, from now on, I'll give you a chance to fight with me. Lin Sun laughed, you didn't give it to me. I took it on my own initiative. You have to be clear about this. He was very clear that from the moment the giant cauldron opened its mouth until now, every word it said was like an invisible suppression. If he agreed to fight with the giant cauldron after recovering to his peak, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to doubting his own combat strength and thinking that it was impossible for him to be a match for the giant cauldron's will. As long as this thought appeared and was put into action, even if his physical strength recovered to its peak, his state of mind and willpower would definitely not be invulnerable. It was the same for every conversation that followed. The giant cauldron's will didn't seem to make a move, but as long as there was a trace of fear, hesitation, concession, or fluke in the conversation, it would imperceptibly affect his state of mind. That was why Lin Sun behaved so strongly. This was a kind of momentum, but also a silent contest of willpower and state of mind. That was why Lin Sun behaved so strongly. This was a kind of momentum, but also a silent contest of willpower and state of mind. In fact, it was even more dangerous and impossible to guard against than a pure battle. Therefore, Lin Sun didn't intend to give the giant cauldron a chance to speak and directly attacked. Bang, he took a step forward with the might of a fiend god, and his mind and will were unprecedentedly concentrated and condensed, causing him to faintly reveal the aura of perfection like a full moon in the clear sky. You're really not bad. Your mind and will can be said to be invulnerable, but you utterly don't know what willpower is. When the voice of the giant cauldron resounded out, the scene before Lin Sun's eyes changed abruptly. He felt as if he was imprisoned within a boundless abyss. His surroundings were boundless, without a boundary, without a heaven or earth, and it was completely empty without a single thing. This is the strength of willpower. It's soundlessly capable of suppressing and affecting your mind, causing you to fall into the world of my willpower. The voice of the giant cauldron's will resounded in the boundless world of nothingness. It was indistinct and without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, and it was like the god of creation was issuing a decree. Lin Sun glanced at the surroundings and sensed in meditation, yet he noticed that this supposedly illusory world was utterly unable to see the slightest flaw. This caused his expression to instantly become heavy to the extreme, and he felt a severe threat. A world of willpower, Lin Sun really didn't understand it at all. This allowed him to realize how terrifying the will of the giant cauldron was. Right at this moment, the voice of the giant cauldron resounded out once more. In my eyes, you're an ant. After that, Lin Sun noticed that he'd really transformed into an extremely tiny ant that stood blankly in this boundless world, and he seemed to be exceptionally weak. If it wasn't for Lin Sun being prepared since long ago, merely this scene would have been able to catch him off guard and cause his mind to be shaken. A large hand appeared and pinched Lin Sun, who'd transformed into an ant, on the tip of its fingers. Instantly, Lin Sun found it difficult to breathe, and his body suffered an unprecedented pressure as if he would be crushed to death at any moment. But even in such an extremely dangerous situation, Lin Sun still maintained a trace of clarity in his mind and will. His Tao heart was like a blade, and his will was like a rock. Illusion, all of this is an illusion, and it's an illusion created from the impact my mind suffered. Lin Sun reminded and persisted like this, and his state of mind that was like a blade slaughtered the panic, disorder, despair, and other emotions in the depths of his heart. But his body that had transformed into an ant was still pinched by the large hand, and his entire body showed signs of collapsing as if he was about to drown in the deep sea. This was completely an absolute suppression in terms of will and state of mind. When the mind is deceived, all falsehoods are true. The voice of the cauldrons will sound it again. In this world of will, I can transform into all things and control life and death with a single thought. What else do you have to defeat me? These words floated in the boundless heaven and earth, revealing supreme majesty, and indisputable and slanderous. But after listening to these words, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly lit up. All falsehoods are true? No, when falsehoods are true, truth is falsehood. Where there's nothing, boom, in an instant, Lin Sun's state of mind and will seem to produce copious and irresistible power, and all falsehoods in his field of vision vanished without a trace like melting snow and rain. The large hand that was like God was gone, and he recovered his appearance from the form of an ant. He once again stood in this boundless world that seemed boundless, borderless, and devoid of all things. His black eyes were clear, and his eyebrows were ethereal. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his whole body emitted a transcendent aura as he said indifferently, true and false, illusory and illusory. I only know that I'm here, and it's true. This little bit of ability of yours is unable to deceive my heart. The will of the cauldron went silent, seeming to be surprised and astounded, and it didn't speak for a long time. All of this had indeed exceeded its expectations. After the first tribulation of oblivion came to an end, in the countless years until now, Lin Sun was the first opponent that was capable of resisting its world of will. The heavens and the earth became even more silent, and there wasn't a trace of sound any longer. Lin Sun's state of mind wasn't as heavy as it was at the beginning. In ancient times, there was a mighty figure who entered a dream one day and turned into a butterfly, flying through the flowers and plants. When he woke up, he was confused. Which was real and which was illusion? Did the butterfly transform into me, or did I transform into the butterfly? This was the confusion between the real and the illusory. Many years ago, Lin Sun entered the heaven accessing place and experienced a reincarnation with another identity in the 9th test of Green Cloud Path, See Yourself. The reincarnation lasted for more than 20 years. But Lin Sun experienced more than 20 years of meditation and saw through the illusory and saw himself. As the saying goes, when the false is true, the true is also false. In Cultivation, the truth was a kind of understanding of one's own body. She said at that time, this tribulation is called questioning the heart and seeking truth. It points directly to the state of mind of the Great Way. Suffering from the torment of the true and the illusory of the Great Way is the most terrifying. If you cannot break through this tribulation, your Great Way will turn into an illusion and vanish. She asked, what did you comprehend in the end? Lin Sun answered, I am the truth. Just like at this moment, after being trapped in the world of will, Lin Sun saw through the illusory and discerned the true and the illusory. Finally, he preserved the truth of his state of mind and will and resolved the tribulation. But your state of mind is still being suppressed and affected. When you can walk out of my world of will, perhaps you will be able to defeat me. After a long time, the voice of the giant cauldron sounded again. It was emotionless, but its words had already recognized Lin Sun as an opponent. I will. Lin Sun said indifferently. With a turn of his mind, his entire body turned into a cauldron that seemed to contain all the Tao in the world and suppress the past, present, and future. This was formed from his state of mind and will. Rumble the next moment, he fused all his cultivation and methods into the cauldron. The cauldron also rotated and rumbled, reflecting countless grand visions. There were true dragons soaring in the sky, water and fire fusing, Tai Chi circulation, immortality. There were surging winds and thunder, annihilation of stars, reincarnation of all things, and changes of the world. A giant cauldron developed the Great Way and all methods. In this empty and borderless world of will, there suddenly appeared the images of mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and stars, the 4 seasons, and the changes of all things. Creating something out of nothing. You are a Jushi quasi-emperor, how could you possibly see into this realm? The voice of the gigantic cauldrons will resounded, and it revealed a rare trace of fluctuation. It seemed to feel shock and disbelief. Only he was clearly aware of how taboo it was to create something from nothing, and it was related to a supreme realm of the Grand Tao. Now, Lin Sun's state of mind had already peeped into a trace of the essence of this realm and deduced the essence of making something out of nothing in its world of will, which was undoubtedly incredible. In reality, it wasn't just the will of the great cauldron that was shocked. When Lin Sun comprehended a trace of the essence of creating something out of nothing in the 8th pass of Green Cloud Path, Dao Fusion, she was extremely shocked. Similarly, in the murderous blood battlefield, in the mulberry forest, and in front of the Tao Palace of Myriad Tribulations, the young man with golden cicada was also shocked by Lin Sun's understanding of creating something out of nothing. At this moment, Lin Sun condensed the furnace of the great Tao with his mental state and willpower, and it developed the scene of the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and the cycle of the 4 seasons in this world of willpower, and it faintly revealed the profundity of creating something from nothing. Of course, all of this was formed by his mental state and willpower, but being able to achieve this could already be said to be world-shaking and world-shaking. Lin Sun paid no attention to the surprised voice of the cauldron's will. His mental state and willpower were unprecedentedly focused, and he deduced his cultivation in the furnace. Be meticulous in all directions, and travel 1,000 miles in the mind. Boom, the light of the Tao whistled, and the divine brilliance rose. The furnace revolved to the extreme, and the rumbling sound gradually became low and heavy, until the end, even a trace of sound could not be heard, and it was completely silent. However, the power became more and more terrifying. Every time it revolved, it could easily tear apart the power of the world of willpower within an area of 30,000 meters, causing a vacuum to form around Lin Sun's body. It felt as if he was the supreme lord of creation within this vacuum zone, and he was using his mental state and will to create and deduce all the changes in the profundities of the universe. The furnace evolved creation, and all phenomena were born. Gradually, the furnace that revolved soundlessly became even more ethereal and translucent, and it arrived at the limit. Every single time the furnace revolved, it seemed as if various profundities were being born and created, causing it to be dazzling and profound to the extreme. When this silent, dignified and bright power of the furnace reached the extreme, the speed of its rotation became slower and slower. Every time it revolved, it was like an ant dragging a huge mountain. Until later, the furnace transformed by Lin Sun's body and mind suddenly stopped. It was also at this moment. An endless and terrifying pressure came from all directions of this world of will. This was an attack from the will of the cauldron. Everything Lin Sun showed at this moment had made it feel a serious threat, and for the first time, it chose to take the initiative to kill. Then, just as the overwhelming pressure arrived, the originally still furnace transformed by Lin Sun suddenly trembled. Boom, an earth-shaking roar, like the first thunder when the chaos was first created. Then, the whole world of willpower exploded. The will of the cauldron reappeared, 3 feet and 2 ears, filled with chaotic bronze chi, but at this moment it seemed incomparably shocked. It could not imagine that it could really break its world of willpower, and that it was only a Jushi quasi-emperor. I said, after defeating you, I still have to go to the 9th floor, Lin Sun's voice sounded. A furnace appeared, containing the charm of all Tao, but then it turned into a great abyss, swallowing the will of the cauldron. It was immeasurably vast and immeasurably deep. No. The will of the cauldron finally panicked and let out an angry roar. It was originally like a supreme ruler, but there was no longer that heaven-suppressing majesty. In a flash, the great abyss, like an eternal night, engulfed the will of the cauldron and the surrounding area. Boom, in the forbidden field, there was an unprecedented turbulence. In the blood-red world, a great abyss rotated, producing a terrifying power that could engulf the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hey! At this moment, the gray-robed man stiffened, shocked to see that an indescribably terrifying aura was sweeping across the forbidden field, spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the heaven and earth seemed to be crushed, disrupted, and destroyed. The entire forbidden field, as if it had been ruthlessly rubbed by a giant hand, was in a state of devastation. The gray-robed man's heart skipped a beat. However, before he could even react, the Tao restriction domain that had existed in the 8th level of the hidden purgatory of darkness for countless years actually rumbled and exploded into pieces at this moment. The unparalleled turbulence of power swept out, causing the heaven and earth of the 8th floor to shake violently. Bang, even. Though he had already operated his cultivation, the gray-robed man was still shaken by the terrifying destructive power, and staggered back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body, and his face had already become solemn and shocked. The Daoxiel field was actually destroyed, and all this was it done by that young man Lin Sun. An indescribable shock surged in the grey-robed man's heart, surging and rolling. He clearly remembered that the will of the enormous cauldron was simply like the ruler of the forbidden field, and no one had been able to defeat it in the countless years of the past. Even the master of Pavilion Copper Sparrow had merely obtained its acknowledgement in order to pass through the forbidden field. Yet now, not to mention the will of the enormous cauldron, even the forbidden field had been destroyed. When he thought up to here, the grey-robed man was dazed. In the beginning, he'd doubted and worried about Lin Sun's ability, and he'd advised Lin Sun to leave. Later on, the strength Lin Sun revealed had gradually conquered his heart, and it caused him to feel shock, astonishment, and disbelief. At this moment, the grey-robed man only had a single feeling: bewilderment. It was like all his knowledge had been pushed to the peak, all his estimations had been destroyed, and his body and mind suffered an unprecedented blow. This caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. It was too unbelievable indeed, and it was simply like an unprecedented legend had been born before his eyes. After a long time, the aura of destruction within the forbidden field had finally vanished completely, whereas the ground in an area of 5,000 kilometers had been covered in ravines and desolation. If one looked carefully, the horrifying ravines on the ground were still circulating with strands of the aura of destruction, and it was horrifying. On the other hand, Lin Sun stood there motionlessly like a clay statue at the center of the forbidden field. Even though he didn't speak a single word, he was like an immovable divine mountain that emanated an unshakable aura. "Lin Sun, are you all right?" the grey-robed man asked. There was no reply. The grey-robed man frowned and separated a strand of his divine sense to investigate. However, it hadn't even come into contact with Lin Sun's body when it was obstructed by an invisible force of will. It was even to the extent that if he was a little slower, then this strand of his divine sense would have been directly shattered. This scene caused the grey-robed man's heart to jerk, and it was even to the extent that he didn't dare act rashly. If news of this were to spread to an old fellow like him, then he would surely die from embarrassment. But it just so happened that he was extremely solemn and serious at this moment because he found that this young man Lin Sun was too surprising. He was simply like a freak that couldn't be judged by common sense at all. With a cultivation at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, he broke into the 8th level of the Purgatory of Darkness, and after 3 months, he defeated the force of will left behind by 36 ancient almighty figures and destroyed the entire forbidden field. In the countless years since ancient times, which peerless quasi-emperor could accomplish such a feat, only Lin Sun could. "My lord, really found an extraordinary figure." The grey-robed man couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the words he repeated before. But at this moment, it wasn't just admiration, but a kind of shock, a new recognition and recognition. Just like this, Lin Sun stood on the spot for 3 days, and he was constantly refining and absorbing the pure force of will left behind by the cauldron. 3 days later, Lin Sun seemed as if he had come alive from a clay statue, and his thin and tall figure was suffused with a vast and unparalleled imposing matter. It was as if he was entangled with the profound principles of the Great Way, and he deduced a majestic power that was like an abyss and an ocean. P.S. Some children still don't know the time of the Great Outbreak. By the way, it's next Thursday. He's changed. The man in grey muttered. 3 days of time was just a blink of an eye to him, so when he saw Lin Sun recover, he instantly noticed that this young man's aura had undergone a tremendous change. It was a kind of aura of deduction and creation, a kind of exuberant power. Now, it appeared in Lin Sun's will, making him like a creator. It seemed that he could deduce thousands of mysteries as long as his mind moved. The old man in grey was truly unable to believe that a young man who hadn't advanced into the Emperor realm could possibly grasp such terrifying willpower. This was simply the first such unfathomable freak he'd encountered since he started cultivating, and it simply broke his understanding of Quasi-Emperor Ju Feng. Lin Sun was sensing the changes in his body. 3 days of time allowed him to refine the pure energy that belonged to the cauldron's will, and his state of mind and willpower had both reached an unprecedented level. The most shocking change was that his soul had transformed in a sea of consciousness, and it had transformed into a soul that was shaped like a cauldron of the Grand Tao. The soul was a cauldron of willpower. In the depths of his state of mind, an acupoint that was like an abyss had appeared. The heart acupoint was an abyss of heart force. this caused Lin Sun to be stunned and dazed. The soul and willpower were unique to Emperor Realm figures, and only existences that had stepped onto the path of Emperor Realm could condense a will dharma within their soul. For example, the 36 fragments of willpower that were scattered in the Tao containment field were all left behind by great ancient figures, and they'd experienced the corrosion of countless years and remained until now. If they weren't trapped in the Tao containment field, these fragments of willpower could even awaken their instincts and come back to life, and this was the terrifying aspect of the soul and willpower. Simply speaking, those fragments of willpower were the will dharma of those great ancient figures, yet now, at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm and under the circumstances that he hadn't stepped foot into the emperor realm, Lin Sun had condensed a will dharma within his sea of consciousness. Moreover, it was a cauldron that contained all the Daos in the world and suppressed the past, present, and future. In the past, Lin Sun had never heard of any quasi-emperor realm figure being able to accomplish this. Without a doubt, this could be said to be unprecedented and unique in the world. At the same time, Lin Sun was surprised by the abyss of heart force in his heart acupoint. The heart aperture was the foundation of a Tao heart. It was its source, and it was the most profound and mysterious. Unlike will and dharma, Lin Sun had never heard of any cultivator in the world who could condense a vision in his heart aperture. Is it because I have comprehended the mystery of creating something out of nothing? Lin Sun vaguely guessed something, but he was not sure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun discarded all distracting thoughts. No matter what, this experience has allowed my state of mind and will to reach an unprecedented level of perfection. If I want to transform again, I'm afraid I can only achieve it by stepping into the Emperor Realm. While thinking, Lin Sun turned his head and looked into the distance. Senior, can I enter the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness? Lin Sun asked with a smile. The gray-robed man quickly waved his hand and said, Don't call me senior. You and I can call each other as equals. My Dao name is Ling Wu, and people call me Battle Emperor Ling Wu. He paused for a moment and continued. Young friend, there's no need to be in a hurry to leave. There's another secret to the 9th level. If you don't mind, I can introduce it to you. Of course, Lin Sun didn't mind and agreed with a smile. Battle Emperor Ling Wu invited Lin Sun to sit on the ground and passed a pot of wine to Lin Sun. He sighed and said, Young friend, your performance today has really opened my eyes. Even now, I still can't calm down. Lin Sun was keenly aware that Battle Emperor Ling Wu's attitude towards him had undergone a drastic change. Battle Emperor Ling Wu was no longer as dignified as before. Instead, Battle Emperor Ling Wu had become gentle and warm. Battle Emperor Ling Wu didn't even bother to conceal his admiration for Lin Sun. Brother, you're too kind. Lin Sun took the pot of wine and smiled as he drank with Battle Emperor Ling Wu. Since Battle Emperor Ling Wu didn't allow him to call him senior, Lin Sun would call him brother. After all, an elder was like a brother. Soon, Lin Sun learned that thousands of years ago, there was a shocking change in the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. An extremely strange forbidden land of lightning appeared. When the forbidden land of lightning appeared, all the ferocious spirits in the 9th level died in a single night. Generally speaking, only Emperor Realm cultivators had the ability to enter the 9th level because all the ferocious spirits in the 9th level possessed combat strength and intelligence comparable to Emperor Realm cultivators. However, such a group of ferocious spirits suddenly died. This strange change naturally attracted the attention of the Hidden Mist sect and the Copper Sparrow House. At that time, Battle Emperor Ling Wu and a group of Emperor Realm cultivators joined forces to enter the 9th level in an attempt to find out the truth. However, when they got close to the strange forbidden land of lightning, they were all blocked by a terrifying aura and couldn't take a single step forward. After a long period of observation, Battle Emperor Ling Wu and the others discovered that a spirit with supreme intelligence was most likely born in the depths of the forbidden land of lightning. Moreover, unlike the other ferocious spirits that had condensed intelligence, this spirit had no intention of harming cultivators. It had been hibernating in the depths of the forbidden land of lightning, appearing extremely mysterious and low-key. Speaking up to this point, a strange expression appeared on Battle Emperor Ling Wu's face. Later on, when we were about to leave, someone suddenly saw the faint shadow of a small tree in the depths of the lightning-forbidden area. It was only 3 feet tall, and its entire body was as red as blood. Its bark was like metal, and it gave off an obscure icy luster. Its branches were bare, and they looked like blades, It's a pity that the little tree disappeared in a flash, never to be seen again. However, we all firmly believe that the little tree is very likely to be that spiritual body that possesses supreme intelligence. Hearing this, Lin Sun had a bold idea in his mind. Could that blood-red small tree be the Kunwu immortal tree? Realizing this, Lin Sun's heart was also lifted. According to the legend, the Kunwu immortal tree's trunk was like copper, and its branches and leaves were like divine swords hanging in the sky. It contained the innate essence of chaos fire, so wherever it appeared, there would be thunder and lightning. This was some of the mysteries of the Kunwu immortal tree that the old copper tree suppressed in the endless tower of the great Tao, told Lin Sun. Only the Emperor realm ferocious spirit like the old copper tree, which was formed by a section of the Kunwu immortal tree's root, understood the Kunwu immortal tree best. Young friend, I'm not trying to persuade you not to go this time. It's just that there are no more ferocious spirits on the 9th floor. There's only a forbidden land of lightning left. There's no need to go there anymore. Battle Emperor Ling Wu continued, as for the 10th floor, it belongs to the category of the lower 9 floors. The order of heaven and earth there prevents anyone below the Emperor realm from entering. The meaning behind his words was obvious. The purgatory of darkness was no longer suitable for Lin Sun to continue his cultivation. It was time for him to leave. Brother, I want to take a look at the 9th floor. Lin Sun said as he stood up. Even if it's not for cultivation, I can still see the forbidden land of lightning. Battle Emperor Ling Wu was stunned. He smiled and asked, are you unwilling to leave just like that? Not really. Lin Sun shook his head and was about to leave. Young friend, please wait. I'm actually very curious. With your current cultivation, why don't you go and attain the Emperor realm? Battle Emperor Ling Wu couldn't help but ask as Lin Sun was about to leave. This was also the biggest question in his heart. I just feel that it's not enough. I haven't reached my limit yet. Lin Sun's voice was still echoing in his ears, but he had already disappeared. Battle Emperor Ling Wu was in a daze for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh. Lin Sun's cultivation had already surpassed the Emperor realm. He had already killed the Emperor realm ferocious beast, but it wasn't enough. His state of mind and willpower had already destroyed the forbidden land of lightning, but it still wasn't enough. This brat is really a rare monster. Battle Emperor Ling Wu watched as Lin Sun's figure gradually disappeared. After thinking for a while, he took out a communication jade slip and spread the news that Lin Sun had defeated the Great Cauldron's willpower and destroyed the forbidden land of lightning. Outside the purgatory of darkness, the drunkard, Big Yellow, and Qingying stared blankly at the news that had just spread. They fell into a strange silence. After a long time, Big Yellow let out a mournful wail. How could that brat break the record set by our master? Can anyone tell me that this isn't real? His dog face was filled with resentment as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The drunkard and Qingying glanced at each other, and both of them didn't pay attention to this crazy guy. In my opinion, after this incident, Master will definitely approve of him. The drunkard said. Why would he need to acknowledge him? This is the truth. Qingying said. Her emotions were stirred up and she couldn't calm down. The drunkard thought for a while and decided to spread the news. They had to let their master know about this earth-shattering news as soon as possible. However, Big Yellow anxiously stopped him. Are you crazy? Our master is such a proud person. If he knows about this, how unhappy would he be? That brat is our master's junior brother. In my opinion, our master should be even more proud. After saying that, the drunkard spread the news. It's over. If our master is unhappy, he'll definitely vent his anger on me. This kind of thing has happened a lot in the past, Big Yellow wailed. The drunkard couldn't help but say, don't worry, our master won't stew you. Before he could finish, Big Yellow howled and pounced on him. He broke all your records in 3 months and crushed the cauldron's will to avenge your humiliation. Now, if you face that junior brother of yours, can you still be proud? After he got the news, she was the first to speak, and his words were like knives. Xianxia fell silent. She continued, when you think about it, it makes sense. The record from back then was broken. No one would be happy about it. Don't hold it in. If there's anything you're unhappy about, why don't you tell me? Do you want to hear it? Xianxia finally spoke. She nodded. Xianxia immediately roared with laughter. He was high-spirited and in high spirits. He laughed to the point the heavens and the earth trembled. He laughed to the point she was stunned on the spot and felt extremely surprised. That's what I want to say. Xianxia spoke and roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was filled with pride. The 9th level of purgatory of darkness. Violent bolts of lightning raged, and they were like numerous silver snakes that were thick like buckets that were dancing and roaring madly. The entire heavens and the earth were filled with lightning, and a strong aura of destruction that was almost material suffused every single inch of space. Looking carefully, this world was completely covered by lightning, and the deeper it was, the more powerful the lightning was. Up to the depths of the core, some lightning even evolved into the shape of swords, axes, which was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, a tall figure appeared, his clothes fluttering, his whole body bursting with Taoist light, and his every move splashed out bright sword chi, tearing up all the lightning in front of him. His movement was not fast, but there was an unparalleled momentum of its own, like a king of the sword walking, and wherever he passed, all things would retreat. This person was Lin Sun. During the 3 months of fighting in the Forbidden Field, Lin Sun's state of mind and will had undergone an unprecedented transformation, and his own combat strength had also been sublimated. It should be known that the soul was the origin of soul refining. Now that Lin Sun's soul had condensed the Dharma form of will, the power that erupted during the battle could even deter ordinary emperors and make them tremble with fear. In addition, the emergence of the Dharma form of will made Lin Sun's control of the Great Way and the use of martial arts during the battle had undergone earth-shaking changes. It could be said that although Lin Sun was still at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, his combat strength had improved a lot compared to before. It was no problem for him to fight against the existences in the 3rd level of the emperor realm. For example, if he encountered a figure like the Silver Bat Ghost Emperor again, he could fight against the opponent even if he couldn't kill the opponent with his own combat strength. This kind of heaven-defying combat strength could simply be described as shocking, and if it was spread out, it would definitely shock people to the ground. But for Lin Sun, it was still a little short of the real great perfection that he wanted. Because this was not his limit. Like now, his cultivation, state of mind, and willpower could all be called the real extreme of this realm, and there was no possibility of further improvement. But his power of the Great Way and martial arts hadn't really reached the extreme. For example, in martial arts cultivation, the inheritance of Taoism he mastered was extremely numerous. Although he had already integrated the profound meaning of them into his own Great Way furnace scripture, and could develop all kinds of Taoism in one furnace. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly master them. The energy of the Grand Tao he possessed was the same as well. However, Lin Sun had a strong hunch that he was not far from becoming an emperor, and he might even take this step at any time. Just like now, Lin Sun felt a wonderful sign of restlessness in his mind while walking in the 9th level of the world of thunder and lightning. The lightning order here is making my cultivation restless. Maybe I can summon the monarch tribulation and advance to the martial monarch realm with a single thought. An idea popped up in Lin Sun's mind, but he soon discarded it. To Xiao Chen, becoming a martial emperor was something that he could fight for when his cultivation reached consummation. But this was not what he wanted. What he wanted was to become an emperor at the pinnacle. He wanted to become an emperor at the pinnacle, a path that had never been seen before in the past and present. Because of this, Lin Sun had been suppressing his cultivation and turning to temper the Great Tao and martial arts cultivation to temper his state of mind and willpower. Walking in the forbidden zone of thunder, the deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Even if Lin Sun's combat effectiveness had improved by leaps and bounds, he gradually began to feel a little tired. It was also at this moment. On a whim, Lin Sun could faintly feel that even if he suppressed his cultivation, in less than half a year, or more than a year and a half, the monarch tribulation would inevitably come. This was a kind of unfathomable feeling, but it could be vaguely felt in the heart. It was very mysterious. This was a kind of perception of heaven's secrets by practitioners. When the cultivation reached the martial monarch realm, one could even calculate his own future by this reaction to heaven's secrets, which was extremely magical. Bang! 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 Bolts of terrifying lightning power descended from the sky. They were dazzling and as thick as pythons. Lin Sun's sword chi flowed around his body, splitting the thunderbolts, leaving only wisps of thunderbolts, which were guided by him and hammered on his body. Dazzling light splashed, and the hit skin produced a numbing and painful feeling. When he was in the forbidden zone of thunder, he used the willpower to temper his mind and willpower. At this time, he tempered his body with the power of thunderbolts. Although it was dangerous and painful to do so, the tempering effect on the body was indeed obvious. Unfortunately, Lin Sun found that his body refining, chi refining, and soul refining had already reached the extreme level after many attempts. Even if he tempered his body, he only felt some pain, but there was no improvement in cultivation. However, he cultivated the great Quietus Thunderbolt scripture, which could help him understand the mystery of thunderbolts described in this scripture faster in this world of thunderbolts. One day later. Just when Lin Sun felt that the pressure had reached a point where he had to resist with all his strength, he saw a dazzling fiery red in the far distance. The sky and the earth were red, and the thunderbolts were like fire. It was like a torrent of thunderbolts falling from the sky, with magnificent and colorful fiery colors, completely covering that area. Vaguely, the power of the red thunderbolts could be seen turning into flying sabers, swords, axes, battle axes, bells, cauldrons, pagodas. Some thunderbolts turned into the sun, the moon and the stars, circulating in them. Lin Sun even saw phoenixes made of thunderbolts fluttering between heaven and earth, making clear sounds with the deterrent power of thunderbolts. It was like a country of thunderbolts, red as fire, the forbidden area of thunderbolts. At once, Lin Sun judged that this area should be the horrible place mentioned by Battle Emperor Lingguo. Was the Kunwa divine tree really hidden in it? As Lin Sun pondered, he took out the Great Way without end tower and released the old copper tree that was suppressed in it. The latter was dying, but at this moment, its spirit was refreshed. This is Kunwa thunder fire. The old copper tree cried out excitedly. The thunderbolts intertwined between heaven and earth, and the flames raged, but for the old copper tree, it was like being in a fairyland. Lin Sun was fighting against the thunderbolts between heaven and earth. Seeing this, he attracted a stream of flame and thunderbolts and rushed towards the old copper tree. The latter was so excited that it almost flew up, waving its branches to absorb the flame and thunderbolts, and its dim body was covered with a layer of red luster. At this moment, it was as if it had eaten a mouthful of immortal nectar, showing a comfortable and intoxicated expression. So, the Kunwa divine tree is here? Lin Sun suddenly asked. The old copper tree answered without hesitation, it must be. Only the origin of the Kunwa divine tree can emit such pure Kunwa thunder fire. According to what it said, the thunderbolts that covered heaven and earth were called Kunwa thunder fire, intertwined with the power of the origin of thunderbolts, and only the Kunwa divine tree could control them. In short, Kunwa thunder fire was the origin of the Kunwa divine tree's great way. Lead the way. Lin Sun pointed to the thunder forbidden zone in the distance. The heaven and earth there were too terrifying, and the thunder law that covered it had evolved into all kinds of strange phenomena. Back when Battle Emperor Lingguo and the others arrived here, they were also blocked outside and could not enter. Lin Sun did not think that he could really be compared with Battle Emperor Lingguo now. However, with the old copper tree leading the way, it would be different. This emperor-level evil spirit and the Kunwa divine tree had the same origin, and it regarded this thunder world as a fairyland. It should not be difficult to enter the thunder forbidden zone. Me? The old copper tree's expression suddenly changed. If I go in, I will definitely be swallowed by the Kunwa divine tree. After all, my origin is a section of its roots. Before it could finish, it was interrupted by Lin Sun. If you help me, I won't watch you die. If you don't help me, you will die now. The old copper tree's expression changed, and after a while, it gritted its teeth and said, Taoism pure, is what you said true? If I bring you in, will you really spare my life? Lin Sun did not hesitate, of course. The old copper tree no longer hesitated. It took a deep breath and walked forward. Its thick branches swayed like a big umbrella, covering all the power of the thunderbolts. Lin Sun walked under the umbrella cover as if he was walking on flat ground, and his whole body felt relaxed. Along the way, he keenly noticed that the old copper tree was madly absorbing the power of the thunderbolts between heaven and earth. It was originally seriously injured and dying, but now it was full of vitality again. However, Lin Sun did not care. Even if the old copper tree recovered to its peak state, it was far from being his opponent. Soon, the two walked into the thunder-forbidden zone. Boom! A fiery red Taoist sword formed by thunderbolts slashed at the old copper tree, diffusing the breath of destruction. The old copper tree trembled and staggered back. There was no doubt that this place made it feel extremely pressured. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately took action. A furnace condensed by the law of Great Way emerged and flew across the sky. Bang! In a flash, the thunderfire sword was crushed and turned into a rain of thunderbolts all over the sky. The old copper tree took the opportunity to rush up. Its branches spread and expanded, sweeping away the thunderbolts all over the sky. It was so comfortable that it almost moaned as if it had swallowed a great tonic. Taoism pure, this is Kunwa thunder liquid. It has the magic of reviving the dead and has an incredible magical effect on healing Taoist injuries. As the old copper tree spoke, a leaf flew down. On the leaf, there was a drop of thunderbolt-like liquid. It was crimson and crystal clear, exuding a strong breath of life. Thunderbolt-like liquid, moreover, it was formed by the origin of Kunwa thunder fire, intertwined with amazing breath of law. Lin Sun took out a jade bottle and collected this drop of Kunwa thunder liquid. Then, he said, "Just one drop? You're so generous." The old copper tree was embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Taoism pure, rest assured. As long as we kill the thunderbolts here that can evolve into forms, we can collect a steady stream of Kunwa thunder liquid." Lin Sun didn't say anything more. Not long after the two moved forward, a spear formed by Kunwa thunder fire broke through the air. Thunder and lightning intertwined and flowed, flashing with a terrible murderous spirit that could destroy the world. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the old copper tree was pierced by the thunder spear, causing it to howl in pain. Lin Sun took advantage of the situation and launched the lifeless seal to suppress it. The bronze color rumbled as the lifeless seal surged with monstrous killing and destruction chi, firmly suppressing the thunder spear. Ignoring the pain, the old bronze tree waved its dense branches and began to frantically refine the thunder battle spear that seemed to be imprisoned. Its origin was a root of the Kunwa divine tree. It was like a container that could contain the power of Kunwa thunder fire contained in the thunder spear. In a flash, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the thunder spear shattered and was absorbed and refined by the dense tentacle-like branches of the old copper tree. Soon, not only the old copper tree's injuries were healed, but his momentum was also 3 times stronger than before. He became vigorous and spirited. Clearly, refining this thunder battle spear had greatly benefited him. Taoism pure, here are 3 drops of Kunwa thunder liquid. Soon, the old copper tree distributed the spoils to Lin Sun. 3 drops? Lin Sun glanced at him. The old copper tree trembled and quickly explained, Taoism pure, the thunder essence contained in the thunder spear can only refine 6 drops of Kunwa thunder liquid. I used 3 drops myself and left 3 drops for you. Lin Sun nodded and said, I'll take 8 and you take 2. The old copper tree was stunned and his heart was bleeding, but he dared not refute. Without Lin Sun's help, he could not fight against the various forms of the thunder rule alone. Similarly, without the old copper tree leading the way, the terrifying power in the thunder-forbidden zone alone was enough to make Lin Sun unable to move. In short, the two could only cooperate now. Of course, Lin Sun had a greater advantage. Along the way, there were many more attacks. Thunder Furnace, Thunder Spear, Thunder Saber, Thunder Gourd, all of them were bright red like fire, entwined with a terrible aura of destruction. The old copper tree must take the lead to attack each time, using his own power to attract the opponent. Lin Sun took advantage of the situation to suppress the opponent, and then the old copper tree would refine the opponent. Although there were many situations along the way, they were solved one by one. Not only did they harvest some Kunwa thunder liquid, but the cooperation between the two became more tacit as time went by. After half a day, as Lin Sun and the old bronze tree reached the depths of the thunder and lightning forbidden zone, the dangers they encountered became more and more terrifying. From time to time, there would be suns, moons, and stars formed by thunderbolts falling down and bombarding them. Just that aura alone was enough to make an ordinary great emperor feel despair. In the face of this situation, the old bronze tree felt both pain and joy. Although his power could not deal with these attacks, he could still attract them. It was like a flame that attracted moths. Therefore, every single time, it could only brace itself and charge forward. Every single time, it was struck by lightning until its entire body was smoking and its branches were broken. It was a miserable sight. Fortunately, Lin Sun didn't disappoint it. Every time it suffered a calamity, Lin Sun would launch an all-out attack and suppress those opponents formed from the laws of lightning. But even so, when they reached the depths of the Thunder Forbidden Zone, both Lin Sun and the old bronze tree felt an unprecedented pressure. The opponent formed from the law of lightning was becoming more and more terrifying. Let's take a break. Up until now, he'd already consumed half of his physical strength. If he didn't recover soon, then when he really found the Kunwa divine tree, he probably wouldn't have much strength left to subdue it. As he spoke, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and took out some source crystals of the Great Path to recover his physical strength. The old bronze tree could only protect Lin Sun from the power of lightning coming from all directions. However, it didn't need to recover. The Kunwa thunder liquid that it absorbed and refined along the way had already filled it with vitality and made great progress in cultivation. It looked at Lin Sun, who was sitting on one side with his eyes closed, and its expression changed several times. Finally, it sighed in its heart and erased the terrible thought in its mind. After half an hour, Lin Sun opened his eyes from meditation and stood up. The old bronze tree hurriedly said, "Taoism pure, can we continue?" Lin Sun nodded. But before they set off, Lin Sun suddenly said, "You're very tactful." The inexplicable words made the old bronze tree tremble all over. It reluctantly said, "I'm not tactful. I know what I should do and what I shouldn't do." Lin Sun didn't say anything more. His state of mind and willpower had already reached an unprecedented extreme. Just when he was recovering his physical strength, his state of mind had detected several murderous intentions from the old bronze tree beside him. But in the end, the old bronze tree didn't make a move. "Hey!" Not long after they moved forward, the old bronze tree exclaimed in disbelief, "Taoism pure, I feel a call for help, suspected to be from the Kunwa divine tree." Call for help? Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. This was the forbidden zone of thunder and lightning controlled by Kunwa divine tree, which distributed the power of Kunwa thunder and fire. Here, Kunwa divine tree was like a dominator. Who could threaten it? It's true. Soon, the old bronze tree showed a horrified expression. The Kunwa divine tree's soul is being eroded by a terrible force. Do you know who did it? Lin Sun asked quickly. The old bronze tree was trying to sense it, but found that it had lost the magical connection. He couldn't help but be stunned. Taoism pure, the Kunwa divine tree is very likely to be in trouble. Its call for help has disappeared, let's go. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. No matter who did it, he had to go and have a look. It would be a pity if he missed the opportunity. Taoism pure, the Kunwa divine tree is in trouble. You can imagine how terrifying the culprit is. The old bronze tree hesitated. Then I'll go by myself, Lin Sun said and was about to take action. Let's go together, the old bronze tree gritted his teeth and took the lead. Not long after the two moved forward, they saw a huge red thunder pool in the distance. It was 100 feet wide, and the rolling Kunwa thunder liquid was rolling like the tide. In the center of the thunder pool, there was a 3-foot-tall small tree that seemed to be made of fire copper liquid. Its trunk was strong and its branches were like swords. It was rooted in the thunder pool and bathed in the thunder law, looking extremely magical. Kunwa divine tree, there was no doubt that it was one of the 4 great trees born in the chaotic thunder source. However, when he saw this scene, Lin Sun's pupils shrank, revealing a look of astonishment. Because in the middle of the pool of fiery red lightning, there was a bronze divine pot that was suffused with chaotic energy. A blood mosquito was lying on the bronze divine pot as if it was riding on a boat. It avoided the attacks of the lightning pool and arrived in front of the Kunwa divine tree. Its body was as red as blood, as if it was made of divine gold, and it exuded a ghastly chill. Its eyes were like a pair of bloody lanterns, and there were 16 wings on its back. Each pair of wings was branded with dense and strange characters of the underworld, which were ferocious and treacherous. Looking from afar, there was a fierce aura that made people tremble, as if they were looking at a peerless evil god. Its sharp mouth was inserted into the root of the Kunwa divine tree, and its 16 pairs of wings trembled gently, as if it was absorbing some kind of power. It looked extremely strange. Underworld child, Lin Sun's black pupils shrank, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Back then, in the upper 9 realms of the domain of despair, Underworld child, this ancient freak that was silent in the Nether River Forbidden area, had awakened overnight, and he'd stirred up a storm and revealed a mighty aura that looked down upon all. Lin Sun had fought it more than once, and he knew very well that this fellow's true form was the peerless 8-winged blood mosquito that was born in the Nether River. Such a ferocious being was born and raised by the earth, and it possessed unbelievable ferocity and talent. Moreover, its vitality was strong to the point it was practically undying. Lin Sun had fought it many times, and he'd killed it many times. But every time, Underworld child relied on the Netherworld Emperor smelting god pot to come back to life. The last time they met was in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. At that time, Underworld child relied on his identity as the legitimate son of the Dark Blood Emperor to bring Lin Sun a lot of trouble. However, Lin Sun still didn't expect that after so many years, he would meet Underworld child again in the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. This seemed too unbelievable. One had to know that the entrance to the Purgatory of Darkness had always been controlled by Copper Sparrow Pavilion, and ordinary people didn't have the chance to enter at all. Then how did Underworld child come in? Questions surged in Lin Sun's heart. But immediately, Lin Sun felt relaxed. He sensed that Underworld child's aura hadn't proven his Tao and become an emperor, so it couldn't be said to be a serious threat. But the more it was so, the more curious Lin Sun was. How did this scattered treasure boy, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, sneak into the forbidden area of thunder and lightning and suppress the power of the Kunwa divine tree? Who? Almost immediately, the blood mosquito that was lying in front of the Kunwa divine tree to absorb power turned its head, and then saw Lin Sun in the distance. For a moment, the blood mosquito opened its pair of red lantern-like eyes and was stunned, as if it couldn't believe it. After a while, it called out, "Lin Sun? Long time no see, scattered wealth boy." Lin Sun waved his hand and smiled brightly. Thinking of all the things in the past, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Was it predestined? Or was it not that enemies didn't meet? "It's really you, bastard." The blood mosquito's figure flashed, and it turned into a devilishly handsome man in a black robe. In the depths of his heart, all kinds of hatred of the past gushed out like a landslide and a tsunami. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha, God has eyes, I finally see you. Lin Sun, do you know how much I've missed you all these years?" His voice was full of ferocious, cold, and crazy hatred. Lin Sun was the first opponent to bring him great shame and humiliation, and Lin Sun had repeatedly robbed him of his treasures. Over the years, whenever he thought of these things, he couldn't control the anger and resentment in his heart. However, he didn't expect to meet Lin Sun here. What a coincidence! At this moment, Underworld child couldn't help but have the same thought as Lin Sun. Was it predestined that Lin Sun would die in his hands today? At this time, the old copper tree was stunned. How could he not see that Lin Sun and Underworld child were a pair of old enemies with many years of grievances? Perhaps, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The pool of lightning surged, and the smelting god pot floated on it like a small boat. "Miss me?" Lin Sun revealed a strange expression and said with a smile, "Could it be that you've collected some good treasures to give to me?" Mingzi suddenly recalled some unbearable and tragic memories, and he was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He gnashed his teeth. "You're still sharp-tongued even when you're about to die. Bastard, you're still as rampant as before." Boom, he raised his hand and slapped out. Divine brilliance surged and condensed into a big handprint. It was like a divine mountain that covered the sky, and it pressed down on Lin Sun from a distance. Lin Sun stood there without moving, but the bright and terrifying handprint collapsed with a bang and turned into a rain of light that scattered all over the sky. "After so many years, you've disappointed me more and more." Lin Sun laughed. The disdain in his eyes and the ridicule in his tone stimulated Ming Zi's expression to become gloomy. "You've also come for this Kunwa divine tree?" he suddenly said. Lin Sun nodded, "Yes. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. The soul root of the Kunwa divine tree has been refined by me." Ming Zi took a deep breath and restrained the anger and killing intent in his heart. His expression was cold, "And you're very unfortunate. You'll die here today. You've refined the Kunwa divine tree, so I'll just take it back." As for you saying you'll kill me. Haha, if I remember correctly, every time we meet, you seem to be clamoring like this. Lin Sun smiled, but in the end, it seems that you're the one being abused every time. I swear, you'll die this time. Ming Zi's face darkened. Every word Lin Sun said would uncontrollably remind him of the past. It was simply like a knife stabbing his heart, painful and hateful. Lin Sun's smile became more and more brilliant. He pointed at the smelting god pot under Ming Zi's feet and said, "Don't forget that you've been able to survive many times in the past thanks to this treasure. Without it, you're nothing. Enough. I'll let you die right now." Ming Zi was so angry that his eyes were scarlet red, and his whole body was surging with tyrannical and monstrous killing intent. He was really angry. New hatred, old hatred, and all kinds of humiliation roared in his heart like an erupting volcano. Boom! The lightning pool churned as Ming Zi rushed over on the smelting god pot. He raised his hand, and a silver halberd appeared. When he waved it, endless light swept up. That ray of light was snow-white and peerlessly sharp, and it was like a silver waterfall that was capable of illuminating the sky as it swept down from outer space. Lin Sun's first impression was that the treasures of the Boy of Wealth were indeed rare treasures. While thinking, Lin Sun waved his palm and pressed his fingers together, as if he was holding the sun and the moon. Boom! A world-shaking rumble resounded. The silver halberd was stopped, and it erupted with dazzling light while emitting a buzzing sound. Darkchild's blood boiled, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he wasn't slow at all. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and a mysterious star chart appeared on his body. When the picture rotated, it was like a starry sky. Countless stars flowed out like waves of starlight, turning into a whirlpool and shrouding Lin Sun. Myriad starry sky diagram, the terrible power of devouring and crushing seemed to come from a black hole in the starry sky, distorting and collapsing the void. The terrible power could simply destroy everything. The old bronze tree was also a fierce soul of the Emperor realm. When it witnessed this scene, it couldn't help but be horrified. This was obviously a tyrannical and unparalleled primordial treasure. In an instant, Lin Sun was subjected to an unparalleled force of imprisonment and suppression. He was like a grain falling into a millstone, and it seemed that he would be crushed at any time. However, as he ran his cultivation, he broke free from the imprisonment and smashed the suppression with a flick of his sleeve. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the starry sky picture that was shrouding him. This treasure was even more wonderful than the silver halberd, and its quality was extremely extraordinary. Lin Sun couldn't help but be tempted. "You still want to snatch the treasure when you're about to die?" Ming Zi was so angry that he laughed. How could Lin Sun still regard him as the boy of treasure scattering at this time? What a lunatic! His whole body surged with divine brilliance, forming a colorful halo, like a bright wheel, surrounding and protecting his figure. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. While activating the silver halberd and the starry sky picture to kill, Ming Zi took out a green jade gourd filled with chaotic air. From the mouth of the gourd, a gorgeous divine light poured out. It was like a great river covering the sky and earth, turning into tens of thousands of spirits that filled the sky. At this moment, not only Lin Sun, but the old bronze tree also gasped in shock. The scene was too shocking. Tens of thousands of creatures covered the sky and the earth, and they were everywhere. There was a golden divine sparrow that flapped its wings in the void and cried to the sky. There was a ferocious bird that was like a dark cloud that cast a large shadow on the ground. Its eyes were as big and scarlet as a lake. There was a bash that was shaped like a python. Its body coiled in the void, and it was so huge that it was about to swallow the sun and the moon. There was a giant green elephant that was as big as a mountain. It was extremely powerful, and its roar cracked the void. There was also a terrifying golden rock that flew straight up with its wings like the clouds in the sky, and it was about to shoot down the stars. In a trance, it was as if they had returned to the beginning of the primeval times, when tens of thousands of spirits came out together to fight above the heavens. Those figures were densely packed, and they were all so huge that they seemed to cover the earth and the boundless starry sky. They were all the most powerful creatures. All of this was transformed by the divine light that came out of the green jade gourd. One gourd turned into tens of thousands of spirits, and it was incomparably magical. What a treasure! A peerless treasure. The same thought emerged in the minds of Lin Sun and the old bronze tree at the same time. As long as they were not fools, they could see how amazing the green jade gourd was. Boom, the world shook as tens of thousands of spirits came out to kill Lin Sun. It was as if the gods were coming out. Lin Sun, let's see what you can use to fight me. A cold light flashed in Ming Zi's eyes. This was the origin spirit gourd. It contained the chaotic qi that could transform tens of thousands of spirits. At the beginning of the primeval times, this treasure was ranked as the 63rd emperor weapon of all heavens. If it was used by the emperor ancestor, a gourd could break a starry sky and crush a big world. It could be said that Ming Zi was extremely confident in this treasure. The scene was turbulent, and Lin Sun's figure was soon submerged. Monstrous spirits rushed out and released boundless ferocious power. The old bronze tree felt like his heart was about to explode, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Were all the young people nowadays so fierce? Lin Sun's combat strength was heaven-defying, and he could surpass the heavenly chasm to kill an emperor. And this Ming Zi had not become an emperor yet, but he had a heaven-defying emperor weapon. Its power was so great that it could make an emperor feel despair. This was simply maddening. Old thing, you are with that Lin Sun. I can tell at a glance that you are not a good person. Go to hell. Ming Zi suddenly looked at the old bronze tree with surging killing intent. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a group of magnificent flying swords whizzed out. There were a total of 36 swords, each 4 inches long and 2 fingers wide. They were crystal clear and branded with emperor treasure marks. It was a group of emperor weapon. Flying swords, the old bronze tree was so shocked that his whole body trembled. He ran away madly while cursing in his heart. Others loved the house and its crow, but this kid was the opposite. However, that group of flying swords was truly extraordinary. The old bronze tree felt very ashamed to suddenly have such a thought at such a dangerous moment. However, this feeling of envy and jealousy could not be stopped. There was no other way. Who made those treasures to be so tempting? The old bronze tree dared to swear that if any other emperor was here, they would definitely have the same thought as him. They would definitely want to skin this Ming Zi alive to see how many treasures they could take from him. The flying swords flew about, forming a sword formation to attack. The emperor's might was like a tide. In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many of the old copper tree's dense branches were cut off. It was in so much pain that it cried out "Ao Ao," shocked and scared. He was an emperor realm vile soul, but in the face of the group of emperor swords, he could not resist at all. Old thing, don't run. Ming Zi sneered as he looked at the old bronze tree that was running around. He felt a sense of comfort. This resentment had accumulated in his heart for many years, and he finally had the chance to vent it. There was only one word to describe this feeling: exhilarating. Seeing that the old bronze tree was about to be unable to resist, Lin Sun's voice suddenly sounded in the field. These treasures are really good. It was like a diner praising the chef's craftsmanship from the bottom of his heart. It was full of enthusiasm, like an appraiser who was not stingy with his comments about treasures. But the meaning of these words made Ming Zi's heart skip a beat. Not good. Before he could react, he saw that in the battlefield of the thousands of spirits, a pagoda appeared in the sky. It had the power to suppress the past and the present, and it whistled towards the origin spirit gourd in the void. The Great Way has no end pagoda. At the same time, a bright and golden rope swept out like a swift bolt of lightning and coiled around the myriad starry sky diagram. The treasure-binding golden rope. This was not the end. Lin Sun's figure also rushed out. Wherever he passed, he smashed through the shadows of the spirits and grabbed at the silver halberd in Lin Sun's hand. This series of actions was almost done in one go. At the same time, he stared at the 3 treasures that Ming Zi had taken out. Such a scene caught Ming Zi off guard. He immediately roared, "Surnamed Lin, you are King greedy." Insatiable? The use of this word was too mysterious. It seemed to be blaming him. It was fine if you snatched 1 treasure, but you wanted to snatch 3 at once. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Boom! Bursts of roars resounded in the forbidden area of thunder and lightning. The terrifying light of treasure spread, and a scene of destruction appeared. First, the starry sky atlas couldn't hold on any longer. It was entangled and imprisoned by the golden rope. Like prey entangled by a python, it fell from the void. Following a fierce collision, the silver halberd in Ming Zi's hand was grabbed by Lin Sun and forcibly taken away. Mingzi was shaken to the point that his qi and blood rolled and he coughed up blood. But he couldn't care about this. He used all his strength to control the origin spirit gourd to fight against the Tower of Endless Way. This treasure was too precious. It was not easy for him to collect it not long ago. If it was taken away, the loss would be too great. Open! Open for me! His eyes were scarlet, and he roared. The aura all over his body spread like a landslide and a tsunami. He almost exhausted all his strength. But gradually, Mingzi despaired. A supreme treasure like the origin spirit gourd was firmly suppressed at the moment. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. Bang! An earth-shattering crash resounded. The gourd of origin trembled violently and was directly suppressed into the Tower of Endless Tao. Seeing this happen, Ming Child's face completely darkened. Ming Child had never felt so good before. At this moment, Ming Child felt unprecedentedly unhappy. His face was gloomy and he was almost flustered and exasperated. His 7 orifices were fuming, and he couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia halberd, starry sky atlas, gourd of origin, they were all taken away, all of them. Ming Child couldn't help but recall the tragic scenes he had experienced in the past. His heart trembled, and his teeth were almost crushed by hatred. Lin Sun, Ming Child suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Sun with scarlet eyes. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. But Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared and swept towards the distant old copper tree. Ming Child was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what Lin Sun was going to do. This guy, actually wanted to take the opportunity to collect the 36 deadly swords. Puff! Ming Child felt suffocated in his chest, and a mouthful of blood that was held in his throat finally spurted out. This was too much. However, when he was about to resist, Lin Sun activated the lifeless seal and smashed it randomly. The 36 Emperor swords fell from the void like fishes that had been smashed. Lin Sun collected all of them. Ming Child, who suffered from the backfire, trembled all over, and his face turned pale. Are you all right? Lin Sun asked the old copper tree. The old copper tree's expression was one of joy after surviving a disaster. His expression was complicated as he said, "These treasures are really powerful. Fortunately, you took them. Otherwise, my old bones would have been smashed to pieces. Anyway, I still have to congratulate you. These are really good treasures." In the end, there was a trace of irrepressible envy and covetousness in his voice. Lin Sun collected these flying swords and looked at Ming Child in the distance with a smile. This is all thanks to the Boy of Wealth. If it wasn't for him, how could we see such wonderful treasures? The old copper tree nodded repeatedly. The Boy of Wealth, it was really appropriate. Hearing the conversation between the man and the tree, Name felt a rush of blood to his head, and couldn't help but want to cough blood again. He hastily took a deep breath and suppressed his raging and resentful emotions. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Surnamed Lin. You're dead meat this time. No one in the world can save you." His long hair fluttered madly, and his eyes almost split apart from rage. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Boom! The god refinement pot glowed beneath his feet, and it emanated a strand of a strange and obscure fluctuation. It seemed like countless laws of order had faintly appeared and coiled around the nether child. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. He rushed forward and activated the lifeless seal to kill. A strange scene appeared. The lifeless seal was an extremely powerful Kunlun Emperor weapon, but before it could even get close, it was forced back by the power of the law of order released by the smelting god pot. Buzz! The lifeless seal staggered and almost lost control, which made Lin Sun's blood boil. This is his most powerful treasure. The old copper tree shrieked. Lin Sun said angrily, "Nonsense. The origin of this smelting god pot was extremely mysterious. In the past, Lin Sun thought that he had killed the dark child, but every time, he was saved by the smelting god pot. It was incomparably miraculous and unbelievable. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the smelting god pot, the nether child, who had many treasures, would have been killed many times." At this time, Lin Sun's expression gradually became dignified. In the distance, the nether child was obviously activating a secret skill, which made the smelting god pot seem to wake up from the silence of the ages. The aura it emitted was as obscure and mysterious as the Great Way, and it was extremely terrifying. Without hesitation, Lin Sun attacked again, but no matter what treasure he used, he couldn't shake the power of the smelting god pot for a while. "Surnamed Lin, aren't you very strong? Come on, come and kill me." The nether child's expression was cold, and his eyes were burning with raging hatred. The aura of the smelting god pot was getting stronger, as if it was communicating with something. "Fellow Taoist, what should we do?" The old copper tree had a bad premonition, and he was horrified as if a great calamity would descend in the next moment. Lin Sun frowned and said nothing. The nether child was nothing to be afraid of, but the smelting god pot was too strange, and it made him feel a strong sense of danger. "Ha ha ha, you two idiots. Don't you think about it? Even Emperor Realm cultivators will suffer in this damned place, and I. How did I get here?" The nether child laughed with a ghastly tone. This was indeed what puzzled Lin Sun. The entrance to the Purgatory of Darkness had always been controlled by the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, so how could they casually let a trash like the nether child in? Moreover, the nether child hadn't become an emperor, so his combat strength was limited. If it wasn't for the smelting god pot, not to mention the 9th level, it would probably be difficult for him to even enter the 6th level. It's normal that you can't figure it out. There are many things in this world that you don't know. The nether child's eyes were gloomy, and his expression had recovered its calmness and composure. He even had a sense of superiority when facing Lin Sun. "I know you're deliberately stalling for time. Otherwise, with your hatred for me, if you had the chance to kill me, you wouldn't talk so much nonsense." Lin Sun said indifferently, "Old copper tree, let's go. Anyway, we've obtained a lot of good treasures on this trip. It's not a loss." With that, he turned around and left. The old copper tree hurriedly followed. In the situation where he couldn't figure out the situation, Lin Sun planned to hide for the time being. The nether child was nothing to worry about, but the smelting god pot was too strange. The nether child immediately sneered, "You still want to leave at this time? It's too late." His voice fell. Boom, the entire 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness suddenly trembled violently, as if there was an extremely terrifying existence below the 9th level that was about to rush out. In fact, at this moment, the 18 levels of the Purgatory of Darkness were all trembling. A cold and terrifying will, like a god entrenched in the deepest part of the purgatory, awakened from the lowest level and rushed all the way to the 17th level, the 16th level, the 15th level. Along the way, it caused a great earthquake in every level of the world. No one knew how many ferocious souls entrenched in it were awakened, and then they trembled in fear. When this scene happened, the drunkard and Goldie, who were standing outside the Purgatory of Darkness, showed a shocked expression. They looked at each other and noticed that a shocking change had happened. "It's the guy suppressed in the 18th level." As soon as the drunkard said this, Goldie had already disappeared into the Purgatory of Darkness. "Every time this old dog senses an opportunity to fight, it's so impatient as if it's in heat," the drunkard muttered to himself as he rushed in as well. The upper 9 levels of the Purgatory of Darkness couldn't accommodate existences like them, but if they entered the lower 9 levels, there would be no problem. The 18th level. Is it that person? Qingying stayed alone with a touch of surprise in his starry eyes. According to the ancient records, in the 18th level of the Purgatory of Darkness, there was only one will power left by a powerful figure in ancient times. It was the most terrifying existence in the Purgatory of Darkness. Since the end of the Calamity of Oblivion until now, the 18th level was simply a restricted area, and it caused countless people to not dare trespass into it. According to Qingying's knowledge, since the ancient times until now, only the Deer Formation Emperor and the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion's master had entered that restricted area. When the Deer Formation Emperor returned, he said, "It's admirable to be obsessed with the Tao." After the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion's master returned all those years ago, he didn't say a single word, and he only gave a single order: no one was allowed to take a step closer to the 18th level. With young Master Lin's current strength, even though he possesses the might of the Slaughter Emperor, he's only able to enter the 9th level. No matter what, he doesn't have the chance to offend that existence in the 18th level. Qingying was surprised and bewildered in her heart. She expected that some sort of shocking change had probably occurred in the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness, the Purgatory of Darkness. An illusory figure took a single step from the 14th level to easily enter the 13th level, and from the beginning until the end, it was as if he was walking on flat ground. However, everywhere he passed, countless terrifying living beings shivered, and they were terrified and uneasy. This figure was dressed in plain clothes, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was extremely thin, and his appearance was blurry, illusory, and blurry. The 12th level. The 11th level. With each step he took, he crossed a world. His demeanor was calm, but his speed was shocking. He wasn't afraid of the suppression and restraints of the purgatory of darkness. When he arrived at the 10th level, just as he was about to take another step, he suddenly stopped. At the spur of the moment, a big yellow dog dashed out from the void and blocked the way. It really is you, Zhu Kong. You're the only one who could create such a huge commotion. Back then, my master respected you for your courage, and that's why he didn't kill you. Why did you break the rules? Big Yellow was alert. It was no longer as arrogant as it used to be, and it was replaced with a grave look. Break the rules? No, I'm just going to save an old friend. You better step aside, or else I won't be polite. The plain-clothed man spoke. His voice was as sharp as a knife and as emotionless as a sword. His figure was thin, yet when he spoke, he was like a supreme god that revealed an indisputable and inviolable aura. If it was any other Emperor realm figure, that person would have probably been terrified and directly knelt down a long time ago. But Big Yellow was Big Yellow after all. It was the Big Yellow that had once pursued one of the 3 peerless assassins, the Skanda Buddhist master, to the point he had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. At this moment, he took a deep breath and revealed his ghastly white teeth as he said coldly, "An old friend? The purgatory of darkness has always been controlled by my Copper Sparrow Pavilion. How could I not know that an old friend of yours, Zhu Kong, has come to the purgatory of darkness?" The fur on his body flowed with a misty rain of light while his imposing aura was ferocious and overbearing. He was like a primeval ferocious beast that resided there, and he was similarly extremely terrifying. The purgatory of darkness was formed from the first tribulation of oblivion, and it was just forcefully occupied by your master. You don't understand the profundities behind this. Moreover, just you alone can't stop me. As he spoke, the plain-clothed man had already raised his foot with the intention of leaving. What if I'm included? Space roiled as the drunkard's figure floated up into appearance. At this moment, his drowsy and intoxicated eyes had become bright like stars and sharp like swords. His clothes fluttered as he stood by Big Yellow's side. The plain-clothed man stopped again. He only said one sentence, and it was 3 words. Sorry. What followed was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. The plain-clothed man stretched out his hand and made a sword-drawing gesture. In the 10th level of the purgatory of darkness, there was suddenly an unparalleled murderous sword chi that caused the clouds to collapse and the void to become chaotic. At this moment, the drunkard and Goldie were facing a formidable enemy. Rise. The drunkard's sleeves fluttered, and a strange white flying sword appeared between his eyebrows. As soon as it appeared, it illuminated the mountains and rivers. Tut. Goldie opened his mouth and a purple gold bell emerged. It was overflowing with light and radiance. Vaguely, there was the sound of the gods chanting. At this moment, an illusory sword essence condensed in the palm of the plain-clothed man. His clothes fluttered, and the sword essence poured out like a waterfall. It was like a brilliant sun, dazzling and powerful. The drunkard and Goldie looked at each other and attacked together without hesitation. Slash. The plain-clothed man looked indifferent and casually slashed out the sword essence in his hand. From this moment on, the entire 10th level of the purgatory of darkness was in turmoil. The 9th level. When the terrifying aura of the plain-clothed man awakened from the 18th level and rushed all the way up, Lin Sun also felt a fatal threat. If there was a trace of hesitation before, then at this moment, he almost used all his strength to move away with the old bronze tree. It's useless. This thunder and lightning forbidden zone has long been covered by the power of my smelting god pot. Otherwise, why do you think the Kunwa divine tree didn't escape? Ming Zi's voice sounded, full of contempt and coldness. Sure enough, Lin Sun immediately noticed that in the thunder and lightning forbidden zone, in addition to the terrible Kunwa thunder and fire rule, there was also an obscure and mysterious aura, like a big net covering. Lin Sun was about to try to break through when he suddenly noticed that the obscure aura, like a big net, was trembling violently at this moment, and there was a faint sign of collapse. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw that the arrogant Ming child showed an imperceptible astonishment at the moment. Although it was fleeting, Lin Sun still keenly caught it. Instantly, he stopped in his tracks. Daoist friend, you're not running anymore? The old bronze tree was still confused. He had no idea what Lin Sun wanted to do. There's no need to run. What do you think, boy of wealth? Lin Sun said with a smile. His black eyes looked at the child of hell in the distance. You with the surname Lin, why don't you try calling me the god of wealth again? Dark Child's face sank, and he shouted loudly with slight exasperation. The boy of wealth, said Lin Sun. Dark Child, at this moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. However, it just so happened that he had no choice but to restrain the rage and killing intent in his heart. You will definitely die. In the end, he choked out these words. But Lin Sun laughed more easily and said, there's something wrong with your refining god pot, right? Do you want to give it to me? I'll help you take a look. The old bronze tree finally understood and said with a smile, I see. I thought you had some extraordinary means. It turns out to be a silver spear with a wax tip. Pretty but useless. Lin Sun was startled. This old guy's smile was too wretched. Was this still the fierce and arrogant Emperor Realm evil soul? Something wrong? Aren't you worried that it's just a camouflage? Dark Child took a deep breath and said coldly. In reality, he had been secretly exerting his strength a long time ago, desperately using a secret technique to activate the power of the god refining pot. However, what made him anxious was that the connection with that senior was intermittent. Camouflage? Then I really have to take a closer look. As he spoke, Lin Sun turned back and approached Dark Child. His black eyes were as deep as the abyss, revealing coldness. Dark Child panicked, but he said fiercely, go to hell. Boom, he turned his palm over, and a fan that was as red as fire appeared in his palm. He waved it fiercely, and suddenly, boundless fiery rain divine flame gushed out and swept towards Lin Sun. Southly divine fire fan, it was another emperor weapon, and its quality was marvelous. Although it was not as good as the Origin Spirit Gourd, it was not an ordinary emperor weapon. Lin Sun could not help but laugh. He took out the treasure-binding golden rope. With a swoosh, it passed through the sea of divine flames and swept towards the fire feather fan in Dark Child's hand. Under normal circumstances, Ming Zi would have been able to avoid this attack. However, all his energy and thoughts were focused on activating the smelting god pot. As a result, when the treasure-binding golden rope swept over, the southernly divine fire fan in his hand was swept away. He could only watch helplessly as his treasure flashed past his field of vision and fell into the hands of the enemy he hated the most. This feeling simply caused Dark Child to be on the verge of going mad. Why didn't you dodge? Is it because something happened to the refining god pot that you have no time to care about other things? As Lin Sun spoke, he approached. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Dark Child waved his sleeve, and 3 Taoist seals whizzed out. They were engraved with the words heaven, earth, and human. They flew out in a triangular formation, and they actually developed a grand scene of heaven and earth being divided and living beings rising together. Obviously, this was another set of monarch weapons. This scene made the old copper tree's eyes turn red, and he breathed heavily. Did this kid carry a shocking treasure with him? How could he have so many monarch weapons? It was impossible not to be jealous. The old copper tree had seen Lin Sun's many monarch weapons before, but it was far less than the number of monarch weapons that Dark Child had. It was an endless stream of monarch weapons, and it brought one surprise after another. The old copper tree was sure that if Lin Sun was targeted by those monarch realm big shots, he would definitely die without a whole corpse and be devoured alive. Lin Sun unceremoniously took out the Endless Way Pagoda to suppress them. With a series of collisions and roars, the 3 Taoist seals once again became Lin Sun's. Anything else? Continue. Lin Sun laughed. He somewhat liked the pleasure of seizing treasures. Of course, this pleasure could only be given to the rich and powerful Dark Child. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do it. Seeing Lin Sun getting closer and closer, Dark Child completely panicked. Ignoring the pain in his heart, he screamed, "Senior, Senior, save me." His body glowed as he desperately activated the refining god pot. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Senior, could it be that terrifying aura that was about to arrive but suddenly disappeared? While thinking, Lin Sun's movements were not slow. He suddenly slapped the air with his palm. Boom, the palm print was like a cauldron that flew across the sky. It manifested various great Tao laws and surged with divine splendor. It easily blasted Dark Child away, causing him to scream in pain. Lin Sun's eyes brightened. There was indeed a problem with the refining god pot. In this way, a Dark Child who had not yet become a monarch was simply not a threat to him at all. "Don't come over!" Dark Child shouted angrily and seemed to be at a loss. His appearance made the old copper tree eager to have a go. He wanted to rush up and plunder this human-shaped treasure house. Boom, Lin Sun swung his palm again. It was so powerful that Dark Child flew backward. His face was red and swollen, his teeth peeled off, and blood flowed from his lips. "Lin Sun, you will definitely die, definitely." He crazily activated the refining god pot as if he was grasping at the last life-saving straw. Lin Sun couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Obviously, Dark Child didn't have any monarch weapons that he could use. Otherwise, he would absolutely not be so powerless to even resist. "Give me the refining god pot." As he spoke, Lin Sun directly stepped forward and kicked Dark Child to the ground. However, when Lin Sun was about to make a move to seize the refining god pot, a wave of terrifying spatial fluctuation suddenly surged. A big yellow dog suddenly charged out and opened its mouth to bite Lin Sun's thigh before vanishing on the spot. Boom, at practically the exact same time, a terrifying sword intent flashed out from where Lin Sun stood, causing the space there to be directly slashed into pieces and transform into a narrow and long rift. Lin Sun instantly broke out in cold sweat. If Big Yellow hadn't rushed over in time, then that sword strike from before would have almost taken his life. "Kid, you can't seize that refining god pot. The karma involved is too great." Big Yellow's expression was serious, and it was rare that he didn't have a trace of arrogance. Only now did Lin Sun notice that there were many sword marks on Big Yellow's body. Its fur was dyed with blood, and its ferocious aura carried a pungent smell of blood. Big Yellow, who was under second senior brother, was actually injured. Big Yellow is right. The drunkard also came. His face was pale, and his pupils that were bright like swords were also filled with seriousness. Previously on the 10th level of the Purgatory of Darkness, he and Big Yellow had joined forces, but they were only evenly matched with the plainclothed man. Especially at that moment just now, the plainclothed man seemed to have gone mad and desperately broke through the obstruction of the two people and came to the 9th level. If Big Yellow hadn't arrived in time, Lin Sun, who was about to seize the refining god pot, would very likely have suffered. "Senior." At this moment, Dark Child, who was beaten black and blue and had disheveled hair, let out a cry that sounded like crying. He was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. He saw an illusory figure in plain clothes standing in front of him. The figure was thin, but it emitted a bright light like the brilliant sun. In his hand, he held an illusory sword intent, and his whole body was suffused with an unparalleled murderous aura. When he saw this plainclothed man, Lin Sun's pupils shrank. He only felt a stabbing pain in his mind and divine soul, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. How terrifying! As for Old Copper, he had already collapsed to the ground, shivering, and was scared out of his wits. Whether it was Big Yellow, the drunkard, or the plainclothed man, the power emitted from their bodies was too terrifying, and it made him feel suffocated. The plainclothed man glanced at Dark Child, then looked at Lin Sun in the distance, and suddenly let out a long sigh, as if he was a little dispirited. "You and he are both peerless quasi-emperors, but there is a great disparity in your combat strength. Do you know why?" His voice was like a sword, revealing supreme majesty. "Because you only have treasures in your heart, and your great way is also exchanged with countless opportunities. How can you seek the great way like this?" These words made Lin Sun quite agree. Without the refining god pot, Dark Child's combat strength was indeed too weak. Dark Child was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and he was about to say something when he saw the plain-clothed man withdraw the sharp sword intent in his palm with a clang. He looked at Lin Sun and suddenly said, "Who is Tai Xian to you?" Along with the appearance of the drunkard, Goldie, and the plainly clothed man, it caused the lightning-forbidden area to fall into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. No one had expected that at this moment, the plainly clothed man would ask a question that seemed to be completely unrelated to the matter here, and it seemed to be extremely sudden. "Who are you to Tai Xian?" Lin Sun was stunned, and then he realized something and said, "Senior Tai Xian taught me." No wonder. The plainly clothed man's voice was extremely calm, like the surface of a lake without any ripples, and it caused others to be utterly unable to discern exactly what thoughts he had in his heart. Thus, he gave others an unfathomable feeling. "Senior." Ming Child was anxious. He'd been bashed violently earlier and lost all face, and he'd accumulated a bellyful of resentment since a long time ago. At this moment, he urgently wanted to use the plainly clothed man to kill Lin Sun. But before he could finish speaking, the plainly clothed man had already said, "If I go all out, I'll surely be able to avenge you and kill this kid. But I can't guarantee if you'll be able to walk out of here alive. Conversely, if I go all out and take you away, then it's absolutely impossible for them to stop me. Now, you make a decision." His words were frank and upright. Ming Child's expression changed indeterminately. He wished for nothing more than to cut Lin Sun into 1,000 pieces, yet he didn't want to lose his life for Lin Sun. But he was too unwilling to leave just like this in the end. "Fellow Daoist, the current situation seems to be beyond your control." The drunkard spoke with a sharp and bright gaze. "If he goes all out, then it really might be possible." Goldie's voice was low as he said faintly, "But if we go all out as well, then it'll be different." "Right." The drunkard nodded. The atmosphere in this expanse of the heavens and the earth grew even more oppressive, and it caused them to be unable to catch their breaths. It seemed as if an unpredictable slaughter would erupt at any moment. "Seniors, let him go. In any case, I didn't suffer any losses." At this moment, Lin Sun took a deep breath and spoke with a smile on his face. It was impossible for him to watch helplessly as the drunkard and Goldie went all out for him. As for the life and death of Ming Child, it didn't matter since a long time ago. What was an enemy that was bound to be unable to be a match for him? Ming Child was exasperated. "What do you mean I didn't suffer any losses?" It was clear that Lin Sun had taken advantage of them. Profound Demise True Halberd, Origin Spirit Gourd, Starry Sky Myriad Diagram, Southernly Godly Fire Fan, 3 Talents True Seal, 36 Ultimate Swords. Which one of them was not a treasure among Emperor weapons? But they were all snatched away by you, surnamed Lin. When he thought up to here, Ming Zi's vision went black, and he was angered to the point his chest was on the verge of exploding. He had painstakingly gathered these treasures over the years. He had originally planned to use them to roam the world after he became a martial emperor. "If you really can't accept this, then just give it your all." The plain-clothed man softly sighed. His attitude towards the underworld child was one of indulgence. He was even willing to risk his life for it. This sort of protection in itself proved that the relationship between him and the underworld child was not ordinary. Dark Child's face was twisted, and his heart was in turmoil. He really wanted to kill Lin Sun now, but he cared more about his own life. The Dark Child stuttered and struggled for a long time, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. His appearance caused the drunkard and Big Yellow to feel a wave of contempt. But they had to admit that this fellow, Dark Child, had the capital to make anyone in the heavens jealous and envious. He had a strong foundation and countless opportunities and treasures. Even if he encountered danger, he still had the protection of a peerless figure like the plain-clothed man. Even if he was a good-for-nothing, others could only envy him. With such a state of mind, when can you be independent? His Majesty Emperor of the Netherworld spoils you too much. The plain-clothed man let out another long sigh. If it was only Dark Child, then his aptitude and talent were remarkable. But when he stood in the same world as Lin Sun, he instantly seemed to be unbearable. The plain-clothed man had traveled the heavens in his lifetime and was used to seeing heroes in the world. Lin Sun was the first junior that he couldn't see through. The more they were compared, the more mediocre the underworld child seemed. "Senior, my father once said that my disposition has always been like this, and there's no need to change it. I'm attached to fortuitous encounters and treasures, and that's the grand Tao I seek. It's just like Senior Sword Tao, they're different means yet achieve the same result, and there's no difference. At this moment, Dark Child seemed to have calmed down, and he said seriously, I'm the son of the Underworld Emperor, and I've always possessed supreme fortune. All of this was left behind by my father, so it's naturally impossible for my grand Tao to be separated from all of this. It can't be said to be sitting idly and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, but I'm walking on a grand Tao that my father prepared for me. Could it be that there's something wrong with this? Could it be that the son of the Underworld Emperor must abandon all external possessions and protection and cultivate by himself? If I really did that, then wouldn't I be neglecting the essentials? That would be too stupid. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of firmness appeared between Dark Child's brows. I believe that this is what my father is willing to see as well. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Fallacious reasoning and heresy, it didn't seem like it. It could only be said that the grand Tao that Dark Child sought was too unconventional, and he had a clear awareness of relying on his father to make the best use of everything. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but look up to Dark Child. This fellow's grand Tao was actually related to opportunities and treasures, and it was really unique and unique. The more Dark Child spoke, the more confident, disdainful, and proud he became. What's more, my state of mind has never been confused by external things, because I've seen too many opportunities and treasures, and I've seen all the beauties in the world. Only then do I know what is unparalleled beauty. After tasting all the fine wines in the world, only then do I know what is good wine. After seeing so many things, what treasures and opportunities can still affect my Taoist heart? After seeing thousands of ships, my Taoist heart remains the same. When he finished speaking, Dark Child's whole body exuded a vigorous and arrogant momentum. Then how about you give this smelting god pot to me? Lin Sun opened his mouth, and his words caused Dark Child's expression to freeze. The resentment that was about to be suppressed began to surge again, and he was almost unable to suppress it. At this time, this fellow was still thinking about his smelting god pot. Wishful thinking. Dark Child's expression was livid, and then he said to the plain-clothed man, Senior, let's go. He finally made a decision. In this world, there was nothing more important than his own life. If there was, he wouldn't exchange his life for it. The two of you still want to stop me? The plain-clothed man looked at the drunkard and Big Yellow, and his voice was calm. Why can't I stop you? Big Yellow's dog face was gloomy. You come and go as you please. Punisher, do you really think that no one can suppress you? Then let's fight. The plain-clothed man answered without hesitation, and his calmness revealed an incomparable strength. Fight? Are you sure? At this time, an extremely arrogant and conceited voice sounded in the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. 4 words, a simple sentence. It gave people the feeling of a king looking down on the world and the arrogance of looking down on all living beings. At this moment, the heavens and the earth became silent, and the lightning in this forbidden zone became still. The void and airflow became silent as if they were submitting. Then, a figure that was lonely like a mountain appeared in the field. He wore a black robe with wide sleeves, and his long hair was loose. The outline of his face was sharp, and he was handsome to the point of being impeccable. His eyes were deep, indifferent, and calm, and the corners of his eyes seemed to have been carved by time. No one knew how he came here, but when he appeared, he seemed to have become the ruler of this world, and he seemed to be in control of the heavens and the earth. The old copper tree that was originally trembling on the ground rolled his eyes and fainted. The drunkard stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greetings, my lord. He was respectful and submissive. Big Yellow let out a cheerful howl and kept wagging his tail around the legs of the black-robed man. He even used his head to rub against the black-robed man from time to time. He was affectionate, flattering, and docile. He didn't have any arrogance at all. Ming Zi's entire body trembled while his countenance turned ghastly pale, and he almost fell to the ground. The feeling this black-robed man gave him was simply like his father who'd stepped foot into the supreme state of the Emperor realm when he was young, and it was boundless and supreme. This was completely a form of absolute suppression in terms of mental state, soul, cultivation, and realm. It was a shapeless and great might, just like how a deer and rabbit were innately afraid of lions and tigers. On the other hand, Mingzi knew that he was far inferior to a deer and rabbit, and he was like an ant at most. On the other hand, the black-robed man was far superior to lions and tigers, and it couldn't be described with a comparison at all. The plain-clothed man's palm pressed onto Mingzi's body, and only then was Mingzi able to prevent his mental state from collapsing and recover from that almost suffocating state of despair. When he looked at the black-robed man once more, Mingzi's eyes carried deep fear and terror. Who's this fellow? How could he be so terrifying? At the same time, Lin Sun had already guessed the identity of the black-robed man, and his heart surged. Before he came to the dark world, he'd always been curious about exactly what sort of person this second senior brother that senior sister Ruasu addressed respectfully was. Later on, when he arrived at the dark world, he gradually found out that his second senior brother was the master of Bronze Sparrow Pavilion, the legendary overlord that was arrogant to the bone and looked down on everyone. In the eyes of the people of the world, he was the most arrogant person in the world since ancient times until now. The weight of the great Tao couldn't crush his lofty character, and he didn't lose the slightest bit of his arrogance even when the whole world was his enemy. He was also the only dark magnate that refused to pay a visit to Emperor Shi. This series of cognition caused Lin Sun to have an involuntary impression of respect and admiration towards his second senior brother since a long time ago. The so-called looking up to a high mountain was nothing more than this. However, Lin Sun still hadn't imagined that he would meet his second senior brother under such circumstances in the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. For a time, he couldn't help but be stunned. The black-robed man before him was completely different from the other senior brothers and sisters of Mount Heart. He seemed to be ordinary, yet every single move he made, even his gaze and posture, carried a type of arrogance. The feeling he gave others was that he was absolutely conceited and strong. It seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars would dim down before him, the mountains and rivers of the world would grovel beneath his feet, and the grand Taoists of the past and present could only lower their heads before his lofty character. This was the second disciple of Mount Heart, Xianxia. The plain-clothed man was silent for a long time and said, "Since you're here, there's no need to fight anymore." Lin Sun was shocked. He had already experienced the strength of the plain-clothed man before. Even the drunkard and Goldie didn't change his will at all. But the appearance of the second senior fellow apprentice changed everything. There was no need to fight anymore because he thought there was no chance of winning with the appearance of the second senior fellow apprentice. It could be imagined how powerful the second senior fellow apprentice was. This was what surprised Lin Sun. "If you don't fight anymore, let's talk about how to solve this matter." The second senior fellow apprentice said calmly, "First, I will abide by the agreement of that year and won't kill you. Second, since this man is a descendant of the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, I can give him a way out. Third, if the first two conditions are met, will my junior fellow apprentice agree or not?" At the end of his words, Xianxia looked at Lin Sun with arrogance on his face, but there was a trace of gentleness in his eyes. He nodded to Lin Sun. Lin Sun cupped his hands. "Greetings, second senior fellow apprentice." Xianxia nodded and looked at the plain-clothed man again. "You make a decision." He was never a person who liked to talk nonsense. The plain-clothed man was silent for a moment and said, "I can leave my swordsmanship and give it to your junior fellow apprentice." Xianxia was stunned and seemed to be a little surprised. The drunkard and Goldie were both surprised. Sky Punisher, a horrible existence suppressed in the 18th level of the Dark Purgatory. At the beginning of primitive times, Sky Punisher was the first sword master in the Dark World, a legendary figure as famous as Taishan Sword Emperor. It was said that Sky Punisher was a congenital creature born in the chaotic Styx, just like the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor. He had mastered the supreme swordsmanship when he was conscious. His strength had been proved in the first Oblivion Tribulation. Even if he had been trapped in the 18th level of the Dark Purgatory for countless years, he was still strong enough to suppress the ancestor of the Emperor. It was amazing that such a horrible existence was willing to leave his swordsmanship inheritance in order to solve the problem related to the Underworld child. "You did this not just to save the descendant of the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, right?" Xianxia said. He vaguely guessed something. "Yes." The plain-clothed man nodded frankly. He didn't explain. Xianxia didn't ask further. He just looked at Lin Sun and said, "Junior brother, what do you think?" Lin Sun said without hesitation, "The spiritual root of Kunwa Divine Tree must be kept, and everything else is up to you." Xianxia nodded. Kunwu divine tree divine soul root? Underworld child was stupefied. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. For the sake of subduing this creature, he had paid quite a bit of effort and paid a great price. It wasn't exaggerated to say that the reason he'd come to the purgatory of darkness this time was to obtain this treasure. For him, Lin Sun's request was like cutting off his flesh. Sure. The plain-clothed man agreed without hesitation. Dark Child's expression changed indeterminately. He discerned as well that he and the man were like fish on a chopping board at this moment, and if they wanted to live, then they could only be seized at will. This smelting god pot, as soon as Lin Sun opened his mouth, Mean Child roared, I would rather die than give this treasure away. Junior brother, it's best not to be tainted by the karma of this treasure, Xianxia reminded him. Lin Sun said with a smile, I just said it casually. In fact, he had some regrets in his heart. The power of the smelting god pot was absolutely no less than that of the Tower of Endless Tao. That's it. The plain-clothed man made a decision. Before long, the plain-clothed man left with Underworld Child and disappeared from the 9th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. Before leaving, he left all his swordsmanship inheritance in a jade slip, and at the same time, he also left the spiritual root of Kunwu Divine Tree. Before leaving, Underworld Child was in a daze. His livid and gloomy face was full of unwillingness, but in the end, he didn't say a word. Lin Sun knew that after experiencing such a thing, this guy might hate him completely. If they met again in the future, he would definitely take revenge. However, Lin Sun was not afraid. Instead, he faintly looked forward to the next time they met. How many treasures would this boy of wealth get for him? The drunkard and Goldie left first. Both of them knew that the two brothers would have something to say next. The thunder was rolling, but it was as docile as a cub. This world was full of peace. In the distant thunder pool, the Kunwu Divine Tree, which was as red as fire copper, had already been annihilated in the thunder pool. Its spiritual root had been taken away by Underworld Child before, and now it fell into Lin Sun's hands. Standing on the side of the thunder pool, Xianxia was silent for a moment, and then said, originally, I planned to meet you after the Nirvana heaven ended, but it's okay to meet you now. Lin Sun stood beside and listened in silence. He could see that this second senior fellow apprentice was not a person who liked to ask about others' well-being. Sit down. Xianxia glanced at Lin Sun and took the lead to sit down cross-legged. Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony. He sat on the other side with a calm look. Your state of mind may be the reason why you defeated the cauldron. You are much stronger than me at that time. Xianxia's voice sounded slowly, that's good. The successor of Mountain of Mind and Heart should be like this. As Master said to first senior brother, a disciple doesn't need to be inferior to his master. In my opinion, as the last disciple to enter Mountain of Mind and Heart, you should be stronger than us senior brothers and sisters with the mantle of Tao left by Master. Hearing this, Lin Sun asked, so, I have been recognized by senior brother? Xianxia was stunned, it seems that you still want to compete with me. Lin Sun laughed, if I don't want to compete with you, how can I be recognized by senior brother? Of course, recognition is only the first step. In the future. Xianxia said, what about in the future? Lin Sun looked into Xianxia's eyes and said seriously, a disciple doesn't need to be inferior to his master, and a junior fellow apprentice doesn't need to be inferior to senior brother. Xianxia finally laughed at this moment. He seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Sun's answer, and said, I'll wait for the day when you surpass me. After that, the two of them chatted for a long time. Lin Sun finally knew something. For example, Sky Punisher was a red fish born in the chaotic Nether River. He was born to control Supreme Sword Tao, and he was a legendary figure of the same era as the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor. Sky Punisher and the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor were very close, but because of the different Tao they pursued, they parted ways in the end. The reason why Sky Punisher protected the Underworld Child was that although he and the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor pursued different Tao, he had always regarded the Underworld Child as his own nephew because of their friendship in the past. The reason why Sky Punisher was trapped here was actually related to the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor. After the First Oblivion Tribulation broke out, Sky Punisher, the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, the Taishan Sword Emperor, and other supreme figures of the ancient times all came to the Dark World. They wanted to seize a part of the world source that belonged to the Dark World. In the end, the Taishan Sword Emperor and the others won. Sky Punisher was suppressed by the Oblivion Tribulation in order to save the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, and was trapped in this dark purgatory. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't Sky Punisher and the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor part ways? Why did he still risk his life to save him? They parted ways because they walked different paths, but this didn't affect their friendship in the past. Xianxia said, "It's precisely because of this that I rather admire Sky Punisher's strength of character. He's just like his sword Dao, extraordinary and broad-minded. If I was at my prime, then I would have to pay a price to defeat Sky Punisher." As he finished speaking, his voice carried a trace of emotion. His strength of character caused even second senior brother to rather admire him. This obviously showed that Sky Punisher was indeed an extraordinary existence. In next to no time, Lin Sun understood a shocking secret. It turned out that when the first Oblivion Tribulation descended all those years ago, the Taishan Sword Emperor and the other great figures of the ancient times came to the Dark World to fight for the world source, and it was the domain of extinction that had once appeared in the ancient Desolation domain, according to Xianxia. The Taishan Sword Emperor and the others had done this all those years ago for none other than the sake of preserving the world source that belonged to the Dark World, and they hoped that the Dark World would be able to recover to its original state after the Oblivion Tribulation ended. But the outcome proved that under the Oblivion Tribulation, the Dark World had completely fallen into oblivion, and it was impossible for it to recover. When the 10-path battles broke out, and the Forbidden Order energy from the other side of the starry sky covered the ancient starry sky path, the world source that was obtained from the Dark World had come in handy. That was the absolute domain. It should be known that under the cover of the Forbidden Order energy, the ancient Desolation no longer had an absolute path to the Tao to seek. But the appearance of the absolute domain had left behind hope for the ancient Desolation. After understanding all this, Lin Sun had solved the doubts that had been hidden in his heart for many years. No wonder the absolute domain was said to be a supreme opportunity that had never been seen since ancient times. It turned out that this world was formed from the world source energy of the Dark World. No wonder the inheritances of Combat Emperor Wu Yang, Taishan Sword Emperor, Immortal Incineration Chen Lin Kong, and other supreme figures were hidden in the absolute domain. It turned out that this was left behind by the Taishan Sword Emperor and the others. It was precisely because of the absolute domain that Lin Sun had stepped onto the absolute path to the Tao and possessed the resources to compete with the myriad of geniuses in the world. It was also because of the absolute domain that the situation of the ancient Desolation had been rewritten, and many supreme figures had emerged. Thinking of this, Lin Sun could not help but sigh in his heart. What the Taishan Sword Emperor and the others had done was absolutely a great contribution. It was hard not to admire them. Lin Sun could not help but ask, "Senior brother, where are the Taishan Sword Emperor and the others now?" "The other side of the starry sky." Xianxia's answer was simple. "The other side of the starry sky again." Lin Sun was stunned. He had talked a lot with Xianxia, and some of the doubts in his heart had been answered one by one. For example, the appearance of the nirvana of freedom, which even the Forbidden Order energy could not interfere with and destroy. For example, Tiandi from the other side of the starry sky could not return from the ultimate in a short period of time. For example, the result of the battle between she and the purple-clothed woman, Yan Xing. However, there were also some questions that Xianxia could not answer. For example, where was Master Lu, who used to be the owner of the Hidden Mist House? P.S. This chapter buried another trap about the absolute domain and the Taishan Sword Emperor and the others. Soon, Lin learned from the second senior brother that Mingzi had the opportunity to enter the Purgatory of Darkness with the help of Punisher. Moreover, the entrance was located on the 18th level of the Purgatory of Darkness. Before Punisher left, he left his inheritance of swordsmanship, which surprised me. But after thinking about it, I vaguely guessed something. Xianxia talked about Punisher again. After the first Oblivion, Punisher suffered a serious injury. It's not easy for him to hold on until now. This time, in order to save Mingzi, Punisher used all his strength to cross the rules of order of the Purgatory of Darkness. If I'm right, it won't be long before he dies. Speaking of this, Xianxia's voice was a little low, as if he felt sorry for Punisher. Lin Sun was not calm either. Was it worth it to pay such a price to save a Mingzi? Xianxia continued, Punisher never married or accepted any disciple in his life. He walked on the road of Tao alone. His swordsmanship has long been qualified to establish his own orthodoxy. Now, he has a premonition that his death is coming. He won't be willing to see his lifelong pursuit of swordsmanship be lost. So, he chose you. Xianxia stared at Lin Sun. In addition to this reason, more importantly, you inherited the mantle of Taishan Sword Emperor. This is the reason why Punisher was willing to give you his swordsmanship. Senior Taishan? Lin Sun was a little surprised. Yes, Taishan was known as the first sword emperor in the Archean era. Among the swordsmanship giants of the same era, no one could compete with him except for Punisher. Xianxia said, at that time, Punisher was known as the first sword master in the Dark World. The power of his swordsmanship could be described as everything becomes nothing under one sword. Punisher's only wish was to compete with Taishan Sword Emperor to see whose swordsmanship could be called the best in the world. Taishan agreed readily. The two agreed to discuss swordsmanship on Mount Wu'er in the Dark World. Back then, this matter caused an incomparably great stir in the world, and even Master heard of it. He laughed and said that although these two people pursued different sword daos, they could both be said to be the best in the world, and it was indeed difficult to judge who was stronger. Back then, I accompanied Master and inferred the great Tao in the sinkhole. I also heard of this matter and planned on watching the two of them exchange swords. Unfortunately, the tribulation of oblivion erupted too suddenly and swiftly all those years ago, causing the two peerless sword emperors that originally had the opportunity to spar to be unable to truly compete in the end. When he reached there, Xianxia seemed to feel rather regretful. He gently patted his knee as a sense of loss appeared on his face. Listening to these ancient stories, Lin Sun's heart was filled with longing and thoughts. One was the number one sword emperor of the immemorial era, Taishan. One was Sky Punisher, the top sword venerable in the Dark World. The sword competition that was originally about to take place on Mount Erlang was unable to be carried out because of the tribulation of oblivion, and it was truly too regretful. Do you understand now? Punishing Sky Punisher choosing you was the right choice. He looked down on everyone else. Xianxia said, otherwise, the Dark Child would have obtained his inheritance long ago. The Tao cannot be imparted lightly, but when imparting the Tao, there will be no concealment. As he spoke, he passed the jade slip left behind by punishing Sky Punisher to Lin Sun. Lin Sun received it, yet didn't look through it anxiously, and he asked instead. Senior brother, do you think exactly who is stronger between Senior Taishan and Senior Punisher? Xianxia thought for a moment before shaking his head. Even their master, the master of Mount Fangsuan, was unable to give an answer, so it wasn't appropriate for him to make a rash judgment. However, he still said, Junior brother, I can only tell you that it's extremely difficult to determine who's stronger after attaining a realm like theirs. Unless one possesses an absolutely suppressive strength, otherwise, it's extremely difficult to even defeat the other. What about you, senior brother? Asked Lin Sun. Xianxia was stunned, and then he said with a smile, I can't brag about myself before you. But I can tell you that since the ancient times until now, the only thing that can make me lower my head isn't the Grand Tao, nor is it anyone else, but our master. Only before our master would I be willing to lower my head. The meaning behind his words was that besides the master of Mount Fangsuan, no one in this world could make him, Xianxia, lower his head. Even eldest senior brother can't do it? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Xianxia seemed to have expected that Lin Sun would ask this question, and he said without hesitation. No. It was merely 2 words, yet it seemed to be a matter of course. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Only now did he realize that this second senior brother's vision and mental fortitude were far greater than he'd imagined. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, eldest senior brother's Tao is to fight without end and never admit defeat. I just want to see if there's an end to the Grand Tao in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and said, there's still a period of time before the arrival of the third tribulation of oblivion. Junior brother, do you intend to go out for a walk or continue cultivating here? Lin Sun thought for a moment and chose to stay. Xianxia nodded. This place is covered in Kunlun lightning fire, and the nearby lightning pools are filled with Kunlun lightning liquid, so it's rather suitable for cultivation. I'll come again when the nirvana of freedom descends. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and vanished on the spot. The lightning pools surged with dazzling and resplendent lightning, and the lightning that covered this expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed as if it had recovered from its deathly stillness and was suffused with a destructive aura. Lin Sun sat alone, his mood fluctuating. There weren't any great twists and turns in this trip to the purgatory of darkness, but he encountered many things along the way. On the first day he entered the first level, he met Bo Chuan. After they entered the second level, he suppressed Meng Xingzi and seized half of the Great Wei Emperorian spear from him. On the fourth level, he met the cunning man in Xian, from whom he learned that the other half of the Great Wei Emperorian spear was in the hands of the Ghost Emperor Silver Bat on the seventh level. On the fifth level, he met the warm-hearted Huolan. For Lin Sun, the real training started from the sixth floor. It was also on this floor that he encountered many Emperor-level vile souls. It wasn't until he entered the seventh level and killed the Ghost Emperor Silver Bat that Lin Sun finally confirmed that he could kill a third-level Emperor Realm Fierce Spirit if he went all out. The eighth level was a world that made Lin Sun's state of mind and will undergo earth-shaking changes. On this level, he entered the Tao-forbidding field and spent nearly 3 months to defeat the wills left by 36 powerful figures in ancient times. His state of mind and soul also underwent 36 transformations. At last, he broke the Tao-forbidding field and broke the record set by the second senior brother. The land of Lin Sun's divine soul was the furnace of will. The land of mind was the abyss of heart. This was unprecedented since ancient times. On the ninth level, the scenes Lin Sun encountered were undoubtedly the most incredible and soul-stirring. Ming Child, the first sword venerable in the dark world, the drunkard, Goldie, and the second senior brother appeared one after another. Although they didn't experience any training, Lin Sun learned a lot of secrets. Until now, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion when he thought of what had happened during this period. No matter what, the trip to the purgatory of darkness this time could be said to be fruitful. Apart from the transformation of his strength, he had the Great Wei Emperorian spear, the divine soul root of the Kunwa divine tree, the inheritance of Sword Tao from Sky Punisher, numerous source crystals of the Great Wei, Kunwa thunder liquid. Of course, there were also the numerous emperor weapons he plundered from Ming Child. According to the second senior brother, it's less than half a year before the third tribulation of oblivion descends. In the remaining time I should naturally cultivate the Great Wei and martial Tao to the extreme, Lin Sun pondered calmly. He was extremely persistent to become an emperor in the extreme way, and he even wished for nothing more than to break through now. But he was even more aware that he was still lacking before breaking through. Once he couldn't help but break through, it was very likely that something unexpected would happen. The slightest difference could lead to a great error. In front of the barrier of becoming an emperor, Lin Sun would absolutely not allow himself to make the slightest mistake. Get up. Lin Sun stepped forward and kicked the old copper tree, who was sleeping on the ground, awake. Ah? The old copper tree seemed to wake up from a dream, and it had a blank expression on its face. After a while, it finally realized that those terrifying existences that made it despair had left. Do you plan to stay here and cultivate, or leave? Lin Sun asked. Along the way, the old copper tree had performed well, so Lin Sun didn't mind giving it a chance. Of course I'll stay. The old copper tree's eyes were fanatical, and it answered resolutely. This thunder and lightning forbidden zone was originally left by the Kunwa divine tree. Now that the Kunwa divine tree was gone, it completely had the opportunity to occupy the magpie's nest. Lin Sun didn't refuse, and pointed to the distance. This pool of Kunwa thunder liquid is useful to me. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the old copper tree rushed over. Taoism pure, I'll help you collect it. It seemed so attentive, cheerful, excited, and full of fighting spirit. Lin Sun looked at this scene silently, and said in his heart, I hope you can transform into a real and complete Kunwa divine tree in the future. From this day on, Lin Sun began to seclude himself in this thunder and lightning forbidden zone. Every time, in addition to comprehending the Great Way, he would go to fight and kill the law phantoms that emerged from this thunder and lightning forbidden zone. 1 month later. Lin Sun got up from meditation, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky. In his deep black eyes, there was a faint surge of sharp sword chi. After a long silence, he raised his right hand and made a sword-drawing gesture in the void. It was extremely slow, as if what he was grabbing was not nothingness, but a sword sealed between heaven and earth. This thunder and lightning forbidden zone suddenly trembled. In the center of the distant thunder pool, the old copper tree, which was rooted in meditation, trembled all over and opened its eyes. An indescribable cold current of danger stimulated its heart to tremble. Lin Sun looked calm and focused, and his right hand slowly pulled out an inch in the void. Clang, a wisp of sword sound surged. In an instant, as if the ages were disturbed, the 9th level of the purgatory of darkness began to tremble. Thunder and lightning surged and the law of law intertwined. The void was in disorder. A huge mountain made of surging lightning suddenly descended from the sky. On that lightning mountain, there were many palaces with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. There were also flowers and ancient trees growing everywhere, all of which were formed from the law of lightning. Boom, the world shook. The power of this thunder mountain was no weaker than the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. The destructive aura was even more shocking. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, such a lightning mountain was simply no different than a heavenly tribulation. The old copper tree's pupils shrank and he was about to help. Over the past month, whenever Lin Sun meditated, the old copper tree would take the initiative to protect Lin Sun and shield him from the thunder. But this time, just as the old copper tree was about to help, clang, another sword chime rang out like a dragon's roar. The sound alone shook the old copper tree to the point of coughing up blood. He was an Emperor realm evil soul, but at this moment, his mind was shaken by the sword chime and he was affected. In the void, the dazzling thunder mountain suddenly stagnated and trembled. At this time, Lin Sun's right hand pulled out 2 inches. The sword aura was as dazzling as the sun, brilliant to the point of magnificence. Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked more focused and calm, and the sword intent in his eyes seemed to be about to erupt. Boom, the thunder mountain roared, surrounded by the terrible power of thunder and lightning, and continued to kill. At this moment, Lin Sun pulled out 3 inches of sword aura. The sword chime was like a tide, like the divine voice of the 9th heaven, like the roar of the gods. The descending thunder mountain suddenly shook violently in the void, as if it had been struck by an invisible hand from below. Lin Sun looked up, and the 3-inch sword aura in his palm shot out 1,000 feet of sharp light and slashed in the void. Swish, the majestic thunder mountain was cut in half like tofu and collapsed in midair. The palaces on it collapsed, and the flowers and ancient trees were crushed into powder. In the end, the thunder mountain, which was formed by the supreme law of thunder and had the power of the 2nd level of the Emperor realm, turned into a rain of thunder and disappeared in the sky above Lin Sun's head. 3 inches of sword aura. 1,000 feet of sharp light. Cleaving 100 zhang thunder mountain, in the distance, the old bronze tree was stupefied. He was shocked by the power of this sword, and his mind was shaken. Lin Sun lowered his head and looked at his palms, his eyes shining with extraordinary splendor. A 3-inch edge meant eternal silence between life and death. This sword strike was called 3-inch of solitude. Few after a long time, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This sword was performed with his utmost strength and integrated with his will and cultivation. It seemed simple, but it actually contained all sorts of profound principles. There was the extreme release of one's great Tao, the perfect use of one's cultivation, the concentrated concentration of one's state of mind and will. This sword strike contained the profundities of battle, the essence of eternity and flawlessness. With a 3-inch edge, the sword was pulled out of the void. It was extremely simple, extremely wonderful. Similarly, although the power of this sword was unprecedented, Lin Sun had to pay 30% of his own strength. That was to say, with Lin Sun's current strength, he could only make 3 strikes at most. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to comprehend the subtle mystery of the previous sword strike. 3-inch of solitude was recorded in the sword inheritance left by Sky Punisher. In fact, Sky Punisher's sword inheritance was only divided into 3 levels. They were sword drawing, sword commanding, and heart sword. Sword drawing, also known as sword drawing Tao, required the sword to be drawn out of the sheath, ready to strike, anticipate the enemy's moves, and attack first. Once the sword was drawn, life and death would be determined. Sword drawing Tao was divided into 3 levels, namely 3-inch of solitude, 6-inch of mortality, and 9-inch of mortality. Sword commanding, also known as sword commanding Tao, required the sword to be free and unrestrained. Sword commanding Tao was divided into great beauty without words, great ingenuity without work, and elephant invisible. Heart sword was the heart sword Tao. At this level, there was only one core meaning: the heart was like the sword, and the sword was like my heart. Under one sword, everything in the world would become nothing. The sword drawing path, the sword controlling path, and the sword path of the heart were combined to form a supreme path of the sword that Zhu Kong had spent his entire life creating. This inheritance was created by Sky Punisher, so it was called Sword Scripture of Sky Punisher. Lin Sun had just comprehended this inheritance not long ago, and he just understood the mystery of Sword Scripture of sword drawing, 3-inch of solitude. But it could be foreseen that as time went by, his understanding of Sword Scripture of Sky Punisher would become more and more profound and exquisite. Lin Sun had long understood that all the inheritances in the world were like this. First, it was the first step, then the next level, and then the time of perfection and perfection. Until he completely grasped this inheritance, he was qualified to master it thoroughly, carry on the past, and finally surpass the master. On the 18th level of Purgatory of Darkness, Sky Punisher sat on the ground in plain clothes, looking focused and calm. When he saw the 3-inch blade that appeared on the 9th level, there was a trace of indescribable complexity in his eyes. There was surprise, relief, and relief. He sat alone in the darkness, and his thin and weak figure gradually became blurry. In the end, he transformed into a scarlet and translucent rain of light that sprinkled down. In a trance, he seemed to go back to the chaos, and a red fish swayed in the Styx River with the rolling waves, so happy. 2 months later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. With a move of his mind, the Chaos Tao territory emerged. It was obscure and dim, and the light of Tao flowed within. The Chaos Tao territory was the embodiment of Lin Sun's power of Tao. It was immeasurably vast, immeasurably deep, and infinitely changeable. As Lin Sun operated his own power of Tao, various visions emerged in the Chaos Tao territory. It was like a magnificent and grand world was born, evolving, and evolving. Mountains and rivers, the landscape, the rotation of the 4 seasons, and the vicissitudes of life all emerged in it. The chaos was 1 gave birth to 2, and 3 gave birth to all things. Taoism pure, have you already become an emperor? The old copper tree in the distance said in a trembling voice in disbelief. In his eyes, the law of Tao that Lin Sun controlled at the moment was full of the wonder of the emperor realm, and had the supreme charm. Hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but laugh. What do you think? The old copper tree stared carefully for a long time and said, with a blank face, this is obviously the power of the law of emperor realm, but why doesn't your aura belong to the real emperor realm? Strange, it's too strange. The law controlled by the quasi-emperor realm was the incomplete law of emperor realm. This was something that was known to all since ancient times. But Lin Sun, with the cultivation of quasi-emperor, was able to control the law that could only be mastered by the real emperor realm. This was undoubtedly too incredible. You don't understand. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun answered. There was no way to explain this kind of thing. Should he tell the old copper tree that the power of Tao that Lin Sun controlled had reached the level of perfection, and that was why there was such a perfect and grand scene? The old copper tree was embarrassed. Lin Sun's words were indeed a blow to him, but he really did not understand. Thinking about it, the old copper tree felt like he was about to collapse. It felt like the Tao that he had been searching for all his life had been completely subverted, and there was an indescribable sense of loss. Before, he did not know that there was someone in this world who could surpass the Emperor Realm and kill an Emperor Realm expert. Before, he had never heard of anyone in this world who could control the power of law that was not inferior to the Emperor Realm at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, but all this had never happened before, and now it was happening to a young man. It was like an impossible miracle had happened right in front of him. Lin Sun did not care about the old copper tree's feelings. He felt the changes of the law of Tao around him, but his mind was thinking about something else. Now, the only thing left was that his martial arts cultivation had not reached the level of perfection. 3 months later. Boom, a thunderous roar resounded. In the thunder and lightning forbidden zone, Lin Sun's figure floated down from the void. In the place where he left, a huge python dragon formed from the law of thunder, whose power was comparable to the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm, exploded inch by inch. Colorful lightning flashes scattered like rain. Standing on the bank of the thunder pool, Lin Sun's eyebrows revealed a touch of invincibility. There was no limit to martial arts. But in the quasi-emperor realm, his martial arts had been tempered to the extreme of perfection. If he wanted to go further, he could only choose to break through the realm. At this point, Lin Sun's cultivation, state of mind, willpower, power of the Tao, and power of martial arts, had all reached the peak of this realm. This realm could be called the Great Perfection. The old copper tree was startled once again. He looked at Lin Sun in the distance, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His figure was outstanding, and his aura was like a flawless jade, mellow and ethereal. There was no aggressive sharpness, no oppressive strength, and no wanton aura. There was only a kind of indifference and calmness that had been washed clean of all things. Looking from afar, no one would have realized that this was an unprecedented and heaven-defying existence in the peak quasi-emperor realm. Even more so, no one would have known that such an indifferent young man had mastered the ultimate combat power that could destroy the law of thunder that had the power of the third level of the emperor realm. In fact, although the old copper tree's guess was not accurate, it was not far from it. At least, if Lin Sun encountered the silver bat ghost emperor again, he was absolutely confident that he could use his own cultivation to suppress the opponent in a head-on confrontation. After pondering for a long time, Lin Sun woke up from his thoughts. Looking at the old copper tree in the thunder pool, he said, "I'm leaving." The old copper tree was startled and asked subconsciously, "Where are you going?" "To break through the realm." Lin Sun's answer was concise and to the point. Everything was ready except for the east wind. What he was going to seek next was the road to breaking through the realm. "I'm looking forward to the day you become a Kunwa divine tree." Lin Sun smiled and waved at the old copper tree, then turned and left. "My friend, my Taoist name is Huawu." The old copper tree shouted, as if he wanted Lin Sun to firmly remember him. "Transform into Kunwu?" "That's right. I'll remember." Lin Sun gradually walked away, his voice drifting in the lightning-covered world. Watching him leave, the old copper tree suddenly felt a surge of reluctance. He knew that he would never forget this legendary dazzling young man for the rest of his life. He just didn't know whether such a young man could continue to write a legend on the starry ancient path, and embark on a road that could subvert the world's cognition. The old copper tree thought to himself, "He can, there are countless geniuses in this world, but a person like him is destined to be unparalleled, unique." A quarter of an hour later. After 6 months of experience, Lin Sun walked out of the purgatory of darkness. "Hey, the boy is out." Next to the entrance of the purgatory of darkness, the drunkard, Yellow and Qing who had been waiting there were all alarmed when they saw Lin Sun's figure appear. "Why didn't you break through and become an emperor?" Yellow looked at Lin Sun and couldn't help revealing a trace of disappointment. Originally, he thought that after 6 months of experience, Lin Sun should be able to break through. Just like his second senior brother, he killed his way to the 9th level and became an emperor, but it was obvious that Lin Sun did not break through. "It's not that I don't want to, but I don't want to," Lin Sun said casually. He saw Big Yellow's disappointment, which made him feel amused. "When did the arrogant Big Yellow start to care about his cultivation?" Yellow said snappily, "What bullshit, don't want to, it's obvious that you can't do it. If you can do it, which fool won't become an emperor?" Lin Sun laughed, "Among us, only you have the ability to fart, the others can't." Yellow's face darkened. Just as he was about to fly into a rage and teach this young man who didn't know how to respect his elders and love his dog, he was stopped by the drunkard. The drunkard said with a strange look in his eyes, "It doesn't matter whether Lin Sun breaks through or not. Don't forget, Silver Bat Ghost Emperor was killed by him." Lin Sun's aura was indifferent and ethereal. Compared to the past, there was a kind of charm of the Great Way, which made him somewhat unable to see through. This was undoubtedly incredible. It should be known that with his realm, he could see through the details of any quasi-emperor at a glance. "Everyone, Child Lin has returned, let's go back to the secret place first. The master of Bronze Sparrow Tower has told us that he will come to see Child Lin as soon as he returns." Qing opened his mouth, and his words made Big Yellow and the drunkard not dare to stay any longer. Immediately, the group returned to the secret place. On the way, Qing told Lin Sun about the sensational events that happened in the Dark World during this period of time. Only then did Lin Sun know that the Dark World had become a big whirlpool and was being watched by all the heavens and earth. The reason was that the third tribulation of oblivion would arrive in less than a month. This calamity was related to rebirth of freedom and the eternal exalted path, and it could be said to affect the hearts of all the great powers in the world. For example, the wondrous Lotus Festival that was held in the myriad star city was held for this reason. As time passed, more and more factions from the all heavens of the starry sky came to the world of darkness. Other than the 6 major Tao courts, the 10 war clans, and the primordial imperial clans, there were also ancient clans and orthodoxies from various realms in the universe. This caused the current dark world to seem like a huge whirlpool that was filled with numerous powers and experts. It was completely different from the past. Everything was for the sake of waiting for the arrival of nirvanic freedom. Lin Sun couldn't help but be speechless when he found out about this. A supreme fortuitous encounter related to the eternal exalted path had actually drawn the attention of the entire ancient passageway in the starry sky, and it caused countless ancient powers and sects to participate in it. One could well imagine how intense the competition would be at that time. Does young master still remember some secrets that I told you? Qingying asked. Lin Sun nodded. Of course, he remembered. Different from other secret realms, nirvanic freedom was very likely to have the law of samsara of time. The test faced by the strong who entered it would also become extremely dangerous. Once one entered the samsara, there were only 2 results. One was to sink into it and lose oneself. The other was to transform to the extreme and realize the grand nirvana of one's own cultivation, so as to get out of the trap. In addition to the test of samsara, nirvanic freedom was also full of extremely terrible murderous tribulations. There would be the invasion of extraterrestrial demons and the ambush of terrifying figures from the foreign starry sky. All of this was because the eternal exalted path was too terrible. Once someone became the unique lotus on this path, he would have the terrifying foundation of immortal, invincible, unique on the emperor realm. Just the 8 words immortal, invincible, unique were indeed too heaven-defying, and it was too enviable and crazy. And if one wanted to have the opportunity and qualification to enter nirvanic freedom when it came, 2 conditions must be met. The first was for the strong who set foot on the extreme path. Regardless of the level of cultivation, even the practitioners in the lower 5 realms were qualified to enter. The second was for those who set foot on the emperor realm. As long as their strength was within the 9th level of the emperor realm, they could enter. Recently, there is new inside information. It is said that after the nirvanic freedom comes, the higher the cultivation of the strong who enters it, the more terrible the danger they will encounter. Qingying said, it is certain that once the strong who is above the 6th level of the emperor realm enters, they will encounter the most terrible murderous tribulations in their life. They will be killed by the terrifying figures from the foreign starry sky. According to the analysis of the head of Bronze Sparrow Tower, this inside information should be credible. Therefore, most of the old fellows who were at or above the 6th level of the Emperor realm have retreated and don't dare to get involved. Speaking of this, Qingying looked at Lin Sun. This should be good news for you. After all, with your current cultivation, you are not afraid of the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. If you can become an emperor at the peak of nirvanic freedom, you will at least have the ability to protect yourself even if you encounter stronger opponents. Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief. In the past, Lin Sun had felt extremely pressured. After all, if the powerful 9th level of the Emperor realm also participated in the competition for the nirvanic freedom, who could be their opponent, on the starry sky ancient path, the old monsters who had reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm were few and far between. But when the nirvanic freedom appeared, how could these old monsters resist the temptation of becoming immortal and invincible? Even if other strong cultivators joined in, how could they compete? It was no different from courting death. But now, the inside information revealed by Qingying made everyone feel much more relaxed. Why is this so? Lin Sun asked. Qingying explained, the 6th level of the Emperor realm is known as lawless. The nirvanic freedom is formed from the original order of the starry sky ancient path. When the 6th level of the Emperor realm enters, their aura will be like a beacon in the fog. They will be immediately targeted by the terrifying figures from the foreign starry sky. The 6th level of the Emperor realm, lawless, Lin Sun finally understood, but another question came to his mind. Miss Qingying, what's the matter with those terrifying figures from the foreign starry sky? Qingying said, I don't know either. You can ask the Bronze Sparrow Tower Master when you meet him. Lin Sun nodded. After half an hour, They returned to the hidden place. When they arrived, the drunkard and Goldie left, leaving only Qingying by Lin Sun's side. The two sat down in a quiet and magnificent hall, drinking tea and chatting. "Child, there's something I don't know if I should say," Qingying said hesitantly. Lin Sun said, "Go ahead." Qingying thought for a moment and finally said, "Recently, whether it's the Dark World's Holy Light ancient sect, the Hidden Land realm, or other ancient orthodoxies in the starry sky, they all threaten to kill you if you dare to go to the nirvanic freedom." Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. "This is within my expectation." It's not surprising. He had been hunted down countless times over the years, so he didn't care about these things. Qingying reminded, "Child, don't forget that the world now knows that it's the Bronze Sparrow Tower that protected you." Lin Sun's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he finally realized the problem. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "In order to protect me, my second senior brother must have suffered a great deal of pressure, right?" Qingying nodded. "Nowadays, all the heavens in the starry sky respect Shirtiandi, and you are the target that Shirtiandi ordered to capture and kill. What the Bronze Sparrow Tower Master did is no less than putting Bronze Sparrow Tower in a dangerous situation of being the enemy of the whole world. If it weren't for the fear of the Bronze Sparrow Tower's strength and the fact that Shirtiandi hasn't appeared for a long time, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm would have already taken action against Bronze Sparrow Tower in this dark world." Lin Sun's black eyes flashed, and his heart felt heavy. Only now did he realize how great the price that his second senior brother had paid to protect him. He didn't even need to think to know that the day Shirtiandi returned from the ultimate would be the day that Bronze Sparrow Tower would be in trouble. At that time, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm would definitely act as Shirtiandi's most loyal minions, taking the opportunity to destroy Bronze Sparrow Tower. Similarly, his second senior brother, Xianxia, would definitely be targeted by Shirtiandi as a target to be eradicated, and all of this was because of him. Since I'm doing this, I naturally have the confidence and plan to do so. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded outside the hall. It was still so proud and conceited. Xianxia, draped in a black robe with wide sleeves, strolled in. Seeing this, Qingying immediately got up, bowed, and left the hall. Ever since Array Emperor Lu left the House of Hidden Fog, this girl seems to have changed into a different person. All these years, she has been cold, quiet, and alone. She only talks so much in front of you. Watching Qingying's figure leave, Xianxia couldn't help sighing with emotion. In fact, I still don't understand why Array Emperor Lu didn't recognize Qingying as his daughter. This girl's talent is extremely great. She has the spiritual heart of Taoism. If she wasn't addicted to the Way of Mind tattoo, with her foundation, I'm afraid that her attainments in the Great Way are not inferior to yours. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have ignored Qingying's cultivation. The reason was that when she treated him, she had always put her posture very low. Whether it was words or actions, there was a sense of trustworthiness and intimacy. It was just like the spring breeze and rain, nourishing everything silently. He regarded Lin Sun as his younger brother. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little touched. Qingying's green clothes, blood umbrella, and enchanting beautiful face appeared in his mind again. "Let's not talk about this." Xianxia sat down on the ground. "I've heard the conversation between you just now. I only have one thing to tell you." Lin Sun also sat down, showing a look of listening. "I've been guarding the dark world for countless years. What I've been waiting for is nothing more than this nirvana of freedom. I want to see who on earth can become the unique lotus mentioned by the master. I hope it will be you, but it's just a hope." Xianxia's voice echoed in this quiet hall. "What if I'm not?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia thought about it and said, "Disappointment is inevitable, but it doesn't matter. Who asked you to be my little junior brother?" At the end of his words, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed to be a joke, but Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. He knew very well how great the pressure Xianxia faced in order to protect him was. It was the danger of being regarded as an enemy by the whole world. Xianxia glanced at Lin Sun as if he had seen through his mind. "You don't have to worry about it or feel that you owe me anything. This time, no matter how the nirvana of freedom ends, I won't stay in the dark world any longer. So, even if the whole world is my enemy, I'm not afraid." "What about the Bronze Sparrow Tower?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. The Bronze Sparrow Tower was one of the three giants in the Dark World, and its influence had already spread all over the starry sky. As the second senior brother who founded the Bronze Sparrow Tower, wasn't he worried that the Bronze Sparrow Tower would be destroyed? Xianxia smiled and said casually, as long as I'm alive, no one dares to kill the Bronze Sparrow Tower unless they don't want to live. Lin Sun believed this sentence. Second senior brother's strength was undoubtedly powerful. He could be said to be a supreme figure in the all heavens. If he was determined to retaliate, which orthodoxy would not be afraid of him? What about Xianxia? Lin Sun asked. This was what he was most worried about. Xianxia couldn't help frowning and said, Junior brother, do you think your second senior brother is not as good as the first senior brother? Lin Sun smiled bitterly, I dare not. Xianxia said, then it's settled. The previous venerable sovereign, nameless, was suppressed by eldest senior brother. So, this heavenly emperor sure, will be taken care of by me. His voice was casual, but it was filled with disdain. I didn't come here to talk to you about this. Xianxia arranged his thoughts and said, the rebirth heaven will descend 1 month from now, and all the treasures and external forces in the possession of those that enter it will be restrained and unable to be utilized. This also means that the competition in the nirvana of freedom can only rely on one's own cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown, but soon relaxed. He had many treasures on him, like the Great Tao Without End Pagoda and the Kunlun Monarch weapons. All of them could be said to be top-notch treasures. Putting aside all these treasures, the existence of the leaf, Wu Kei, and the broken blade spirit would also be of great help in times of crisis. However, it was obvious that regardless of whether it was those treasures or the powers of Yi and the others, they were all unable to be used in the nirvanic freedom heaven. This undoubtedly meant that Lin Sun had lost some of his trump cards. But similarly, other strong practitioners who entered the nirvana of freedom heaven would face the same situation. Xianxia saw the change of Lin Sun's expression and couldn't help but nod secretly. In the final analysis, the competition for the Great Tao was about one's own cultivation. Besides this, the most mysterious and terrifying thing in the rebirth of freedom is the energy of samsara. This sort of energy of order had only appeared at the very beginning of the primeval times. According to Master, once one gets lost within the cycle of samsara, then no matter how extraordinary one's cultivation is, one's life and death would be beyond one's control, and success or failure would be for naught. Xianxia said seriously, Junior brother, when you enter it, you must remember that if you encounter samsara, awakening is the most important thing. Lin Sun nodded and suddenly remembered a past. In the 8th level of Green Cloud Path in the Heaven Accessing Place, he once entered samsara and floated in another identity for 20 years. Finally, he saw his own body. Was this samsara the same as the power of samsara mentioned by his second senior brother? In addition, what you need to guard against is the foreign attack. What Xianxia said was exactly what Lin Sun wanted to ask. According to Xianxia, the threat from the foreign land was very likely to come from the other side of the starry sky. What kind of world was the other side of the starry sky and how big that world was? Xianxia couldn't give a clear answer. The only thing he could be sure of was that there was a higher realm than the Emperor realm on the other side of the starry sky, where the power of immortality and eternity existed, as well as the supreme laws of fate and time. Such a world was destined to be far beyond the starry sky ancient path. In the final analysis, the starry sky ancient path was just a road to the other side of the starry sky. How could a road be compared with a world? So, the threat from the foreign land is very likely to come from the same place and camp as Xianxia? Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes slightly. After thinking for a while, Xianxia said, it's very likely that they come from the same place, but whether they come from the same camp is hard to say. No matter how strong Xianxia is, he is just a practitioner. He alone can't represent the whole starry sky. After the emergence of Nirvana Freedom Heaven, the reason why it was targeted by those terrifying existences from the foreign land is because of the immortal Supreme Road. This path is too terrifying. Since the ancient times, there's only such a path. Once someone's able to become that lone lotus that bloomed amidst the eternal oblivion tribulation, then it would be equivalent to possessing the reserves of an exalted exalt on the path to the Emperor realm that was eternal, indestructible, and supreme. If such an anomaly appears, it's enough to arouse the fear of anyone and any world. Speaking of this, Xianxia said, Junior brother, do you understand now? Lin Sun nodded. How could he not understand that he had been regarded as an anomaly since he was young? Those hostile forces thought that if they didn't eradicate him, he would become a big trouble in the future. This situation was actually very similar to the path of the eternal exalt. Who would watch idly by as a person who was eternal, indestructible, and reigned supreme rose to prominence? Xianxia didn't stay too long and left. Before leaving, he told Lin that after the emergence of Nirvana Freedom Heaven, all the strong who had the qualification to enter it would sense the way to go as soon as possible. At that time, Lin Sun could go there on his own. From that day onwards, Lin Sun stayed in the hidden place. His cultivation had reached the perfected realm, but he didn't neglect his cultivation. His 5 clones occupied the 5 organs palace, each comprehending different Taoist scriptures, while his main body concentrated on studying the ancient books left behind by Master Lu. One was the lifeless killing formation ranked 9th in the heavens, and the other was the incomplete Tao meteorite death formation that was only half deduced but already more terrifying than the lifeless killing formation. Time passed day by day. The atmosphere in the dark world became oppressive. Countless people were silently waiting for the arrival of the third oblivion tribulation. Those ferocious people who lived in the dark world had become extremely low-key and almost didn't dare to show their faces. The reason was that there were too many experts from the various forces in the starry sky in the dark world, and there was no lack of Emperor Realm existences among them. I wonder if Lin Sun will participate in the competition for Nirvana Freedom. In Myriad Star City, Mi Wuya woke up from meditation and suddenly thought of Lin Sun. His originally clear and calm state of mind was stirred. In the past, he was the first on the All Heavens King Sage ranking and had suppressed his peers for 600 years. However, with Lin Sun's appearance, all the glory and records he had set were broken. Even so, Mi Wuya still admired and respected Lin Sun. As the saying went, I am not alone in my Tao. He wasn't afraid even in the chess match with Mi Tian. This time, how can he not be here? Also in the Myriad Star City, Ling Hongzhuang also sighed with emotion in her heart. Although Lin Sun was being hunted by Shirtiendi in the starry heavens, no one dared to despise and slander him like before. This was the prestige he gained from killing and fighting. Of course, there were many people who thought differently from Mi Wuya and Ling Hongzhuang. They only had one attitude towards Lin Sun: they wanted Lin Sun dead. Xianyu, don't think about him anymore. You and him are from different worlds. In a city in the world of darkness. Sword Emperor Fufeng of the Jin Tian clan of the Primordial Emperor clan looked at Jin Tian Xianyu, who was sitting in a daze by the window. He couldn't help but feel pity for her and sigh. Back on the boat, it was Sword Emperor Fufeng who suggested letting Jin Tian Xianyu cultivate by Lin Sun's side. But now, Sword Emperor Fufeng felt rather complicated. He suddenly realized that the proudest descendant of the Jin Tian clan, Jin Tian Xianyu, who was regarded as the #1 beauty of the White Sovereign Star Field, was destined to have no fate with Lin Sun. The difference in their cultivation paths was too great. Even if he exhausted all his strength to chase after Lin Sun, he was destined to drift further and further away. Ancestor, I don't have any improper thoughts about young master. I know that someone like young master will definitely go further and higher on the great Tao in the future. He's not someone I can catch up to. Jin Tian Xianyu was silent for a moment before saying softly, I am just a little worried. Apart from Copper Sparrow Pavilion, who else can tolerate him in the all heavens? Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she was incomparably beautiful. Just like before, she was like a fairy, charming and picturesque. After the trip to the ancient immortal forbidden area, she, Xia Yuhua and Ling Xiujia were rescued by Emperor Chan Tu, the master of Ling Kezi. Since then, she had been separated from Lin Sun. Over the years, every time she thought of the time when she followed Lin Sun and wandered in the primordial world, she felt lost and unspeakable depression in her heart. Sword Emperor Fufeng sighed in his heart. Since ancient times, sentiments had led to regrets. How could an old guy like him, who had experienced countless things, not know what Xianyu was thinking? P.S. Tomorrow, Jinyu will try her best to write 8 to 10 chapters. She will stay up late to write tonight and try to write 4 chapters in a row at noon tomorrow. Time flowed by. Under countless gazes of anticipation, the third tribulation of oblivion in history had arrived in the end. On this day, a layer of black-colored tribulation clouds that were sticky like ink gushed into appearance in the sky above the world of darkness, and it caused the day to instantly fall into the eternal night of darkness. From the beginning until the end, it was completely silent. It's here. It's finally here. Excited voices resounded out from every single area in the various territories of the world of darkness, and countless experts that had been waiting for a long time stopped what they were doing and looked towards the sky in unison. Their expressions were filled with fervor. Time flowed by, and the sky grew darker and deeper. Countless stars gradually appeared in the depths of the black tribulation clouds, and they flickered and flickered like the eyes of the gods that were looking down at the world. A suffocating and oppressive might of the heavens effused out from the depths of the tribulation clouds, and it drowned the entire world of darkness within it. At this moment, no matter how high their cultivations were, the hearts of everyone trembled as they felt supreme might of the heavens. Lin Sun walked out of the palace with his hands behind his back as he looked up into the sky, and his deep and black pupils reflected the changes in the sky while his expression remained calm. He'd been waiting for this day for a very long time. Bang! It was like the first thunderclap when the chaos was split apart, and it resounded in the sky above the world of darkness amidst this oppressive and deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone felt their souls tremble as if they were struck by a drum of the gods. In this boundless territory and the boundless heavens and the earth, countless cultivators and living beings saw a scene that they couldn't forget in their entire lifetimes at this moment. Within the dark tribulation clouds, the countless stars were like numerous lotus flowers that swayed and bloomed in the sky, and they emanated an obscure and hazy rain of light that seemed like chaos. Those lotuses that seemed to be born from within the chaos covered the sky, and they were so divine, so supreme, and so mysterious. The lotus splits open the universe, the Tao is born within it, and rebirth is the guide to the world of freedom. Xianxia's eyes surged with strands of divine light as he watched this scene from afar. The curtains to this tribulation of oblivion that has been accumulated for countless years will finally be drawn today. Is that the quintessence energy of the world that belongs to the starry sky ancient path? She stood at the side while his graceful figure was hazy like mist, and a rain of light flowed about. Exactly. It's formed from the true order of the grand Tao of this world, and it can be called the true quintessence of the order of the heaven Tao. A hint of emotion could be seen in Xianxia's eyes as he said, "It's a pity that over the past countless years, we can only see some of the original power that belongs to the starry sky's ancient path in the primordial world and the realm of ancient desolation." The ancient desolation realm, the origin of all Daos, was completely shattered by the 10 Directions Cultivation War. From then on, the original power of the starry sky was shattered into countless pieces. The Grand Tao was incomplete, and that was why the forbidden energy of order that came from the other side of the starry sky had an opportunity to take advantage of. She watched and listened quietly. She was thinking about something. Could Lin Sun become an independent lotus? In the sky, tribulation clouds were like ink, 10,000 lotuses in full bloom. Chaotic energy swayed about, mysterious and boundless. This scene caused the entire world of darkness to be thrown into an uproar. The original power of the heavenly Tao. After so many years, I've finally reappeared in the sky. A few old monsters were excited, their hearts surging. Only these old guys knew how difficult it was to see the original power of order that belonged to the starry sky's ancient path. Do you see that? The entrance to nirvana of freedom is the lotus of Tao. Many experts of ancient orthodoxies and clans were already eager to take action, their faces full of longing and fanaticism. You must be careful when you head to the rebirth of freedom this time. This unprecedented calamity is filled with unimaginable danger and terror. Some of the elders warned the juniors around them in a serious manner. The sounds of discussion were innumerable. The Emperor Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, Saint Realm, Longevity King Realm, the lower 5 realms. So long as the cultivators of every realm possessed the qualifications to participate in rebirth of freedom, then they revealed a feeling of excitement and nervousness at this moment. The path of the immortal supremacy, nirvana of freedom. The tribulation of 10 Directions Cultivation War, a lone lotus, some could undergo rebirth and transformation within it, while others would fall into oblivion and be destroyed within it. This was nirvana of freedom, a mysterious place that the universe had been waiting for countless years. Time passed by. Chaotic chi suffused the sky while countless lotuses of Tao swayed incessantly and emanated a brilliant rain of light. Suddenly, a figure shot into the sky like a ray of light. It was an old monster at the Emperor realm who possessed an extremely powerful cultivation. He'd sensed the entrance to nirvana of freedom at the first possible moment and charged over. In an instant, he'd charged into one of the lotuses of Dedao, and then he vanished into the depths of the tribulation clouds with the lotus. This scene was witnessed by countless seniors, and it instantly caused them to become restless. In the following period of time, they'd sensed the entrance to nirvana of freedom in succession, and they'd charged into the sky. For a time, rays of light shot up from the boundless world of darkness like rain. They were like dazzling light that tore through the darkness and vanished into the depths of the sky. Every single lotus of Dedao would take away a person. A group of Emperor Realm experts ascending into the sky was a scene that could shock the universe and shake the heavens. How can we compete? Some experts were mentally prepared, but when they saw so many Emperor Realm experts heading towards nirvana of freedom, they couldn't help but feel despair. What could those below the Emperor Realm use to compete? This was indeed an extremely heavy problem. No matter who it is, as long as one enters nirvana of freedom, they'll be able to embark on a path of transformation. There's no need to become a lone lotus. Most people weren't afraid because their goal was different from the Emperor Realm experts. They merely wanted to enter nirvana of freedom and seek rebirth and transformation for their cultivation. I sensed it too. Let's go. Let's go. In the following period of time, dazzling rays of light shot up from various parts of the world of darkness, tearing through the sky and soaring into the sky. Especially in the vicinity of Myriad Star City. This was the place where the experts of the 6 great Dao courts, 10 great war clans, and other great powers resided. At this moment, dense streaks of light simply swept up like tidewater, and they illuminated the mountains and rivers, causing it to be an extremely magnificent sight. The exact number was impossible to estimate. Because as long as one set foot on the path of Dao, regardless of cultivation, they would have a chance to enter nirvana of freedom and seek their own path of rebirth. Today is the day the dragon rises to the heavens. It's time for me to hold my head high. Ha 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 ha. That's it, I'll be leaving first. In a city in the world of darkness, the youthful Xianxia laughed loudly. He was full of energy, and he was beaming with joy. He was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as he cheered and soared into the sky. Watching him leave, the Xian family's patriarch, Xianxia, twitched his lips. This kid's temperament. Why isn't it like his father at all? He's simply too damn happy. Don't forget, if you have the chance to see Lin's son, tell him to come to our Xian family in the future. If you dare to forget, I promise I'll break your legs when you return. Xianxia was slightly worried and couldn't help but remind him telepathically. You're really long-winded. Don't worry. Xianxia's voice was still resounding, but he had already disappeared in the depths of the sky. What are you afraid of? Hurry up. Also in the dark world, Qiantu imperial ancestor, who was as fat as a small mountain, had an anxious expression on his chubby face, as if he was exasperated that Qiantu imperial ancestor had not lived up to his expectations. Beside him, Ling Kezi said with a sad face, Master, I really don't want to go to that damn place. If something happens to you, who will take care of you in your old age? Crack, Qiantu slapped Ling Kezi's bald head with his palm as big as a cattail leaf fan, and said angrily, Don't worry, I've already divined for you. I guarantee that you'll come back alive. Hurry up. As he said, he waved his hand. Ling Kezi's body, like a stone being thrown away, whizzed through the sky and disappeared in the depths of the sky. Compared with that kid surnamed Lin, you are too cowardly. Qiantu murmured. In the hidden place. Lin Sun's robe was fluttering, and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Why don't you take action? Qingying came with a rouge-like blood umbrella. Her green skirt was swaying, showing a kind of soul-stirring and enchanting beauty. Lin Sun didn't answer, but asked, I've always been curious, why do you carry this umbrella around? Qingying was silent for a moment, and then said, Formation Emperor Lu said that beauty is a source of trouble. Lin Sun was speechless. What kind of reason was this? When I was young, a man accidentally saw my appearance, and then he was distracted. His Taoist heart collapsed, and he became a waste. Qingying said, that man was the grandson of a supreme elder of Mist Hidden House. He was extremely talented. After his death, many people regarded me as a disaster and wanted to drive me away. Lin Sun suddenly understood and said, "Then Master Lu gave this blood umbrella to you?" Qingying nodded, "Yes, from then on, no one in this world has seen my appearance, except you." Lin Sun had a strange and absurd feeling in his heart. Was it also a mistake for a person to have unparalleled beauty? Let's go. Without thinking much, Lin Sun waved his hand, and his figure rose into the sky. Take care, child. Watching Lin Sun's figure disappear in the depths of the tribulation cloud, Qingying put away the blood umbrella alone. Her beautiful black hair fell down, revealing a beautiful face that could turn all living things upside down. Her green skirt was fluttering, like a fairy or a demon, and her beautiful figure was breathtaking. On this day, the third tribulation of oblivion, which was expected by all, came. The sky was filled with lotus and chaos. The whole world was shocked. In the dark world, strong people from all the forces in the world went there one after another, like a divine rainbow soaring into the sky, shining like rain. Some people wanted to achieve nirvana for themselves. Some people wanted to be a lotus that bloomed alone. On this day, on the other side of the starry sky, the grand sound of Tao resounded. A group of supreme terrifying creatures were all alarmed and looked over from the other side. Clouds and mist lingered in the void, and an incomparably grand palace stood there. Divine radiance suffused the surroundings while the glow of the Tao enshrouded it, and the mysterious quintessence of the order of the grand Tao descended from the palace like a myriad of strands of divine light. This place was like a palace where gods resided. This is? What a thick origin of the great Tao! Why is there a palace in nirvanic rebirth? There was a hubbub, and countless figures were scattered around the grand palace. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. These were all experts who were qualified to enter nirvanic rebirth. However, at this moment, all of them were bewildered and surprised. Because as soon as they entered nirvanic rebirth, they were all teleported to this place. Apart from the palace, they couldn't see anything else. There was a vast expanse of mist everywhere, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. Look, that's the descendants of the primitive Tao court. They've gathered together. Someone exclaimed. Many people saw some extraordinary men and women gathered together. They were all cultivators of the untainted land Tao court. The descendants of Panwu, Qianquan, multitude demons, and Xianhuang Tao court are also here. There are also the 10 war clans and some ruthless characters from the primordial emperor clans. In the chaotic atmosphere, the experts who came to nirvanic rebirth began to form groups and groups, gathering with their own forces. Nirvanic rebirth was an unknown world that hadn't appeared since the beginning of time. Although there were unimaginable opportunities here, it was also filled with incomparable danger. No one dared to be careless. If they could group together, they wouldn't go alone. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually quieted down, and it was even a bit oppressive. The experts that were scattered in this area came from various forces in the starry sky. There were cultivators of the lower 5 realms, longevity monarchs, sage realm, and quasi-emperors. Between different realms, there was naturally and natural suppression and threat. Some of the forces were even enemies. Being in the same world, it was no different from meeting enemies. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't know the situation, they would have already attacked. What was this place? Almost everyone's gazes were sizing up the palace in the distance. They didn't know how tall or big it was, but it was grand and sacred. The power of the Order of the Great Path covered it, and a rain of light sprinkled down, making this divine palace seem extremely mysterious. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure it out. If an Emperor Realm expert was here, he might be able to find some clues. Someone couldn't help but whisper. Right, where are the emperors? Someone was shocked. His words woke everyone from their reverie. Only now did everyone realize that there wasn't a single Emperor Realm cultivator in this world. This strange scene caused many people's hearts to tighten. Even the heirs of the 6 great Tao courts and the 10 great battle tribes were startled. Their greatest reliance was the Emperor Realm elders and their sections. They thought that with these elders leading them, they would at least have some protection in this mysterious and unknown nirvana freedom. Who would have thought? Not a single one of their great Emperor elders showed up. This was undoubtedly an unexpected event that no one had expected, and it caused everyone to be even more surprised and bewildered. Whoosh, suddenly, someone soared into the sky and transformed into a ray of divine light that charged toward the divine palace in the distance. This scene caused many experts to become restless and eager to give it a try. Or rather, they had originally planned to do the same and investigate the divine palace. Slap, before the figure could even get close, he was struck by a divine chain formed from the order of the Great Path. His entire body was sent flying, and his head was broken and bleeding. He was in an extremely sorry state. A series of gasps rang out. Everyone recognized that the figure was a peerless boundary emperor from a primordial emperor clan. In this world where no emperor realm cultivators had appeared, he could be considered a peak existence. But now, he was sent flying like a fly that couldn't even withstand a single blow. For a time, the place fell silent. The originally restless heroes had extinguished the thought of going forward to investigate. The entrance to Nirvana freedom hasn't closed yet. It's probably not time for the divine palace to open yet. Mi Wuya, who had a graceful figure and clear eyes, spoke calmly from the Panwu Dao Court's camp. Let's not talk about anything else. The only thing we can be sure of now is that those who are above the Great Emperor realm should have been moved to another area of Nirvana freedom. All sorts of whispers rang out as everyone waited quietly. Suddenly, someone asked, "Who knows if the most wanted criminal of the starry sky has come?" Although he didn't mention a name, everyone instantly guessed who he was talking about. Their expressions immediately changed. Some people looked at the person who asked the question and realized that he was a peerless boundary emperor from the primitive Dao court called Yuwenbin. "If he comes, you'll lose your life just because of what you said." Someone snorted coldly. The experts of the primitive Dao court frowned and their eyes turned cold. There was actually someone who dared to speak to one of them like that. Was he courting death? In next to no time, they saw the person who spoke. It was a young man with a lazy bearing, a frivolous appearance, and a cultivation base that seemed like that of a youth. Xianxia, the son of the Xian family's leader. There was a commotion as everyone recognized the identity of the youth in linen. Yuwenbin coldly said, "In that game of chess, you colluded with that fugitive, Sha. Even now, you are still speaking up for him. Could it be that your Xian clan is planning to defy the decree of heavenly monarchship?" With one sentence, he directly put a big hat on Xianxia. Xianxia rolled his eyes and pointed at Yuwenbin. "Just because of what you said, you're dead meat in Nirvana freedom this time." Yuwenbin's expression became unsightly. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, being pointed at and threatened like this made him feel a little embarrassed. He was just about to say something when he was stopped by his fellow disciples. Almost all the experts of the major forces in the starry sky were scattered in this area. Once they started fighting, it was very likely to cause some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, they hadn't figured out the situation in this world yet. It was undoubtedly unwise to cause trouble rashly. Trash. Xianxia sneered at the other party's silence. He had a look of disdain on his face, angering Yuwenbin so much that his face turned green and he gritted his teeth. "Don't talk so much." Ling Kezi, who was right next to Xianxia, couldn't help but remind him, "It's better to be safe than sorry. If a battle really breaks out, I can't help you." Xianxia said grumpily, "Look at you. Can't you see that I'm fighting for Lin Sun? He's our brother." At this moment, a cold and deep voice sounded, "So you're saying that you're going to stand with that wanted criminal at all costs?" A pale-skinned man dressed in black from the Divine Image Ancient Sect's camp spoke up, his eyes glowing with a strange green divine flame. Feng Luozi, a peak third-level quasi-emperor. Many people recognized this person and their eyes narrowed. Although there were experts from all over the starry sky gathered here, there was only a small group of people who could set foot on the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. And this Feng Luozi was not an ordinary peak quasi-emperor. "What does my business have to do with you?" Xianxia was not afraid at all and spoke in a domineering tone. "That wanted criminal is the enemy of our Divine Image Ancient Sect and the starry sky. Since you're on his side, you're the enemy of all of us." Feng Luozi walked over, his eyes cold and grim. "What's more, this is Nirvana of freedom. Do you really think that no one can defeat you just because you're a descendant of the Xian family?" His voice was so cold that the atmosphere in the area became tense. Many experts made way for him, not daring to stand in Feng Luozi's way. At this moment, all eyes in the field turned to this side. Yuan Ben and other descendants of the primitive Taoist court couldn't help but gloat. Xianxia was really stupid. In today's world, who dared to have a relationship with Lin Sun? They couldn't even hide from him. But he, in front of all the heroes, went to fight for Lin Sun, which was obviously jumping into the fire pit himself. Hey, this guy is going to fight. Should we retreat first? Ling Kezi couldn't help saying. Retreat my ass. Xianxia stared at Feng Luozi, who was walking over, and said casually, just stand aside and watch how I'm going to destroy this bastard who's courting death. Bastard? Murderous intent flashed in the depths of Feng Luozi's eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xianxia and stabbed at Xianxia's neck with his fingers like a knife that was wrapped in dazzling sharpness. Fast, unbelievably fast. The attack of a third-step quasi-emperor was so powerful and fast that most people in the field couldn't even react in time. Those peerless figures who had the ability to capture this scene couldn't help but shiver in their hearts when they saw it. Xianxia naturally couldn't just sit and wait for death. Back in the ancient immortal forbidden area, he had also stepped into the third-step quasi-emperor realm. Therefore, in the face of Feng Luozi's attack, he reacted very quickly, and black and white qi appeared on the fingertips of his right hand that was hidden in his sleeve. However, just as he was about to make his move, Feng Luozi's figure suddenly stopped in the void and his entire body was lifted up like a chick. His face was flushed and his eyes were filled with shock. He struggled even more frantically, but his cultivation had been firmly restrained and he couldn't even move his body. The sudden scene caused Xianxia to be stunned, and it also caused all the experts present to be caught off guard, causing their hearts to tremble. Feng Luozi was a third-step quasi-emperor, but in the blink of an eye, he was grabbed like a chick. It was also at this moment that the crowd saw the person who had arrived. He was dressed in a moon-white robe and his black hair was loose. His figure was tall and handsome, and he was as calm as the drifting clouds. Lin Sun. A cry sounded like a sudden clap of thunder that cut through the silence of the world and reverberated in everyone's heart, causing their expressions to change. That guy who was personally ordered by Heavenly Emperor sure actually dared to come to the nirvana of freedom? Lin Sun. There were not many people in the world who had seen Lin Sun, but his name was known by everyone in the world. Just then, when they found out that the young man who had suddenly appeared and grabbed Feng Luozi was the legendary successor of Mount Fangsuan, many people revealed shocked expressions. Mi Wuya, Ling Hongzhuang, Jin Tian Xianyue, Xianxia, and Ling Kezi, who were familiar with Lin Sun, were equally surprised. They did not expect Lin Sun to really show up. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. Countless eyes were locked on Lin Sun at this moment. There was hostility, fear, hatred, there was shock, surprise, and curiosity. Feng Luozi's face was as red as a pig's liver, and his eyes were filled with terror. If it was someone else, he would have threatened them with the name of the Divine Image ancient sect. But it was useless against Lin Sun. All these years, there was no successor of Mount Fangsuan that Lin Sun did not dare to kill, be it on the starry ancient path or in the dark world. Even great Emperor Baki of the Divine Image ancient sect, who was at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, was killed by Lin Sun. How could Feng Luozi not be afraid? He even had a premonition that he was doomed this time. Bang! In the next moment, Feng Luozi was thrown away and fell to the ground like a dead dog, seeing stars. But Feng Luozi was overjoyed. Demon God Lin didn't kill him. The crowd was surprised to see this. It was said that Lin Sun was a decisive and merciless person. How could he let his opponent go so easily? Lin Sun frowned and looked at the palace in the distance with a solemn look in his eyes. He did intend to kill Feng Luozi, but he was threatened by the supreme power of the Order of Tao the moment he used his power. It made his hair stand on end. He realized that he would be killed the next moment if he dared to make a move. Xianxia did not care about that. He walked up and gave Lin Sun a warm hug. Brother Lin, I knew you would come. We have a chance to fight side by side again. He was beaming with joy. Ling Kezi beamed from the side as well, and he said, Brother Xian is right. I won't have to live in fear anymore. Useless. Lin Sun smiled and knocked on Ling Kezi's head. Young master. In the distance, a slender and beautiful figure walked over. She wore clothes that were whiter than snow, and she possessed immortal flesh and divine bones. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and she was like a fairy that had walked out from a painting. It was Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise and excitement. "Miss Xianyu, come here quickly," Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Sun also smiled. "We finally meet again after parting ways in the ancient immortal Forbidden Zone." An old friend who had not seen each other for a long time was naturally overjoyed. However, an ear-piercing voice suddenly resounded. "Xianxia, if you go with Lin Sun, your Jingtian clan will be dragged into this mess. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should at least think for the clan behind you. Don't forget that Lin Sun is someone Shurtandi has ordered to be killed." It was a yellow-clothed woman from the Universe Dao Court that spoke these words. She had a beautiful appearance that surpassed all the beauties in the world, but her expression revealed a proud and aloof expression. Lin Sun frowned but didn't say anything. He just gazed at Xianxia and said, "Even though what this bitch said is slightly unpleasant, she's right. Xianyu, it's very likely that you'll be dragged into this mess if you go with me." The yellow-clothed woman's face turned gloomy when she was called a bitch, but she could only endure it in the end. Because she didn't dare act rashly when facing Lin Sun. In these past few years, countless disciples of the Universe Dao Court had been killed by Lin Sun, and even Huangfu Xiaonong had been killed by him. So, how could the yellow-clothed woman have the courage to go against Lin Sun? Xianxia took a deep breath and revealed a slight smile. "I was expelled from my clan when I came to Rebirth of Freedom. In the future, my surname isn't Jingtian anymore." Lin Sun took a deep glance at Xianxia, and then he nodded and didn't speak any further. "Miss Xianyu, if you're worried about being targeted by Shurtandi, why don't you come to our Xian clan? I guarantee that you won't be harmed in the slightest," Xianxia said with a smile. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead as he recalled something and sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun. "My old man said that after Rebirth of Freedom ends, I want you to come to my clan." "What's the matter?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Won't you know when you get there?" Actually, Xianxia himself didn't know. Lin Sun agreed. As they spoke, he suddenly noticed that the cultivators in the nearby area had instinctively moved far away from the area he resided in. They were avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they were avoiding the god of plague. At the same time, Lin Sun noticed numerous gazes that carried hatred as they stared at him. There were members of the Chaos, Panwu, Universe, and various other Dao courts, and there were also members of the 10 war clans and primeval imperial clans. Lin Sun wasn't surprised. To put it bluntly, if this place wasn't too mysterious and unknown, and if it wasn't for the existence of the Order of the Great Tao that could threaten him, he would absolutely have taken the initiative to look for trouble. Those enemies wished for nothing more than to kill him, so how could he not want to annihilate them as well? After all, they were all old acquaintances, and there were no martial emperors present here. So, with his current combat strength, he was absolutely capable of doing as he pleased. Bang, a wave of rumbling suddenly resounded in the distance. At this moment, the door to the divine palace that stood towering in the heavens and the earth and bathed in the order of the laws had opened slowly, and it instantly drew the gazes of everyone present here. A rain of light flowed while the laws interweaved together. An illusory figure floated up into appearance before the door to the divine palace, and it was completely formed from the order of the great Tao and revealed a supreme imposing aura. The surroundings were stirred. The hearts of countless people burned while their gazes burned with desire. Is the competition that belongs to Rebirth of Freedom finally about to begin? The breathing of some people became heavy. The path of rebirth starts now. All of you'll enter a cycle of reincarnation upon entering this palace, and those who are able to emerge from this cycle of reincarnation will obtain a chance at rebirth. The figure formed from the order of the Grand Tao didn't speak, but a voice resounded in the minds of everyone present here, and it allowed them to understand what they were about to face next. The cycle of reincarnation begins at the true martial realm. All of your souls, bodies, mental states, and attainments will transform into ordinary people after you fall into the cycle of reincarnation, and you'll have to cultivate once more. The true martial realm is your limit. The cultivators in the surroundings instantly exploded into an uproar. All of them revealed astounded expressions and were taken by surprise. The true martial realm was the first realm of cultivation, and it was the first realm of the 5 lower realms. Presently, cultivators at the true martial realm were simply existences that were no different than ordinary ants in their eyes, and they didn't take them seriously at all. Yet now, they were about to enter the cycle of reincarnation and transform into ordinary people. Only by breaking through and stepping foot into the true martial realm would they be able to emerge from it. The most terrifying part was that after they entered the cycle of reincarnation, all their current attainments would vanish, and they would be unable to provide any help to them. For a time, all of them were surprised and bewildered. No one had imagined that such an inconceivable test of reincarnation would be waiting for them right after they entered the rebirth of freedom. The figure formed by the Order of the Great Way seemed to be completely unaware of it, and its voice continued. In the cycle of reincarnation in the true martial realm, all of you will appear in the same world with another identity. If you want to emerge from it, you must leave behind your own will of the Great Way in the true martial world. Another identity, the true martial world, leave behind the will of the Great Way. In an instant, many people acutely grasped some key points. If I have another identity, doesn't that mean I'm not me anymore? That's terrible. What if I become a beggar on the street after I enter the cycle of reincarnation? At that time, we won't be able to recognize each other as fellow disciples of the same sect. Someone wailed. The true martial world. In this way, the strongest cultivator in the world of reincarnation is only at the true martial realm. Someone's eyes lit up. If so, there was nothing to be afraid of. Since it's a test, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to leave one's will in the true martial world, someone frowned and pondered. At this time, Lin Sun recalled the words that second senior brother Xianxia had specially exhorted. Remember, if you encounter the cycle of reincarnation, awakening is the most important thing. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly realized that the most dangerous part of this test was probably the word awakening. The master of Mind Mountain once said, once you are lost in the cycle of reincarnation, you will not be able to control your life or death, no matter how powerful you are. Now, after entering the cycle of reincarnation, all of them would appear in another identity, which meant that if they didn't awaken their consciousness before reincarnation, they would probably be lost in it for the rest of their lives. Lin Sun once experienced the cycle of reincarnation for more than 20 years in the 8th level of Green Cloud Path in the Heaven Accessing Place. At that time, he also appeared in another identity. Finally, he realized the essence of the Great Way is the truth and got out of it. It was no exaggeration to say that if he hadn't awakened his consciousness at that time, it would have been impossible for him to pass that level. Thinking of this, Lin Sun told everything he knew to Xian Jiuyin, Ling Kezi, and Jing Tian Xianyue. After listening to Lin Sun's words, the three of them couldn't help feeling awestruck and secretly remembered it. The voice of the illusory figure of order sounded again. The cycle of reincarnation in the world of true martial arts only lasts for 10 years. Once you are in it, once you die, it means real death. After 10 years, if you still can't get out of it, you will be lost in it for the rest of your life, with no chance of transcendence. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the field became dead silent. The air was so heavy that people couldn't breathe. Many people's faces changed at this time, and their hearts became heavy. It was certain that this was the great danger of the nirvana of freedom. Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil, and his expression was uncertain. 10 years, life and death, transcendence and being lost, the danger contained in it was absolutely beyond imagination. Now, can we still not participate? Someone spoke in a trembling voice, and at this moment, he wanted to withdraw. Everyone realized that they were entering the nirvana realm. The Queen of Freedom had entered the nirvana realm. The path had already begun, and there was no turning back. Lin Sun transmitted his voice to Xian Jiuyin and the others. I'll try my best to find you after entering the samsara. At the same time, the experts who belonged to different camps were also discussing countermeasures. But no matter how they discussed, they were not sure. The reason was that no one knew what kind of place the world of true force in the samsara was, and what identity each of them would have after entering it. For a moment, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. The samsara begins. As the figure of order spoke, a terrifying force suddenly emerged between heaven and earth, enveloping all the figures present. In the next moment, all of them were carried into the depths of the extremely grand and mysterious palace. Buzz, before Lin Sun's vision recovered, a strange power of samsara of time emerged, making him drift in the torrent of time like duckweed. The colorful, twisted and flickering time turned into waves, rolling endlessly. Gradually, Lin Sun's consciousness began to blur, He faintly felt a wave of scorching heat on his chest, and a wisp of mysterious energy seemed to have been awakened within his quintessent spirit vein that was deathly still and motionless. But when he tried to feel it carefully, his consciousness fell into complete darkness. Nirvana realm. In the sky of freedom, under the starry sky, a few figures of martial monarchs appeared on a vast barren land. Each of them looked surprised, ready to fight, and emitted a monstrous aura. They came from different worlds in the starry sky, and most of them were above the first level of Emperor Realm, but below the sixth level. What is this place? Many of them released their spiritual awareness to look around. I can feel that this world is covered with the power of order of the starry sky ancient path, which is completely different from the forbidden power of order. Some old antique's eyes were shining. I've tried. This wilderness is sealed by the terrible power of order, and we can't break it with our strength. Some looked solemn. Doesn't this mean that this expanse of the heavens and the earth is like a cage that has trapped us here? Some looked gloomy. The atmosphere became oppressive. Suddenly, a continuous great wall appeared in the starry sky above them, and it seemed like an iron chain that blocked the starry sky. The great wall was incomparably lofty, and there was a castle built at regular intervals. The walls were mottled with bloodstains, and they were suffused with an ancient aura. In front of the great wall that stretched across the sky, the stars seemed small and insignificant, like a group of fireflies dancing in the sky. It wasn't that the planet was too small, but that the great wall was too big. Don't tell me this is ancient desolate region's imperial pass Great Wall? An old monster cried out in shock. Rumor had it that the ancient desolation realm, the origin of all Daos, had a great wall that spanned across many worlds. It was known as the first natural mode of the ancient desolation realm, the place where the Emperor realm stopped. It was rumored that the 10 great Dao battles of the Archaic era erupted precisely outside Imperial Pass Cheng City. Impossible, this is Nirvana? Freedom Heaven is formed from the starry sky world source order power. How could ancient desolate region's Imperial Pass Great Wall appear here? Someone immediately denied it. Regardless of which emperor it was, when they looked at the towering, endless great wall that stretched across the starry sky, they all felt their hearts churn. The great wall was mottled with bloodstains, ancient and ancient. The walls were also full of battle scars. There were enormous palm prints that were as large as mountains, sword scars that extended for tens of thousands of zhang, marks left by great bells, scorch marks left by divine flames. It was a ghastly sight. Nirvana? Starting from this moment. A voice rang out. Beneath the great wall of the starry sky, the power of order gathered and transformed into an illusory figure. The emperors present were shocked, and their eyes all looked over. It was finally here. They could naturally tell that the illusory figure was formed from the order power of this world, and not a true spiritual body. From now on, everyone will enter the Great Wall of 10,000 Paths and defend one of the castles. When the time comes, you will face the attacks of strange beasts from the depths of the starry sky, and the invasion of extraterrestrial demons. What you must do is to defend the castle, defend the Great Wall. The time limit is 10 years. In the Great Wall, you all have the chance to break through and transform the Nirvana? But at the same time, if you fall, it will mean your death. The voice of the figure formed from the power of order stunned all the great emperors present. Even though they had already learned that in this Nirvana mountain, there was the sky of freedom was filled with great danger, and there was a high chance that they would be targeted by the galactic beasts and extraterrestrial demons. But he didn't expect that such a dangerous test would come as soon as he arrived. For a moment, their expressions were uncertain. Many of them were so angry that they almost cursed out loud. Was this the Nirvana path? It felt like they were being sent to the front line to die. I've dominated the galaxy. When have I ever been treated like this? This Nirvana? I'm not going anymore. Someone shouted loudly, overbearing, shifting into the distance. Boom, a divine chain of order descended from the sky and bound the old monster who was a 6th-level emperor in an instant. The voice of the order figure sounded emotionless. From the moment you entered this world, the Nirvana? The Nirvana has begun. There is no turning back. At this moment, all the emperors here understood that no matter if they were willing or not, they were unable to escape this test. World of True Martial. Long Yuan City, Great Qian Dynasty. Su Clan. Early in the morning, Su Qinghan pushed the door open and walked out of his room. He stood in his own courtyard and stared at the sky in a daze. The courtyard was quiet and lush with grass and trees. In the corner of the courtyard, the Su family's third young master's favorite Zhongnan green bamboo was planted. The green bamboo forest swayed in the morning breeze, making rustling sounds. No one knew that there was a new soul in Su clan's body when he woke up this morning. This is the world of true martial. After a long time, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath, and his eyes gradually became clear. From the moment he entered the samsara and came to the world of true martial, his consciousness had been awakened. This surprised him, because according to the analysis of his second senior brother, the most difficult step in the samsara was awakening. It was very likely that he would be lost in the world of samsara forever without being able to awaken, but obviously, this most difficult step didn't baffle Lin Sun at all. Is it because I've experienced reincarnation a long time ago, and I've comprehended the profundities of the Grand Tao is the truth from the illusory and real? Lin Sun thought about it and thought that all this was related to the samsara he had experienced when he entered the heaven accessing place. Only after experiencing it could he awaken so quickly. Third young master, you get up early today. A pretty and lively young girl with her hair combed into 2 buns walked into the courtyard with a copper basin, towel, and toothbrush. Put it there. I'll do it myself, Lin Sun said casually. This young girl was Su Qinghan's personal maidservant named Qingzhu. She grew up with Su Qinghan. Nominally, they were master and servant, but in fact, they were no different from blood sisters. At this time, when Lin Sun occupied Su Qinghan's body, he also inherited Su Qinghan's memory. When facing Qingzhu, he didn't show any uneasiness. Okay, then I'll prepare breakfast first. Qingzhu turned around and left with a smile. As Lin Sun washed up, he began to carefully comb through Su Qinghan's memory. In this world called the true martial world, it was controlled by 3 dynasties, namely the Great Qian dynasty, the Great Chu dynasty, and the Great Wei dynasty. In the territory of each dynasty, there were various clans that cultivated martial arts. According to the difference in strength, these clans were also divided into big and small clans. The Su clan was one of the clans in the Great Qian dynasty and Dragon Lake City, and its power could barely be regarded as second-rate. In Dragon Lake City, there were as many as 7 or 8 clans like the Su clan. And in Dragon Lake City, there were only 2 clans that could be ranked as first-rate. Lin Sun wasn't interested in the layout of these forces at all, so he just glanced at them. What really interested Lin Sun was that Su Qinghan, as the 3rd son of the patriarch of the Su clan, was already 14 years old, but hadn't embarked on the path of martial arts cultivation. Lin Sun quickly understood. In the true martial world, the true martial realm was already the apex of martial arts. 90% of the people in this world were ordinary people, and only a few could embark on the path of martial arts cultivation. For example, the Su clan was already a second-rate force in the martial arts clans. There were hundreds of clansmen, but only a few dozen of them really embarked on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, because of her weak body since childhood, and the lack of qi and blood, although Su Qinghan had tried many times, she had never succeeded in crossing the threshold of cultivation. Lin Sun noticed that the Su clan didn't lack cultivation methods, and in Su Qinghan's memory, there were 7 or 8 breathing guidance methods for practicing qi and meditating. What surprised Lin Sun the most was that these cultivation methods weren't coarse at all. On the Starry Sky ancient path, they could also be regarded as the best basic cultivation methods. This also meant that the reason why Su Qinghan couldn't cultivate was not because of the cultivation method. Moreover, since childhood, Su Qinghan had swallowed a lot of spiritual herbs. Of course, those so-called spiritual herbs were only the most basic spiritual herbs for Lin Sun. But for a person who couldn't cultivate, these spiritual herbs could be regarded as precious. Over the years, the spiritual herbs used on Su Qinghan alone had accounted for 30% of the spiritual herbs purchased by the Su clan every year. It could be seen that Su Qinghan didn't lack spiritual herbs to cultivate. In a word, Su Qinghan, who couldn't cultivate, was just like an ordinary person, although he was the 3rd young master of the Su clan. He didn't have the right to participate in the clan's affairs. Fortunately, perhaps because Su Qinghan couldn't cultivate, his father, mother, and 2 elder brothers all loved and took care of him, so that he could live a peaceful life without worrying about food and clothing. Su Qinghan occasionally felt sad, because he felt that he couldn't cultivate and couldn't help his parents and brothers, which made him feel very sad. After all, a young man was unwilling to be mediocre. P.S. First, 4 chapters in a row. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, there's more. Kids, throw your monthly votes to support the goldfish, and go all out today. After serving the third young master for breakfast, Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Last night, the news came that the first young master was defeated." Lin Sun, who was disguised as Su Qinghan, was stunned, and some memories came to his mind. Every 10 years, the 3 dynasties of the world of true martial arts would jointly hold a true martial competition. The top 10 could get God-given power, the one who ranked first could even enter the mountain of true martial arts to cultivate. Every young man under the age of 18 who embarked on the road of martial arts was eligible to participate in the assessment of true martial arts competition. After layers of screening, the 3 dynasties, Great Qian, Great Chu, and Great Wei, would each select 10 seeded players to compete for the final top 10. Not long ago, the true martial arts competition in the territory of the Great Qian dynasty had begun. As a second-rate family in Longyuan City, the Su family only had one place to participate in the true martial arts competition. Su Qingqiu, the first young master of the Su family, won the place without any dispute. In Longyuan City, Su Qingqiu was an outstanding figure of the younger generation. At the age of 16, he had reached the 7th level of martial realm, small circulation realm. Su Qingqiu, one of the 4 outstanding talents of Longyuan City, was regarded as the future banner-bearer of the Su family. It could be said that he was young and high-spirited. In Su Qinghan's memory, he also admired Su Qinghan very much. But now, Xianxia said that Su Qingqiu was defeated. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "Xianxia, help me collect some information about the true martial arts competition." Xianxia was taken aback. She found it a little strange. In the past, the third young master had never cared about such things because he couldn't cultivate. Was it because of the first young master's defeat this time? Xianxia didn't think too much and agreed. After Xianxia left, Lin Sun was lost in thought. Is the God-given power that the top 10 of the true martial arts competition can get related to the power of order in the world of true martial arts? If one wanted to get out of the samsara of the world of true martial arts, he had to leave his own will of the great way in the world of true martial arts. Lin Sun suspected that if he wanted to do this, he might start from the true martial arts competition. Should I say that you are lucky or lucky, since I've temporarily borrowed your body, I'll return you a good fortune? Lin Sun said to himself. The reason why Su Qinghan couldn't cultivate was because some of her meridians were blocked, so she couldn't sense the flow of energy that came from her breathing. In the true martial world, if one's meridians were blocked, it meant that they were doomed to never cultivate again. After all, the highest cultivation realm in this world was only the true martial realm, and their knowledge of the Grand Tao was extremely limited. However, in the eyes of a peak consummation quasi-emperor like Lin Sun, blocked meridians were not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Lin suddenly realized a problem. After entering the world of samsara, not only did his consciousness awaken at the first possible moment, even the memories, inheritances, and wisdom in his mind were completely intact, but according to that nirvana? According to the order of the heaven of Mahasvara, every powerful being who entered the cycle of reincarnation, their soul, physique, state of mind, cultivation, everything they had before would be reduced to mere mortals after entering the cycle of reincarnation. If he wanted to cultivate, he would have to start from scratch in the true martial world. Even if he awakened his consciousness, the comprehension of the great Tao, the inheritance, and the memories that he had learned in the past would not appear again. It was no different from being reborn, but at this moment, Lin Sun sensed that his previous comprehension of the great Tao, the power of inheritance, and the memories that he had mastered were all intact. This was undoubtedly very abnormal. For a moment, Lin Sun could not help but be stunned. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly recalled that when he experienced the energy of samsara and entered the true martial world, the quintessence veins within his body had awakened from their slumber, and it had undergone a shocking change. Unfortunately, his consciousness had fallen into the darkness at that time, and he did not have time to experience that change. But at this time, Lin Sun suddenly realized that the abnormal situation in his body was very likely to be related to the change of the original spiritual vein. The original spiritual vein was Lin Sun's talent, which enabled him to control the supernatural power of forbidden passing. He still clearly remembered that when he entered the dark world and passed through the vortex channel formed by the law of time, his original spiritual vein had undergone a change and devoured a wisp of the law of time. And the true martial world was originally formed by the order of samsara of time, and the essence of the power of time was the mystery of time. In this case, the reason why I could awaken my consciousness at the first time and master all the memories before the samsara, is related to my talent. Thinking of this, Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. The devouring abyss, what did this talent mean on earth? What level of talent would it be if it was on the other side of the starry sky? After a while, Lin Sun calmed down and decided to start practicing. But soon, he showed a bitter smile. It was not good to master too many inheritances, so he did not know how to make a decision for a while. Tai Shin Sword Sutra, Sky Punishing Sword Sutra, Infinite Devouring Sutra, Great Silence Sutra, Green Lotus Cave Sutra, Nine Cauldrons World Suppression Sutra, Great Way Yellow Court Sutra, Great Quietus Thunder Sutra. There were dozens of Taoist scriptures, each of them was enough to shock the ancient and modern times and could be regarded as supreme scriptures, so Lin Sun did not know how to start for a while. I see. Suddenly, Lin Sun realized a possibility with a flash of inspiration. The samsara of true martial was nirvana? The beginning of the road of nirvana was to become immortal again and walk on the road of Tao, just like starting to practice for the first time in his life. If it was in the past, he could easily set foot on the road of cultivation by practicing any cultivation method. But the nirvana of the samsara of true martial? Was the road of nirvana really so simple? Whether it is the samsara or not, I will take it as a new beginning. Since I am going to start a new practice, I should practice the Great Way Furnace scripture, created by me. At this moment, Lin Sun completely understood. The distractions in his mind were swept away, and his mind became clear. Before the samsara, he was already at the peak of the great completion of the quasi-emperor realm. He embarked on an unprecedented road, which could be said to be the only one in the past, present and future. Before the samsara, he walked out of the mind prison and rose to the lower world as a young man. In the following years, he became famous in the ancient desolation realm and fought on the ancient road of the starry sky. He was accustomed to life and death, experienced endless wind and rain and bloody tempering, saw the vastness of the universe, distinguished the vastness of the world, comprehended the Tao on the way, and mastered all kinds of supreme scriptures. He came, walked, and saw. Before the samsara, he was already at the highest realm under the emperor realm, and his cultivation was at the great completion. But did he really have no regrets in his previous practice? Yes, for example, when he first set foot on the road of cultivation at a young age, his body was weak, and he only practiced the method taught by Master Lu, which was not profound but the most suitable for him. On the other hand, he'd truly stepped onto the path of the absolute Tao and the absolute domain, and it was when he'd attained the absolute king realm, in the lower 5 realms, he had never touched the threshold of the great path, which was a regret in itself, and it could not be changed at all. Everything was in the past. How could he change it? But now, he came to the nirvana realm. Entering the samsara of time and the freedom heaven gave Lin Sun the opportunity to practice again to eliminate these defects and regrets. This was the real nirvana realm? Rebirth. It was also at this time that Lin Sun understood the nirvana realm. The sky of freedom was an unprecedented fortuitous encounter, and it was truly an incredible one. Perhaps, it was comparable to the nirvana realm that changed one's fate. The nirvana realm was the road to the immortal supreme. Understanding this, Lin Sun's mind was clear and unprecedentedly firm and calm. He would never miss this opportunity. Time went by, day by day. The atmosphere in the Su family became depressed because Su Qingqiu, the eldest young master of the Su family, was defeated and had no chance to participate in the true martial competition. It was said that Su Qingqiu became a different person after returning to the clan. He was silent and depressed, and his figure was getting thinner and thinner. The Su family felt sad. Su Qingqiu was the pride of the clan, but now he suffered such a setback, which was really a big blow. It was said that the head of the Su family was also worried about this. He didn't blame Su Qingqiu for his failure, but felt sorry for his son who had never come out of the shadow of defeat. If it went on like this, Su Qingqiu would be disabled. Lin Sun stayed in the courtyard all the time and never went out. But through talking with Qingzhu, he also learned a lot about the true martial competition. Third young master, second young master has gone to participate in the true martial competition. One morning, during breakfast, Xianxia said happily, no one expected that the second young master, who has been in seclusion in the clan, has already broken through to the great heavenly psycho realm. He's even stronger than the eldest young master. Lin Sun nodded with a smile, second brother is really powerful. Su Qingfeng, the second young master of the Su family, was an introverted and handsome 14-year-old boy. He was a man of few words since he was a child. But he was also very good to Su Qinghan, his third brother. He often came to visit Su Qinghan and didn't talk much. He just accompanied Su Qinghan to eat and read books. Su Qinghan might not understand, but how could Lin Sun not see that the introverted Su Qingfeng was actually more talented and profound than their eldest brother Su Qingqiu? On this day, Su Qingfeng set off to participate in the true martial competition. A group of clansmen saw him off in person. Lin Sun also went. Su Qingfeng was handsome, and as delicate as jade. There was a restrained self-confidence between his brows as he rode away on his white horse. Lin Sun also saw his eldest brother Su Qingqiu. His originally imposing figure turned out to be thin and bony. His face was also very pale, and his cheeks were sunken. He looked very haggard. But at this time, he smiled very happily. He patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and said, "Third brother, God bless our Su family. With second brother going to the battle, you will definitely perform better than me. Let's go. I will take you to the Mist Tower for a drink. Haven't you always been curious about the brothel? I will take you there to broaden your horizons." He put his arm around Lin Sun's shoulder intimately and walked out. Lin Sun's lips twitched. How could an elder brother take his younger brother to a brothel? However, he didn't refuse. It was just a drink, not a brothel. 1 month later. Lin Sun reorganized and tempered his meridians and acupoints with a secret method until he was sure that there were no defects inside and outside his body. Then he decided to start practicing. The martial realm was divided into 9 levels. They were qi guiding, inner strengthening, mansion opening, orifices clearing, marrow washing, blood burning, small circulation, big circulation, and spirit changing. Each level would cause the power of the Xianxia to change. In short, the martial realm was the first threshold on the road of Tao and the first step for a practitioner to lay the foundation of Tao. A tree that could be embraced was born at the end of a hair. The 9-story platform was built from the earth. If Lin Sun wanted to, he could reach the mastery of the martial realm within a month. But there was only one chance for nirvana. In order to make up for the regret of the previous Tao, Lin Sun wouldn't pursue the speed of practice. 2 months later. Lin Sun sat cross-legged. When he breathed in and out, his qi was surging like wind and thunder. The operation of qi was like a fire, and his body was boiling like a furnace. Between his nostrils, streams of air like pythons swallowed, which was the embodiment of his qi reaching the extreme. Whoosh! When Lin Sun woke up from meditation, he breathed out gently. The qi shot out like a sharp arrow, tearing the air. Using the body as a furnace, drawing qi into the body, qi will be smooth, like burning and boiling, and you can reach the peak, Lin Sun comprehended silently. It took him a whole month to reach qi guiding, the first level of the martial realm. Setting foot on the peak is just the first step. If I want to prove the unprecedented Tao, I must have an unprecedented foundation that is invincible in the same realm. Lin Sun didn't rush to break through. The martial realm seemed to be the most basic first level, but now Lin Sun almost exhausted all his efforts and means in the face of this realm. His great way furnace scripture, which could contain thousands of Tao and develop thousands of methods to temper the foundation of Tao, was naturally the most suitable cultivation method for him. Besides that, the various supreme inheritances within his mind allowed him to obtain a great deal of reference when he started cultivating once more. A few tens of supreme inheritances were like a few tens of supreme figures guiding him in his cultivation, and this allowed him to establish a foundation that could shock the world when he stepped foot into the true martial realm once more. At dinner, Xianxia would look at Lin with her watery eyes from time to time. She couldn't help but say when she cleaned up the dishes, "Third child, you grow up really fast." Currently, Su Qinghan was only 14 years old. She was still growing up. However, Xianxia had never imagined that in just 2 months of time, this third young master would suddenly grow a great deal taller. His immature brows had stretched out, his gaze was clear and bright like the stars, and his entire body emanated a copious amount of vitality. Lin Sun smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he said, "Qingzhu, pack up. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to the manor on Mount Henin outside the city to live for a while." "Alright," Qingzhu agreed. In the Su family, although the third young master couldn't cultivate, he was the most favored. As long as his requests weren't too excessive, no one could refuse. 3 months later. In front of a waterfall in a canyon on Mount Henin, the waterfall poured down like a dragon. A figure suddenly swept out from under the waterfall and landed on a rock. The slender and tall figure was bathed in the misty sunshine, glowing with a mysterious luster. This person was Su Qinghan, who was disguised by Lin Sun. It had been 3 months since he had decided to cultivate. He finally reached the peak of Qi guiding, the first level of martial realm. Next, there's no need to go through so much trouble. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Sun's face. In 3 months, he had almost exhausted all means to make the first step of the cultivation of Tao reach an unprecedented level. It was said that everything was difficult at the beginning. After stepping through this threshold, everything would come naturally, and he didn't have to spend so much effort on cultivation. "Third young master, it's time to eat." The crisp and lively voice of Qingzhu sounded in the distance. Lin Sun picked up his clothes, turned around, and left this secret cultivation place that belonged to him alone. After the meal, Qingzhu brought the latest news. Second young master Su Qingfeng had successfully passed the 3rd round of screening in martial realm and now went to the capital of the great Qian dynasty. What was waiting for him would be the 4th round of screening. As long as he passed, he could enter the final selection of the great Chu dynasty. The space between Qingzhu's brows was suffused with an expression of pride. Second young master really lives up to expectations. Second young master's name is being spread everywhere in Dragon Lake City now, and many clans have taken the initiative to pay a visit to our Su clan with the intention of forming a marriage alliance with our Su clan. Lin Sun listened with a smile while eating. In the years before he was reincarnated, he had never enjoyed such a peaceful and fulfilling life. However, this kind of peaceful and cozy life was soon broken. On this day, as soon as Lin Sun returned from the cultivation place, he saw Qingzhu running from afar in panic with a pale face. "Third young master, it's bad." "Second young master. Second young master's cultivation has been destroyed." Qingzhu's voice was in tears. Her beautiful face was pale, and her watery eyes were full of tears. Lin Sun recalled the scene when Su Qingfeng left his family and went to participate in martial realm. The young man was handsome. He rode away on a white horse, looking so natural and unrestrained. But now, how could his cultivation be destroyed? "Don't panic. Let's go and have a look together." Lin Sun stepped forward and patted Qingzhu on the shoulder. That day, he left Mount Hanshan on a red date horse. Su clan. The atmosphere was gloomy. Su Yunhai and other big shots gathered in the hall. In the center of the hall, there was a stretcher. Su Qingfeng was lying on it with a pale face. He had fallen into a coma and hadn't woken up yet. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone was angry. An old doctor, after carefully examining Su Qingfeng's condition, couldn't help sighing and shaking his head. "His tendons and veins are broken and his viscera are seriously injured. It's not easy to keep his life." As for cultivation, before he finished his words, everyone knew that Su Qingfeng would be a useless man for the rest of his life. All of a sudden, Su Yunhai's eyes turned red and his lips trembled. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Even if Qingfeng is a useless man, he is still my son. As long as I am alive, I won't let him suffer any more grievances." The others were also furious. "Father, I'm going to avenge my second brother." Su Qingzhou stood up with a livid face and bloodshot eyes. He was as ferocious as a raging beast. "Don't you think it's messy enough?" Su Yunhai scolded, "You are not allowed to go out from now on without my permission." His second son had been destroyed. How could he watch his eldest son avenge his son? If something bad happened to him, who would be able to carry the Su clan in the future? A rush of footsteps sounded. Then, Lin Sun walked into the hall. He glanced at everyone and then at Su Qingfeng, who was lying on the stretcher in a coma. He roughly understood what had happened. Many people were stunned when they saw Lin Sun. They hadn't seen Su Qinghan for a long time, but the third young master, Su Qinghan, seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only had he grown taller, but his every move was calm and composed. "Qinghan, why are you here?" Su Yunhai frowned. He usually wouldn't let Su Qinghan get involved in such a big clan event. "I'm here to see my second brother." Lin Sun squatted on the ground and carefully checked Su Qingfeng's condition. He couldn't help but recall some scenes of his childhood. Whenever his second brother had time, he would come to play with him. He was a man of few words and only accompanied him to eat and read. Occasionally, he would bring a lot of delicious snacks and pastries. These were all Su Qinghan's memories. In these memories, she also had feelings for her second brother. It was a kind of brotherly love where blood was thicker than water. In the Su clan, Su Qinghan admired her eldest brother Su Qingqiu the most, but she was closest to her second brother Su Qingfeng. An unspeakable anger surged in Lin Sun's heart. He knew that it came from Su Qinghan. He said in his heart, "Don't worry. I'll take revenge. With me around, your second brother won't become a useless man." Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun stood up and asked, "Who can tell me who did this?" A calm voice sounded. In the depressing hall. Looking at Su Qinghan's expression, there was a kind of majesty that no one dared to take lightly. The crowd was stunned again, as if they had seen Su Qinghan again. "Third brother, we're all as angry as you are, but it's not the time to lose your temper," Su Qingqiu stepped forward and said gently. "I won't lose my temper." Lin Sun shook his head and turned to walk out of the hall. He suddenly realized that Su Qinghan had always been a person who couldn't cultivate in the clan. Moreover, he was just a teenager. Although he lived a carefree life, he didn't have much say in this kind of thing. In this way, even if he were to explain, it would be very strenuous. "Third brother, where are you going?" Su Qingqiu asked hurriedly. To do what I should do, Lin Sun didn't look back. It was indeed time to leave. The martial arts competition between the three dynasties was about to start in 3 months. If he didn't win the qualification to participate in the competition, he was bound to miss the opportunity. You're not going to avenge your second brother, are you?" Su Qingqiu's face changed. "Why not?" As Lin Sun spoke, he had already walked out of the hall, and his figure was about to disappear. What he said instead caused everyone in the audience hall to be stunned. In the entire Dragon Lake City, who didn't know that their Su clan's third young master was unable to cultivate, but now he was going to avenge Su Qingfeng? Had he gone mad from anger? "Third brother, it's not the time for you to make trouble. Come back." Su Qingqiu chased after him. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly turned around, stared at Su Qingqiu, and said seriously, "Big brother, you can't stop me. After I leave, please take care of my parents. Don't worry, I'll be back in half a year at most." Su Qingqiu was stunned. For the first time in his life, he heard his third brother talk to him in such a tone. He wasn't irritated, but he suddenly felt that his third brother, he seemed to have changed into a different person. P.S. Goldfish eat first. Although it's tiring, since it's an outbreak, it must be done to the end. There's more tonight. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingqiu had already lost sight of his third brother, Su Qinghan. "Qingqiu, what are you waiting for? Go after him." Su Yunhai's furious voice came from the hall. Su Qingqiu panicked and hurriedly chased out of the clan. But looking around, there was no sign of his third brother, Su Qinghan. On this day, the news that the second young master of the Su clan, Su Qingfeng, had participated in the true martial competition and his cultivation had been destroyed spread, causing a sensation in Dragon Lake City. 3 months ago, the dazzling young master of the Su clan, Su Qingqiu, who was regarded as the rising star of Dragon Lake City, was eliminated. 3 months later, the second young master of the Su clan was destroyed in the imperial city of Great Qian. It was said that the third young master of the Su clan, Su Qinghan, who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, ran away from home, saying that he wanted to avenge his second brother, Su Qingfeng. This was undoubtedly ridiculous. The Su clan, for a time, became a laughingstock in the city and was regarded as having bad luck. On this day, the patriarch of the Su clan, Su Yunhai, fell ill from anxiety and anger. This cast a shadow over the entire Su clan. The first young master of the Su clan, Su Qingqiu, was ordered to temporarily take charge of all the affairs of the clan. Although there was no internal strife in the Su clan, all the major forces of Dragon Lake City knew that if they could not overcome this hurdle, the Su clan would most likely decline. Realizing this situation, those who had taken the initiative to ask for a marriage alliance with the Su clan all came to the Su clan and returned the betrothal gifts and marriage contracts. Some forces that had a good relationship with the Su clan also drew a line in their relations, for fear of being tainted by the Su clan's bad luck. It was easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide help in a time of need. On this day, Su Qingqiu, who was temporarily in charge of the Su clan, felt unprecedented pressure, worry, and sorrow. Why had the Su clan fallen to such a state? This day was the 4th month since Lin Sun came to the true martial world. The great Qian dynasty had a vast territory with many cities. If it was Lin Sun who was at the consummation of quasi-emperor, he could circle around the great Qian dynasty in a short period of time. But now, after spending 4 months of cultivation, he was only at the 5th level of the true martial realm, marrow cleansing. Not to mention teleportation, he could not even fly. Thus, when hurrying along, he could only ride a horse. Half a month later, Lin Sun finally arrived at the heart of the great Qian dynasty after a long journey. The imperial capital. The prosperity of the imperial capital was enough to make any outsider feel shocked and even ashamed of their own inferiority. But in Lin's eyes, however, it was just a bustling city, far inferior to the forbidden city of Xiao Empire. After all, the strongest person in the world was only at the 9th level of martial realm. 90% of the people in the world were ordinary people who didn't know how to cultivate. In short, this was a mortal world. On the 2nd day after he entered the imperial capital, Lin Sun spent 30 taels of silver to get the information he wanted. In the 4th round of the true martial competition, the person who crippled Su Qingfeng's cultivation was the 7th prince of the great Qian dynasty, Qian Yuanba. He was a character whose cultivation had reached the 8th tier of the true martial realm, the complete heavenly cycle realm. In the great Qian dynasty, Qian Yuanba was ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses. In the royal family of the great Qian dynasty, Qian Yuanba's combat capability was also top-notch, stronger than some of the older generation. Thinking about it, it made sense. The speed at which young people rose was always faster than those of the older generation. The true martial realm was the apex of martial arts, which kept the lifespan of most practitioners in this world at more than 100 years old. Even those on the 9th level of martial realm could not live forever. If it were others who knew this news, they would not even have the idea of revenge in the face of such a horrible figure as Qian Yuanba. But for Lin Sun, he had killed countless emperors. How could he care about a guy in the true martial realm on the 5th day in the imperial capital? Lin Sun broke through to the 6th level of martial realm, burning blood. It was also on this day that the 5th round of the true martial competition began. A total of 300 young talents selected from all over the great Qian dynasty gathered in the imperial capital. In the early morning, a huge arena was set up in the imperial capital. 300 young men and women from all over the world were waiting not far from the arena. In the 5th round of selection, 30 people would be selected from the 300 of them. The competition was very cruel, which made every young man and woman look dignified, nervous, and expectant. Only Qian Yuanba was sitting on a throne by himself in the field, looking very lazy. He was dressed in a bright yellow robe with a feather crown on his head. His body was strong and powerful. When his eyes turned, there was a ray of light bursting out. Boring, really boring, Qian Yuanba let out a sigh, with a contemptuous attitude. Other contestants nearby did not dare to speak or even look at Qian Yuanba. In the previous selections, all those who became the 7th crown prince's opponents had their cultivation crippled without exception, even several unlucky guys were killed directly in the battle. This also made Heaven Yuanba the most fearsome and ruthless person in this true martial competition. His temperament was ruthless, and his methods were bloody. The time has come. The 5th round of selection begins now. A deep voice sounded in the imperial capital under the morning light, which made all the contestants feel refreshed. It should have started long ago. Qian Yuanba stretched, stood up from the throne, and glanced at the other contestants with a playful look, as if he was picking prey. Many people felt uncomfortable, and some were angry, feeling that their dignity had been violated, but no one dared to challenge him. Now, let's start drawing lots. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe walked over and announced in a deep voice. I'll go first. Qian Yuanba took the responsibility and went forward to be the first to draw lots. But at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the gate of the imperial capital. There's no need to draw lots. Your opponent is me. There was a group of guards guarding the gate of the imperial capital to maintain order, but at this moment, there was a commotion, and the guards flew out in disorder. Following that, a tall and sturdy figure walked over. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and they could not help but be surprised. This was the imperial capital, the core area of the great Qian dynasty. Who dared to come and cause trouble? Come, take down this bastard who trespassed. The middle-aged man in a luxurious robe shouted with a gloomy face. Immediately, a group of fully equipped imperial city guards rushed out like a tide. Wait. Qian Yuanba waved his hand to stop all of this, and then he shot his gaze towards the tall figure that walked over from afar and said with a ghastly expression, Who are you? Why have I never seen you in the past? Dragon Lake City, Su Qinghan. The tall figure was exactly Lin Sun. Su Qingfeng is my second brother. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of commotion arose in the surroundings. All the participants naturally knew who Su Qingfeng was, and they were even more clearly aware that Su Qingfeng's cultivation had been crippled by Qian Yuanba during the last round of the test. Su Qingfeng? Qian Yuanba thought for a moment before he said with an expression of sudden understanding, So it's that trash. So in this way, you've come to take revenge for that trash? His voice revealed playfulness, disdain, and a trace of surprise, and he seemed to have never imagined that there would really be someone in this world that was unafraid of death. Seventh Highness, this person has disturbed the order and has already disturbed the progress of the test. It's better to take him down as soon as possible. The middle-aged man reminded. Don't. Qian Yuanba waved his hand and revealed a trace of a savage smile. Since this kid has the courage to come and take revenge, then I'll give him a chance to be reduced to trash. As he spoke, he charged out explosively and swung his fist. Bang! As the strong wind from his fist swung out, it actually faintly contained a trace of Dao insight, causing the might of his fist to rise explosively by a great deal. All the participants that saw this scene exclaimed with admiration in their hearts. This was Qian Yuanba, one of the 10 great outstanding talents of the Darqian dynasty. He was only 17 years old, yet he'd already grasped a trace of the profundities of Dao insight in the martial Dao. Lin Sun stopped moving, and as he watched this fist approach, his expression was neither happy nor sad, and his figure didn't dodge. A trace of disdain and disappointment flashed within Qian Yuanba's eyes. Has he been scared silly? He's simply too weak. If I knew this would happen, I shouldn't have made a move myself, but right at this moment, he felt a sudden pain on his wrist as if it was fiercely clamped by an iron clamp, and he saw that Lin Sun's hand had already held on to his wrist since an unknown time. In the eyes of everyone, this fist of Qian Yuanba was unable to move forward an inch when it arrived 30 centimeters away from Lin Sun. For a time, the pupils of everyone constricted. Is that all you've got? Lin Sun spoke indifferently with a relaxed bearing, and his figure didn't move in the slightest. Looking at Qian Yuanba again, his face turned red. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of Lin Sun's palm force. Get out of here. His muscles bulged, emitting a fierce and unparalleled power. He suddenly waved his left hand and smashed it towards Lin Sun. The fist force was like thunder, swift and overbearing. But halfway, his wrist was grasped by Lin Sun again, and he couldn't move forward. All of a sudden, Qian Yuanba's face changed completely. Bang! Lin Sun shook his hands and kicked out at the same time. The robust body of Qian Yuanba flew out fiercely and fell on the ground more than 30 meters away, falling on his face like a dog eating shit. There was a burst of gasps in the field. It felt like a dream. Qian Yuanba was one of the 10 great outstanding talents of the Darqian dynasty. But now, he seemed extremely weak. Not convinced? Then come here. Lin Sun crooked his finger and looked at Qian Yuanba in the distance indifferently. I'll kill you. Qian Yuanba was completely angry, or he didn't believe that he would be defeated so quickly. Boom! His body was like a tiger coming out of the mountain, and he displayed a kind of fierce combat skill. His palms were glowing with bright golden luster, and his power was brave and fierce. Bang! Lin Sun kicked out. Qian Yuanba came fast and left even faster. He was directly kicked over several times in the air, and then fell to the ground heavily. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and blood was spurting from his mouth. There was a dead silence in the field. Everyone was shocked. Su Qinghan was only a teenager. How could she have such a heaven-defying combat power? They didn't know that in Su Qinghan's body, there was an unimaginable old monster who possessed the soul of the great perfection of Quasi-Emperor. In fact, Lin Sun was indeed an old monster in the face of these young men and women whose average age was more than 10 years old. Qian Yuanba was dumbfounded. He had realized the horror of his opponent, but he couldn't imagine when there was such a ruthless man in the great Qian dynasty. Su Qingfeng's younger brother? But why was Su Qingfeng so weak? What is your cultivation on earth? Qian Yuanba got up with a livid face. The 6th level of martial realm, the burning blood realm. Lin Sun said casually. There was no need to hide it at all. His words made everyone in the field completely confused. Was the 6th level of martial realm so fierce? Liar. Qian Yuanba was furious and felt extremely ashamed. How could a man at the 6th level of martial realm be so powerful? Lin Sun was humiliating him on purpose. I don't need to lie to deal with you. As he said, Lin Sun stepped forward. Now, it's time for you to pay the price. Swish, he was so fast that he could cross more than 30 meters with one step. How dare you? On the way, the middle-aged man in a splendid robe rushed to Lin Sun, waving a black iron spear. Lin Sun clenched his hand into a fist and waved it casually. Clang, the spear buzzed violently as if it had been hit by a landslide and a tsunami. The middle-aged man's arm was broken, and he staggered back with a horrified face. He was at the 9th level of martial realm, spirit transformation, but he couldn't even resist one move. How strong was Su Qinghan on earth? Before the middle-aged man could respond, a scream sounded. He looked up and saw Lin Sun stepping on Qian Yuanba to the ground. Lin Sun's tall and slender figure was covered with the morning light, just like a god. The nearby participants were both shocked and delighted. In the previous selection examination, there were quite a few experts who had been crippled by Qian Yuanba. This man was the 7th prince of Great Qian dynasty. He was domineering and cruel. He had already angered the public, but no one dared to challenge him. Now watching him being trampled on the ground like a dead dog, the bloody scene made people feel extremely comfortable. Qian Yuanba screamed in complete horror, "What are you doing? Let me go! Let me go! Guards, come on, kill him!" A group of armed guards rushed over with a murderous look. They were all strong men who had been on the battlefield for many years and climbed out of the dead. Just the killing intent emanating from his body was enough to make the contestants' hearts tremble. But Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware, and he continued, "A life for a life, a debt for a debt. I'm not afraid to tell you that in my eyes, your life is really worthless. But this time I'll only cripple your cultivation." Bang! Lin Sun exerted strength on his tiptoes and shattered the meridians of Qian Yuanba. Qian Yuanba let out a shrill scream, rolled his eyes and fainted directly. Everyone was stunned. In the imperial palace, under the watchful eyes of everyone, this young man had actually crippled the 7th prince's cultivation. This was enough to shake De Qian. Quickly kill him!" the middle-aged man roared, his eyes red. If His Majesty knew that the 7th crown prince had been deposed, he, as the chief examiner, would have to pay a heavy price. Groups of imperial guards began to move out, and their weapons with cold light were pointed at Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked indifferent, and his eyes were as clear as a lake. Before the samsara, he had fought all the way from Xiao Empire to the starry sky. Any scene he had experienced was thousands of times more dangerous than the current situation. How could he care about it? "I'm not here to kill people. Of course, if you want to die, I won't be polite." Lin Sun opened his mouth. His calm and composed attitude was like a deterrent, making everyone who made eye contact with him feel a chill in their hearts. "Go!" the middle-aged man roared. The guards didn't hesitate to charge forward while terrifying killing intent covered the heavens and the earth as they surged forward. "Are you really forcing me to wash this place with blood today?" Lin Sun frowned slightly. At this moment, a sweet voice like the sound of nature sounded from afar. Wait. Who allowed you to do it in the imperial palace? Before the voice died away, a beautiful girl in a lavender palace dress with black hair and a bun came to the field, riding a tall white deer. This was a girl of 15 or 16 years old, with eyes as clear as spring, skin as smooth as cream, and a snow-white neck. She was extremely beautiful. Your Highness, you don't know, the middle-aged man was about to explain, but the beautiful girl interrupted him with a frown. I saw what happened just now. There's no need to explain. Her voice was clear and crisp, but it was extremely dignified. And you, hurry up and leave. She pointed at those imperial guards. Those imperial guards retreated as if they had suffered a great loss. Previously, they were outnumbered, but facing Lin Sun alone, they still felt a chill in their hearts. This was an instinctive reaction when facing a threat. Your Highness, the cultivation of the 7th Highness has been destroyed by this man. The middle-aged man's face was livid, and he didn't understand the beautiful girl's behavior. He deserves to be destroyed. He deserves it. The princess frowned, and her voice was cold. Her words made the middle-aged man speechless. Child, how about we write off the previous things? The princess looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought for a while and nodded in agreement. The core purpose of his coming here was to avenge Su Qingfeng. Apart from that, he also wanted to participate in the true martial competition. If he could not make a big deal out of it, he would be happy to do so. A touch of appreciation appeared on the beautiful oval face of the princess, and she said in a clear voice, Child, are you willing to participate in the true martial competition? Of course, Lin Sun couldn't refuse. Then come with me. The princess waved her hand and revealed a smile. The beautiful girl's charm made the eyes of all the contestants present stare blankly. In the current Great Qian dynasty, people might not know who the Great Qian emperor was, but it was absolutely impossible for them not to know the name of the third princess, Qian Yulio. She was born smart and talented, and she made rapid progress on the road of martial arts. She was only 16 years old, but she was already the leader of the top 10 heroes of the Great Qian dynasty. She was even crowned as the first person of the younger generation in the true martial realm. Some of the older generation could only lower their heads in shame in front of her. In the Great Qian Imperial Palace, apart from the current emperor, Qian Yulio's words carried the most weight. Compared to her, the 7th prince was nothing. What made people take delight in talking about the most was that Qian Yulio was extremely beautiful. She was still young, but she already had the charm of a peerless beauty. But no one expected that a proud girl like Qian Yulio would appear here. What's more, she didn't stand up for the 7th prince, but invited the murderer to be a guest. Don't you still need to take part in the assessment? Lin Sun asked. Why should an outstanding person like you follow the rules? Qian Yulio's eyes were full of splendor. Lin Sun thought about it and didn't refuse again. Seeing this, those contestants couldn't help but feel jealous, but they had to admit that if Lin Sun participated, no one would be able to stop him. Deep in the palace, there were many buildings. In one of the palaces, Qian Yulio invited Lin Sun to take a seat, and then asked directly, Child Su, have you set foot on the path of peerless cultivation? Her eyes were big and bright, with undisguised curiosity. Lin Sun nodded. Qian Yulio showed an expression of as expected, once you enter the peak, you will be like a dragon in the sky. As far as I know, among the young generation in the whole Great Qian dynasty, including me, only 3 people have set foot on the peak, and you are the 4th. Only 4 people in the young generation? Lin Sun was stunned. This was the true martial world, where the true martial realm was the ultimate realm. Countless strong people immersed in this realm, and they might have already understood all the mysteries of this realm. But how could there be so few people who set foot on the peak? This is already very good. In the past thousands of years in the Great Qian dynasty, there were only 1 or 2 strong people who set foot on the peak every once in a while. Qian Yulio showed a look of emotion. After thinking about it, Lin Sun said, in the future, there will definitely be more and more peerless people. Qian Yulio was stunned and a little puzzled. Lin Sun didn't explain. He couldn't say that there were countless samsara travelers who came to the true martial world with him, and each of them was a peerless person. When they awakened, they would inevitably embark on the path of cultivation and walk on the path of peerless cultivation. In this way, there would naturally be a large number of peerless people in the true martial world. Xianxia couldn't help asking, "Child Su, do you mind having a fight with me?" Lin Sun realized that the purpose of Xianxia calling him here was probably to have a fight. He stood up and said, "Sure." Xianxulia's beautiful eyes suddenly became bright. After a while, Xianxulia panted delicately and was drenched in sweat as her delicate and graceful figure lay lazily on the ground. Her jet black hair hung loosely on her shoulders, and her peerlessly beautiful oval face was filled with satisfaction. Looking at Lin Sun, who was calm and relaxed, she couldn't help showing a touch of amazement in her eyes. This guy was so strong. He was just at the 6th level of martial realm, but he completely suppressed her, who was at the 9th level of martial realm, and she had no power to fight back from beginning to end. This made Xianxulia a little suspicious. They were both peerless cultivators, but why was there such a big gap between them? "Your Highness, this is today's spiritual fruit." A maid came in with a plate of spiritual fruit. When she saw Xianxulia, who was lying lazily on the ground with a rosy face and sweating forehead, and Lin Sun standing on one side, she cried out involuntarily. This picture was so beautiful and charming. Was third princess. Many indescribable images suddenly appeared in the maid's mind, and her face also became hot. She thought to herself, didn't they say that the third princess was obsessed with martial arts and didn't get close to men? But why does it look like her face is full of satisfaction after having sex? Get out. Seeing the maid's expression, Xianxulia realized that she had been misunderstood. She glared at her and scolded her coquettishly. The maid chuckled, left an ambiguous look of "I understand," and then turned away. "Child Su, don't think too much." Xianxulia was a little embarrassed. She stood up with a blush on her beautiful oval face. That was the unique beauty and shyness of a girl. Lin Sun smiled and said, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." On the same day, Lin Sun left the imperial city. Before he left, he got a gilded token, which meant that Lin Sun was qualified to represent the Great Qian dynasty to participate in the martial competition between the 3 dynasties. The time was 3 months later. For the young people of the Great Qian dynasty, the imperial city was the place they yearned for the most, which was prosperous and prosperous. For Lin Sun, he had achieved his goal and there was no need to stay. Riding a maroon horse, Lin Sun decided to return to Longyuan City and continue his cultivation. I wonder where Xianyue, Xianzhouyin and Ling Kezi are now. Along the way, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing when he thought of Jing Tian and Xianyue. After entering the samsara, everyone changed their identity. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack to find them in the world of true martial. Several days passed in a hurry. Lin Sun didn't hurry on his journey. He wandered around the mountains and rivers and drank dew along the way. He was completely relaxed. He went up the mountain to kill tigers and leopards, and went into the forest to collect spiritual herbs. He was quite relaxed. Along the way, he had tested the power of order in this world. It was so mysterious or solid that it firmly suppressed the power of perception of all living beings in the world, so that it was difficult for practitioners to spy on the mysteries of the Great Way from everything in the world. In a world, the realm of true martial is the end. It is conceivable how strange this place is. In the evening, when Lin Sun was thinking, he saw a town in the distance and immediately rode there. It was late, so he could stay here for the night. However, as soon as he entered the town, a pungent smell of blood came to his face. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and saw corpses lying in a pool of blood everywhere on the street. There were old people, young children, and old and weak women. Without exception, they were all killed by cruel means. It was horrible to look at. Da-da-da, the huge town was dead silent, and only the sound of Lin Sun's horse's hooves could be heard. Later, Lin Sun got off the horse and walked slowly. "Hey, someone is coming." A laugh suddenly sounded. A figure appeared at the window of the 2nd floor of a restaurant in front of him. Then, figures appeared at other windows one after another. There were 7 or 8 people, both men and women. They were all teenagers, but their eyebrows were full of indifference and coldness. Lin Sun stopped, his cold eyes deep. Even though the strength of his soul had been suppressed, the consciousness that he'd tempered through many years of battles was still present. and it allowed him to instantly determine that it was very likely that these fellows weren't from this world just like him. Take a guess. Is there a reincarnator that hasn't awakened dormant within this little fellow's body? A silver-robed youth chuckled. What's the point of guessing? Won't we know once we kill him? Said one of the women coldly. As she spoke, her figure flickered as she leaped down from the second floor of the restaurant. She was tall and slender, holding a scimitar in her hand. Her eyes were cold. Lin Sun looked calm and patted the horse beside him. The horse neighed and ran away, disappearing from the street. Then, Lin Sun asked, "Before I start, may I ask why you want to kill everyone in this city? You're about to die, why do you have so much nonsense to say?" The tall woman rushed over, the curved blade in her hand emitting a glaring cold light. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Lin Sun stood still and snatched the machete from the opponent's hand. Then he shook his wrist, and the blade rolled back and swept across. Puff, the tall woman's head was thrown into the air, and scarlet blood sprayed out. In just a moment, the tall woman died on the spot. Junior sister. The silver-robed youth and his companion's expression suddenly changed. They rushed out and looked at the tall woman's headless body, and their faces became extremely gloomy. "Who the hell are you?" asked the silver-robed youth, gritting his teeth. Lin Sun glanced at him expressionlessly. "Your junior sister is right. You're about to die, so there's no need to talk nonsense." Before his voice died away, Lin Sun suddenly moved. Whoosh, like an arrow leaving the bow, his thin and vigorous figure tore through the air and rushed to the silver-robed youth and his companions at an extremely fast speed. Kill. The silver-robed youth and his companions reacted extremely quickly. Each of them was much stronger than Qian Yuanba, who was regarded as one of the top 10 talents. But when they really fought with each other, the silver-robed youth and his companions found how terrible their opponents were this time. Every time Lin Sun waved his machete, there would be a handful of scarlet and hot blood splashing out, and then there would be people lying in the field, either beheaded or cut into pieces. Killing people like killing chickens. In the field, there was only a dull puff sound, like a note that harvested the souls of the dead. In just a moment, there was only the silver-robed youth left in the field. Holding the machete that was still bleeding, Lin Sun looked at him indifferently and said, "Now, can we have a good talk?" The silver-robed youth, who had long been frightened, nodded repeatedly. "As long as you let me live, I promise to answer all your questions." Lin Sun asked directly, "Why do you want to kill the people in this town?" The silver-robed young man took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're asking a question that you already know the answer to. This is the world of reincarnation, and all life is formed from the laws of time and reincarnation, and they aren't truly living people. Since it's like this, then killing all of them isn't a big deal." Lin Sun frowned. The silver-robed youth's indifference to life and attitude made him feel disgusted. He asked, "Those are all unarmed mortals. Since you want to kill them, there must be a reason." The silver-robed youth was silent for a moment, and then said, "We want to practice a cultivation method, and we need to collect the blood of all living beings to temper our cultivation." Seeing that Lin Sun's expression was not right, he quickly explained, "But you can rest assured that we only do this in the world of true force. If we were on the ancient road of the starry sky, we would definitely not do this. It's really because this world is too barren, with neither spiritual veins nor magic medicines. It's really too difficult to make progress on the road of cultivation." At the end of his words, there was a hint of complaint in his voice. The world of true force was completely different from the world of heavens in the starry sky. It was simply a remote place. The most terrible thing was that these samsara travelers had awakened their consciousness, but their previous cultivation, memory, and inheritance seemed to be erased. This made them have nothing to rely on when they practiced. They could only spend all their efforts and means to collect the cultivation methods and resources needed for cultivation. The silver-robed youth thought that after saying these words, Lin Sun would definitely understand and forgive him. After all, they were all samsara travelers, and they would certainly have the same situation and experience. But who would have thought that what he had been waiting for was a sharp blade? "Taoism pure, you," the silver-robed youth was shocked. Before he finished his words, his head was chopped off. "Since there are no living beings in my heart, living is also a disaster. Lin Sun threw away the blood-stained machete in his hand and turned to leave. Soon, the sound of horse hooves faded away and disappeared in this bloody town. After this experience, Lin Sun suddenly realized that when those samsara travelers from all over the starry sky awakened their consciousness, it would inevitably lead to all kinds of things, which would cause the whole world of true force to change dramatically. Whether it was good or bad, no one could tell. The only thing Lin Sun could do was to do his own thing and then do what he could. 10 days later, Lin Sun was travel-worn and returned to Longyuan City on horseback. As soon as he entered the city gate, he was recognized. "Look, the third young master of Su family is back. It's really him." "Tut, I heard that the seventh prince of Great Qian dynasty, Qian Yuanba, was crippled by him." Who would have thought that the third young master of Su family, who couldn't practice, would become a peerless master overnight and kill his way into the forbidden area of the imperial palace to avenge his brother? There was a noise on the street, and many people looked at Lin Sun with surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. Lin Sun suddenly realized that what he had done in the imperial city had spread throughout Longyuan City. However, he didn't care. The fact that he could practice would be noticed by the Su family sooner or later, and it was destined that it couldn't be concealed. Until he returned to the clan, Lin Sun acted as if nothing had happened. He handed the maroon horse to the servant who greeted him and went straight to the main hall. A steward accompanied Lin Sun joyfully. When he looked at Lin Sun, his eyes were so hot that they could melt people. And along the way, no matter which clansman, maidservant or servant he met, they would greet him warmly with a strange look. Obviously, they had already known that the third young master was different from before. If it were Su Qinghan, she would have been flattered in the face of such a scene. But for Lin Sun, it was just a small scene. "Third young master, a man who claimed to be your friend came to the clan yesterday. Now he is in the main hall and chatting with the patriarch," the steward suddenly said in a low voice. Lin Sun stopped. "Friend?" The steward was stunned. "Yes, the man claimed that you asked him to come to the clan in advance as a guest." Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes and said, "I see." With that, he quickened his pace. When Lin Sun's figure appeared in the main hall of the clan, the patriarch Su Yunhai, the eldest son Su Qingqiu and some other big shots of the clan were talking with a young man in a yellow robe. Seeing Lin Sun, Su Yunhai, Su Qingqiu and others all stood up with surprise, excitement and trance on their faces. Obviously, they had already known what happened in the imperial city of Great Qian and Lin Sun's feat of crippling Qian Yuanba. However, until this moment, when they saw Lin Sun with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. When Lin Sun suddenly left and said that he was going to avenge his second brother Su Qingfeng, everyone thought that he was so crazy that he made such a crazy move. For this reason, the Su family sent many people to look for him. However, no one had expected that the news of what had happened in the Great Qian dynasty royal city would reach them after more than 10 days before the person could be found. At first, no one believed it and thought it was fake. But later, as the news was confirmed, the Su family finally dared to believe all this, but there were inevitably many doubts in their hearts. However, before Lin Sun returned, they could only hold it in. But now, Lin Sun had returned. Lin Sun didn't know that his return would attract so many thoughts of the Su family. As soon as he entered the main hall, he looked at the strange young man in a yellow robe. At the same time, the young man also looked up at him. "P.S. The 9th chapter is here. I stayed up late last night to save 2.5 chapters. Today, I sat for a whole day and wrote. To be honest, I was so tired that I almost collapsed. My fingers were tingling, which made me feel uncomfortable." But Goldfish was still very excited, because there were many people who tipped and voted, and many messages to encourage Goldfish. "Thank you so much. Tonight, I will write the 9th chapter, because I really can't hold on." The yellow-robed teenager had a fair complexion, smiling and graceful. Lin Sun glanced at him and then looked at Su Yunhai, the head of Su family, and said, "Father, can I talk to this friend alone?" His words were calm. Although Su Yunhai and others felt strange, they still nodded and left the hall with the others. In the past, Su Qinghan, who couldn't cultivate, was favored, but her words didn't carry so much weight. When the people in the hall dispersed, Lin Sun said, "Why didn't I know that I have a friend like you?" The yellow-robed teenager still sat there, smiled, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then said, Taoism peer, you and I are both samsara travelers. Naturally, we can be friends, right? Oh? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Tell me, why do you come here? It's very simple. I just awakened not long ago. Although I have embarked on the path of cultivation, I don't have a suitable cultivation method. The yellow-robed teenager put down the teacup and looked at Lin Sun. And I heard that you once broke into the imperial palace of the great Qian dynasty alone and destroyed a prince named Qian Yuanba in public. But everyone in Longyuan City said that you were a waste who couldn't cultivate before. Lin Sun interrupted, don't talk nonsense. Tell me your purpose. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the yellow-robed teenager, but he finally smiled and said, it's very simple. I want to borrow your cultivation method. Lin Sun nodded, I see. The yellow-robed young man took a deep breath while a wisp of pride suffused his face. To tell you the truth, I was a core disciple of the primordial Tao court before reincarnation, Fei Yunhe. If fellow Taoist helps me, then I'll naturally treat you well once this reincarnation ends. Lin Sun's eyes became strange, and he said, it turns out that you are the successor of primitive Taoism court. The yellow-robed teenager nodded reservedly, how about it? Can you help me? What if I don't? Lin Sun asked. The yellow-robed teenager seemed to have expected this and said with a warm smile, after entering the world of true martial, I happen to remember some secret recipes for making poisons. Let's put it this way, the Su family has long been poisoned. As long as I want, the Su family will be exterminated. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, is this what you rely on? The yellow-robed youth smiled and said, there's nothing I can do. After entering the true martial world, I've lost all my cultivation. The only things I can rely on are these little toys that aren't worth mentioning. Do you know who I am? Lin Sun suddenly asked. The yellow-robed youth was stunned, and then he said with a smile, fellow Taoist, you don't have to care about the life and death of the entire Su clan, but I have to remind you that you were poisoned long ago after you entered this hall. If you don't believe me, you can circulate your cultivation base and feel your heart and lungs to see if you feel any pain. There was a playful look in his eyes. Obviously, he had long since prepared all methods and strategies, and he seemed to be extremely confident. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun also smiled and walked towards the yellow-robed boy. He did notice that there were traces of gray powder lingering in his heart and lungs, but as he circulated his cultivation, the powder was melted away. This was the power of the absolute true martial realm, and also the most marvelous aspect of the great Tao furnace scripture. The body was like a furnace, impervious to all poisons. The yellow-robed youth frowned and said, are you really going to fight to the death? As he said, an animal skin drum appeared in his palm. As long as I gently beat this drum, your heart and lungs will explode in an instant. Lin Sun didn't stop and said indifferently, then why don't you beat it and let me hear it? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The yellow-robed youth's face darkened, and the animal skin drum in his hand made a dull sound like thunder. But to his surprise, Lin Sun didn't respond at all. The yellow-robed youth's pupils shrank, and he suddenly stood up. He had realized that something was wrong. At this time, Lin Sun had rushed to him, grabbed the yellow-robed youth's neck as fast as lightning, and lifted him into the air. His cheeks turned red and he had difficulty breathing. Fellow Taoist, let's talk it out. The yellow-robed youth was completely panicked, showing a look of horror. If you weren't the successor of the primitive Taoist court, maybe I would spare your life. Unfortunately, you just exposed your identity in front of me. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. Who are you? The yellow-robed youth struggled violently, feeling that something was wrong. Crack, the yellow-robed youth's neck was broken, and his head tilted down softly. How stupid you are to expose your identity without knowing who the enemy is. Lin Sun shook his head and began to search the yellow-robed youth's body. Unfortunately, he didn't find the antidote. Obviously, even if Lin Sun promised to hand over the cultivation method this time, the yellow-robed youth would never hand over the antidote to save people. However, it didn't matter if there was no antidote. Lin Sun had the inheritance of scripture of herbs in heaven, so it was impossible for him to be trapped by some inferior poison. What really troubled Lin Sun was how to explain to the clansmen of Su family. After half an hour. In the main hall, Su Yunhai and other senior officials were full of surprise and confusion. Lin Sun had already explained his identity as a samsara traveler without concealing anything. This kind of thing couldn't be concealed at all. This time, the samsara of the world of Zhenwu would last for 10 years. With the awakening of countless samsara travelers who entered the world of Zhenwu, the world was bound to change. At that time, the news couldn't be concealed. Instead of that, it was better to reveal the truth now. However, Lin Sun didn't reveal his name. Once it was revealed, the overmatches from the 6 Tao courts and the 10 war clans would definitely come to him. After a long time, Su Yunhai asked, "If you leave in the future, will my son be in danger?" Obviously, he was most concerned about his son Su Qinghan. Lin Sun said, "No. More than that, after he left, Su Qinghan's soul would regain control of this body with cultivation." Wasn't this also a good fortune? In the end, Su Yunhai and others accepted all this. Whether they were willing or not, it had happened and there was no possibility to change it. However, Su Yunhai still gave the order to seal off the shocking news. Otherwise, the world would think that his third son was possessed by a monster. On the same day, Lin Sun wrote a prescription and gave it to Su Yunhai. The poison in the Su family was removed one by one that night. More and more samsara travelers have awakened. Late at night, after returning to his residence, Lin Sun was lost in thought. He knew very well that once those guys from the starry sky were awakened, they would do anything to leave the world of Zhenwu in order to set foot on the road of cultivation again. After all, in their eyes, the world of Zhenwu was just a reincarnation. They wouldn't care about the order of this world or the life and death of the people in this world. Of course, Lin Sun couldn't care about these things alone. But he couldn't ignore the safety of the Su family. After all, his soul had occupied Su Qinghan's body. "Third child, it's late. You'd better go to bed early," Qingzhu came in and said in a clear voice. Lin Sun agreed. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Third brother, are you asleep?" It was Su Qingzhou's voice. Lin Sun immediately got up and welcomed Su Qingzhou into the courtyard. "Qingzhu, you go to have a rest first. I have something to talk to my brother," Lin Sun said casually. "Oh," Qingzhu turned around and left. Without outsiders, Su Qingzhou said in a low voice, "Tao's impure, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can fulfill it." "What's the matter?" Lin Sun asked. Su Qingzhou took a deep breath and said, "I want to be as strong as you. In this way, I can protect my clansmen no matter how many samsara travelers there are in the future and our Su family is threatened." Lin Sun was stunned, but he understood. As the eldest son of the Su family, Su Qingzhou must be worried that the Su family would be affected if the world was disturbed by samsara travelers. What was more, it was just some cultivation methods. Lin Sun had many inheritances in his mind. If he randomly taught Su Qingzhou one of them, his cultivation would undergo an amazing transformation. Lin Sun immediately returned to his room and found a pen and paper. After thinking for a while, he wrote down a secret method of practicing qi and gave it to Su Qingzhou. "Thank you, Tao is impure." "Thank you." Su Qingzhou looked it up and down and realized the magic of this secret method. He was both surprised and excited. Soon, Su Qingzhou left in a hurry. From that day on, Lin Sun's life became peaceful again. Apart from practicing, he almost never went out of the house. 1 month later, Lin Sun broke through the 7th level of martial realm, small circulation. 2 months later, Lin Sun broke through the 8th level of martial realm, large circulation. Every single breakthrough he made was firm and steady, and success came naturally when the conditions were right, and he displayed an extremely perfect transformation. During this period of time, many incredible changes took place in the territory of the Great Qian, the Great Chu and the Great Wei dynasties in the world of true martial. Rumors about samsara travelers began to appear one after another, and the world became turbulent. All this was expected by Lin Sun. Even if he didn't go out, he knew the news from the Su family. However, the samsara travelers who were awakened were few and far between, and the noise they made was limited. After all, it was only the first year in the world of true martial. Although there were a large number of practitioners who entered samsara, not everyone could be awakened. Not everyone could be awakened in the first year. Lin Sun was the only one who was awakened at the first time. Early this morning, as usual, Xianxia walked into Lin's room with a basin, towel, toothbrush and other things for washing. But Lin's son was no longer in the room. Only a letter and a secret method of cultivation were left on the desk. The words to Xianxia were clearly written on the letter. Xianxia dared to open it. After reading it carefully, her watery eyes were filled with tears, and her heart was full of sadness and reluctance. Third child left to participate in the martial competition. Before he left her a secret method of cultivation. This made Xianxia realize that third child might not come back in a short time. At the thought of this, Xianxia felt indescribably sad. She seemed to be out of control and lost her soul. She grew up with third child, and they were as close as sister and brother. Now that they suddenly separated, she naturally felt empty and sad. At this time, a consciousness quietly awakened in her soul. Xianxia stared at the letter in her hand and her gaze started to drift. So the third young master Su Qinghan that Xianxia served was a reincarnator who awakened before me. Yes, at this moment, Xianxia's body had been replaced by Xianxuanu's awakened consciousness. This fellow is really a good person. Xianxia picked up the cultivation manual on the table, and a smile appeared in her watery eyes. After entering the world of samsara, the inheritance and cultivation of the past would disappear. If she wanted to step on the path of cultivation again, she would have to find another cultivation technique. Xianxia realized that she was lucky to have obtained a cultivation technique left behind by another reincarnator the moment she awakened. Furthermore, she could tell that the cultivation technique was extraordinary with a single glance, but very quickly, Xianxia was stunned. She placed the letter and the cultivation manual before her eyes and felt a sense of familiarity as she looked at the words. However, Xianxia could not tell if this feeling of familiarity came from Xianxia or herself. After being in a daze for a long time, Xianxia began to sort through Xianxia's memories. It didn't take long for her to realize that Xianxia's memories were all related to her third young master, Su Qinghan. They were childhood sweethearts, living together and living together. Xianxia was slightly older and had always treated Su Qinghan as a younger brother. As they grew older, Xianxia and Su Qinghan grew closer. After a long time, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. This lass was really a lively and considerate sister. If it wasn't for her, Su Qinghan would probably be very lonely since she couldn't cultivate. Very quickly, Xianxia captured some different memories. These memories happened half a year ago. At that time, Xianxia suddenly realized that the third young master seemed to have grown up overnight. Through Xianxia's memories, Xianxia saw a different Su Qinghan from before. She immediately determined that the reincarnator in Su Qinghan's body had awakened at that time, but, when she saw the completely different Su Qinghan, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. That feeling was as if she had seen it somewhere before, and it was very familiar. After a while, Xianxuanu's heart trembled as a bolt of lightning flashed through her mind. Yes, young master. It must be him. In that instant, Xianxia finally understood where that familiar feeling came from. A person's appearance could be changed, but it was very difficult to change his handwriting, his behavior, and the habits he developed when doing things. In the past, Golden Sky Mystic Moon had accompanied Lin Sun in the Hongming world, so he was most familiar with Lin Sun's actions and habits. Now that he thought about it, how could he not understand that what had awakened in Su Qinghan was Lin Sun's consciousness? An indescribable joy welled up in Xianxuanu's heart. She didn't expect that she would accompany Lin Sun in such a way after entering Jinwu world. What was more amazing was that she and Lin Sun grew up together like childhood sweethearts. Could it be the will of the heavens? Golden Sky Mystic Moon's emotions fluctuated, and his eyes flickered with splendor. But right after that, an indescribable sense of loss surged into his heart. The young master, he, had already left. Looking at the contents of the letter, Xianxia suddenly realized that Lin Sun must have thought that he could leave his will of the great way in this Jinwu world by participating in the true martial competition. Even if he did this step, it was very likely that he would leave Jinwu world. The joy in Xianxuanu's heart vanished, and her heart was empty. They had parted before they met. No, I have to go to the young master. In any case, I have to see him. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia made a decision. The imperial capital of the great Qian dynasty. Cloud Pavilion was the place where Xianxia and Lin Sun had agreed to meet. "Brother Su, tell me the truth, are you a samsara traveler?" Xianxia asked directly at the first time they met. There was a rare seriousness on her beautiful oval face. Lin Sun nodded and looked very calm. "It's true." Xianxia had a complicated expression and seemed a little lost. "So, you still have to leave this world in the future?" Lin Sun looked at Xianxia strangely and said, "It's true." Xianxia took a deep breath. "I, Xianxia, have lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't belong to this world." "Before you leave, can you tell me about the world you came from?" "Yes." Lin Sun had a good impression of Xianxia. Xianxia smiled brightly and got up. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet the others, and then we'll go to Martial Mountain together." True Martial Mountain was the location of the True Martial competition. Located at the junction of the Great Qian, Great Chu, and Great Wei dynasties, this mountain was regarded as the first mountain in Zhenwu world. In the past, the True Martial competition was held on this mountain. Soon, Lin Sun and Xianxia met the other 8 strong men who would participate in the True Martial competition with them. They were all young boys and girls of more than 10 years old. They were handsome, and extremely outstanding. Except for Lin Sun, the 9 people, including Xianxia, were all at the 9th level of the True Martial realm. Among them, Xianxia and the other 2 had embarked on the peerless cultivation path. However, Lin Sun sighed with emotion when he thought that there were so few peerless figures in the younger generation of the whole Great Qian dynasty. The True Martial world could only be regarded as a secular world. After the introduction of Xianxia, Lin Sun exchanged greetings with others, and then Xianxia set off for Martial Mountain with a group of people. Along the way, Xianxia would chat with Lin Sun as long as he had time, like a curious baby, asking about the things outside the True Martial world. Lin Sun didn't want to hurt Xianxia, so he only picked out some things about Xiao Empire and talked about the lower 5 realms of cultivation. But even so, Xianxia couldn't help marveling and yearning every time she heard it. Her ancestors had lived in the True Martial world for generations, so even though Xianxia was the #1 genius of the Great Gan dynasty, when she found out that there was a brand new and magnificent world outside the True Martial world, it still greatly impacted her mental state. Xianxia knew very well that she was destined to stay in the True Martial world for the rest of her life, but she was always unwilling. True Martial, Spirit Gang, Spirit Sea, Cave World, Will Development. On this day, Xianxia suddenly said, "Child Su, do you think it's really impossible to break through from the True Martial realm to a higher level in the True Martial world?" Lin Sun shook his head. He was just a samsara traveler, so how could he know these things? Xianxia took a deep breath and said firmly, "I believe it's possible. When I make a breakthrough one day, who knows? I might be able to leave this True Martial world." At the end, a touch of longing appeared on her white oval face. Lin Sun was moved. If possible, he didn't mind helping Xianxia. 7 days later. In the distance, a majestic and towering mountain could be seen on the horizon, rising from the ground and going straight to the sky. That's the True Martial Mountain, which is shrouded in mist all year round. The strangest thing is that no one has been able to climb this mountain or even get close to it for countless years. Xianxia pointed to the mountain in the distance and said, "The older generation said that it's a holy mountain covered with the power of God. It's not something that the creatures in this world can get close to." Others also looked over at the mountain in unison. The True Martial Mountain was regarded as the first holy mountain in the world by the 3 dynasties. It was like a forbidden area. For countless years, no one knew how many strong people had come to explore it. But no one could get close to this mountain without exception. Lin Sun looked over and couldn't help showing a strange expression. The True Martial Mountain was covered with a layer of obscure power like the Order of Heaven. Not to mention the True Martial realm, even the emperors on the Starry Sky Ancient Road couldn't get close to it. This shocked Lin Sun. It was really incredible that there was a holy mountain covered with the Order of Heaven in a secular world. Lin Sun suddenly said, "I heard that as long as you win the first place in the True Martial competition, you can enter this mountain?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Every 10 years, there will be a True Martial competition. Every time, only the first place has the opportunity to enter the True Martial Mountain." "Did those who have entered the True Martial Mountain find anything?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. My father entered the true martial mountain as the first place 30 years ago. According to him, after entering the mountain, one's consciousness will become blurred. When he walks out of the mountain, he will forget everything. Xian Yulio's starry eyes flashed with reminiscence. Although I don't remember anything, my imperial father can still sense that after he returned from that mountain, there was a mysterious karmic luck on him that allowed him to do everything smoothly. In the past years, those strong people who had the opportunity to enter the true martial mountain like my father were all in the same situation. No one could remember clearly what it was like in the mountain and what they had experienced after entering the mountain. Lin Sun was stunned. Was it really as simple as increasing luck after entering the true martial mountain? I'm afraid it wouldn't be so simple. As they talked, they had quickened their pace and soon came to the foot of the true martial mountain. There stood an extremely ancient Taoist field, which was made of bluestone of unknown origin. It was full of mottled vicissitudes of time, covering an area of hundreds of meters. Looking down from the sky, this Taoist field was just like a round lotus. Inexplicably, the sentence "eternal tribulation of oblivion, a lotus blooms alone" came to Lin Sun's mind, so that when he looked at the lotus-shaped Taoist field, his eyes became subtle. The true martial competition was held every 10 years. The Great Qian dynasty, the Great Chu dynasty, and the Great Wei dynasty each sent 10 strong men who had been selected through layers of selection to compete in the true martial dojo in front of Martial Mountain. The top 10 could get the God-given power. The one who won the first place could enter Martial Mountain to cultivate. Now, Lin Sun, Xian Yulio and others had arrived. The true martial competition, which was held every 10 years, would be held 3 days later. 10 miles away from the true martial dojo, there was a group of buildings like a small castle. This was the camp of the Great Qian dynasty. Before the true martial competition began, Lin Sun and others would wait in it. There were camps like this in the Great Chu dynasty and the Great Wei dynasty, but they were in different places. Further away, the elite troops dispatched by each of the 3 dynasties were stationed. Their purpose was to defend and maintain the order of the true martial arts competition. Every true martial competition would attract the attention of countless strong men from the 3 dynasties. This time was no exception. In the area near Martial Mountain, countless strong men from different places of the 3 dynasties had already gathered. But before the true martial competition began, these spectators could not get close. Child Su, this is the list of this competition. In the castle belonging to the Great Qian dynasty, Xian Yulio handed a jade slip to Lin Sun. Thank you. Lin Sun took it, looked it up and down, and then put it away. Someone suddenly asked, Brother Su, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can win 100 battles. Who do you think is the most worthy of attention among the top 10 men of the Great Chu dynasty and the Great Wei dynasty? This was a young man in a luxurious robe, and he had a strong physique. His gaze was sharp, and he revealed an innate arrogance. His name was Li Tsong, an outstanding man who had set foot on the top. In the Great Qian dynasty, he was extremely dazzling. In addition to Li Tsong, 3 of the top 10 men of the Great Qian dynasty had set foot on the top. They were Lin Sun, Xian Yulio, and a man named Zhou Quebec. At this time, others were studying the list of matches. Hearing this, they couldn't help looking at Lin Sun with subtle expressions. Among them, Lin Sun's cultivation was only at the 8th level of martial realm, which was 1 level lower than others. But along the way, Xian Yulio only favored Lin Sun the most. This caused the young men to feel a little jealous. They couldn't understand why Su Qinghan would receive special treatment from the 3rd princess. Among them, Li Tsong was the most upset. On the way to Martial Mountain, he would stab Lin with his words from time to time. But how could Lin Sun care about such a teenager? He just ignored him from beginning to end. Just like at this moment, Li Tsong noticed that all the others were studying the name list seriously, but only Lin Sun just glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it anymore. This made Li Tsong suddenly angry. The true martial tournament would begin in 3 days, but this guy was so arrogant. He was only in the 8th tier of the true martial realm. Where did his confidence come from? Li Tsong felt that he needed to take this opportunity to reprimand the other party. Li Tsong and others didn't know that although Lin Sun was on the 8th level of martial realm, he had already embarked on a desperate path from the very beginning. Xian Yulio didn't explain from beginning to end. Lin Sun was regarded as her trump card, and he was going to win glory for the great Qian dynasty in the true martial tournament. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "In the name list, except me, the others are all on the 9th level of martial realm. In my opinion, the true martial tournament is more about personal combat power. Fighting means and fighting will are the most important things." The crowd was originally in the mood of watching the fun, but with Lin Sun's words, they couldn't help nodding secretly. Xian Yulio didn't hide her appreciation, and her clear eyes were full of extraordinary splendor. Only Li Tsong felt unspeakable disgust in his heart and immediately interrupted, "Brother Su, do you know that you are on the 8th level of martial realm?" His voice was full of sarcasm. Xian Yulio frowned and was about to say something, but Lin Sun smiled and stood up, saying, "I'll go out for a walk." Before his voice died away, he had left. Like a victorious general, Li Tsong sneered and said, "Look, you are so ashamed that you don't dare to stay and argue with me. Li Tsong, that's enough." Xian Yulio glanced at Li Tsong like lightning, and the coldness in his eyes startled Li Tsong. Before he spoke, Xian Yulio also got up and hurried away. Obviously, she went to chase Lin Sun. Seeing this, Li Tsong's face became gloomy, and his heart was filled with unspeakable resentment. He still didn't understand why Xian Yulio cared so much about a guy on the 8th level of martial realm. The night wind was blowing gently. In the dark night, Martial Mountain in the distance seemed more and more mysterious. With his hands behind his back, Lin Sun looked at it quietly, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Was the world of martial realm in Samsara an illusion or a real world? "Brother Su." Xian Yulio came with a trace of apology on her beautiful oval face. "Just now," Lin Sun waved his hand with a smile, "don't be like this. I'm not that narrow-minded." Xian Yulio smiled brightly, "That's right. Brother Su's breadth of mind is enough to accommodate mountains and seas. This thing is for you. Open it after the martial realm competition is over." Lin Sun took out a sealed letter slip and handed it to Xian Yulio. Xian Yulio joked, "Why do you give me something for no reason? Do you have any idea about me?" Lin Sun was speechless and shook his head, "Take it." Xian Yulio bit her moist lips and pondered for a short moment before she put the jade slip away, and then she said, "Brother Su, if I mobilize the 8,000 ferocious troops of the Darqian dynasty to set up an inescapable net, then would I be able to make you stay in the true martial world?" Lin Sun was stunned. Xian Yulio smiled and said, "No need to answer. I have already guessed the answer." In the night, the girl smiled like a flower, with a trace of imperceptible sadness in her eyes. After receiving the letter slip from Lin Sun, she already had a hunch that the guy who didn't belong to the world of martial realm would probably leave after the martial realm competition. 3 days later, the martial realm competition began. In front of the martial realm arena, which was like a huge lotus, there was already a sea of people. Strong people from all over the 3 dynasties gathered here. The troops of the Great Qian dynasty, the Great Chu dynasty and the Great Wei dynasty were scattered around. The neat formation of the army played a great deterrent. Lin Sun and Xian Yulio had arrived at the arena. The top 10 strong people of the Great Chu dynasty and the Great Wei dynasty, who also participated in the competition, also stood in different areas. All kinds of noisy discussions were overwhelming, which was very lively. This was a grand event in the world of martial realm that attracted the attention of the whole world. In the hearts of the strong people in this world, the significance of this grand event was naturally extraordinary. However, for Lin Sun, who was used to big scenes, this scene couldn't make any waves in his heart at all. Not to mention the Heaven Game or the Tao Discussion grand event held by the 6 Taoist courts, the Nation Test, Province Test and County Test held in Zhou Empire were more spectacular than this competition. This time, there should be no need to worry about the Samsara travelers making trouble. Lin Sun looked around and made a judgment. In fact, the Samsara travelers from all heavens of the starry sky had just entered the world of martial realm for less than 10 months, and Lin Sun was the only one who awakened first. Moreover, he was different from other Samsara travelers. His perception and inheritance of the Great Way before reincarnation were preserved completely, so that he almost set foot on the Great Way in the shortest time. On the other hand, only a small group of reincarnators had awakened during these 10 months. Moreover, if they wanted to cultivate, they had to search for cultivation manuals again. It was destined that these Samsara travelers couldn't have a high cultivation realm on the Great Way in these 10 months. The true martial arts competition was being held by the three dynasties, and it was thousands of military forces that maintained order in the field. Under the deterrence of such a lineup, although Lin Sun was very confident, he didn't dare to make trouble easily. After all, he was just in the martial realm. Even if he had invincible fighting power, the physical strength of the martial realm was limited. If he was really besieged by tens of thousands of troops, he could only choose to escape. Therefore, Lin Sun was sure that even if there were many samsara travelers in this martial realm competition, as long as these guys were not stupid, they would absolutely not dare to make trouble. Su Qinghan, did you hear that? The strong people from the great Qian dynasty are quite suspicious of you. Suddenly, Li Cong's voice sounded, with a hint of gloating. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to him and directly ignored the unbalanced young boy. In fact, his existence did cause a lot of criticism in the arena. He was the only one participating in the martial realm competition who had reached the 8th level of the martial realm. The others were all at the 9th level of the martial realm, which made it difficult for him not to attract attention. Even the top 10 strong people from the Great Chu and the Great Wei all showed a look of ridicule, seeming to think that Lin Sun was an easy target to bully. Lin Sun didn't care about this either. In short, in his mind, all this was just a small scene. Only Qian Yuliu knew the details of Lin Sun, because she had once learned from each other with Lin Sun. At that time, she was suppressed to the point that she was breathless, weak, sweating and blushing. Humph. I'd like to see how badly you will suffer. Li Cong's face was very gloomy. Being ignored by Lin Sun made him, who was young and vigorous, feel a little embarrassed. Clang, a bell rang, suppressing the lively and noisy atmosphere in the arena. There was silence between heaven and earth. The martial realm competition had begun. First of all, the contestants of the Great Qian dynasty, the Great Chu dynasty, and the Great Wei dynasty would draw lots to decide their opponents. The first one to draw lots was a young man named Xianxia from the Great Chu dynasty. He was tall and handsome, with the cultivation of the 9th level of the martial realm. After drawing lots, Xianxia was stunned at first, and then showed a look of ecstasy. He fixed his eyes on Lin Sun and laughed. Bro, I'm really sorry this time, but your opponent is me. He was complacent, confident, and overflowing with joy. Many people couldn't help but envy Xiaoxi's good luck. He chose the guy at the 8th level of the martial realm at the first time. This was a situation where he was sure to win. I advise you to admit defeat when you should. Don't lose too badly and lose the face of our great Qian dynasty. End of chapter 2168. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.